The weakest, the poorest, a nobody. How many of you could live with those titles for Gray? He didn't have much of a choice. He was born with nothing, raised with even less. Gray had no talent, no skills, no wealth, no influential parents. In a world ruled by money and strength, there was no doubt that Gray was at the bottom of the society. At the age of 20, he spent his whole life trying to survive. He had done all he could do. He washed dishes in restaurants, cleaned toilets, carried heavy boxes, and scrubbed the walls. He had no choice. He could only rely for himself to survive. What's more was that he has a little sister to take care of, his only family, after their parents passed away. Gray worked 3 jobs a day just to keep a roof over their heads and a bowl of rice on the table. And he had once never complained, but life has a cruel way of testing people like him. One rainy afternoon, Gray was sitting on the cold floor. He was dead tired after carrying heavy boxes for a few hours. Gray's shirt clung to his back. It was soaked with sweat and rain. His arms were aching, and his legs felt like they would give up at any moment. His work was still not done, but fortunately, they were allowed to take a short break before the next batch of deliveries arrived. Gray was sitting on the ground when he heard footsteps getting near him. When he looked up, he saw his manager, Mr. White. Mr. White was a balding man in his late 50s. He was a little bit big, maybe not too little, and his sagging face looked as if he had gone through the end of the world. Mr. White had a mischievous expression on his face. He was playfully grinning as he approached Gray. Gray slowly stood up to greet his manager. "Sir," he asked, uncertain why the man was approaching him when Mr. White used to just pass by him every day. Mr. White didn't meet his gaze. Rather, he looked disgusted that he was talking to Gray. "You're a Gray, right?" he asked, even though they both knew the answer to it. "Yes, sir." Gray nodded slowly. Mr. White scratched the back of his head, then pulled out a crumpled envelope from under his clipboard. "Well, kid, I've got bad news for you." Gray's face paled as he stared at the envelope. He had encountered this situation countless times, and he couldn't be wrong about it. "No, don't tell me we're letting you go." The word hit him like a slap across the face. What Gray blinked, "We're cutting down on temporary workers, company's orders." Mr. White waved a hand lazily as if it was no big deal. "It's nothing personal." Gray opened his mouth, but nothing came out of it. I've been working here for the last 6 months, he finally said. "I never missed a day. I come early. I work overtime when no one else wants to." Mr. White sighed as if even listening was a chore for him. "Look, I'm not your therapist. All right, go complain to someone who cares. Take your final pay and get out. You're done." Mr. White shoved the envelope into Gray's chest as if he was even disgusted to be near him. Gray had no choice but to accept the envelope that contained his last payment. It wasn't heavy. There was only a small stack of bills inside, not even enough to pay rent. Gray's tired eyes looked down at the envelope, rainwater dripping from his sleeves onto the worn paper. This won't be enough to get us through the week," he whispered in the air, feeling as if the world had ended for him. He had been fired from his 2 other jobs in the span of a month, so he was struggling right now. This job was the only source of income he currently had, and he couldn't afford to lose it too, but Mr. White had already turned around. "It's not my problem, kid," he said over his shoulder. "I don't care about you, so make sure you're out by the end of the day." And just like that, Mr. White was gone. Gray stood there, lifeless. He clenched his fist, and the envelope crumpled even more in his hands. He had no backup plans, no savings. Gray's legs gave out. He fell on the ground, sitting exactly from where he was sitting earlier. His vision blurred, but not from the rain. He was a failure, useless. How was he supposed to pay rent now? How would he buy food for his sister? Fuck life. Why, he thought, why keep fighting when I am this useless? He had tried. He had done everything he can to survive, but life kept pushing him down. His sister's face flashed in his mind, her innocent smile and her always cheerful voice. How could he face her now when he couldn't even provide for her? God, Gray whispered, his voice trembling. "How much longer do I need to suffer?" The rain kept falling, but he didn't care anymore. Gray stood up and walked out of the warehouse. He didn't know where he was going. All he knew was that he kept walking and walking. And a moment after, he found himself at the edge of a bridge. His sister was probably waiting for him. But how could he face her when he knew that he was useless now? A failure. Gray took a step forward at the end of the bridge, ready to end it all. However, before he could do anything, an unknown sound pulled him back to reality. Ding! Gray froze, and then a voice filled his mind. "Welcome to the great tycoon system." His body stiffened. "What was this? You have been chosen. All your desires, power, and success can be obtained through wealth. Will you accept what the hell is happening? Accept, and you will rise from nothing." Desperation flooded Gray. He must be hallucinating right now, or crazy even. But what could he possibly lose more? "I accept," he whispered. Great Tycoon System had been activated. Hard labor active. Increases strength and endurance in physical work. A translucent screen suddenly appeared in front of Gray. It was floating in midair. What the hell? Gray blinked rapidly, his heart pounding loudly. Was this some sort of joke? Maybe he was losing his mind from exhaustion and hunger. This is not a hallucination, host. The voice was calm and robotic, causing Gray to stiffen. You have been chosen, host. The system will assist you in obtaining wealth and power. Gray shook his head in confusion. What's going on? What do you mean by chosen? I don't even have money to survive. You have been granted a second chance. The system is here to help you rise from nothing. His hands tightened around the crumpled envelope in his grip. His situation was already at its lowest, and now this voice was telling him he had a second chance. Was he really hearing this second chance? Gray muttered, still trying to make sense of the situation. You can complete missions to gain wealth, influence, and power. Completing missions will reward you with the means to change your life. Gray's mind raced. A second chance. A way out of his miserable existence. No fucking way. Gray stood there in the rain. His lifeless eyes suddenly became filled with life. I'll do it. I'll take this second chance. I'll rise. I can't keep living like this. He was determined. Good choice, host. The system is now granting you your starting funds. A starting fund. The screen in front of Gray flickered again before it displayed a new message. Starting funds 10,000. Wait, what? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this for real? $10,000. That was a fortune compared to what he had right now. You have received 10,000. Ding. You have received your first new mission. Mission, spend 10,000 within 48 hours. Reward 10,000 for you to save and a 5 rebate for your future purchase. Gray stood frozen, staring at the screen. Spend it all. He could barely wrap his head around the idea of having that much money. He had never seen that much at once in his life. Damn, he was about to go crazy. A small and wide smile appeared on Gray's face. He shoved the envelope into his pocket and started walking. Gray laughed as he walked. It was a deep and almost desperate laugh mixed with happiness and relief. He couldn't contain it. For the first time in forever, he felt like something had changed. Whoa. Fuck you all, Gray was shouting, crying, and laughing at the same time. $10,000, he muttered to himself. His voice was even cracking as he said it out loud. I can actually do this. 10,000. Fuck all of Yahoo. Gray laughed even louder. Mama. Look at that in the distance. A woman and a child inside a car were staring outside. The woman swiftly pulled her child closer. Don't look at him, my dear. He's probably on drugs. Don't involve yourself with men like that in the future, okay, she hissed, ushering the kid away. Poor guy must have lost it. Another man murmured to his friend. Yes, I told you not to walk near the park when it's raining. There are too many crazy guys out here. Gray, who can't hear any of it, was still laughing in happiness. Before he could know, he was already near their apartment. He just walked a few miles and he didn't even notice it. All right, Gray muttered, wiping away the remaining tears in his eyes. Time to buy dinner for my dear sister. Gray walked into the small and familiar restaurant just a few meters away from their apartment. The scent of sizzling meat and cooked vegetables filled the air. It was a place he went to almost every day, not because the food was fancy, but because it was cheap, and they never judged him for the few coins he could scrape together when paying. He goes here all the time that he was already considered a regular, and the owners knew him well by now. As he walked up to the counter, the older woman behind it, Mrs. Liang, looked up and blinked in surprise. Are you okay? Mrs. Liang asked when she saw Gray dripping wet. Gray wiped his face with his sleeve, still laughing under his breath as he stood at the counter. His clothes were soaked and his hair was sticking to his forehead, but there was a different look in his eyes. Gray looked brighter. Yeah, I am good, Gray said with a grin, trying to keep himself from laughing too much. Just got some really good news. He leaned forward a little, lowering his voice as if he was about to tell her a secret. I want everything on the menu today. Give me everything my sister wants, too. Mrs. Liang blinked in surprise. Are you sure everything? She gave him a confused look. Did you win the lottery or something? Gray laughed softly, shaking his head. Lottery? No, nothing like that, he said with a shrug, but I'll be rich soon enough. Mrs. Liang's expression softened as she studied him. She paused for a moment before sighing. Gray, I know life's been hard for you, but don't get crazy. You know better than to start spending like that. She gave him a concerned look, as if trying to make sure he wasn't losing touch with reality. Gray just grinned, feeling the excitement bubbling inside him. Don't worry, Mrs. Liang, everything's going to be fine. He was still laughing softly to himself, excitement growing with each passing moment. He reached the small apartment door and opened it. Lily, are you there? Their apartment was cramped, barely enough for him and his sister. The walls were pale white, and the furniture was old and worn out. As soon as he opened the door, the small living room greeted him. It had a couch that sagged in the middle, a worn-out coffee table with a chipped surface, and a small kitchen just after it. The air always smelled a bit musty, and the only window they had in the place was covered by thick curtains. Gray stood in the doorway for a moment, feeling a strange sense of warmth despite the coldness that his body was feeling. Brother, a sweet and small voice from the inside echoed. Gray moved his eyes, and there she was. His little sister, Lily, appeared from around the corner. Lily was only 10 years old. She was small and a little bitchy. She had big, bright eyes. Her hair was messy from playing alone, and she wore a pink dress that was a little too big for her. She was cute with a round face and a wide smile that could melt anyone's heart. Lily blinked when she saw Gray holding several bags of food. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly rushed over to him. "What's all this, brother?" she asked, looking up at him with confusion. "Did you win something? Why did you buy so much food? Did you forget that?" Poor Gray's heart softened when he heard her scolding. He laughed and placed the bags on the table with a grin. "It's all right, Lily. Don't worry about it. Just trust your brother, okay?" Lily stood still for a moment, clearly puzzled by his words. But we're poor, brother. How did you? Oh no. Did you rob someone? Hey, what do you think of me?" Gray lightly smacked Lily's head, just enough for it to make a small sound. Lily rubbed her head dramatically before pouting. "Ouch, you really do have a strong hand, brother," she exclaimed out loud before showing a mischievous smile. "But tell me honestly, brother, did you rob someone?" "Oh no." Gray laughed in disbelief. "We're already poor, Lily. I can't be a criminal. I might be crazy, but not that crazy." He paused for a moment, looking at the bags of food on the table. Lily tilted her head, still looking puzzled. "But we never get this much food, brother. It's really a lot. Are you sure everything's okay? Don't ask any more questions." Gray interrupted gently, giving her a playful wink. "Just eat, or else I'll return all of this." He couldn't help but smile, knowing that she'd take it seriously. Lily giggled, her earlier confusion melting away. "Joke, brother, you're so funny." She plopped down on the small chair, eagerly reaching for the food. Okay, let's eat then. This is the best meal ever," Gray chuckled. Gray started unpacking the food he had bought, laying it out in front of them. There were all sorts of dishes: steamed rice, fried chicken, vegetables, and even a sweet dessert. It was all the things Lily loved to eat, and at the same time, things they could rarely afford. Lily's eyes sparkled as she saw the food. "Wow, it looks amazing." She looked up at Gray with a shy smile. She was really lucky to have such a brother. "Thank you so much, brother." Gray smiled back at her, feeling a warmth spread through him. He sat down at the small table, not even caring if his body was still slightly wet and cold. Gray and Lily dug into the food immediately. They haven't eaten such a feast for years. Gray couldn't help but laugh as Lily made exaggerated sounds of delight with every bite. Yummy. This fried chicken is so crispy. Brother, you're really the best," she said between mouthfuls, her cheeks puffing up as she chewed. Gray grinned and shook his head as he watched her enjoy the meal. "Of course I am. Who else would feed you like this?" he teased, poking her playfully. Lily stuck her tongue out at him. "You're definitely the best, but don't get too full of yourself, brother. It's bad, okay?" Gray raised an eyebrow. "Just keep on eating, Lily. You're hurting me." Lily giggled, covering her mouth. Okay. She grabbed another piece of chicken and wiggled it in the air. "When I grow up, brother, I'll also buy some food for you. I'll also buy you a chicken like this one." Gray chuckled, shaking his head. "I'm looking forward to that day then. But for now, just enjoy the food. It's for you." "Yes, sir, yes." The two continued to joke around as they ate. Their laughter filled their small and cozy apartment. The warmth from the food and the joy of being together made everything feel just a little bit better. For a moment, it felt like they weren't living in poverty at all. However, as the laughter died down, Lily's gaze also softened. "Why, what's the problem?" Gray noticed the shift in her mood. Lily paused, her fork hovering in midair as she looked at him. "Brother," she looked at Gray cautiously. "Are you sure everything's okay? You've been acting a little different lately. You looked tired in the past weeks, but now you're suddenly happy." Her voice was small. Gray froze for a moment with what Lily said. His heart sank. He didn't know that Lily noticed his tiredness these past few days. "Of course I am." He quickly forced a smile, brushing it off. "Your brother is strong." He reached across the table and ruffled her hair affectionately. "Don't worry about me, all right? I'm your big brother. I'm always going to make sure you're okay. You just focus on eating and having fun." Lily seemed to hesitate, her lips pressing into a thin line as she studied his face. After a few seconds, she let out a small sigh. "I trust you, brother. But if anything happens, promise me you'll tell me, okay?" "I promise, Lily. I'll always tell you." Gray smiled warmly. "But enough of that for now. You should get some rest tonight, okay? It's been a long day." Lily blinked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why, it's not even that late yet." Shush. Gray raised a finger and gave her a teasing grin. "Because tomorrow we're going to shop, and we'll shop until we drop." He stretched his tired muscles and got out of bed. Today was going to be a good day. Latilda. Gray was humming a good tone. As he stood up, he went to the other side of their apartment and saw Lily, who was still sleeping peacefully. Gray chuckled and shook his head. He shouldn't wake her up and make breakfast first instead. Gray quietly tiptoed to their small kitchen area. He was careful not to disturb Lily's peaceful sleep. He opened the fridge slowly, finding a lot of their leftover from yesterday. He could have reheated it, but he wanted to make it special for the two of them. As he cracked the eggs into a pan, Gray recalled how happy Lily had been yesterday. Her smile after eating a lot of food was really special. It was small things like that that made him keep going in the past. The eggs sizzled in the pan and Gray hummed again. He smiled to himself, thinking about all the things he could buy today. When Gray was done making breakfast, he decided it was time to wake her up. Gray walked over to her bed, standing by her side for a moment. She was curled up under the blanket, and her hair was so messy. Hey, stupid head, it's time to wake up. Gray gently shook her shoulder. Brother, Lily groaned and pulled the blanket over her head. 5 more minutes, she mumbled, still half asleep. Come on, breakfast is ready and it's your favorite. Gray chuckled and nudged her again. Lily's eyes slowly opened and she peeked out from under the blanket. The talk of food was enough to drag her out of bed. She yawned, stretched her arms, and smiled at Gray. Okay, I am up. She was suddenly energetic. Good, now go and eat already. Lily nodded and jumped out of bed, now fully awake. She ran to the kitchen immediately. Her eyes light up as the sight of fried eggs and toast filled her eyes. Wow, brother, it smells amazing. I told you it was your favorite. Gray laughed, glad to see her so excited. Lily eagerly grabbed a plate and began piling the food on it. You're the best, brother, she exclaimed, taking a bite of the eggs and then the toast. She chewed happily, making satisfied sounds between bites. Gray quickly joined her at the table. They ate in comfortable silence for a while, savoring the warmth of the food. After breakfast, they both started getting ready for the day. Gray pulled on a plain shirt and jeans, trying to look presentable, while Lily wore one of her favorite dresses, a blue puff dress. The dress was a little bit big for Lily, but still, it was the nicest dress she had. It was also one of the few things that Gray could afford in the past. How do I look, brother, she asked, spinning around. You look perfect, Lily. Are you now ready to go? Gray couldn't help but smile. I am ready. Lily nodded enthusiastically. The two of them left their apartment and made their way to the nearby mall. Gray was excited to see Lily's face once she saw the new clothes and toys she'd been dreaming of. The mall wasn't too far, and soon enough they were walking through the automatic doors of it. Which store should we go to first? Brother, Lily asked as she bounced around. I don't know, Lily. Gray scratched the back of his head. He was also unsure, as it his first time to shop around. Heck, it was his first time to receive 10-0 in one go. Go be crazy and I'll just follow you, okay. And just like that, Lily dragged him around. The two of them went to a store that sells all kinds of children's things. Lily picked out a few items. There was a stuffed bear and some clothes. Gray just let him do what he wanted. He just stayed on the side and watched her with a sense of pride, happy to be giving her this experience. However, wait a minute, he muttered to himself, feeling a bit of panic rising in his chest. Gray's eyes widened. He quickly went through his pocket and then checked his wallet. Don't tell me his wallet was empty. He forgot to ask the system where's the money. Lily stopped bouncing and looked up at him. What's wrong? Brother Gray awkwardly chuckled. He had completely forgot to check the money before they left. There's nothing wrong, just shop there, okay, I'll stay on the side. Are you sure? Yes, go on. All right. When Lily went to go around first, Gray faced the wall on one side. Okay, system, how do I access that money? Suddenly, a soft ding echoed in Gray's ears. A small and glowing message also appeared in the corner of his vision. Ding, you can access your funds via this card, host. Before Gray could even react, something cool and smooth appeared in his right hand. He flinched in surprise, looking down at it. What the fuck? It was a sleek black card. It looked simple at first glance. There were no numbers, no name, just a silver logo at the center. ABC Universal Bank. Whoa, his eyes widened. Still trying to process what just happened. Not only did the system give him 10-0 to spend, but also gave him a card from one of the most powerful banks in the world. Okay, so I just swiped the card, and it works that simple, he mumbled to himself. Yes, host. The card will work in any store. Guess it's really working. Gray looked up at the bright mall ceiling and let out a little laugh. Just as Gray turned around, Lily came back with her arms filled with clothes and toys. Brother, I am done. She said brightly, look at all this. Can we get it all? Of course. Let's go check out. Gray smiled and ruffled her hair. They walked together to the cashier, who blinked in surprise at the pile of items being placed on the counter. As the register beeped repeatedly with each scan, the total rose quickly. Gray watched calmly, now completely confident because he got the card with him. The cashier finally looked up. That'll be $738.95. Gray nodded and pulled out the black card. He handed it over casually. The cashier took one look at the card, and her eyes widened slightly. Whoa. They don't look rich. Seems like I judged too early. Her hands moved more carefully now as she took the card and slid it through the machine. Beep. Transaction approved. Thank you for shopping with us, the cashier said with a sudden polite tone, smiling as she handed the card back with both hands. Please come again. $738.95 has been deducted from your balance. Available balance, 9,261. 5 duration left, 30,46,09. A satisfied smile formed on his face. Can we go to the toy store next? Brother, the big one. Lily grabbed his hand. She was practically glowing with happiness. It was her first time to get a lot of things, and it was also the first time that her brother paid without worrying about anything. She thought that she should take this as an opportunity before it stopped. Of course, Lily, Gray answered with a chuckle. I told you that we'll go crazy today, so go and lead the way. Yay, Lily jumped out in joy. And so their crazy spending began. Ding, 312.40 has been deducted from your balance. Available balance, 8,948. 65. They moved on to a shoe store next. Lily picked out 2 sparkly sneakers and 1 pair of pink boots that lit up when she stomped. Gray also got himself a decent pair of running shoes. 418. 60 has been deducted from your balance. Available balance, 8,530. 5. In the next store, they bought some clothes. Most of it was for Lily since her clothes right now were either too big or too small. 429. 99 has been deducted from your balance. Available balance, 8,100. 6. And after a few hours, they took a short break at a restaurant. It was a well-known restaurant that they had dreamt of getting inside in the past. And now, who would have thought that they could actually go inside of it? Already the restaurant was fancy. It was probably the fanciest place they had been to. When they stepped inside, the lights were soft and warm, the floor was shiny, and gentle music played in the background. Lily held Gray's hand tightly as a waitress led them to a table near the big windows. "Right this way, sir," the waitress uttered with a smile, though on the inside, she was silently judging the two with the way they dressed. Gray and Lily sat down on a comfortable couch. Lily pressed her face against the glass, looking at the people outside. She was amazed to be sitting in such a fancy place. Gray, on the other hand, picked up the menu and scanned through it. "While this stuff is expensive," he said under his breath, "this is such a scam. How come a plate of pasta costs $50? You can cook a whole meal with that cost." He was dumbfounded at the prices, but since they were already here, might as well experience it one time and dip after. "What do you want to eat?" Lily Gray turned to Lily, who was giggling as she looked at the people. "You can decide, brother. Anything you buy is good." Lily answered innocently. Her eyes were shining with interest. All right, Gray sighed and looked at the menu once again. The menu was written with words that he couldn't even pronounce. "I didn't know being rich is this hard." Gray sighed for another time. Still, he didn't want to look dumb in front of Lily, or the waitress, who was standing nearby, pretending not to listen but clearly paying attention to them. So Gray cleared his throat and pointed at a few random items. "Well, get this one and this one with the creamy thing, and this one, and this cake," he said, handing over the menu. "And for drinks," the waitress asked, raising an eyebrow. "A strawberry milkshake for her," he said quickly, "and it'll just take water." "Of course," she said with a polite nod, then walked away. Gray let out a breath of relief. Lily looked at him, clearly excited. "Did you order a cake too?" "Of course," he grinned. They waited for a few minutes, just enjoying the view and the warm feeling of the place. Lily was swinging her legs under the table, humming softly. When the food arrived, her eyes went wide. A big plate of creamy pasta, grilled steak with a shiny sauce on it, and a rich chocolate cake with a scoop of vanilla ice cream on the side filled their table. "Whoa," Lily said, her mouth was almost drooling. The two started eating, and both of them were amazed at how good the food tasted. The pasta was creamy and cheesy, the steak was soft and juicy, and the cake was warm and gooey inside. "This is so yummy," Lily said with her mouth full. Gray just smiled as he chewed. However, just as they were halfway through the meal, a man appeared at the side of their table. Well, Gray Adams, is that really you?" Gray froze for a second when he heard his name being. That voice. He slowly looked up. Standing beside their table was a tall guy in a neat coat. His hair was neatly styled, and he was wearing a silver watch that looked expensive. The guy was also smiling, but it wasn't that kind of smile from a friendly person. "Nathan," Gray muttered the guy's name. Nathan was his old classmate, and the one person who made his school days a nightmare. The guy was always teasing him, pushing him around, calling him names just because he was poor. It was a name that Gray hadn't heard in years. It was also a name that he would never forget. Nathan was the rich young master from one of the most well-known families in the city. Even back in school, everyone knew who he was. He was known for his expensive clothes, flashy cars, servants, and his reputation for being rude, and he made Gray's life a living hell. Nathan never missed a chance to mock him. He called him names, threw his lunch out once just for fun, and now here he was standing in front of Gray again with that same arrogant smile on his face. "Well, ill be damned. I didn't expect to see you here," Nathan said, his eyes scanning Gray from head to toe. He silently chuckled, noticing that Gray hadn't changed that much over the year. "I am surprised, actually. This place's got standards, you know." Behind him, 2 guys from their old school snickered. They were Nathan's friends. "He must followed someone rich inside," one of them whispered loud enough for them to hear. "Maybe he's washing dishes in the back and they're kind enough to let him eat here," the other one laughed. Gray's hands tightened into fists under the table. He wanted to shout. He wanted to fight back and tell them to back off. However, Lily was sitting beside him. Gray took a deep breath. That's right. He couldn't explode. Not here. And definitely not in front of Lily. System notification ding. Mission: do not let others belittle you. Objective: host, least maintain pride and stand your ground. Do not back down to verbal insults. Turn the tide around and have the final laugh. Reward +1 influence unlock. Giga confidence passive. Giga confidence passive. You are no longer easily shaken by insults, mockery, or pressure. Instead, you find them funny as if it was just a big joke. A new mission. Gray's eyes narrowed slightly. The screen disappeared from his vision, but the words stayed in his head. Fine, Gray thought. He wasn't planning to fight back at them. However, if the system persists so, then who was he to not follow it? That's right. Fear me, you idiot. Nathan laughed again when he saw Gray just staring in the air. Relax, Gray. It'll be nice for one. I know that you're eating already, but that's too little. Order whatever you want in this restaurant. It's on me. Consider it a favor from someone who made it in life and not like you who is still dirt poor. As Nathan finishes his words, he realizes that there is a small girl beside Nathan. And who's this, he asked. His voice was full of fake surprise. Is she your sister? She's kinda cute, but that dress, wow. Is it vintage from the garbage bin? His friends burst into laughter. Maybe he borrowed it from a charity box, one of them added, snickering. Gray's fingers curled tighter under the table. His jaw clenched for a second. These motherfuckers. His breathing became uneven as he saw how Lily shrank a little beside him. She looked nervous and scared. Lily didn't fully understand what was going on, but even she could tell she was being made fun of. Gray took a slow breath. He can't let this go on anymore. Nathan Gray called the man's name with a smile on his face. It wasn't a happy smile. It was the kind of smile that said, you just made a mistake. Sure, Nathan, Gray said calmly. Thanks for the treat. That's so very generous of you. Nathan blinked in disbelief. He was expecting Gray to snap or even argue, but it seemed like Gray was still the same young boy in the past who was scared of him. Tusk, I was expecting more. This is no fun. Nathan sighed and shook his head in disappointment. However, since he already said that he would treat them, then he had no choice but to do it. Yeah, Nathan scoffed, trying to brush it off. Enjoy it while it lasts, he uttered in mockery. He doesn't mind spending a few pennies for the two. They will surely just order a little, since they were already eating, so it was no big deal. Let's go, boys. Let's leave these two dirt poor before our appetite gets affected. Nathan turned and walked away, together with his friends. They were laughing loudly as they sat at a table in the corner of the room that felt more intimate. Gray stayed quiet for a moment, watching them from the corner of his eye. His hands slowly relaxed. He should compliment himself for staying calm. He didn't yell or argue with them. Well, he didn't need to. Instead, Gray leaned back in his seat and smiled playfully. He looked at the waitress who had returned nearby after the small commotion that Nathan and his friends caused. Excuse me, he called for her attention in a calm and polite voice. You've heard them earlier, right? Yes, sir. The woman nodded. Good, then I'd like to order something. A small and playful smile appeared on Gray's face. They want to flex their wealth, right? Then he might as well help them do it. Yes, sir, I'll take everything on the menu, please. 2 of each. Packet to go, please. Everything. The waitress froze in disbelief of what she heard. Ma'am, Gray nodded. Everything. And don't complain or else those 3 will also come at you. Anyway, make sure it's packed properly. All right, sir. The waitress quickly followed, afraid that she might also get insulted. Gray glanced at Lily, who was now watching him with wide, curious eyes. We're going to feed some people today, Lily. Feed some people, yes, Lily. Gray chuckled. We're going to do something nice today. Just by thinking of how much everything costs, Gray can't help but laugh. He just wondered how Nathan would react if he found out about it. They were laughing as they ate, clearly enjoying their afternoon. Their table was filled with expensive dishes, and their glasses were filled with the most exquisite wines. Oh, did you see Gray's face earlier? It was so damn funny. Nathan uttered out loud. The satisfaction of making fun of someone was really fun, especially when he knew that Gray was powerless. He looked like a puppy, didn't he? One that would wag his tail if you call for him. One of his friends added, chuckling. Yeah, and his sister, poor kid. I almost felt bad for her, just almost. The other guy laughed as he stuffed his mouth with food. Nathan shook his head, still grinning. I can't believe that guy is still around, though. Thought he'd be working in a factory by now or sweeping streets, but instead he was eating here. Oh well, don't mind him. He must be scrapping some pennies to afford food here. Their table earlier looked bare with only a few dishes. When I looked at the menu, they weren't even that expensive. Their laughter grew louder. Just then, a waiter passed by carrying a tray. He moved carefully, but one of Nathan's friends stuck out his leg slightly, making the waiter stumble. Whoa, sorry, sir. The waiter quickly apologized, though he didn't drop anything. Tusk, you better be careful, Nathan said and rolled his eyes. You almost spilled that on my new pants. Did you know that this cost more than your salary anyway? Go away. You're running my mood. The friends burst into laughter again. The waiter quickly bowed and walked away with reddened face. He looked ashamed, even embarrassed. God, I love this place, Nathan said, picking up his wine glass. Being rich just makes everything better. Just as they were talking, 2 girls approached their table. When Nathan spotted them, he instantly straightened his back. His grin also turned into a charming smile. Hey ladies, Nathan said smoothly. He raised a glass and smiled at them. You 2 are just right on time. The 2 girls smiled. They were both beautiful and looked like they came from rich families. One had long brown hair that curled at the ends. She wore a white dress that showed the curves of her body and her smooth and flawless skin. She was also wearing gold jewelry, and her makeup was light but flawless. The other one had short black hair and wore a blue dress that hugged her figure. She was petite, but it was noticeable that her breasts were large. Her eyes were sharp, but her lips curled into a gentle smile. Nathan quickly stood up and pulled out chairs for them like a gentleman, as if he wasn't making fun of people earlier. "Come, sit, ladies. Y'all love the food here," he said warmly. His friends sat straighter too, hiding the arrogance they had just shown earlier. They smiled politely at the girls and tried to act properly. The two girls sat down, nodding and thanking them. They glanced around the place. "It's nice here," the girl in the blue dress said. "I knew you'd like it," Chloe Nathan replied as he flashed his best smile. Everything about him changed in a second. He went from mocking people to pretending to be a perfect gentleman. What they didn't know was that Gray was watching them from afar. Gray noticed the look that Nathan had. It was the same smile he had whenever he was trying to impress someone. PFT that look, Gray silently laughed. He turned his head at Lily and smiled sweetly at her. "Lily, your brother will just go somewhere. Just eat here and don't leave, okay?" Gray gently reminded Lily. "Sure, brother." Lily, who was eating wholeheartedly, nodded. She didn't mind anything, and her attention was solely just on food. "All right, I'll come back soon." Gray stood up slowly and fixed his shirt. He also fixed the way he looked. Gray looked calm, but inside he was already planning something. If they could ruin his day, then he could also do that too. Gray walked toward their table. He was already near when Nathan noticed him. "What are you doing here?" Nathan's smile twitched as he asked, trying not to sound too annoyed in front of the girls. Gray smiled brightly as if he was very happy to see Nathan. "Nathan," he said with a friendly tone, "I'm just here to say thank you for treating me some food. What a good friend you are." Nathan blinked in surprise. His lips parted like he wanted to say something, but he stopped. His nice act can't be ruined when the girls are watching him. "Oh, you're a friends?" one of the girls asked, curious. "Yes," Gray said with a straight face. "We went to the same school. Nathan and I go way back." The two girls looked at each other. It was obvious that they didn't know that much about Nathan. Their eyes briefly scanned Gray's clothes. Gray was only wearing simple clothes. It was plain, with no sign of any luxury. But surprisingly, his clothes match well with him. Gray was tall. He also had a good build from years of juggling different physical work. He had dark brown hair that was slightly messy, and his brown eyes suited him. Despite the plain clothes, there was something about his presence that felt bold, confident, and just cool. "I'm Emily. It's nice to meet you." The girl with long hair tilted her head. She smiled, and her eyes looked a little interested in Gray. "I'm Gray," he smiled back at her. "I'm Chloe, by the way." The short girl also introduced herself. "Do you mind if I ask you to join us?" This motherfucker. Nathan's gaze squinted at Gray, glaring at him. "Well, if that's okay with Nathan, then why not?" Gray smiled as he glanced at the two girls. Nathan's eyebrow twitched when he heard his name being called like that. It was disgusting to hear it from Gray. He wanted to throw a chair. He wanted to call Gray names and shove him out of his sight, but he couldn't. Not now, especially with Emily and Chloe sitting right here. Emily and Chloe were sisters. They were the daughters of one of the richest families in the city, the Lancaster family. Their father owned multiple businesses, and their name alone could make people bow in the business world. Nathan knew this, all of this. That's why he was acting so sweet and careful. But inside, he was boiling. The truth was Nathan's family's business was already crumbling. Soon enough, he wouldn't be able to keep his lifestyle and their finances, so he was trying to find a way out of it, a way to save them. He had spent weeks trying to get close to the two. He invited them to fancy restaurants, gave them some gifts, acted nice, even pretending to be the perfect gentleman just to get one of them. And now Gray, of all people, was trying to ruin his plan. Gray looked calm and confident, and worse was that the girls didn't seem to mind it. In fact, they even looked like they were interested in Gray. "What do you say, Nathan?" Emily glanced at Nathan. Nathan's smile twitched again, but he forced it to stay as natural as possible. "Of course," he said through gritted teeth. "If Gray wants to join us, then sure, he's welcome." "Great," Emily smiled, clearly pleased at it. Gray pulled up a chair and sat down casually as if he belonged there all along. Nathan's friends exchanged awkward glances but stayed quiet. They could sense how badly Nathan wanted to keep his cool, so they did not dare to do anything that might displease him. "So Gray," Chloe asked, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, "do you come here often?" "Not really. Today's kind of special. I brought my sister here for a treat." Gray chuckled lightly. "Oh, that's sweet," Emily said, her expression softening. She was particularly fond of kids. "Where is she?" "She's just over there." Gray pointed back to where Lily was still seated, happily munching away at her dessert. Both girls looked and smiled at Gray. "She's adorable," Chloe also agreed when she saw Gray's sister. "So cute," Emily agreed. "You're a good brother." Nathan wanted to gag and disrupt their talk. Every word coming from the girls made him feel like he was useless at this table. They were supposed to be praising him, not this guy. Well, Gray's always been a little humble. Nathan cleared his throat, trying to join the conversation. He's not the flashy type. He's poor, rather, he said with a half smile. That's true. Gray didn't even flinch when he heard those words. There's nothing wrong about being poor, you know. Sometimes not being flashy just means you're saving the surprise for later. That's clever. Emily chuckled. I like that. Chloe also grinned as she let out a soft laugh. Of course, Nathan nearly snapped his glass in half. His jaw tensed again. He was losing control of the conversation, and he knew it. So Gray smiled at the two as they rested his one elbow on the table. How do you all know Nathan? We met through a charity event. He was very helpful. Emily chuckled. I see. Gray nodded. Yeah, Nathan's always been thoughtful. He even treated me and my sister to food. Whoa, that's good of you, Nathan. Emily looked amused. Thanks. Nathan gave a tight smile. I know, right? Gray replied cheerfully. Thanks again for treating us. Actually, we ordered everything on the menu. It's such a big help. Everything. Nathan nearly choked on his drink. His eyes widened at the thought of it. He doesn't have that much money to spend. Gray leaned forward slightly. His voice was calm but sharp. Yup, everything. We're planning to give the rest away. I thought that since you're in such a generous mood today, then why not spread that around? Emily and Chloe blinked in surprise. Chloe let out a soft laugh. That's kind of sweet. Wow, Emily said. That's really kind of you. Nathan froze for a second, trying to keep his composure. His face twitched, but he forced out a laugh. Oh. Yeah, Gray and I always had a big heart. That's why we've been friends for so long, right? Gray smiled before playfully nudging Nathan's shoulder. This stupid, Nathan nodded slowly. Of course, anyway, Gray stood up. I'll go bring my sister now. I'm sure she'll enjoy chatting with you too. Well, wait, Chloe smiled. Gray gave them one last nod before he turned around to walk back to his table. Nathan's jaw clenched as he watched him go. What the hell is going on? His friend leaned closer to him and whispered. Nathan's eyes narrowed. I don't know, but he's pissing me off. He picked up his wine glass and took a long sip, trying to cool down. Meanwhile, Gray walked back with a small smirk on his face. Everything was going exactly as he planned. Lily. Gray reached his table and gently tapped Lily's shoulder. Are you done? Do you want to meet some new people? Lily looked up at him. She nodded, already done with eating her dessert. I am done. Are we leaving now, brother? Yes, but I'll just introduce you to some people. All right, Gray said with a smile as he wiped her mouth with a napkin and helped her down from the chair. Okay, Lily happily took his hand. As they walked back toward Nathan's table, Gray passed by the waitress who had been serving them earlier. He gave her a polite nod. Hello, excuse me, he said calmly. Could you prepare our bill now? And he smiled. Please send it over to that table. He pointed at Nathan's table. Yes, sir. The waitress blinked in surprise but quickly nodded. Nathan's table was already filled with light laughter when Gray and Lily approached again. Hi guys, we're back, Gray said smoothly as he showed Lily. This is my sister Lily. Hi. Lily gave a shy wave. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. Emily's eyes lit up. She really is. Chloe smiled. Come sit with us, Lily. Lily hesitated for a second, but Gray gave her a small, encouraging smile. With it, Lily happily climbed up onto the chair. Meanwhile, just a few feet away, the waitress returned to Nathan's table. She was holding a thin black folder. Excuse me, sir, she said politely to Nathan. Here's your bill. Nathan blinked, confused about it. How, we didn't ask for it yet. We're still eating. Oh, it's for Mr. Gray's table, she said quietly. You mentioned earlier that you would be covering it. Oh, right. Nathan pressed his lips together. He sighed and grabbed the bill and opened it. His eyes widened. 618. 45. Nathan's fingers stiffened. Everyone's gaze turned to him because of his reaction. Is there something wrong? Nathan, one of his friends asked. Nothing, Nathan muttered, hiding the bill and trying to smile. The bill is just bigger than I thought, he uttered, trying to shrug it off. He reached into his coat and pulled out his wallet. He took out his card and handed it to the waitress. Here, wait a moment for the receipt, sir. The woman nodded and walked off. Nathan leaned back in his chair, trying to stay calm, but inside he was fuming mad. That bastard. He actually ordered a lot. This motherfucker looked like he ordered the whole damn menu. However, it wasn't even a few minutes when the waitress came back. I am very sorry, sir, she said politely, lowering her voice. Your card was declined. Do you have another? Nathan froze in his sit. What do you mean it's declined? That can't possibly be. He uttered, his voice a little bit louder than he intended to. His jaw tightened as he leaned slightly over the table. People from nearby tables who had heard the small commotion turned to take a look at what was happening. Some of them whispered among themselves. The waitress stood still, clearly uncomfortable. I am really sorry, sir. Maybe you have another card that we can use. Nathan's face reddened with embarrassment. It was his first time to experience this. His hands gripped the edge of the table, ready to lash out. Bro, people are watching. Calm yourself, one of his friends leaned in, whispering. That's when Nathan realized that they weren't alone at the table. He slowly turned his head to the side, and sure enough, Emily and Chloe were staring at him. Fuck, Nathan lightly cursed. Emily had a curious look on her face, but it wasn't mocking. Rather, she looked surprised. Chloe, on the other hand, looked slightly concerned, as if she wasn't expecting Nathan to act like that. Nathan quickly forced a laugh, trying to take what he had just said. He ran a hand through his hair and leaned back casually as if nothing happened. "Ah, it must be a limit thing," he said, followed by a fake laughter. "You know how banks are with big transactions. Sometimes they flag it as suspicious. Well, it happens all the time." Emily and Chloe didn't say anything at first. They just simply exchanged another glance. No big deal. Nathan smiled, trying to keep his voice steady. He looked through his wallet and grabbed another one. "Here, you can try this other card. Please wait for a moment, sir." The waitress took it, walked to the register, and came back a moment later. "I am sorry, sir. This one is also declined." What Nathan's voice cracked once again. He pulled out a third card, then a fourth. His hands were slightly shaking by now. The waitress took each card and returned with the same response every time. Declined. Declined by the fifth card. Nathan's forehead had started to sweat. His friends were looking at him in confusion. Emily and Chloe also exchanged surprised glances. Gray, who had been quietly watching from the side, raised an eyebrow. He was enjoying what was happening that he forgot that he and his sister had been staying longer than expected. And this wasn't part of the plan, he thought as he fought the urge to smile. Well, I guess this works even better. Gray leaned back and tapped his fingers on the table. "Hey, how much was the bill again?" he asked, as a new plan formed in his head. The waitress turned toward him, looking unsure. "It was 7,618. 45, sir." Gray opened his system panel in his head. "Available balance, 8,100. 6, I still have money left," he nodded to himself. Maybe he can use this since he and Lily had already spent a lot for the day. It also wouldn't be a problem since he'd gain money once he completed his mission. I see. Gray casually reached into his pocket and pulled out the sleek black card that the system had given him. Without hesitation, he handed it to the waitress. "We're taking a lot of your time, so just put my bill on my card," he said casually and smiled. Everyone at the table turned to look at Gray. Their eyes widened and their jaws wide open. Nathan's eyes were filled with disbelief the moment he saw the card. "Wait, is that—" Chloe blinked as she stared at it. Emily also leaned forward. "That's an ABC Universal Bank card," but the black one. Gray didn't say anything. He just smiled politely. The truth was, he didn't know anything about the card. He was so happy yesterday that he didn't give that much thought to it. He thought that it was just a regular card from a good bank. When the waitress saw the card, she immediately became more attentive to Gray. She took the card carefully, as if she had just been handed a treasure. She nodded and hurried off to the register. "ABC Universal, that's not just any card. That's one of the top global banks in that card." Nathan stared at the back of the waitress, then looked at Gray again. It was a premium card issued only to high-level clients like millionaires, worldwide stars, corporate moguls, and people with absurd net worths. And Gray had that. "How come? What the fuck, Gray? Where did you get that card?" Chloe tilted her head slightly, curious about it. Emily's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yup, that's not something just anyone carries." Gray just smiled at them. "Let's just say I got a little lucky," he answered, keeping it mysterious. Well, he didn't really know what to answer, so that's the only thing he could say. However, Nathan's hands clenched under the table. Lucky this guy shows up out of nowhere, makes him spend more than $7 grand, and then pulls out one of the most powerful bank cards in the world. Nathan felt like he was choking on his own breath. The waitress returned a moment later. Now she was smiling. "Thank you for your payment, sir." She handed the black card back with both hands and a small bow. With it, Nathan and the others became even more shocked. "Thank you." Gray took it and slipped it back into his pocket as if it was nothing. "Yay, my brother paid for everything." Lily clapped her hands softly, clueless at what was happening. Emily and Chloe both smiled at Gray. Their eyes were now completely on him. Their small curiosity from earlier had turned into interest. Nathan, on the other hand, sat frozen in his seat, and Gray leaned back completely relaxed. "Well, get going then. Thank you for your time." Gray stood up calmly before he reached out and gently held Lily's hand. "Come on, Lily," he said with a soft smile. "Let's go." "Okay." Lily grinned, still unaware of the tense atmosphere around her. She waved at the others. "Bye, everyone." Just as Gray was about to turn, Emily stood up from her chair. "Wait," she said, holding out a small card. "Here's my number. In case you ever want to talk or maybe meet again." Gray raised an eyebrow slightly but still reached out to take it. "Thanks," he answered simply. Chloe also stepped forward. She was smiling so wide as she handed him a similar card with her name printed neatly on it. "Same for me," she said. "You can text or call me, whichever you prefer. I'll keep that in mind." Gray gave a light chuckle. Emily and Chloe both nodded. The look on their face immediately showed that they were interested in Gray. 7619. 45 has been deducted from your balance. Available balance 418. 61 system. Gray thought, smirking internally. "Thank you." Instead, you find them funny as if it was just a big joke. Status update. Name Gray Adams age, 20 status, struggling 0 wealth, 0 power, 0 influence, 1 skills, basic negotiation passive, slightly improves chances of earning more through bargains, hard labor active, increases strength and endurance in physical work. Giga confidence passive, you are no longer easily shaken by insults, mockery, or pressure. Instead, you find them funny as if it was just a big joke. Gray and Lily were now back at their apartment after spending more time going around the mall. Gray was seated on his small bed. Lily had already gone to rest, so he had all the time in the world to think rationally about the system. However, before that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the 2 calling cards that the girls gave him. Emily Lancaster, Chloe Lancaster. Their names and numbers were printed on thick and elegant paper. Gray stared at them for a while. In a second, a small and amused smile appeared on his face. "This is getting better than I expected," he muttered. Just a few days ago, he was worrying about where to get their next meal. Heck, he even considered ending his life. But now he was casually receiving numbers from girls way out of his league. Gray let out a quiet breath. He looked up at their plain and old dusty ceiling for a moment. "All right, system. Can you hear me?" Gray asked in his head. Ding, system is active and is listening, host. "I've been meaning to ask. What exactly are you?" Gray's brows furrowed as he thought of it. The system is a universal growth type helper, granted to individuals with potential for greatness, and the system chose you because of your resilience and potential. The system's goal is to guide the host toward wealth, power, and influence. So you mean, you're like a cheat tool in life. That is one way to describe it, host. But only if you make the most of it can you succeed. I see. Gray smirked, and the money that card wears all that coming from the system provides resources based on missions. The card granted to the host accesses a reserved fund created for system use. The more missions completed, the more privileges the host will unlock. What kind of privileges are there? It piqued the curiosity of Gray. Growing up, privilege was a word that he hadn't even used to describe his life. It was a new and foreign thing, and he couldn't wait to experience it. You can gain a lot from the system, host. That includes business creation support, real estate opportunities, skill upgrades, talent recruitment, and most importantly, getting a lot of money. So this thing's only getting started, Gray thought as he recalled the events from earlier. That's right, host. Gray stared at the 2 cards again in front of it. So what do I need to do now? Good timing, host. As the system gave him an answer, a flood of notifications sounded afterward. Ding, new mission unlocked. Gray blinked as the familiar translucent screen popped up in front of him once more. Mission, find a way in the Lancasters family. Objective, establish a connection to the Lancaster family by becoming close to one or both of the Lancaster sisters. Your goal is to find a job that grants you access or involvement with their business or household. Time limit, 7 days reward, plus 1 influence elixir of refinement one-time use. Gives the host an upgrade on his overall look. Failure influence, now that's something new. He raised an eyebrow as he saw the sudden mission. Gray leaned back against the headboard of his bed. He stared at the mission details for a while without saying a word. Then slowly he let out a loud sigh. Getting close to the Lancaster family, he muttered. It sounded simple when read out loud, but Gray knew better. The Lancaster family wasn't just some rich family from the town. They were at the top. They were powerful, untouchable. The kind of people who lived in another world entirely. Gray let out another sigh. He was doubting if he could even do it. Can I really do this? He said to himself. Why is the host showing hesitation? Gray raised an eyebrow at the sudden system response. Well, I am just being real, system. It's the Lancasters we're talking about. I might gotten their attention once, but that's because of pure lack in my hatred for Nathan. But staying in their world, that's something else, Don't worry, host. The system will assist you. Gray glanced up as if hope found him. What kind of assist would the host like to access? Detailed information about the Lancaster family and potential access points. Gray paused for a second. Then he nodded. It was a good opportunity. Yeah, show me everything you've got. Ding, accessing Lancaster database, loading complete. A new screen appeared in front of Gray. Lancaster family profile, net worth estimate, over 2 billion primary holdings. Lancaster Group family members, Jonathan Lancaster, father, CEO, age, 58, originally from a poor background. He grew up working odd jobs before building his company from the ground up, known for being kind, humble, and respectful to hard workers. While powerful, he dislikes arrogance and looks for honesty and grit in people. Cheska Lancaster, mother, deceased Emily Lancaster, eldest daughter, age, 24, handles charity work, media relations, and public presence, PF the company. She is warm, approachable, but smart. She evaluates people based on actions, not appearances. Chloe Lancaster, youngest daughter, age, 20, currently still studying. Despite being rich, she is having a hard time maintaining her grades. She doesn't have any interest in the business. She is kind, warm, and approachable like her sister. A 5 rebate Gray leaned back on the bench, looking at the floating screen only he could see. He was sitting alone on a bench inside a public park. Gray and Lily had gone out to relax for a while and get some fresh air. It was probably one of the first that the two went out after years of slaving and work. In the past, Gray never had time to enjoy days like this. He was always working, and his time was spent juggling between his work. However, despite that they remained to be penniless, but who would have thought that now that he was jobless, he could do everything at ease? Look at him. Right now he was sitting, but he just received some money, and it was even more than his combined monthly salary from his previous work. So how does the 5 rebate work? System Gray questioned out of curiosity. Ding, the rebate feature will allow the host to earn back 5 of your money spent. This will automatically be added to your wealth. However, this feature will only be applicable to bought products and goods. Giving money or making donations wouldn't be included. Oh, I see, that's understandable. Gray slowly nodded as the system's message faded away. That means if I play smart, I can actually earn while spending. A grin tugged at the corner of his lips. This system is really something else. He chuckled lightly. Gray leaned back a little more, letting the soft breeze hit his face. Now that his focus wasn't on the system, he could hear again the sound of kids playing echoed in the background. It felt peaceful since there was no annoying sound of kids crying. As Gray sat alone, a familiar voice called out to him. "Brother," Lily called softly as she walked toward him. She was wearing a bright yellow dress with messy ponytails and yellow shoes. It was one of the clothes that they bought yesterday. "Hello, Brother Tilda," Lily called softly as she walked toward him. She was hopping on one foot, clearly happy that they were able to go out. Gray stood up right away. He was attentive to his sister. "Are you tired already, Lily?" he asked, followed by a soft laughter. "Just a little, brother," Lily said as she rubbed her eyes. "I played a lot with other kids, and it was fun." "That's good," Gray smiled and patted her head gently. From the plastic bag beside the bench, he took out a cold bottled water and a small pack of chocolate treats that he had bought. "Here, go have a snack first, then you can play again afterward." Lily's face lit up when she saw it. "Yay. Thank you, brother." She sat beside him on the bench, swinging her legs slowly as she munched on the chocolate. Lily was minding her world. It was evident that she had become tired and just wanted to eat and rest in silence. However, it wasn't even long before Lily spoke again. "Brother, those sisters from yesterday, they were really pretty, aren't they?" Gray's forehead creased at the suddenness of it. He lightly chuckled and looked down at her. "Two sisters, Emily and Chloe." Lily nodded with her mouth full of chocolate. Their hair was shiny. They smelled like flowers and they were really pretty. "Yeah, they were something," right, Gray uttered, knowing that everything that Lily had said was true. "Yes, brother. They also looked interested in you," Lily innocently said. "Really?" "Yes," Lily nodded. Gray chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing with amusement. "Well, you sure notice a lot of things." "Huh, of course, brother. I'm smart, you know." Lily smiled cheekily. Her chocolate-covered mouth was stretching into a proud smile. "You little one." Gray shook his head. He didn't say anything further, letting silence befall on them. Gray leaned back on the bench once again and stared up at the soft blue sky above him. The sun was gentle today. It wasn't hot and the air was cold. It was just perfect. Emily and Chloe. Gray thought of the two as he tapped his fingers lightly on the bench. For his mission, the two sisters were his best chance since he had already met them. Whether through friendship, work, or something else, he had to find another way to get close to them. Gray sat up straighter, his hand reaching into his pocket. He pulled out the 2 elegant cards. He had kept it close to him. It was still clean and smooth despite having been with him since yesterday. Emily Lancaster, Chloe Lancaster. Just staring at them made Gray's heart beat a little faster. It was not out of fear or love, but rather excitement. Gray stared at their names for a moment longer. He was thinking of something, a plan that he had crafted in his mind yesterday. Whether it's a stupid or a genius plan, he'd only find out once he actually tried to do it. "So should I?" he muttered under his breath. "Should you what, brother?" Lily glanced up at him. Her mouth was still full of chocolate. She was already on her second packet. "Nothing, Lily. I am just thinking," he said with a small smile. "They gave me their numbers. That means it's okay to contact them," right? Gray thought to himself. "I don't want to waste time. The mission says I have 7 days, so I can't sit around and just wait." Gray stared at the cards again, then let out a long breath. "Yup, I'll do it. I'm done being a coward," he said firmly. In the past, Gray would always hesitate on things. He would overthink, doubt himself, and decide not to move until it was too late. Maybe that was the reason why his hard work didn't pay off, but not this time. This time, he'd allow himself to be a simple man. Gray looked at Lily as she licked chocolate from her fingers and smiled to herself. That one simple sight reminded Gray exactly why he couldn't afford to fail. He got a sister to take care of. Aside from that, he wants to enjoy this life without worrying. "Lily, I'll just call someone." "Stay here, all right, I'll come back sooner," Gray said as he stood up from his seat. Lily looked up at him with wide eyes, then gave a big nod. "Okay, brother, I'll stay here and finish my chocolate." Gray smiled and ruffled her hair before walking off to a quieter part of the park, just a few steps away beneath a tree. Gray pulled out his phone and sighed. The plan was simple for him. He knew that finding a way towards the Lancaster family wouldn't be easy. He could only think of 3 ways: to befriend the two, make one of them fall in love with him, or have a job in their family. And obviously, the easiest among those choices was the last one, though the first 2 weren't bad at all. Gray's tactic was to be direct. He wouldn't try to lie or pretend to be someone he's not. After all, the worst that could happen to him was to get rejected. "Let's start with Emily," he muttered. With the help of the system's description, he already knew that she was an approachable one. She was also the one who got a connection in their family's business. Gray took a deep breath and typed her number into his phone. The dial tone began to ring. Once, twice, then call failed. "Your current balance is too low to make this call." Really, just when I was about to do something important, he stared at his phone screen as if it had just insulted him personally. Gray checked his phone again, and sure enough, there it was. Remaining load balance. Gray stood still under the tree for a good 3 seconds, then he dragged his hand up to his face and sighed hard. "I was nervous for no reason," he said, almost offended at himself. "I hyped myself up even thinking of encouraging words to build up all that courage, and I can't even make the damn call." Gray looked up at the sky dramatically. "Really," he muttered. "I have a fancy black card and some money, and I don't even have enough for a single call. Ding. Host, would you like to load your phone using system funds?" "Yes, please." Gray sighed and shook his head. "Put $10 in and let me talk to a human being. Top up complete. 10 has been deducted from your balance. Remaining balance, 990. OK. Round 2. Gray redialed Emily's number once again. The line rang and he was confident enough that it would push through. Cring, cring, crin. "Hello." After 2 rings, a soft and melodious voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Emily's voice was warm and calm, just as he remembered. "Oh, hi, Emily, it's me, Gray from yesterday." Gray blinked, somehow unsure of how to start the conversation between the two of them. There was a small silence before Emily's cheerful voice sounded. "Gray, hey, I was wondering if you'd call." Emily was surprised to hear a call from Gray, but it wasn't that bad. After all, she had gotten a little bit curious on him, especially on the card that he owned. "Yeah, I wasn't planning on making a call, but oh well, here I am." Gray scratched the back of his head, his voice light but honest. "Figured it'd stop being a coward." "Coward, you seemed pretty bold yesterday, especially when you paid for your own bill and left Nathan speechless." Emily let out a soft laugh on the other end. Truth to be told, Emily and Chloe didn't like Nathan that much. They only agreed to eat out with him because he said they'll talk about business. But that wasn't what happened yesterday. "Thanks," Gray answered with a small smile playing on his lips. "Well, it wasn't intentional. Maybe just a bit. So you hate him, huh?" Emily raised her brows. She was alone at her office, so she had all the time in her world right now. "Yup, you can tell that." "Oh well, I don't like him either." "Really?" "Yup." There was a brief pause on Emily's answer before she continued. "Honestly, we were already thinking of dropping him altogether. We've heard stories about how he really is behind closed doors, but since he was nice to us, then we ignored it." "I can believe that," Gray said with a quiet laugh. "He's always been like that ever since. Only nice to the people who could be beneficial to him." "Yeah, exactly." Emily's voice softened again. "So what about today?" Emily asked curiously. "What made you call?" "I guess small talks are done now." Gray took a small breath. He figured there was no use of dancing around it. He had already promised himself that he would be honest. "Well, to tell you the truth, I am broke," he said with a short chuckle, trying to keep the atmosphere light. "The money I spent yesterday was all I had, literally every cent I had left. So I figured I should stop acting like I have time and start looking for something serious." Emily listened attentively on the other side of the call. "I see." Emily's voice grew a little softer. "I'm not trying to guilt trip you or anything like that," Gray quickly added. "I just thought that maybe your company's hiring. It'd take anything, really. I don't care if it's low level, I just need a place to start. I've done physical work, delivery, warehouse stuff, cleaning, you name it." There was another short silence. "Oh no," Emily said as she gasped. "I'm sorry, Gray, but we're actually not hiring right now, at least not officially." Emily pressed her lips together. Her heart felt heavy and in awe, as if it was bothering her that she can't do anything about it. Well, Gray nodded slowly, even if she couldn't see it. "That's fine," he said, trying not to sound disappointed. "I figured it was a long shot." But Emily's voice went up a little. She just suddenly thought of something. A job, though she didn't know if Gray would be up for it. "Actually, now that I think about it, me and my sister were discussing something recently. It's not a job that's open to the public, but we've been talking about it internally." Gray raised an eyebrow, intrigued by it. "Yeah," she said, now sounding slightly excited. "I don't want to say anything too much over the phone, but how about we meet for lunch tomorrow? I'll explain everything then." Lunch? Gray blinked. "Yeah, sure, that sounds good." "Great," Emily replied warmly. "I'll text you the location. Let's say around 12:30. It's a nice place, casual. Don't stress about dressing up. Got it, Gray smiled. Thanks, Emily, really, you don't have to thank me yet, she chuckled. Let's see if it works out first. After a few seconds, their call ended with a soft click. Gray looked at his phone, then let out a breath and a quiet laugh. He turned his gaze back toward the park, where Lily was still sitting. As he thought of it, the corner of his lips rose to a playful grin. Step 1 done, he muttered to himself. Let's see what happens at lunch. I wonder what Emily got for me. The lunch spot that Emily texted him wasn't fancy. It looked casual and cozy, though he was sure that the food would be expensive. I look fine, don't I? Gray frowned as he stared at his reflection in the glass panels near the entrance. He adjusted his collar for the third time. He was wearing a simple white polo shirt tucked down into well-fitted jeans and a decent pair of shoes. His hair was slightly styled this time too, just to look a little more presentable. After taking one more deep breath, Gray pushed the door open and stepped inside. The warm scent of fresh bread and grilled dishes filled the air. The place wasn't too crowded, and soft music played from a speaker overhead, keeping a light atmosphere. Gray scanned the tables for familiar faces. It wasn't that long before he saw her. Emily was already seated at the far side of the restaurant. She was alone. Gray stared at her for a while. Emily looked serious. Her brows were furrowed as she scrolled through her iPad. She looked like she was searching for something. Though even with that, Emily's beauty radiated. Just one look at Emily and you could tell she was rich. She carried herself with grace, and on top of that, she just had this aura that would make you want to look at her. Gray stood for a second longer, quietly taking in the scene. He wasn't used to this kind of experience, meeting girls at nice restaurants, especially girls who looked like that. He exhaled once and started walking again. Hey, Emily. Gray greeted her when he reached the table. Emily looked up instantly, and the serious look on her face melted away into a soft and welcoming smile. Gray, you're early. Yeah, didn't want to make you wait, he smiled back, pulling out the chair across from her. I was watching you, and you looked like you were solving a national crisis just now. Emily chuckled and set her iPad down. Well, it's close. I was just replying to some reports. You know how it is. I can't relate, but I can imagine, Gray replied, settling into his seat. A waiter came over and poured them both water before handing out menus. Emily gestured toward it. You can order anything you want. My treat today, since I am the one who invited you. Really? Gray raised a brow. Emily just silently nodded to him. If that's the case, then who am I to say no? Gray uttered, with a smile playing on his lips. Good thing he didn't eat earlier before coming here. I figured you'd say that. Emily laughed gently, clearly amused. It was refreshing. Emily wasn't used to casual talks like this. In the past, all her focus was on their business. She also has met a lot of people. Some were scared of her and some were nice just because she was rich. But Gray seemed different. I'll order them. Gray smiled at her. Emily just nodded, though her eyes remained at Gray. She saw how he picked up the menu and scanned through it. These names again, the names of the dishes looked more complicated than they needed to be. But at least this time, he wasn't panicking about how much everything cost. I'll go for the grilled lemon chicken with herbed rice and one lemonade, Gray said before closing the menu. Great choice, Emily nodded. I'll get the same. After placing their orders with the waiter, a short silence passed between them. It was a comfortable one. I've got to say, Gray, Emily began, resting her chin on her hand, you dress up well. Gray glanced down at his simple outfit and smirked. You think so? This is probably the fanciest shirt I own. Well, it fits you perfectly. She grinned. Honestly, I think that kind of confidence matters more than fashion. Gray scratched the back of his neck. Confidence? Huh, if only you knew how long I stood outside the door debating whether I looked okay or not. You're funny. Emily chuckled again. The sound of her laugh was warm and genuine. Oh well, I'll take that as a compliment then. Gray shrugged his shoulders with a smile. It didn't take long before their drinks arrived. They took a few sips, and Gray found it a perfect opportunity to ask the main point of their meeting. So Gray started, finally leaning forward slightly. You mentioned there was something you wanted to talk to me about yesterday, yes? Emily's expression shifted slightly, a bit more serious but still kind. Actually, it's about Chloe. Your sister, yeah. Emily nodded before a small sigh escaped her lips. She's been struggling lately with her business classes. She won't admit it, of course. She's too stubborn, you know, but I can tell she's falling behind. Gray's brows furrowed slightly, listening closely to her words. She's smart, Emily continued, but she just has trouble focusing sometimes. And since I help manage parts of the company, my schedule's too packed to tutor her myself. We've tried private tutors before, but they didn't really help. So Gray leaned back, connecting the dots. He figured instantly where this was heading. You're offering me a tutoring job, yes. I mean, just until she gets back on track. It's not exactly working for the company yet, but if you do well, I can easily recommend you when a position opens up. Emily nodded slowly. Gray took a breath, thinking it over. It was a job that he had never thought of, but maybe he could make it work. Just maybe it's not a bad deal. His gaze rose to Emily. Actually, it sounds good. So Emily tilted her head. You're accepting it? Her eyes became hopeful. Yeah, I accept. Gray smiled. Emily's eyes lit up immediately. Yay. She said, clapping her hands softly. You just saved me a lot of stress, Gray. Glad to be of service. Gray laughed, though on the inside he was already thinking about how he'd make this work. You can use it whenever you want, host. Multiple notifications rang in Gray's head as soon as he arrived back at their apartment. He was alone, with Lily going to school. Gray slumped onto the couch. He exhaled loudly, letting his body get loose for a moment. It was odd for him to have this much free time yet after spending years of his life slaving because of work. Gray leaned his head back and stared at the ceiling. So tutor Chloe Lancaster, he muttered to himself. He replayed the entire lunch meeting in his head. More than anything, Gray felt that this was an opportunity, not just a job, a single step towards something much bigger. It wasn't going to be hard, at least, he hoped. Gray sighed quietly and closed his eyes. Back then, he used to be a good student. So good, in fact, that he got offers from several good universities, ones most people only dreamed of attending. With his grades, discipline, and test scores, Gray didn't have to worry about tuition as he grew up. Scholarships came in easily. He remembered the way his teachers used to praise him. You're going to go far, Gray. You have a natural head for business, maybe even CEO someday, and he believed them. His dream had always been simple, to study, graduate early, land a stable job, and give his family the life that he deserved. But life really had a way of destroying even the tiniest hope of a dream. 3 years ago, everything fell apart for him, for his whole family. Their parents died in a car accident. Gray still remembered the call, the numbness that followed it, and the silence in Lily's cries when she was told they wouldn't be coming home. It wasn't just the grief he had to deal with. It was the debt that his parents left, a massive, crushing debt. It turned out that his father had borrowed money, lots of it. Gray found the papers tucked away in drawers and boxes, signed and stamped, all legally binding. He didn't just feel the loss of his family, but also felt the heavy weight of the debts that he didn't know how he'd pay. I didn't even have time to mourn, Gray muttered, eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. I didn't even get to breathe. From that point forward, he gave up everything. He dropped out of university halfway through his first year. Sold things, declined some offers, and even erased his own name from the scholarship lists. He took every job he could find, day shift, night shift, weekend gigs. He had tried everything. Sometimes he could barely sleep for a few hours. Sometimes he doesn't at all. He paid every cent back in 3 years, all because he didn't want Lily to grow up with the same problem. And now here we are. Gray finally sat up on the couch, dragging a hand through his hair. Back to zero. But this time he had something else. He had the system. He had a second chance. Gray's eyes flickered toward the floating notification still hovering in front of him. Elixir of refinement, one time use. Do you want to use it now? Host, yes, no. Gray stood up and walked to the mirror. The man staring back at him looked like shit. Well, just a little. He wasn't that handsome to begin with, but now it looked worse since he looked tired, and it had been a long time since he had taken care of himself. The only fortunate thing was that because of working, his body was well built. Anyway, let's fix that, Gray said with a breath. I'll use it, he muttered before pressing the yes button in front of him. Using elixir of refinement, a warm and invisible wave rushed through his body. It wasn't painful, but it was hot. He felt as if he was out in the sunlight in the middle of the day. The heat swirled through his veins like a silent fire. He could feel its intensity, but it wasn't burning. It was strange. Gray stumbled slightly as a surge of energy rushed through his muscles, skin, and bones all at once. Then he felt something changed. Gray's posture straightened naturally, as if his spine had realigned itself. The soreness in his joints faded. His skin tingled. Suddenly it became firm, smooth, and bright. The dark circles under his eyes vanished like smoke. His hair changed slightly too, settling into a more effortless style. It was no longer messy. It was bouncy and smooth. His jawline sharpened, his cheekbones more defined, and even his lips looked slightly fuller. Gray looked better. It wasn't an extreme change. It was still him, but it was the best version of him. Gray stared at his reflection for a long moment. Fuck, holy shit, he muttered. He tilted his head to the side. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. For once, Gray believed he looked good. Nice. This is gonna be useful, he chuckled. Ding, elixir of refinement has been successfully used. Gray let out a breath, running a hand through his now soft and neatly styled hair. He didn't know what Chloe Lancaster would be like in person because they only met once. He didn't know how the tutoring would go, but at least now he could stand in front of anyone without feeling small. Gray straightened his shirt, took one last glance at the mirror, and gave himself a nod. Thanks, system, he whispered. Then the system chimed again. Ding, new mission alert. Mission, win over Chloe Lancaster's trust. Objective, impress Chloe with your personality and tutoring skills. Reward, +1 influence, 5,000 mystery box. Tutor's advantage pack. Gray raised an eyebrow at that. A tutor's advantage pack. The orange glow of the late afternoon sun spilled across the city's sky, casting long shadows along the sidewalks. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Gray was dressed up in simple clothes. He had barely enough time earlier, but somehow he was gaining a lot of attention. As he walked past, minding his own business, he could feel how the girls turned their attention to him. It was strange. In the past, people used to look at him with pity or worse, disgust. But now it was different. Their stares held curiosity, admiration, even a hint of amusement. It felt unfamiliar, but he couldn't lie. He kind of liked it. After a few minutes of walking, Gray arrived at the place he wanted to go, Lily's school. Gray stood on the street of the school. He was leaning casually against a tree with one of his hands in his pocket. Classes were about to end in just a few minutes. Instead of waiting for Lily to come home by bus, Gray had decided to fetch her himself. He figured it'd be a nice surprise. It's been a while since I picked Lily up from school, he thought as his eyes gazed on the school gate. A few seconds after, and the sound of the school bell rang from inside. I wonder what her reaction will be. He chuckled, already looking forward to it. A few moments later, the students began leaving in groups. They were laughing, chatting, and having fun as their bags hung on their backs. Gray straightened his back when he finally saw his sister. Lily stepped out of the gate. His backpack was slightly crooked, her ponytails bouncing as she walked. She was with two other girls, one on either side of her. The girls were talking, obviously happy, while Lily stayed quiet in the middle. Oh, Lily has some friends. I thought she didn't have one. Gray frowned, but eventually was gladdened to know it. Lily. Gray raised a hand to wave as he called her name with a smile. Lily's steps halted the moment she heard her name being called by a familiar voice. Her eyes widened, and she froze in place for a second before hurriedly waving goodbye to the girls beside her, not even sparing a glance for the two. I'll go ahead. She told them quickly, then ran toward Gray, with her arms stiffly at her sides. Gray opened his arms like he was expecting her to jump into them, but Lily stopped just in front of him with a weird expression on her face. She wasn't smiling. Instead, she looked anxious. Lily's hands were fidgeting. She was looking around anxiously as if she didn't want anyone to see her. You came to fetch me, she asked, blinking up at him. Yeah, figured it'd surprise you. Gray tilted his head in confusion. He was confused at the way Lily was acting. It was unlike her. Where did her little cheerful sister go? Oh, Gray waited for a response, but she didn't say anything else. Instead of looking happy like he thought she would, Lily looked awkward, like she was trying to avoid someone. Her fingers gripped her bag strapped tightly, and she wouldn't meet his eyes. Gray blinked again, unsure. What's with the face? I thought you'd be happy I came to pick you up. I am, Lily said quickly, a little too loudly. I mean, yes, brother, I'm happy. She answered with a big, forced smile that wouldn't even convince Gray. What's happening? You didn't like your brother fetching you? What? No. Lily squeaked, her face reddening slightly. I'm not mad. I'm totally fine. You're just imagining it. You sure? Gray frowned deeper. Yes, then why do you look like that? Hi. Lily opened her mouth, then closed it. She puffed her cheeks out slightly and turned her face to the side, avoiding his gaze. Did I embarrass you or something? Gray crossed his arms, studying her. No, you're lying. I am not. Is it because of the two girls you were with earlier? Those words were like magic. Lily instantly turned red, her ears heating up like a kettle. And no, Lily's voice cracked slightly as she shook her head, stepping back. And no, of course not, they're just classmates, that's all. She waved her hands quickly, her eyes darting left and right. Really? Gray raised a brow, his expression now unreadable, because it looked like something else to me. It's not, I promise, Lily blurted out. She then looked down at her shoes and gripped her bag tighter. It's nothing, brother, seriously. Gray studied her carefully. He could tell she was lying. It was in the way she bit her lower lip, in the way her shoulders tensed. And most of all in the way that she couldn't even meet his eyes when answering. I don't buy it. Lily, Gray said quietly, crouching down to meet her eye level. Talk to me. Were those girls bothering you? No. I mean, Lily flinched a little, her voice rising too fast. Lily Gray's voice was lower now. It was gentle, as if he wanted Lily to know that it was fine to tell him everything. Are they bullying you? Lily didn't answer at first. Her lips parted slightly, then closed again. Her eyes were turning watery, and she looked like she wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come out of her lips. I said it's not important, brother. She looked away and shook her head. Gray stared at her in silence. He knew that Lily wasn't the kind of girl to lie, but now she looked terrified that it was breaking his heart. Gray's expression softened. He reached out and placed a hand on her head, gently ruffling her hair. You know, I'm not just your brother when things are fun, he said quietly. I'm your brother all the time, even when things are hard, especially when things are hard. Lily blinked up at him. You can tell me, Lily, no matter what it is. Lily's eyes teared more before she swallowed hard. Her voice was barely a whisper when she finally answered. I think they don't like me, brother, she said. They laugh when I talk. They say I look poor and they call me names. Gray's hand slowly lowered to his side. His other hand curled into a fist behind his back. Lily looked up at him with a trembling lip. I didn't want you to know. I was scared you'd get mad, or worse, that you'd think I was a burden. Gray knelt again and pulled her into a hug. Don't ever say that, he whispered into her hair. You're not a burden, Lily. You never were. And those girls, they're just cowards hiding behind fake smiles. Lily clutched his shirt, finally letting herself cry just a little. Gray's jaw tensed. He didn't say anything else, but deep down he had made up his mind. No one hurts my sister and walks away from it. Gray unlocked their apartment's door immediately, before he stepped inside with Lily quietly following him closely from behind. Go wash your hands, Lily, Gray said softly, placing her backpack down near the door. Lily gave a small nod and headed to the bathroom without a word. Her steps were slower than usual. She was also quiet and almost hesitant, different from her usual cheerful and happy personality. Gray walked into the kitchen and poured a glass of water. He waited for her patiently, and when Lily came out and sat down at the table, he placed the glass in front of her. Thank you, brother, she muttered quietly. Gray sat across from her. It was obvious that Lily was still sad about what she revealed. His heart felt in pain as he saw her this way. Lily, he said gently, can you tell me their names? Lily's shoulders stiffened as her gaze slowly looked up to Gray's face. I just want to know who they are, he continued. I'm not going to storm into your school or do something crazy. I promise, I just want to know. Lily stayed silent for a few seconds longer, fidgeting with her fingers. They're in my class, she mumbled. Their names are May and Jenna. Gray nodded slowly. They're always with each other, Lily added quietly, and they're popular and rich. So even if they do mean things, no one says anything. Gray clenched his jaw, forcing himself to stay calm. He wasn't surprised. The world was always soft on people like that, those who wore nice clothes and carried big names. What kind of things do they do, he asked, his voice steady. They whisper when I walk past. They ask me where I bought my clothes, but not in a nice way. They say I look like I live in a box. Lily's voice cracked a little. They once poured juice on my notebook and laughed. And when I tell the teacher, they say it was an accident. Gray stared at her, unmoving. However, inside, a storm was brewing. But for now, he held it in. He reached across the table and held her hand. Thank you for telling me, Lily. I didn't want to worry you. You're allowed to worry me. That's what big brothers are for, he said with a small smile. Lily smiled weakly, her eyes still slightly puffy. Gray leaned back in his chair. May and Jenna, he repeated the names in his head. Gray smiled at Lily. He gently ruffled her hair. Do May and Jenna usually get fetched by someone, he asked casually. Sometimes they wait outside the school. Lily blinked at the sudden question. I see. Gray gave a thoughtful nod. He didn't ask more after that. Instead, he leaned back slightly in his chair and gave Lily a soft, reassuring smile. Okay, I get it. Ding, a chime rang on his ears all of a sudden. We can't let your sister be bullied. Host. New mission unlocked. Mission: be a scary brother. Objective: intimidate May and Jenna. Make them think twice before ever laying a hand or a word on Lily again. Be subtle, be terrifying. But remember that they're kids too. Reward: +1 influence, +1 0. Gray's lips curled into a slow, cold grin. Be a scary brother. Gray cracked his knuckles under the table and looked over at Lily, who was now busy drinking her water, still looking a little shaken but better compared to earlier. You messed with the wrong kid, May and Jenna, he determinedly uttered. Gray exhaled through his nose, his eyes gleaming just slightly with mischief. Tomorrow, he muttered to himself before showing smile, a wide and calm smile. Hey, Lily. Gray waved her hands in front of Lily's face. Do you want your brother to walk you to school tomorrow too? Lily looked up, a little surprised. Really? But her eyes brightened as if she was hoping for it. Yup, and I'll fetch you too. Okay, Gray grinned. Lily tilted her head, but she smiled. Okay. Lily was now back to her energetic self as if she raised her hand in a cheerful way. Gray chuckled and nodded. Let's show those kids what a real older brother looks like. The next morning arrived quickly. At 10 in the morning, Gray and Lily were already dressed up, ready to go to Lily's school. Brother, are you really gonna walk me every day now? Lily asked, glancing up at him. Well, not every day, but I'll make sure I'll do it while I'm free. Gray smiled down at her. That's fine. That also means the other kids will see I have a handsome older brother. Lily giggled playfully. So you admit your brother is handsome? Now Gray raised a brow as he posed for Lily. Nopey. She laughed, covering her mouth. But you seem to look better now, brother. Really? Gray looked proud at himself as he asked it. Lily just silently nodded before they made their way out. However, before they reached the school, Gray made a small detour. Come, Lily, he said, gently tugging Lily's hand. We still got time. How are we going? Brother Gray didn't answer at first, but a few steps later, Lily's eyes sparkled. Is that ice cream? She gasped out loud. Yup. Well, buy one. Okay, Gray smiled at Lily. Lily immediately nodded. She was too excited that she was the one to pull Gray towards the small stall. Gray quickly ordered, and after a few seconds, he handed over a soft cone with her favorite chocolate twist. Ice cream for the best, Lily. Yay, this is so good, brother. Lily was practically bouncing as she accepted the cone. She started eating it quickly, but careful enough to not dirty her clothes. Once Lily finished her treat, Gray cleaned her hands before they headed to the school gate. Gray knelt to fix her collar. All right, now go on. I'll see you later, okay. Lily gave him a quick hug before running off toward the school building, a small hop in her steps. She looked obviously happy and excited, and it put a smile on Gray's lips. Gray stood there for a moment, watching as Lily disappeared into the crowd. He took a deep sigh before he slowly turned his head toward the side parking lot near the school's premise. That's when he saw them, May and Jenna. Both of them had just been dropped off by a sleek, expensive-looking black car. The moment the car drove off, the two girls glanced around, thinking no one was watching them before they slowly slipped around the side of the school building. It was clear that they were not heading toward the main entrance. Gray's eyes narrowed. Bingo. He was so calm and studied that he even had the guts to put his hands in his pockets as he followed the two girls. His pace wasn't rushed. Well, he didn't need to be. The alley beside the school building was quiet. It was shaded by tall trees and the concrete wall that ran along the back. It was the perfect place for kids to sneak around or hang out without being noticed. Unfortunately for May and Jenna, they were very much noticed. As Gray turned to the corner, he spotted the two instantly. However, he didn't proceed. Rather, Gray leaned against the corner of the wall, arms crossed. He made sure that he was out of sight. He didn't want anyone to see her, especially the two kids. He stayed there for some time, listening to the two as they had a conversation. My mom said I'm too young to get a new designer bag, May whined. Her voice was full of bratty annoyance. She's so lame. I know I'm only 11, but I'm already grown up. Mine too, Jenna replied. Her voice was low and sad, but you can hear the annoyance behind it. They act like we're babies. At least we're not like that Lily girl. She wears the same boring clothes every day. May let out a huff as she rolled her eyes. Yeah, and her shoes are like old too, Jenna muttered. Exactly, May agreed, and my mom says her family's poor. Like really poor, that's why she never brings good snacks. Maybe that's why she's a crybaby. Jenna let out a mocking gasp. Like last week when I accidentally bumped her bag off the desk and she just stood there like a statue. She didn't even say anything. It's so boring, that's why it's fun. She doesn't fight back, and when she does tell on us, no one believes her. Jenna giggled as if that knowledge gives her so much joy. Gray narrowed his eyes as he listened attentively to the two. Every mean words being said to Lily was like a punch to his face. His hands were still in his pockets, but his fingers were already curled into a fist. He could tell that neither of the two kids had any idea that someone was listening to them. They were too used to saying whatever they wanted without consequence. It was as if they weren't kids at all. It made him think of what kind of parents the two have. They must be shitty, as they can't even discipline their children. Honestly, May sighed as she sat on the ground. I hope she gets moved to another class. I don't like her face is annoying and my crush said she's cute. I don't want that. It's fine, May. Jenna patted May's back. If not, then we can make her leave. These fucking kids, that was enough. Gray stepped out from the corner where he was hiding. He stepped forward, going into full sight. Moment May and Jenna saw him, they stopped their words and became surprised. Their small eyes widened and their tiny bodies immediately stood straight. But still, the two didn't look scared. It was as if they knew that even with troubles, they can easily get away of it because their parents would save them like they usually do. Good morning, kids. What are you doing here? Gray smiled sweetly. It was so sweet that he could feel the corners of his lips aching as he stretched them out widely. May and Jenna blinked at him. There was a brief pause before they returned back to their usual bratty selves. Who are you? May asked, frowning. This is a school. You're not supposed to be here. Yeah, are you a creepy uncle? Jenna added with a sneer. Gray's smile twitched slightly. Oh no, he said calmly, nothing like that. I was just walking by and heard some kids talking about bullying a girl named Lily. That name sounds familiar. I think I know her. Why do you know her? She's a loser. May's eyes became curious as she stared at the tall man in front of her. Yes, she's boring too, Jenna said as she folded her arms. Why are you even talking to us? You're not a teacher or a parent. No, Gray replied as he smiled even more. I am her brother. For a moment, both girls stood stunned, but then May gave a cocky little laugh, clearly unfazed. So what are you gonna cry about it for her? Jenna giggled beside her. And that was it. Gray's smile vanished. His patience was thin, especially for kids like this. It was one of the things he hated in the world. Gray took a step forward. His smile dropped low. He doesn't hurt women, especially kids. I wasn't planning to get involved, he said, his voice calm, because I thought maybe you were just kids who didn't know any better. Another step forward. But now I see that you do know better, and you still do it. May instinctively took a step back. Jenna's giggle died in her throat, and she became silent on the side. Gray crouched slightly, bringing himself closer to their eye level, but still towering enough to feel threatening. You think it's fun to make someone feel small, he said, tilting his head. To laugh at someone because they're poor. His eyes darkened, and the sweetness in his expression was now long gone. Let me make this simple. If I even hear that either of you looked at my sister the wrong way again, he leaned closer, his voice now just above a whisper. I'll kidnap you too and throw you in the ocean. Okay, May's mouth opened slightly. Her face suddenly turned pale. On the other hand, Jenna blinked, unsure whether to scream, cry, or run. Are you serious? May's voice trembled. Her chin wobbled as she instinctively stepped behind Jenna. Her earlier confidence was now gone. You can't say that. Jenna blurted out loud, but her voice cracked. "Yurei, that's bad. Y'all get in trouble." "Maybe," Gray replied coolly, standing back up. "But how will they know that it's me since I already threw you in the ocean?" Gray smiled again. "So are we clear?" Neither the girl answered. They were just standing still with trembling hands. I asked. "Do you understand why?" Yes, May mumbled, her voice cracking. Jenna also nodded quickly. "Good." Gray's smile returned, but this time it wasn't sweet. It was cold and knowing. Now he gestured with his hand. "Don't say this to anyone, okay? Y'all see what happens if you do." "Why, yes," the two kids answered in unison. Their voices were low. They wanted to cry out loud and run away, but they were too scared. "All right, go now." Without another word, the two girls ran off like startled cats. Gray could even hear them as they cried while running, blaming one another. PFT, that was so easy. Gray almost laughed at it. "Ding, congratulations, host, mission completed. You have been rewarded +1 in influence. +10 has been added to your wealth." Gray stood outside the grand entrance of a private subdivision. His hands was tucked into the pockets of his pants. He dressed more nicely than usual, ensuring he presented himself well. Today, he wouldn't only be meeting a normal person, but also the members of the Lancaster family. If he was lucky enough, then he might have the chance to meet the head of the family, but he wasn't expecting that much. "So this is it," Gray thought as his head slowly tilted upward to take a look at the tall iron gate in front of him. He was stopped at the side of the gate. The guards were strict with people entering the subdivision. "Your name?" one of them asked as he stepped forward. He was holding a clipboard containing the names of the expected visitors for the day. "Gray Adams," Gray answered calmly as he showed an ID card to verify his identity. The guard squinted slightly at the clipboard, then gave a small nod. "Please wait here for a moment. Someone from the Lancaster residence will come to escort you." "All right." Gray nodded before he was left alone, standing on the side of the gate. He waited there patiently. He was asked to arrive by 1 in the afternoon, but he went extra early today, just because he didn't want to be extra late. With his experience working in different fields, Gray realized how important time is for the rich. They don't want to waste unnecessary time, especially time that they can use to earn extra money. A few minutes passed before a sleek black car pulled up in front of the gate. It was spotless, sleek, and clearly custom-made. One look and you could tell it costs a lot. The window rolled down, revealing a neatly dressed middle-aged man in a black suit. "Are you Mr. Adams?" the man asked politely. "Yes, I am from the Lancaster household. Please get in. Miss Emily sent me to pick you up." "Thank you." Gray nodded again and got into the back seat without wasting any time. The car started moving almost silently. The road inside the subdivision was long and winding. It was lined with tall trees, trimmed hedges, and flower beds that looked like they were professionally maintained every day. The houses in the subdivision weren't just any large houses. There were mansions, each one more private and massive than the last. Eventually, the car turned onto a narrower road with high walls covered in vines and rose bushes, and at the end of it, there it was, the Lancaster estate. The car went through a massive gate that opened automatically as soon as the car approached. The house was a modern mansion, standing on private land filled with greenery. The house used light materials, with a contrast of dark details. There were a lot of glass window panels, letting in a lot of natural light from the outside. It was quiet and intimidating in how effortlessly elegant it was. Gray stepped out of the car and stared at the structure for a few seconds. There was a fountain near the entrance. The driveway was also so big that it could fit 15 cars and there would still be room to spare. Gray let out a quiet breath. I forgot that this is how the rich live. The front doors opened before they could even announce their arrival. In there, a woman dressed in a uniform stepped out. "Mr. Gray." The woman greeted him politely with a slight bow. "Welcome. Miss Emily and Miss Chloe are waiting for you inside. Please follow me." "Thank you." Gray gave a small nod. As he stepped into the house, his footsteps were nearly silent against the polished floors. The hallway stretched long and wide, decorated with subtle but expensive artwork, fresh flowers, and gold-trimmed picture frames. Everything here was simple, but it screamed money. Lots and lots of money. Gray was overwhelmed, but he didn't let it show on his face. He just walked with steady and confident steps. Eventually, the maid stopped in front of a set of large glass doors. "Mr. Gray, the ladies are in the study room. You may enter now. They're already waiting for you," the maid said softly before giving one last bow and walking off. "This is it." Gray let out a sigh and pushed the door open. The moment he opened the door, he was greeted by a large room. It was a study room, but calling it that almost felt insulting. The space was massive, like something out of a modern palace. It was 10 times larger than their apartment. The floor was polished wood, gleaming under the soft glow of a chandelier hanging from the center of the ceiling. To the left side of the room, there was a fireplace built into a marble wall. In front of it, plush cream-colored sofas were arranged neatly around a coffee table made of glass and steel. On the right side of the room, there were a couple of work desks. One had an open laptop, a pile of neatly arranged books, and a glass cup filled with fine pens. Beside it, there was a long table with 2 chairs on opposite ends, probably for tutoring or studying. The shelves that were filled with books lined the wall from floor to ceiling. Gray also noticed a grand piano placed into the far corner, gleaming black under the lights. Near it, a guitar rested on a stand, and a violin case lay open on a side table nearby. There were even a few other string instruments mounted on the wall as decor. The room wasn't just any room, and in the middle of it all were 2 women. Emily stood by the window, talking quietly to someone seated at the desk. That someone must be Chloe. Gray took a step forward. Okay, let's meet them again. Good afternoon, Emily, Chloe. He cleared his throat lightly and put on a smile on his face. Emily turned first, her expression immediately lighting up. Gray, there you are. She smiled, clearly enthusiastic. Her sweet voice echoed in the room. You're early once again, she chuckled lightly. At her words, the girl at the desk slowly looked up. It was Chloe Lancaster. The first thing Gray noticed was how different she looked compared to when he last saw her. Her long, chestnut brown hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, not a single strand out of place. She wore a pale blue blouse, tucked into a soft cream skirt that reached just past half her thighs. Her long legs were on full display. Chloe's face was calm, but a smile slowly formed on her lips. She was happy to see Gray again. It's been a while, Gray. Her voice was softer than he remembered. Yeah, it has, Gray answered with a smile on his face. You look well. Chloe let out a soft chuckle as she walked toward him. Each step she took was measured, her heels making the faintest sound on the polished floor. You also haven't changed. That made Emily laugh from her spot by the window. Emily's laughter faded into a warm smile as she stepped away from the window, walking over to stand beside her younger sister. Well then, she began, her tone shifting slightly to something more formal. Gray, thank you again for coming today. As we've discussed before, from this day onward, I'll be serving as Chloe's academic tutor. Chloe's eyes flickered slightly with interest. Clearly, she had been expecting this. She didn't say any words, but just continued to smile. Chloe used to be at the top of her class. She always had a natural talent for number and language, as she grew up in a household that introduced that to her since she was a child. However, lately or 2 years ago, her focus on studying hasn't been the same. It started when their mother died. Her death brought a lot of sadness to their family, and being the youngest, she was closest to their mother. Since then, her grades have dropped, but it wasn't to the point that she was failing. But still, it wasn't good, especially for them, who got a reputation to protect. I just really want Chloe's grade to improve a little. We'd really appreciate it if you can do that. Emily's tone remained gentle, but the shift in her gaze was unmistakable. She remained friendly, but her eyes had gotten sharper. It doesn't have to be perfect, just enough to help her regain her footing, Emily said softly, casting a fond glance at her sister, who was looking at her on the side. But then Emily's eyes turned serious as they met Gray's. That being said, she continued, her voice now laced with quiet authority. After all, this was still a job and not a charity. We can give you enough time, but we don't have the luxury of waiting too long. If we don't see noticeable improvement within a month, I'm afraid we'll have to reconsider your position. Gray didn't flinch at it. He knew it well why he was here, and he was more than determined to make it a success. I understand, he replied calmly, giving her a firm nod. A month. I'll do my best. Don't worry. I don't expect anything less than, Emily said, her features relaxing slightly. Her smile returned to her face as she placed a gentle hand on her sister's arm. I'll leave you two now then, since I still have some things to do. Don't worry, as the maids here would serve you well. Thanks, Emily. She turned back to Gray one last time. If anything comes up, just message me. I will. With that, Emily gave Chloe one final look before she exited the room with quiet footsteps, and the door closed softly behind her. Now it was just the two of them. Chloe slowly walked over to the sofa near the marble fireplace and sat down, crossing her legs elegantly as she looked up at Gray with a faint smile. So she said, her tone slightly teasing, "Should I start calling you Mr. Tutor?" Now Chloe had a playful personality. She was often not serious. Gray let out a low chuckle as he casually walked over and took a seat on the sofa across from her. You could, he replied, leaning back slightly. But that's too formal. Just call me Gray instead. Gray hugged. Chloe raised a brow, her smile widening as she tilted her head. She stared at Gray for a few seconds, her forehead creased slightly. Why does Gray look different now, she wondered, curious about it. It's like he was the same just days ago, but there was something different about him. Her gaze quietly scanned over his whole body. His jawline seemed more defined, his skin looked clearer, and his hair was somehow effortlessly neat. There was something about the way he also stood up. It was like he was confident, but not to the point that it looked arrogant. Is it just me, or did he get more handsome? She didn't remember him looking like this before. Back then, when they saw Gray in the restaurant, he looked presentable, but you would notice the tiredness in his eyes. But now it was so different. Chloe can't help but stare at Gray's eyes as if it was pulling him in. Did he always have those eyes? She swallowed hard before blinking. She quickly turned away, pretending to fix a wrinkle on her skirt. Get it together, Chloe. He's your tutor now, that's all. Still, as she glanced back at him from the corner of her eye, a small smile tugged at her lips. Gray caught the way Chloe briefly looked away, then stole another glance at him from the corner of her eye. He wasn't blind. Of course, he'd notice it, but he didn't say anything about it. Instead, a small smirk played on his lips as he leaned forward slightly, sitting in front of her. So he began, voice relaxed but clear. Should we start now? Chloe blinked, as if pulled back into reality from whatever thought she had just been swimming in. Start, she echoed. Yes, let's start. A translucent screen blinked into view in front of him. New mission unlocked. Mission: get Chloe Lancaster's grades up. Objective: help Chloe achieve a 20 improvement in her overall academic performance within 1 month. Reward: +2 influence, 1 fully furnished apartment unit with a city view. An apartment. Gray blinked in surprise. He read the reward twice just to be sure he wasn't imagining things. His brows furrowed slightly. A fully furnished apartment unit. That wasn't a small thing. That wasn't even a normal thing. That was fucking huge. Especially for someone like him, who had only stayed in a small apartment his entire life. Fuck, it excited him to the core. Just thinking about it put on a smile on his face. He could imagine a big space wherein Lily could freely walk around. Also, a city view that was damn expensive. Gray sat still for a moment, stunned at its absurdity, but then his smile even widened. Fuck this, now I'm motivated. Gray, are you alright? Chloe called, tilting her head to the side. Her forehead was creased as a little worry showed on her eyes. You spaced out for a second. And Gray was suddenly pulled back to reality. He chuckled lightly and smiled at her. He could see the system's screen fading away as he shifted his focus to Chloe. Sorry, I was just recalling all the things that I prepared for today's session. Chloe laughed softly, a genuine sound of it echoed lightly across the room. Well, that's oddly funny, she said, propping her chin on her hand with a playful grin. I didn't know you actually did all the preparations. Gray chuckled in return, adjusting himself in his seat as he pulled out a slim folder that he had carried with him since he left his house. Oh, you have no idea. I did my homework. I'll make sure y'all learn by the end of this. Chloe let out another laugh, finding it funny. Usually her tutors were all strict or meek. There was nowhere in between. The strict ones annoyed her, so she wasn't really that eager to learn. On the other hand, the meek ones bore her to the core that sometimes she dozes off instead of learning, but now she was actually having fun. Chloe leaned back into the plush sofa, her eyes still sparkling with amusement as she looked at Gray. There was a relaxed confidence in the way he spoke, enough to catch her attention. Well then, Gray, she teased, go ahead and teach me. All right then, Gray shook his head with a grin as he opened the folder. That made Chloe laugh again, and just like that, their first tutoring session finally began. The two started with business theory, easing into topics that Chloe was already familiar with to build momentum. Gray was patient with her, but he was sharp. Maybe it was because of his work that he had become good with details. He noticed immediately her habits, the way her eyes drifted to the window when she got bored, and how she would tap her pen when she was unsure of something. Instead of pointing it out and making her feel bad about it, he shifted his tactics. He changed how he explained things by using metaphors and even cracking a joke or two when the moment was right, and it worked. Slowly but surely, Chloe's attention stayed locked onto what he was seeing. She answered questions, asked for clarifications, and even challenged Gray on one of his examples, just for the fun of it. They also moved on to a few mock quizzes, then a short review of the topics Shed struggled with before. Chloe wasn't perfect, but she wasn't failing either. And most importantly, she didn't look bored. By the time the session hit the 3-hour mark, Chloe exhaled deeply and stretched her arms above her head with a satisfied sigh. Okay, I admit it, she said, a little breathless. She was surprised to see that a lot of time had passed, and also that she wasn't thinking of when the session would end. You're actually good at this. Is that a compliment? I hear. Gray raised a brow, smirking. Don't let it go to your head, she shot back, grinning. It's just the first day. Well, lucky for you, I plan to make every session count. Gray chuckled, closing his folder. Chloe leaned against the sofa's armrest, her body relaxed now that the session was done. A hint of amusement still played on her lips as she glanced sideways at Gray. So she started casually, when's our next session, or do I get a break after surviving today? Nope. It's tomorrow, Gray answered. Tomorrow, Chloe echoed, her brows rising. Already, yup, he replied. Emily and I discussed the schedule. Mondays and Tuesdays, then Thursdays and Fridays. That's 4 days a week. Chloe blinked. That's right, Gray nodded. We're aiming for results, remember? Chloe narrowed her eyes at him. That's practically a full-time job, she complained, though her tone was more dramatic than serious. Well, you can't do anything now, can you? You're lucky you're not boring. Chloe clicked her tongue and crossed her arms. Well, thanks, Gray said, followed by a soft laughter. He slowly fixed his things. Chloe just chuckled, but then her gaze softened just a bit as she watched him gather all the papers they used. Something in her chest warmed, though she didn't say anything about it. Same time tomorrow, then Gray glanced back at her once he was ready to go. Sure, Chloe nodded, still lounging on the couch. Try not to be late, Gray. Gray flashed her a grin. Don't worry. As Gray walked out of the study room, Chloe stared at the door for a moment, her expression thoughtful. This might not be so bad after all. I am home. Gray's voice loudly echoed as a soft click from the door sounded behind him. As soon as he stepped inside, he set down his bag near the entrance. Almost immediately, he heard small footsteps rushing toward him. In there, Lily's small frame greeted his eyes. She was already wearing home clothes, a sign that she's been home since earlier. Brother, you're back. Lily beamed as she came running from the living room, a bright smile lighting up her face. Gray crouched down a little, catching her into a quick hug. Hey, Lil one, Gray chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Sorry, I couldn't pick you up today. I had something important to do. It's fine, brother, Lily quickly said, shaking her head. I had fun today anyway. Oh, what kind of fun? Gray raised an eyebrow, amused at it. He was happy to know that Lily was now having fun after the incident a few days ago. That really broke his heart, and he didn't wish for Lily to experience it again. I made a friend. Lily grinned as she bounced up and down, excited to tell it to Gray. Gray's eyes widened slightly in pleasant surprise. Really, now is that true. Gray's eyes were laced with amusement as he guided her over to the couch in their living room so they could sit together. Tell me about it, Lily. Gray smiled at her, encouraging her to speak up and be comfortable with him. Her name is Mia, brother, Lily uttered, swinging her legs happily as she talked. She's really nice. She shared her snacks with me during break time, and she said she liked my hair clips. The one we bought on the mall. Gray smiled warmly at the sight of her excitement. It was a huge difference compared to the Lily from a few days ago, who looked sad and small. I'm happy for you, Gray said genuinely, patting her head once more. You deserve friends like that. Lily's cheeks flushed slightly in happiness. Then, after a small pause, Gray decided to ask a question he had been meaning to ask. So how about those two girls? Gray questioned. His tone was gentle and soft, but there was a seriousness beneath it. May and Jenna. Did they bother you today? Do they still bother you at the mention of the names? Lily paused, looking a little thoughtful. She puffed her cheeks and tilted her head to the side, as if recalling something strange. That's the weird thing, brother, Lily said slowly as she shook her head slowly. They didn't do anything. Didn't do anything. Gray's brows furrowed slightly. Yes, they didn't say anything mean. They didn't even look at me much. It's like they're just ignoring me now. It started after you brought me to school. Lily nodded, but then she frowned, a little confused. It's weird. It's like they suddenly decided to pretend I don't exist. Gray leaned back against the couch, crossing his arms casually. I see, he said, suppressing the smirk that threatened to form on his lips. It seemed like those kids were not that dumb. Brother, do you think they're planning something bad? Lily looked up at him curiously, feeling anxious about it since it was the first time in many months that the two had stopped talking and bothering her. Gray let out a soft laugh, reaching out to pinch her cheek gently. If only Lily knows I don't think so, Lily, he said reassuringly. Sometimes people realize they shouldn't mess with others. Maybe they just finally figured that out. Lily blinked at him for a moment before slowly nodding, though a part of her still seemed puzzled. Okay, if you say so, brother. Maybe they realized they were wrong now. Lily nodded slowly before a smile crossed her lips again. Yes, Lily. Gray smiled as he stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Now how about we celebrate you making a new friend? What do you want for dinner? I'm too tired to cook, so let's just order, okay, Aki? Lily cheered, instantly forgetting all her confusion. Gray chuckled under his breath as he pulled out his phone from his pocket. He went to a food delivery app and let Lily pick the restaurant that she wanted. In the past, they rarely ate out because it was more expensive than cooking, but now they could do it as frequently as they liked. Lily sat on the couch, her little legs still swinging back and forth as she happily scrolled through Gray's phone. Her brows furrowed in concentration as she scanned through the food delivery app, her finger swiping up and down, clearly taking her time to decide what she wanted to eat. Gray leaned against the sofa, his arms crossed over his chest, just quietly watching her with a soft smile on his face. Their apartment wasn't big, but moments like this made it feel full of life, full of warmth. It was these tiny, simple moments that Gray cherished the most. Seeing Lily happy, excited over something as simple as choosing what to eat, made everything he worked hard for feel worth it. He stayed like that for a moment, until Lily suddenly looked up from the phone. Brother. Brother, Lily called out his name with a slightly confused face, and why Gray lifted his head slightly. You got a message, she said, waving the phone in the air slightly. Her cheeks puffed up as she tried to read it properly. It's from a person named Chloe. Gray blinked. It took him a second before he realized what she meant. She said, see you tomorrow. Lily uttered out loud, tilting her head at him. Brother, who's Chloe? Ha? Gray let out a small, awkward chuckle as he scratched the back of his neck. "Ah, Chloe, she's one of the girls we met a few days ago, remember," he said, trying to sound casual as he took the phone gently from Lily's hand. Lily's eyes widened in recognition. Suddenly her eyes sparkled in curiosity. "Oh, the pretty sisters," she exclaimed out loud, clapping her hands together as if she was excited to hear about them. Gray laughed under his breath, amused at her reaction. He didn't think that Lily would react that way. He didn't even know if she still remembered them, but it seemed like she did. "Yeah, those two," he said with a soft smile. "Their names are Emily and Chloe." Oh, Lily swung her legs even more. She tilted her head to the side and smiled. "They were really pretty, brother," she said seriously, her ponytails bouncing with her every movement. "And they looked kind, too." She puffed her cheeks for a moment, deep in thought, before tilting her head again and looking at him with innocent curiosity. Brother Lily leaned a little closer to him, her voice dropping like she was about to share a secret. "Do you like her?" Gray almost choked on air. He coughed once, covering it awkwardly with his hand. What are you even saying, Lily?" He stared at Lily, who just blinked at him with wide, expectant eyes. "I mean, she's pretty," Lily said brightly, completely missing her brother's awkwardness. "And you're handsome, too." Gray sighed deeply, slumping back against the sofa as he ruffled Lily's hair. "You're too young to be asking stuff like that, lil one," he muttered, embarrassed but smiling. "But you didn't say no, brother Tilda," Lily teased with a giggle, swinging her legs again. Gray shook his head, laughing helplessly. "Just focus on picking what you want to eat, you little rascal," he said, tapping her forehead lightly. "And don't bother me anymore with that. Akshi." Lily chirped in before happily diving back into the food delivery app like nothing happened. Meanwhile, Gray leaned his head back against the couch, a small smile lingering on his lips. Like her, he chuckled quietly to himself. It was way too early to think about that. Gray thought as he shook his head, removing the thought in his head. The next morning came faster than Gray expected. The faint light of sunlight slipped through the curtains of his room, making Gray open his eyes even if he wanted to sleep more. For a moment, he just lay there, staring at the ceiling, his body still groggy because of his sleep. However, he knew he couldn't waste time today. With a small groan, Gray forced himself out of bed, stretching his arms up high before heading straight to the kitchen to cook. He prepared a simple breakfast. He cooked with scrambled eggs, toasted bread, and some bacon on the side. The smell of food must traveled through the apartment because a few minutes later, Lily showed up. Lily was still rubbing her sleepy eyes as she left her small room. "Good morning, brother," she mumbled in a low voice while dragging her feet across the floor. "Morning, sleepyhead." Gray chuckled as he placed a plate on the table for her. "Eat up. We've got a busy day." Lily nodded sleepily, sitting down and beginning to munch on her breakfast quietly. Gray quickly ate his portion while glancing at the clock every now and then. After cleaning up the dishes, he helped Lily fix her hair and made sure she was ready for school in no time. Soon enough, the two of them were stepping out of their apartment. Gray walked Lily to school, just like he promised. They chatted casually on the way, mostly about what Lily wanted to do at lunch with her new friend Mia. Lily looked visibly happy, smiling ear to ear as she mentioned her friend's name. Gray was also happy for her. He only wishes the best for his sister, so it was nice to see the wide smile on Lily's face. When they reached the school gates, Gray crouched down to Lily's level and fixed the straps on her backpack. "Have fun, okay," Gray said, patting her head gently. "I won't be able to pick you up later since I gotta work. So take the bus, okay?" "Yes, brother. Good luck with your work." Lily beamed brightly before running off to join her classmates in going inside the school's gate. Gray stayed for a few more seconds, watching her as she disappeared into the crowd with a smile on his face. However, it quickly dropped as soon as he turned around. Now, time for work, he thought, pulling out his phone. Gray quickly called for a cab, and luckily, there was one already nearby. Ride to the subdivision was long, taking almost an hour. Gray spent it, reviewing notes on his phone and checking if he brought all the things he needed with him. He had already reviewed the lessons he was going to tackle today. The first session had gone surprisingly well, so he was hoping for better this time. After all, he needed Chloe's grades to rise as he needed that reward. As the cab rolled smoothly through the quiet streets leading to the subdivision, Gray leaned back against the seat and let out a sigh. Out of habit, he opened his system interface. The translucent screen appeared immediately in front of his eyes, showing several neatly arranged tabs. He quickly chose the status window. Status window name: Gray Adams. Age: 20. Status: struggling. 2 wealth, 12. 714 power, 0 influence, 3 skills. Basic negotiation passive, slightly improves chances of earning more through bargains. Hard labor active, increases strength and endurance in physical work. Giga confidence passive, you are no longer easily shaken by insults, mockery, or pressure. Instead, you find them funny as if it were just a big joke. Not bad, but I should do something to earn more money. Gray sighed as his eyes lingered on his money. Ding, have you tried investing? Host. The familiar mechanical voice of the system sounded inside his head. Investing, Gray mumbled under his breath. He was careful not to make a scene inside the cab. He glanced sideways at the driver to see if he heard what he said, but the man was focused on the road. Gray rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He had heard about investing, of course. There were stocks, bonds, crypto, and even real estate. But for him, all of those sounded like stuff that you would need a lot of money and knowledge to start. Though he might have some minimal knowledge because of his course, he doesn't really have the money for it. Not now, though. Don't worry, host. There are a lot of beginner-friendly investments you can start with. The system chimed again eagerly, almost like it wanted him to do it. Whom should I? As Gray asked the question in silence, another voice from the system rang out. Ding, new mission unlocked. A translucent notification window appeared right in front of him. Mission, beginner investor objective. Start a small investment using available funds and earn a profit of at least 500. Time limit, 7 days reward, +1 power +2, 0 wealth. Mission again. Gray stared at the mission window in disbelief. His fingers tapped lightly against his thigh as he thought it over. 500 profit in 7 days. It sounded simple, but he knew it wouldn't be easy, especially since investing always came with risks. But then he was curious about his attribute and what it does. Instantly, another translucent screen appeared. Your attribute is your personal stat that measures your growth and potential, host. This stat improves various aspects, including physical strength, mental sharpness, luck, intelligence. Gray read through the list slowly, his brows furrowing deeper. Wait, so power doesn't just mean strength? That was his initial thought at first. Correct, host. Power enhances your entire being. For example, higher power equals faster recovery. When tired, higher power equals sharper memory retention. Higher power equals stronger mental will against pressure or manipulation. Higher power equals potential unlocking of advanced traits. I see. Gray sat back against the cab seat, feeling a slow, creeping excitement build up inside him. He clenched his fist lightly. Let's do it. He accepted the mission silently, and the system chimed again, confirming the quest activation. Good luck, host. The cab continued driving down the long, tree-lined roads of the rich subdivision, getting closer and closer to the Lancaster estate. Gray leaned his head back against the cab's seat and sighed. He will think of that mission later, but right now, what he needed to do was to prepare for the upcoming tutoring session that he'd have with Chloe. All right, one thing at a time, he muttered under his breath as he saw the cab arriving at the subdivision's gate. Gray paid the driver, thanked him politely, and stepped out. Has been deducted. 4-5 has been refunded. As he stepped out, Gray adjusted the folders in his hand and turned his head, taking in the familiar look of the iron gates of the subdivision. Before he could approach it, a sleek black car was already waiting nearby. It was the same one from yesterday. The window rolled down smoothly as soon as the driver saw Gray. The man was dressed impeccably in a black suit. His posture was still straight and respectful. Good morning, Mr. Adams, the driver greeted with a polite nod. Miss Chloe is already expecting you. Good morning, sir. Gray returned the greeting with a light smile as he stepped closer. The driver got out of the car swiftly, walking over to open the back door for him. Thank you, Gray said, sliding into the back seat. He wasn't used to the gesture, but he appreciated it. As the car pulled smoothly into motion, Gray glanced at the driver's reflection in the rearview mirror. Gray tapped his fingers lightly against his knee, thinking, if he wanted to know more about Chloe, now was the perfect chance. Sir. Gray started casually, keeping his tone light. Have you worked for the Lancaster family for a long time? The driver glanced at him through the mirror, looking surprised at first, but then he gave a small chuckle. Yes, I've been working for the family for about 16 years now, he said proudly. 16 years, Gray whistled softly. That's impressive. It was impressive for him since he doesn't stay long at his work. For some unknown reason, he was always getting fired when he wasn't doing anything. He was that unlucky. It's an honor to work for them. They're a good people. The driver smiled modestly. Gray leaned back a little, pretending to just be making small talk. Do you know anything about Miss Chloe? She seems like a lively one. At the mention of Chloe, the driver's expression shifted slightly. He looks like he adored Chloe, but not in a bad way. Miss Chloe, the driver said after a short pause, is a bright young lady. Very kind-hearted, but she's been through a lot these past few years. Gray raised an eyebrow but kept quiet, waiting for the man to continue. After Madame Lancaster passed away, Miss Chloe changed a bit, the driver said softly. She used to be more spirited, full of energy, mischievous even, always laughing, always getting into little trouble. Gray could picture it somehow. Chloe, with her playful smile, sneaking around causing harmless chaos. Somehow it reminds him of Lily, but now the driver sighed lightly. She still smiles, but it's not the same as before. I see. Gray nodded slowly, taking in the information carefully. So tutoring her might be a bit of a challenge, he said, half-jokingly. Maybe. But if she's smiling during your lessons, sir, then you're already doing better than most. The driver chuckled. Gray smiled to himself at that. That was something he can do. As the driver opened the door for him, Gray stepped out and gave the man a brief nod of thanks. "I'll see you later, sir," the driver said politely before returning to his seat. The moment Gray stepped inside the mansion, he was greeted by one of the maids. The same maid from yesterday bowed slightly and guided him back through the familiar, elegant hallway. This time, though, the door to the study was already slightly opened as if it was expecting him. Still, Gray knocked on the door lightly before opening it fully. He thought that it was basic courtesy. As soon as Gray stepped inside, he caught a glimpse of Chloe. Chloe was seated on the same plush sofa by the fireplace, but today she looked more relaxed. She wasn't dressed as primly as yesterday either. Instead of a skirt, she wore light beige shorts and a casual blouse that rolled up on her sleeves. Her hair was in a messy bun, showing off her flawless neck. She looked up the moment Gray entered the study room. In an instant, her face lit up. She offered a small but noticeable warm smile. "Good morning, Gray," she said simply, hiding the excitement in her voice. "Morning, Chloe," Gray replied as he flashed a smile too. He stepped inside and looked around, noticing that Emily wasn't there. "You're early," Chloe added, sounding a little amused. "What, are you excited to teach me again?" she asked playfully. "Oh well, I could ask you the same question," Gray said as he took a seat across from her. "You look ready, and you're even here already." He pointed out that made the two of them laugh. "Well, who knows?" Chloe leaned back, still laughing a little. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes were brighter than the day before. "Well, yesterday was actually fun," Chloe uttered. The last few words of her sentence trailed off. She was a little shy to say that, but she thought there was no problem with her words. "Is that your way of saying you learned something?" Gray raised an eyebrow, looking at her playfully. Her words somehow had a good effect on her. Chloe rolled her eyes but chuckled. "Don't push your luck, Gray." Gray chuckled as he opened his folder. In a split second, the mischief in his eyes was replaced by seriousness. "Having fun is good, but he needs that apartment. All right then, stop with jokes and let's start early." With it, their session quickly began, and much like yesterday, they started with some theory work that was related to business. Today, it was noticeable that Chloe was more engaged in their discussion. She asked more questions and let out her thoughts on a few things. It was an improvement, and Gray was glad about it. Whenever Chloe didn't understand something, she no longer stayed quiet. Instead, she looked Gray in the eyes and asked him to explain it again. And Gray, in return, found himself explaining things in ways that were tailored just to her pace. The two looked more like they were studying together than Gray teaching Chloe. Maybe because they were at the same age, so they could talk similarly, and their interest aligns a little. It was helpful to Gray too, since he was also learning at the same time. At one point, Gray even stood up and walked to the whiteboard beside one of the bookshelves to sketch out a basic business model. Chloe remained seated, but her eyes followed him curiously. She rested her head on the backrest of the sofa. "You're surprisingly good at this, Gray," she said out of the blue. At teaching, Gray looked back. Yet Chloe shrugged her shoulders, and not making me feel dumb. Gray paused, sensing the shift in her tone. He frowned slightly. "Is that something you're used to?" he asked quietly. Chloe didn't answer immediately. She looked down at her notes, tapping the pen lightly against the edge of the notebook. Sometimes, she admitted softly. It surprised her how she can easily admit these kinds of things. "People expect a lot from me, you know, and when I don't meet it, they don't say I'm stupid, but I just feel like it." Gray stayed quiet, then walked back to sit across from her. He smiled at her assuringly. "You're not stupid, Chloe. Not even close," he said firmly. "You just needed someone to explain it in a way that makes sense to you." Chloe blinked at him, surprised by how direct but gentle his words were. "Thanks," she muttered, her eyes flickering away as an unknown emotion crossed from it. "You don't have to thank me. That's part of my job," Gray replied, then added with a grin, "though I do accept praise in the form of snacks." That got a laugh out of her. "Fine. I'll ask the maids to prepare some food before you leave." Good. The rest of their session flowed easily. Gray gave her a small quiz at the end. Chloe didn't get everything right, but it was already better than yesterday. When they finally wrapped up, Chloe leaned back with a satisfied sigh. "Thanks, Gray. I learned a lot today." "That's good," Gray said, pleased at it. "Don't worry. I'm sure your grades will improve in a month." Yet Chloe turned her head slightly, looking at him. Before Gray could say any words, there was a soft knock at the door. One of the maids stepped in with a rolling tray of refreshments. On it were small plates of warm pastries and 2 elegant cups of juice that were freshly prepared. "Ah, finally, the snacks," Gray muttered with a grin. "You weren't kidding." "Told you," Chloe said smugly as she reached for one of the lemon tarts. Gray got himself some juice, settling back into his seat as the maid quietly left the room to let them enjoy the snacks. For a few moments they sat in silence, just eating and sipping. But then, Gray glanced toward Chloe again, remembering the mission that had popped up earlier in the cab. His fingers tapped lightly on his cup before he decided to ask something about it. Since Chloe's family is in business, maybe she knows a thing or two about investments. "Hey, Chloe," he began casually. "Do you know much about investing?" Chloe raised a brow, surprised by the sudden question. "Investing, yeah. Like stocks, funds, that sort of thing," Gray clarified, watching her reaction closely. He knew something, but it was not bad to ask a few questions that might benefit him. Chloe tilted her head slightly, thinking about it. Well, I'm not an expert, but I've been taught the basics since I was young. Why? Gray shrugged his shoulders, trying not to sound too eager. I'm just curious. Thought I should learn more about it. It seems like something useful to understand. It is, Chloe nodded slowly. Especially if you want to build long-term wealth. My dad says that saving is smart, but investing is how people really grow their money, even for people who don't have a lot, Gray asked. Chloe gave him a thoughtful look. Yeah, you can start small with safer options. There are apps and platforms now where you don't need thousands to begin. Gray leaned forward slightly. What would you recommend for someone you know? Totally new to it, Chloe set her cup down and crossed one leg over the other, getting a bit more serious now. Start with ETFs. They're less risky than individual stocks. Or dividend stocks, those give you passive income over time. And don't go chasing crypto trends unless you know what you're doing. I see Gray slowly nodded, weighing the options. You could also just ask me for help, Chloe added, shooting him a side glance, if you ever get stuck at it. They talked about a few things, including investment and all, and Gray learned a lot from it. As Gray left the Lancaster estate, he had a small smile tugging at his lips. It was a good day. He was happy. By the time he returned to the apartment, the afternoon sun was already dipping behind the buildings. The living room was quiet, and no one greeted him when he stepped inside the door. Is she asleep? Gray just set down his bag on the ground and peeked into Lily's room to check on her. In there, he saw Lily fast asleep on her small bed. Lily's bed was just adequate for her size. It was a single bed, but filled with small stuffed toys that he used to gift her. Lily was already wearing her home clothes. Her limbs were sprawled out and her cheeks were flushed with exhaustion. She must be tired, Gray muttered, followed by a soft chuckle. It was rare that Lily slept after class, so she must have done a lot today. With the house quiet and no distractions in his sight, Gray walked over to the kitchen table and pulled out his phone. He didn't want to rest. He was still excited. It was time to start the mission. He had almost 13-0 in total. Since it's a week before he gets the result, it's just right to leave some money for their expenses and for emergencies. The most that Gray could use right now was 7-0. He didn't know if that would be sufficient, but he'd make it work. He had to make it work. Okay, let's make this count. The system's mission hovered silently in the back of his mind. Mission, beginner investor objective. Earn a 500 profit in 7 days through investment. Reward, +1 power +2, 0 wealth. Gray opened a brokerage app he recently signed up for and reviewed everything Chloe had mentioned earlier. There were ETFs, dividend stocks, and safer options for long-term plays. However, getting 500 in a single week required a bit more than safe. It needs risk. But how can Gray make sure of it? What should I go for? Gray thought of it. Oil, no. It was too unstable and he didn't understand it well enough. Pharmaceuticals, it was tempting. But all the big names had already made their reports and announcements for the quarter last month, so it was already too late. Crypto, that was gambling, plain and simple. Gray leaned back and exhaled, frustrated about it. He frowned as he thought of more lists on where to put his money. What the hell do I go for? And then he remembered it. Gray remembered a few things that Chloe and he were talking about. Earlier, as they were talking, Chloe had casually mentioned how her family's company was preparing to expand into the technology sector. She didn't say much, just that there were whispers around the house of a potential partnership with an up-and-coming firm with groundbreaking AI systems. She had said it lightly, but Gray picked up on the weight behind it. It was Velmora, right? Chloe didn't say the name directly, but she had let it slip once. Not thinking twice, Gray quickly searched the name that Chloe mentioned earlier, Velmora Tech. A small and starting AI-focused company. Recent news showed nothing about the company. It wasn't even known, and all you could see on the internet was the basic information about them. However, he scrolled past numerous blogging sites that talked about reports of a major investment announcement from a powerful company, upcoming partnership of a starting company, and a big conglomerate AI patent filed 2 months ago pending approval. When will it be approved? A rumor that one of the country's top firms will invest in a technology company has surfaced. Will there be big news in the technology industry? Click to find out. If Chloe's words were true, then maybe this is it, Gray muttered, his chest rising up and down. Gray scanned over a few more articles, blogs, and stock forums before making up his mind. After a few minutes, Gray leaned forward again, opening the company's chart. Velmora's price had dipped recently. Perfect. I could get in low. He opened the trade screen, but his thumb hovered there. Shit, I'm stuck. 7-0 wasn't a joke, especially not for Gray, who was just about to get his life back. If Velmora tanked, it wouldn't bankrupt him, but it would definitely hurt. Fuck this shit, Gray shook his head. He pressed his lips together before pouring 7-0 of his money into Velmora Tech. After all, he live in the daying. No balls, no glory. All right, Gray clicked confirm on the app. His eyes stared at it intensely. You have successfully invested 7-0 in Velmora Tech VMT. Gray let out a slow breath, leaning back in his chair. That's it, there's no turning back now. A second later, the system chimed softly in his head. Ding. Mission progress, in progress. Market reaction pending, waiting time. 6:18:12. Gray set the phone down and rubbed his eyes. Suddenly, a feeling of nervousness sprang in his chest. He'd done his part. Now it was up to the market and his luck if it would rise high. Please let this be the right call, he prayed silently. It was Gray's rest day after 2 days of teaching Chloe. Still, instead of sleeping late, he decided to wake up early to prepare breakfast for Lily and help her get ready for school. As soon as Lily woke up, she took a shower and changed her clothes. Afterwards, she sat on the couch in the living room, tying her shoes with messy hands while still almost half asleep. You look like you fought a battle in your dreams, Lily, Gray teased lightly as he knelt beside her to help her fix her loosened laces. Yes, brother, I dreamed that I was a fairy and that I was fighting a dragon. Lily puffed her cheeks and pouted as she recalled her dreams. Oh, our Lily is a princess now. Gray chuckled in amusement that made the two of them laugh. Yes, brother. All right, Princess Lily. Eat breakfast now so we can go to your class. Yes, brother. Lily quickly ate her breakfast. When she was done, they immediately stepped out of their apartment's building, the morning sun greeting them. The weather today was gentle, and since it was early, the streets were still quiet. The two quickly boarded a bus. When they got off, they walked for a few more minutes to get to Lily's school gate. Gray crouched down again like always and gave Lily's bag a quick look to see if her lunch was inside. Listen, Lily, I'm not working today, Gray told her, so he'll come pick you up. All right, Lily's eyes lit up instantly. Really, brother, you're not busy today, promise? Yes, I promise, I'll be there. Gray let out a soft chuckle as he briefly nodded his head as an assurance. Gray's words immediately brightened Lily's day. Okay, I'll look forward to it. She grinned, then ran off with a little wave. Bye, brother. Bye, Lil One, Gray called back, watching until she disappeared into the school building. With nothing planned for the day ahead, Gray decided to take a walk first. Gray didn't know where he was going. He just kept on walking and walking, trying to familiarize himself with the location of Lily's school. It was probably his first time roaming around the area since he didn't have the chance in the past. Now, he realized that there were a lot of small restaurants and cafes around the place. Some places even had displays of good-looking desserts. He was sure that Lily would like them, so he mentally took note of it. Eventually, his walk led him to a food truck parked at the corner of the street. It wasn't fancy, but the smell of grilled meat and rice was enough to make his stomach growl. There was a long line in front, so Gray had to line up patiently. The food truck had varying menu, but their best-selling dish was grilled marinated chicken with rice and a sweet soy sauce. Just by looking at the people's food in front of him, Gray knew he had to order one of it too. That was why when it was finally his turn, he ordered the same thing and leaned against the nearby railing as he waited. Gray glanced around casually since there were still a few people before him. He watched the people walked around, letting his mind drift to nothingness. However, something caught the edge of his vision. An elderly man, probably in his late 60s, was slowly making his way across the nearby intersection with a cane in his hands. He was well-dressed, but he was alone. His steps were slow, and his back was a little hunched due to old age. The old man was talking to someone on the phone, completely unaware of his surroundings. The traffic light on the pedestrian was still green, a sign that people could still cross over, but there were only a few seconds left. The man was clearly not going to make it in time with his speed. Gray narrowed his eyes, already tense. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat. There was no car on the road, but he couldn't seem to relax for a little. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, and then from the other side of the road, a delivery truck appeared speeding. It was way too fast, maybe a little bit rushed, as if it was chasing time or something. 7 seconds, Gray's breathing caught. Ding, urgent mission alert. Mission, save the civilian man in danger, but Gray didn't even see the notification. He just started moving on his own. He knew that he'd feel guilty if he didn't do anything about it. 6 seconds, he was already moving. Without thinking and without checking around, he sprinted. His speed was an all-time high, exerting his every muscle as he ran. 5 seconds, the old man barely passed half the road. 4 seconds, the truck didn't show any signs of stopping. When the people saw it, people screamed out loud, asking someone to hurry over and save the man. However, no one moved. Instead, they only stayed on the side. Some even took their phones out to video what would happen. It was a shame, real shame. 3 seconds, Gray didn't slow down for a moment. Instead, he even increased his speed. Just in time, he reached the old man, just as the speeding truck came into the turn. 2 seconds, watch out. He shouted out loud, wrapping his arms around the man and pulling him back with a force he didn't even know he had. The truck screeched past, missing them just by a few inches. It honked violently and disappeared into the distance without stopping, as if it didn't care that it almost crashed into someone. Gray and the old man tumbled onto the sidewalk, breathing heavily. The old man was petrified. His eyes widened, and he was out of words. In his hand he was still gripping onto his phone, in a call with someone. The world around them was silent for a second. "Are you all right?" Sir Grey asked between breaths, breaking down the silence between them. He glanced down at the man who was now gripping his arm tightly. The old man just stared at him in disbelief, eyes wide. It took a few seconds before the old man realized that he was now safe. "You saved me," the man whispered. Grey smiled faintly, still catching his breath. "You should be more careful while crossing the road, sir." Behind them, people were starting to murmur, a few approaching with worried faces. Grey glanced upward, and only then did he see the translucent screen flashing in front of him again. Urgent mission cleared. +1 power gained, +1 influence gained, bonus reward. 5-0. Huh, what is this? He blinked at it, stunned. But there was no time to process the words written on his face when the old man reached out to his hand. He looked at Grey with widened eyes. Reflecting on it was disbelief and gratitude. "You," the man rasped, his voice slightly trembling. "You saved me." The old man gripped on Grey's arm tightly, as if he was afraid to let it go. Grey smiled lightly, brushing the dust off the man's sleeve. He let him hold his arms, knowing that the impact of the accident might still be on his mind. "It's okay, sir. You're safe now," he said. "You really should be more careful, though. You nearly gave everyone here a heart attack." The man gave a weak chuckle, still catching his breath. "I suppose I did because I also almost had won." The old man still had the chance to joke around, even if he was still visually anxious. Grey let the man regain his composure for a few minutes. He just stayed there in silence. As the old man breathed in and out, each one was filled with heaviness. The flock of crowd also slowly disappeared, each one going on with their lives as if nothing happened. After a few minutes, the old man straightened his back slightly. He looked up at Grey, his expression softening for a moment. "What's your name, young man?" He finally had the chance to ask the question. "I'm Grey," Grey replied simply, offering his hand to help the man stood up properly. "Grey Adams." The man nodded his head. He looked genuinely relieved and grateful. "Thank you, Grey. Thank you, truly. You didn't even hesitate to save me, not for a second. I didn't have much time to think." Grey let out a sigh. "I just did what I had to do, sir." No, however, their brief conversation was interrupted when the worker from the food truck called out for Grey's name. "Sweet soy chicken rice for Grey." Oh, Grey glanced at the back, remembering that he had just ordered from the food truck. "Right, I forgot that." He turned his head back to the old man, who was still gripping his cane. He frowned, wincing in slight pain. Grey just then noticed that the man was favoring one leg. "Looks like your other leg was injured, sir," he pointed out. "It's nothing," the man replied, though the discomfort was obvious in his face. Grey sighed and scratched the back of his head. He had become a little worried. "Wait here for a second, sir. I'll get my food first and come back." "All right, can you stand alone for just 2 minutes?" "Why, yes, sure, Grey." The old man nodded his head as he let go of his hold on his arm. With it, Grey took that moment to sprint back to the food truck. He quickly grabbed his takeout food before jogging back to the old man's side. "Come on, sir. I'll take you to the hospital, just to be sure that your leg is fine." "You don't have to go that far, I do," Grey interrupted as he put on a smile on his face. "You almost got hit by a truck. The least I can do is make sure your legs are fine, sir. Just this one since you're also alone." The old man gave a defeated laugh. All right. He can't seem to win against Grey." Grey helped him into a nearby cab and rode with him to the closest hospital that they could find. When they arrived, a nurse immediately attended to them, making sure it was fine. The nurse guided them into the emergency wing, helping the old man into a wheelchair despite his protests that he could walk. Grey followed close behind, carrying the old man's cane in one hand and his own food bag in the other. His stomach was already grumbling, but he couldn't eat. A doctor soon joined them and began a quick assessment. After a few light questions and a bit of poking at the man's leg, the doctor finally spoke in a clear voice. "It's just a mild sprain. Nothing broken, thankfully." Grey let out a quiet breath of relief. "Well, wrap it up and prescribe a mild pain reliever to be taken," the doctor added. "But I suggest you avoid walking long distances for a few days. Rest is much needed for it not to become worse." The old man nodded, clearly embarrassed but grateful at it. While the nurses wrapped up the old man's leg, Grey finally sat down on one of the chairs in the hallway, letting his body relax a bit. He looked down at the food in his lap. It had already gone cold. "My poor food," he sighed in disappointment. A few minutes later, the old man was wheeled back out. His ankle was already wrapped securely in bandages. He insisted on standing up and walking, but Grey just raised a brow and said, "No, you've done too much already, Grey," the man said as Grey pushed his wheelchair down the hallway. "I can take it from here. Someone will get me sooner." "Are you sure?" Sir Grey frowned. "Yes, I'm sure. One of my people will pick me up in a while. You've already done far more than I deserve." The old man gave a small, reassuring nod. Grey stopped the wheelchair just right at the hospital lobby, where a row of waiting chairs stood beside a large glass window overlooking the outside. The old man looked calm now. He was more composed than earlier. He was still slightly pale, but the fear in his eyes was already gone. All right then, Sir Gray finally said, adjusting the man's cane so it rested beside him. Just don't try crossing roads solo anymore, okay? You've made your point clear. I'll be more careful. Don't worry. The old man chuckled softly. Take care, sir. Gray stepped back and gave him a small wave. You too, Gray. I won't forget this. The old man stood there, watching Gray disappear down the hallway. After a moment, he pulled out his phone. He made a call. Hello, sir. A respectful voice from the other line sounded. Yes, it's me. The look on old man's expression shifted into a serious one. Ask someone to fetch me from the general hospital as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Right away, the voice on the other end responded with immediate urgency. I'll dispatch a car now. Is everything all right? I am fine, the old man replied calmly. Just a small accident, nothing serious. Should I inform Miss Selina about this? No, the old man said quickly, voice low and firm. Don't tell her anything. Understood, sir. Also, forget what I said earlier. The old man muttered, recalling their talk before he had almost crashed into the speeding truck. Your plan to donate half of your assets to the foundation, sir? Yes, the old man said quietly, a small smile appearing on his lips. I have another plan now. His eyes squinted as he glanced at the whiteboard, full of written words. The afternoon sun filtered through the tall windows of the Lancaster estate's study room, casting long streaks of light across the polished floor. Yeah, Chloe briefly nodded as she scribbled down some notes in her notebook. She had been learning a few new things with the help of Gray. It's just the third session, but she could say she had improved a lot. Chloe was happy with it. Her session with Gray also helped a lot in making her recall all the lessons that she has learned over the last months. She was very thankful for it. That's good then, Gray said as he placed the tablet on the table. It has been an hour since their session started, and they have already discussed a few things. That's good then. It seemed like you're not as hopeless as you claim to be. Gray's lips turned into a playful smile. He sat down and lay his back gently on the couch. Gray knew that learning continuously would be too tiring, so every hour then he would stop his lesson and talk to Chloe for a moment. I never said I was hopeless. Chloe gave Gray a joking glare. Gray playfully shrugged her shoulders. Their moments like this allowed him to get to know Chloe more. Chloe was kind, that's for sure. She also liked joking around, so it wasn't that hard to be comfortable around her. Though Gray also knew that behind that, there was something more to Chloe. She can't be just kind and a joker when she grew up in a household that was known to be serious and powerful. There was more to it than the eyes could see, and he wanted to discover what it was. Chloe sighed and shook her head. She sat still for a second before leaning forward, her elbows resting on the table. By the way, what happened to the investment? Weren't you asking me about it last time? She raised a brow and stared at Gray with great interest. Gray gave a soft chuckle, relaxing further into the couch. I actually listened to what you said. I took your advice seriously since it was helpful. You did. Chloe blinked, slightly surprised. Her heart thumped a little. She could feel a smile forming on her lips, knowing that Gray followed her words. Yeah, I figured if you were willing to talk about it, then it was probably worth checking out. So I went for Velmora Tech. He nodded. Velmora, her eyes widened slightly. Gray confirmed, watching her reaction carefully. That's what you mentioned. Remember you said there was going to be a big move soon, so I trusted you. Chloe let out a short breath, nodding. Oh, that's good. They're a solid choice. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll rise soon. But despite her smile, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Good then, Gray slowly nodded. He frowned, noticing how sure Chloe was. Well, maybe the rumors that their company would support Velmora Technology weren't just rumors. After their talk, Chloe didn't say much. The conversation naturally quieted, and she simply flipped through her notebook without a word. Gray noticed, but he didn't press about it since she was really like that sometimes. Just like their previous session, they took a short rest, letting a few more minutes pass as they did their own things. Eventually, Gray stretched and stood up, catching Chloe's attention again. All right, let's continue our lesson. With what he said, the two of them continued on their tutoring session immediately. The atmosphere in the study returned to its earlier rhythm. It was quiet, focused, and filled with the sound of the occasional scratch of a pen or the sound of a page turning. Gray stood in front of the whiteboard again, explaining a few advanced concepts to Chloe. He occasionally turned to check on her, if she could follow along. Chloe responded with brief nods and small smiles as she jotted down key terms and numbers. The two of them continued like that for the next couple of hours. Eventually, Gray glanced at his phone and sighed. That's 3 hours already. Time flies, huh? He let out a small laugh and smiled at Chloe. I guess our session for today is done then. He stood up and began packing his things. Anyway, I'll see you next session. Same time, Chloe stood up as well, her usual bright smile returning to her lips. Yup, thanks again, Gray. Be safe on your way home. Of course. I'll see you tomorrow, Chloe, Gray said, giving her a quick wave before walking out of the study. The moment the door clicked shut behind him, the smile on Chloe's face vanished. Her expression shifted into something unreadable. She looked serious and composed. Her posture straightened as if a switch had been flipped. Without hesitation, she stepped out of the study and made her way down the hallway of their mansion. A maid who had been quietly dusting near the staircase noticed her approach and immediately stepped aside, lowering her gaze. "Tell my father I'd like to speak with him," Chloe said. Her tone was calm but firm. It was different from the sweet and soft tone Shed used when talking to Gray. "Why yes, miss, right away." The maid straightened, clearly startled at the sudden command. Everyone in the household knew that Chloe was kind and playful, but when she gave an order, there was no room for questions. She was a Lancaster, after all, and the Lancasters weren't known for their softness, they were known for their power, control, and money. Chloe didn't wear her dominance like a crown. Well, she didn't have to. Everyone who works with their family knows that she wasn't one to be messed with. Chloe wasn't always kind. She was just simply smart enough to know how to treat people. Within minutes, she stood in front of her father's office. It was located on the highest floor of their mansion, the third floor. As she arrived in front of it, the heavy door slowly opened as if it were waiting for her arrival. The office of her father was a world of its own. Elegance and perfection could barely describe it. Dark mahogany shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, packed with countless books, business strategy, global politics, rare first editions, and even philosophy texts bearing cracked leather spines as if they belonged to ancient times. A tall glass window behind the main desk let in the golden rays of the late afternoon sun, casting long shadows across the room's intricate Persian rug, one that was custom-made. In one corner stood a vintage globe bar cart, and beside it was a well-maintained single bonsai tree that was resting on a raised stand. The scent of polished wood, aged paper, and faint cologne gave the room an aura of old money. Several framed paintings and pictures hung on the plain wall on the other side of the shelves. Chloe recognized them immediately. There was a picture of her parents' wedding photo, a photo of her father with the current and previous president of the country, and another where he smiled beside a group of their company workers. Below it was countless plaques, trophies, and certificates that showed how successful their family was, and seated behind the dark wood desk in the middle was a man reviewing a document. He was wearing a reading glasses that perched on the bridge of his nose. He looked serious and imposing. Father Chloe's voice slowly trailed off. Her father, Jonathan Lancaster, was a man who had built an empire not from inheritance, but from his own hardship. At the ripe age of 58, Jonathan Lancaster had silver streaks in his hair and a sharply lined face carved by years of struggle and success. His tailored navy suit sat perfectly on his tall frame despite being at home. His hands were large and calloused from a youth who had spent most of his days working. His expression, even though unreadable at first glance, carried a weight of calm authority. Jonathan Lancaster was no ordinary CEO. He had grown up poor, living in the slums of a forgotten mining town. He started working odd jobs from age 10, hauling crates, fixing machinery, and selling scraps. Little by little, he built his company into one of the nation's largest family-led conglomerates. His success wasn't handed to him. And even now, even if he was surrounded by luxury, he carried no arrogance, just pure authority. He was known in elite circles for being composed and principled. He was kind to the humble, respectful to the hardworking, and brutally dismissive of the entitled. Power didn't interest him. Integrity did. When Chloe entered, he glanced up from the document and removed his glasses. "Chloe," he said, voice steady, warm. "I was told you wanted to see me. Come in, my dear." Chloe stepped into the room. She could feel the thick carpet beneath her shoes. The doors closed behind her with a muffled, "I want to talk about Velmoratech," she said, her tone polite and even. "I think it's time we make the move." Jonathan gave her a long, measured look, one that Chloe had grown up with. It wasn't the look of a father doubting his daughter, but rather the look of a man weighing reason over sentiment. "I see." Jonathan raised a brow, gesturing for Chloe to sit across from her. Jonathan leaned back slightly, setting his reading glasses on top of the desk. The corner of his mouth lifted in a faint, intrigued smile. "Velmoratech," he repeated slowly, tasting the name like a sip of fine scotch. His fingers tapped the desk gently. "That's quite a specific recommendation coming from you, Chloe. For the first time, it's not fashion, art, or a charity project. Instead, it's a company." Jonathan raised a brow, amused by his daughter's sudden change. Chloe gave a small nod as she took the seat across from him. Her hands were clasped neatly in her lap. "I know it's not like me to bring something like this up," she admitted, her eyes not leaving his, "but I've been looking into it. Just a little." Jonathan chuckled under his breath, amused. "Looking into it? Since when does my daughter, with a zero interest in board meetings, start looking into tech investments?" His words weren't cruel, but just pure surprise. Jonathan never raised his voice to his kids. "I heard a rumor," she said carefully. "A big company was eyeing that tech company. I knew that it wasn't our company, but there were just a few rumors." Jonathan's brows lifted slightly, and the fingers that had been tapping his desk were now still. He leaned forward just a fraction, enough to signal that she now had his full attention. "I am listening." Chloe swallowed once and pressed on with her words. "I heard that our enemy has been eyeing that company." I've looked into it and noticed that Velmora has been developing a new neural framework for smart integration AI, automation, the whole thing. Jonathan remained silent, studying the shift in her tone. She was always his softest child, warm, bright, and kind like her late mother. Business had never appealed to her. She didn't thirst for profit or legacy, but right now there was a spark of something unfamiliar in her voice. He knew that this spark didn't come from Chloe alone. Someone was behind her sudden interest in business. Tell me honestly, Jonathan's eyes squinted. You didn't think of this, didn't you? He asked calmly. Chloe hesitated for a heartbeat. Her eyes flickered downward, then back up to meet her father's gaze. I did, she said softly but firmly. Jonathan blinked once. A quiet pause lingered in the air. Really, he asked, voice calm but filled with disbelief. Yes, Father, Chloe replied, her shoulders straightening a little. I said to someone that investing in that company's stock was a good move, and I promised that someone his investment would rise. Her voice carried a faint nervousness, but her conviction remained steady. I don't want to break that promise. Jonathan leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. His eyes stayed on Chloe, reading between every word she said. Hearing her explanation, he knew that this wasn't about business for her. It was personal. Jonathan respected that, but he was still a businessman. Chloe, he said slowly, you know I don't move our money based on rumors or emotional promises. But a smile ghosted his lips. You're not just my daughter, you're a Lancaster. And if you're willing to stake your word on this then, so will I. Chloe's eyes lit up with hope, but he raised a hand before she could thank him. However, he continued, his tone shifting into a firm one that Shed heard in countless boardrooms, ill invest. Immediately, I won't hesitate, but in return Jonathan paused for emphasis. Y'all have to pass your upcoming economics exam with a score of at least 90. Chloe's jaw dropped slightly. 90. Jonathan nodded. If you want me to trust your instincts, you have to trust in your own capabilities too. Business is built on promises, yes, but it survives on performance and statistics. Do you understand? A moment of silence passed. Then Chloe sat up straighter, her lips pulling into a smile. Deal, Dad. Now, with less than 2 days left to complete the system mission, Gray was already hoping for some miracle. Gray hadn't seen Chloe since their last tutoring session on Friday, as they had no session over the weekend. That was also the reason why he was able to rest and slack off for 2 days. He stayed mostly at home with his sister. The two of them enjoyed the comfort of their small apartment, spending much of their time in the cozy living room, watching some animated movies and eating. Every late afternoon, they'd also take a walk to the nearby park. I'll pick you up again later, okay, Gray said, ruffling Lily's hair gently. As Monday came, their daily routine also continued. Today, Gray went with Lily to her school. His sister looked visibly happy about it. Yes, brother. Lily nodded with a bright smile, her backpack bouncing as she shifted on her feet. The same as her reaction within the past week, she was always happy whenever Gray went with her to school. All right, go now. Bye, brother. Gray watched Lily as she dashed through the school gates. She stopped briefly just before entering to wave at him one last time before disappearing into the crowd of children. Gray didn't move right away. Instead, he stayed outside the school for a little longer. His hands stayed in the pocket of his coat while his eyes followed Lily's steps until she vanished. The early morning breeze tousled his hair. He couldn't help but lightly chuckle. Their routine had been good. It made him feel as if he was spending more time with Lily. It also made him realize how much time he could spare now. All right, time to go. After staying for a little while, Gray finally let out a sigh and turned his body around to leave. However, before taking a step, his eyes caught familiar faces. 2 children were dropped off by a luxurious car. Gray immediately recognized them. They were the same girls who used to bully Lily. The kids' eyes widened as they saw Gray standing near the gate. One girl whispered something to the other, panic showing on their faces. Without a word, they turned and rushed inside the school's gate as if they were a mice running from a cat. Gray raised an eyebrow, then let out a low chuckle. I really must scared those 2 brats, he muttered under his breath. Oh well, they better keep that way. The corner of his lips rose as he shook his head with faint amusement. Anyway, I still have work to do. Letting out a sigh, Gray finally walked away. He was ready to head off to Lancaster's estate for his usual tutoring session. He stayed at the side of the road and waited for a cab. However, it wasn't that long when his phone buzzed. It was a message from Chloe. Chloe, hi Gray, something came up today. We have a sudden family plan. Can we move our session to Wednesday if that's all right with you? Gray stopped in his tracks, blinking at the message for a few seconds. He glanced up at the sky, then shrugged his shoulders. Gray, sure, just let me know the time. There was already no point in arguing since it's not like he had any say in Chloe's schedule. It was just a waste of time since he prepared some lessons last night. But oh well, it seemed like he could just slack again today. Sliding his phone back into his pocket, he sighed and turned around to leave, heading back in the direction of the bus stop. Guess it was going to be another boring day, he sighed. When Gray arrived back at their apartment, the place was as quiet as ever. Without Lily's chatter filling the space, it felt almost too plain, but also somewhat peaceful since Lily tends to be crazy sometimes. Gray tossed his jacket over the back of the couch, kicked off his shoes, and collapsed onto the sofa with a long, drawn-out sigh. Well, since I've got the day off, Gray grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. He scrolled through a few streaming apps before settling on a list of action films he'd bookmarked, but never gotten around to watching since he was too busy. The sun rose higher outside as the hours passed, the faint light of it flickering in through the blinds as Gray remained stuck into the couch, watching movie after movie some new, while others were classics he'd missed over the years. It wasn't a productive day by any means, but it was relaxing. At least for a while, the thought of the mission deadline and the stress of his investment didn't bother him. It felt good to just breathe. By 2 p.m., he had finished almost 3 movies. Gray lazily reached for his phone on the table, unlocking it to check the time, only to habitually end up scrolling through his feed. He went through the usual, some memes, news headlines, and a few gossip posts from the entertainment industry. However, as he scrolled further, one headline caught his eye. It was just published a few minutes ago. Breaking news. Velmora Tech officially partners with Lancaster Corporation pioneering AI and quantum research project to begin this month. The fuck Gray sat up. His heart skipped a beat as he tapped on the article and read through the details. The article explained that Lancaster Corporation had finalized an exclusive partnership with Velmora. The announcement had just been made earlier that morning, and there was already a buzz surrounding what this could mean for both companies, especially for Velmora. Gray's fingers tightened around the phone. Velmora Technology. That was the same company he'd invested in. His eyes widened as realization slowly sank in. No way. He scrambled to open the stock app on his phone, and what he saw made his eyes nearly pop out of his head. Velmora's stock price was climbing. Fast, very fast. +46, +79, +15. For it was still going without any signs of stopping. Holy shit, Gray cursed out loud, gripping his phone like it might disappear if he looked a moment away from it. Velmora Tech stock was skyrocketing in real time. The green arrows climbing with each refresh. It had already broken through the resistance line he remembered seeing on the chart, and now it was shooting straight toward the sky like a rocket with no brakes. Damn, this is unbelievable. His heart thumped out loud. Gray quickly tapped into his portfolio, his thumb trembling ever so slightly. The 7-0 he invested 5 days ago, it was now 8.78. That's more than $1,000 up, Gray whispered, barely able to contain the growing grin on his face. Gray wanted to punch the air in pure bliss, because what do you mean he just earned that much without doing anything? Damn man, this is the life. I tell you, this is life. Gray's hands flew to his hair as he leaned back on the couch. He stared at the ceiling in disbelief. A wave of adrenaline surged through him. Was this what real investors felt like, that rush and excitement of seeing an investment pay off? Except that he can't consider this a pure luck. It was thanks to Chloe's hint. He couldn't help but laugh, half from relief and half from the absurdity of it all. Damn Chloe, he mumbled, shaking his head. You really weren't kidding. Just as he thought of that, a soft chime echoed in his ears. He had gotten used to the sound of the system. Mission cleared. +1 power gain +2, 0 has been added to your wealth name. Gray Adams age, 20 status, struggling 4 wealth, 12, 14. 93 +8, 928 power, 2 influence, 4 skills, basic negotiation passive, slightly improves chances of earning more through bargains. Hard labor active, increases strength and endurance in physical work. Giga confidence passive, you are no longer easily shaken by insults, mockery, or pressure. Instead, you find them funny, as if it were just a big joke. Gray blinked at the sudden system notification, but his grin widened as he stared at the updated status screen. However, he soon saw the number of his wealth. He tilted his head in confusion. Wait, what's with the +8, 928 next to my wealth? Gray mumbled, his eyes narrowing slightly. As if on cue, the system responded with a calm tone. The value in parentheses reflects the money you currently have as liquidity or saved wealth. All your investments would go in there, host. Since this is your first time investing, all of the money currently are from your investment in Velmora Tech stocks. Gray slowly nodded in understanding. Gray glanced back at the stock app on his phone. Velmora was still climbing, now up to +17. Would you like to pull out your investment now? Host Gray stared at it for a moment, frowning as he thought of it. It was tempting. That was an easy profit already. But wouldn't it be a waste if he'd just suddenly let it go? He was sure that the stocks would continue to rise, especially since it was the Lancasters family we were talking about. No, just leave it. Gray tapped no without hesitation. Let's see how high this thing can go. He was also curious about it. All right, host, investment remains active. The system will continue to monitor progress. Good. Gray leaned back again on the backrest of the couch. He was satisfied, very satisfied. But then the holographic screen in front of him didn't vanish. Instead, it flashed another prompt of words. New mission available. Mission unlocked basic investor path objective. Make 5 investment 15 accumulate 100, 0 in wealth. Reward +1 influence +1 power golden fingers passive a rare investor type skill that passively enhances all future investments for the host. Even with no special insight or timing, your investments will begin to perform better than average, consistently growing over time. A new skill, yes, host. As you progress, this skill will also evolve and strengthen. The basic investor has 3 tiers. Tier 1, basic investor ongoing average investor locked, requires 10 separate investments and 500, 0 in total profit. Unlocking this tier increases your returns and improves your ability to spot bigger opportunities. Master investor locked, requires 1, 0, 0 in total investment profit. Grants high return instincts, early trend recognition, and a near-legendary track record in all ventures. Would you like to accept this mission? Yes, no. Gray stared at the floating text. His heartbeat quickened again, not from the stock chart this time, but from the mission. All future investments doing well. He knew that it wasn't just some casual perk. It was power. Most importantly, it was financial power. Shit, if I'm going to play this game, I might as well go all in. Gray exhaled deeply. He grinned and pressed the button in front of him confidently. Yeah, I'll accept this. Bonus mission. Basic investor path activated white heavy check mark progress. 15 investments 9, 814 100 0 good luck host. Gray leaned back on the couch with a look of smug determination. He sighed and nodded. Let's make some damn money. I will be mass releasing 3 chapters by Sunday. When school ended and he picked up Lily from the gates, she ran into his arms as usual, but this time Gray swept her up and spun her around playfully. Whoa, what's gotten into you? Brother Lily giggled, surprised by the sudden energy of his older brother. Just feeling good today, Gray said with a grin as he set her down and ruffled her hair. So what do you want to eat tonight? Your pick. Lily's eyes widened. Really, you're not gonna say we should just eat at home again? Nope. Anything you want. Her face lit up like a light bulb. Then fried chicken, with cheese powder, lots of it. Lily giggled as she raised her hand in excitement. All right then, Gray said, already pulling out his phone to find the nearest location of Lily's favorite chicken fast food. After their meal, they stopped by a nearby convenience store. Gray had told her to pick out a few snacks she liked, and she took it like a mini shopping spree. Lily picked out all kinds of snacks, from candies, chips, and flavored juices. Gray just smiled and paid for it without a second thought. He was in a good mood, so whatever Lily wished to buy, he bought it for her. As a result, Lily was also in a good mood. By the time they went home, Lily just changed clothes and was already fast asleep on the couch. Gray sighed and carried her to bed without any worries. He tucked her in her bed and stood by the door, watching her closely for a moment. Don't worry, Lily, he whispered with a faint smile. Big bro's gonna make things better. The next day arrived quickly. Because of the events from yesterday, Gray's mood was noticeably lighter. Emily, Gray, can you meet me first before meeting Chloe later on? I have something to discuss with you. Gray immediately read the message he received. Gray, sure. I'll be there early, Emily. Because of it, Gray quickly showered and prepared himself. Within minutes, he left their apartment. It was already the 2nd week of his tutoring session with Chloe, just 3 more weeks for the duration of the mission. He hoped that time could go fast, though he first hoped that Chloe's grades would rise so he could accomplish it. When Gray arrived at the Lancasters' estate, he was immediately guided to the garden. The Lancaster estate's garden was nothing but breathtaking. As Gray stepped out through the glass doors that led from the hallway into the backyard, he was met by a burst of fresh floral air. The garden was elegant, grand, and meticulously designed. A stone path lined up against the grass field. On the side were rows of well-trimmed hedges and flower beds bursting with vibrant colors of flowers, roses, tulips, and seasonal flowers that looked like they were taken straight out of a magazine. Gentle wind brushed through the tall trees, its leaves dancing with the wind. At the heart of the garden was a large fountain shaped like a crescent moon. Soft streams of water cascaded down it, creating a rhythmic sound. On the side, there was a roofed deck where people could relax. The chairs were cushioned, and most of them were vacant except for one seating area in the middle. There, Emily sat gracefully at a round marble table with matching cushioned rattan chairs. A pot of steaming tea rested beside a porcelain cup in her hand, and a small tray of neatly arranged fruit slices and tea cookies was placed at the center. Emily wore a simple cream blouse and high-waisted trousers. She looked formal, as if she was going somewhere after thing. Her long hair was pinned loosely, with strands of it swaying as the wind passed through. The morning light gave her skin a soft glow. Emily looked up just as Gray stepped onto the stone path. Good morning, Gray, she greeted with a warm smile. You've arrived at the perfect time. She gently motioned toward the chair across from her. Come sit, I thought we could talk out here today. The weather's too lovely and I wanted to show you our garden. Gray nodded as a small smile appeared on his lips. He made his way to the garden. As he walked, he couldn't help but glance around again at the scenery. It was like something out of a movie set. When he arrived in front of Emily, he pulled out the chair and sat down. "Thanks for the invite," he said, his voice relaxed. "This place looks amazing." "I know, right?" Emily poured him a cup of tea as she let out a small laugh. "It's a favorite spot of mine, and a perfect place for a conversation that's a little less formal." She looked at him thoughtfully for a second. "I just wanted to talk before your session with Chloe. Something important, but not something I wanted to say over text." Emily leaned back slightly in her chair, taking a slow sip on her tea as her eyes drifted toward the fountain in the distance. "I've been observing Chloe this past week," she began casually, "and I have to say is that I've noticed a change in her." Gray gazed at her curiously as he took a sip from his cup. "She's been more focused and less distracted. Her notes are also more detailed, and she's actually asking business questions now." Emily smiled. "Really?" he said, setting his cup down. "That's good. She's been putting in more effort during our sessions, too. I think she's starting to enjoy learning again." Emily nodded. "And I believe a lot of that has to do with how you're teaching her." Gray. There was sincerity in Emily's tone. "Thank you," she said, her gaze locking onto his. "As you know, we've hired tutors before. Expensive ones, famous ones, but you're the only one who got through to her, in just a week." Gray wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. He just gave a soft nod and rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "I'm just doing what I can. And you're doing it well," Emily said warmly. Then she reached into her bag, which sat just beside her chair, and pulled out a white envelope sealed with a silver Lancaster emblem. She slid it across the table toward him. "This is your first payment, 1 week's worth. It's been processed as agreed with our staff." Gray blinked. He slowly reached out and opened the envelope. The moment his eyes landed on the amount written on the check inside, he froze. 3,500. What the fuck, he muttered under his breath, unable to stop himself. Emily's eyes widened slightly. "Oh, was it not enough?" she asked immediately, deeply concerned about it. "I thought that's the standard that you were talking about. I can speak with my father if you know." "No." Gray cut in, waving his hands quickly. "That's not it. This is too much." He looked at the check again, still in disbelief. "Are you sure this isn't like a monthly rate or something? I am just a tutor. I only work 4 times a day in your family, 3 hours each day." Emily smiled, but her voice remained firm. "You're a private tutor for the Lancaster family," she said, as if that was all that matters. "That payment is more than fair, Gray." "This is really for just a week?" he asked again, still stunned at it. Emily chuckled, finding Gray's disbelief amusing. "Yes, Gray. It's the standard we give to the private tutors in our family. And frankly, you've done more than expected." "Damn, thank you, I just didn't expect it." Gray let out a low breath before putting the envelope in his pocket. He'd immediately withdraw this later. "You've earned it," Emily replied warmly, sipping her tea. "I guess that's a good sign." Gray laughed. "It is." Emily nodded. "You're doing a great job." Before Gray could reply to Emily, a maid stepped into the garden, bowing slightly. "Miss Emily, Miss Chloe is already waiting in the study." "Ah, perfect timing," Emily said, setting down her cup. She looked at Gray and smiled. "You should go ahead. Don't keep her waiting, Gray." Gray stood and gave her a grateful nod. "Thanks again, really. No problem." As he made his way to the study room, Gray walked in to see that Chloe was already seated in front of the study table. She was flipping through her notebook as if recalling some of the things she had written. When she heard the sound of the door being opened, she immediately looked. "You're early, Gray," she said with a playful smirk. "Says the one who was already here before me." Gray raised a brow, amused. He looked at the clock and saw that it was indeed early. They were 30 minutes ahead of the schedule. "I had nothing better to do." Chloe shrugged her shoulders and closed her notebook. Gray gave her an amusing laugh as he placed his bag down and pulled out his tablet. "Look at you being responsible and prepared. I'm impressed." "I know, right?" Chloe replied with a laugh before leaning back on her chair. "It's shocking even to myself." Gray chuckled and sat in the seat in front of her. "So should we start now or wait until time?" Chloe rolled her eyes before letting out a sigh. "Actually, I wanted to tell you something before we start. I have some exams coming up. Just a few subjects, but they're pretty close." Gray's tone shifted slightly, becoming more serious. "Yeah, how are you feeling about it?" "Surprisingly okay," Chloe said, tapping her pen lightly against the desk. "I've been finishing my homework on time, and when I reviewed yesterday, I actually remembered stuff we went over last week." "That's good. That's a huge progress." Gray leaned back with a satisfied nod. "I think so too," Chloe replied, a soft smile appearing on her lips. "It's the first time in 2 years that I've felt, a little more confident in class." "Well then," Gray said, giving her a thumbs up, "let's keep that momentum going. We'll go over the topics y'all be tested on and start doing more practice questions." Chloe gave a short, determined nod and pulled her chair closer to the table. "Let's do it, Mr. Adams." "Oh God, don't ever call me that again." Gray laughed. The two quickly started their session. For the next hour, they focused on the lessons that would be included in Chloe's exams. Gray stood by the whiteboard, jotting down formulas and explaining concepts while Chloe scribbled in her notebook, occasionally nodding or asking a question. There were moments where she'd get stuck or unsure, but unlike before, she didn't hesitate to ask questions. As an answer, Gray would patiently explain things to her until she understood. They were halfway through a practice set when Chloe groaned and slumped slightly. "I swear numbers haunt me in my sleep. That's how you know you're finally learning it." Gray chuckled, or being tormented by it. She squinted at him, same thing. Chloe let out a soft laugh, shaking her head before straightening up again. The room fell into another silence as Chloe answered all the problem sets given to her. She was getting used to it by now, so it was easier to finish. But then, in the middle of checking one of her answers, Gray paused midway. His mind drifted back to the day before. He remembered that it was all because of Chloe. "Hey, Chloe," he said suddenly, setting his pen down. Chloe looked up from her notebook and gazed at him. Curiosity was written in her eyes. "Yeah." Gray leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the table. "About that thing you told me last week, Velmoratech." She blinked, then slowly nodded. "Yeah, what about it, thanks?" Chloe's pen froze midair, and her heart gave an unexpected flutter at the suddenness of Gray's words. "You're welcome," she managed to reply, though her voice was a little breathier than usual. She felt her cheeks warming up as she watched Gray. For a moment, all the formulas on her page blurred her mind, drifting instead to the memory of the conversation Shed had with her father, insisting that their company should back Velmoratech. Shed practically begged him, convinced it was the right move. She didn't know why she did it that time. In her mind, she just wants Gray to benefit from it. Gray gave her a small, genuine smile and tapped the board. "All right, that's all," he said softly. "Go back to answering now." Chloe blinked and nodded. She stayed still for a second before picking her pen up. She cleared her throat and pushed her hair back behind her ear, determined to focus. Yet her chest still thumped out loud with a curious warmth whenever she glanced at him. Gray wasn't naive. He noticed the way Chloe glanced at her, her eyes soft and curious. A small smile tugged at his lips. She looked cute like that. However, what baffled him the most was how Chloe tried to avoid his gaze every time their eyes met. It was odd since she wasn't usually like that. Does she want something in return? He raised a brow, thinking that his thank you wasn't enough. Gray cleared his throat and set his pen down. "You know," he began lightly, "since I earned a lot, I think I can afford to treat you to something nice." Chloe's hand stilled on the desk, her body tensing just a fraction. "I mean," Gray continued, trying to keep the mood easy, "you've earned it, your hard work and your help to me. How about dinner tonight, my treat?" Chloe's eyes widened as she froze entirely. Her pen hovered above the paper and her breath caught slightly in her throat. She wasn't expecting it, not at all. Dinner, it's not tutoring related, not even business related, just dinner. She could barely move as her eyes stayed fixed on Gray. He looked casual about it, as if he had just asked if she wanted coffee. But for some reason, the question made her heart race. She opened her mouth to answer, but no words came out of it right away. Gray tilted his head, waiting. He even doubted if it was the right choice. "I mean, yeah, sure," Chloe finally managed to say, hoping her voice didn't sound as awkward as she felt. "Dinner sounds good." Gray smiled lightly, genuinely pleased about it. "Great. After your session today, you'll come back around 7, he asked casually, like this was the most normal thing in the world. "Okay, that works." Chloe nodded quickly. "All right, finish your task first, then." Gray gave Chloe one last smile before he went back and focused on what he was doing earlier. Chloe, on the other hand, had a hard time focusing on her task. Her hand was already writing while her eyes remained staring at her paper. However, her mind was slipping away, filled with thoughts that were all over the place. Chloe had been on dinner before, mostly formal setups from business partners or people in their circle, though she knew that they never meant anything but business. However, this was different. At a young age, her father introduced her and her sister to all kinds of people. They were trained to analyze them and know at least what their intention was, and she could see so far that he wasn't after her name or connections. Gray looked like he just enjoyed working. He was just Gray, and that made her nervous in a way she didn't expect. "No, I shouldn't think of this. I'm just overthinking." Chloe pressed her lips together as her hold on the pen tightened. She breathed in and out multiple times, trying to calm her fast-beating heart. For 2 more hours, their session continued. Gray was normal, however, Chloe didn't recover that much. All she could think of was the dinner tonight. At the end, Gray packed up his things while Chloe remained seated. "I'll see you later, Chloe." "Yeah, later," Chloe replied, her voice softer than usual. Bye. Gray smiled before giving her a small wave as he stepped out of the study. Gray left the estate with a small grin on his face. The tutoring went well, and now he had something else to think about. As soon as he arrived home, he changed into something more comfortable before heading back out to pick up Lily from school. "Brother." Lily spotted him from afar. She immediately ran up to him with her usual energy. She wrapped her arms around his waist. "I miss you." "Did you wait long?" Gray asked, ruffling her hair gently. "Nope," Lily grinned. "My friend also just left, but now let's go home." She muttered out loud before pulling Gray so they could start their walk. Actually, Lily, Gray gazed at her as they started walking. "I'll be going out later tonight, so well pick up your dinner now. Is that all right? Ooh, Tilda, where are you going?" Brother Lily asked, swinging her hand in his. Gray smiled but didn't answer right away. "Just dinner with someone." "Is it a date?" Lily asked in a joyful voice, her eyes wide and teasing. "Not really," Gray chuckled. "Just a normal one." Lily gasped dramatically. She shook her head as if not believing Gray. "Still, you better wear something nice, brother. I'll keep that in mind." They stopped by the restaurant near their apartment, the one that they usually go to whenever buying dinner. In the restaurant, they were greeted by Mrs. Liang. It has been weeks since Gray last went there. The last was when he just got his system. He remembered his actions back then, and he couldn't help but be embarrassed. "Gray, Lily," a warm and familiar voice called them out as they stepped into the small restaurant. Gray looked up and was immediately greeted by the sight of Mrs. Liang walking out from behind the counter while wiping her hands on a clean towel. She was a woman in her late 50s, short and round, with graying hair tied neatly in a bun. There were soft lines around her eyes from years of smiling, and her apron was flour-dusted, as usual. "Oh my, look how tall you're getting, Lily," she exclaimed fondly as she bent down a little and opened her arms for a hug. Lily squealed and ran up to her, hugging her tightly. "Mrs. Liang, I missed you. I missed you too, sweetie." Mrs. Liang chuckled before turning her gaze to Gray. "And look who finally decided to show up after buying out the whole menu the other time." Mrs. Liang. Gray scratched the back of his neck, a sheepish grin on his face. "Sorry, things just got a bit busy lately." "HMPH, I bet," she said, but her tone was gentle. "Still, it's good to see you too. What would you want for dinner?" Gray let Lily pick her food. "Fried rice and sweet pork with broccoli, Ms. Liang," Lily said almost instantly. Mrs. Liang smiled at that, her eyes softening. "Still the same food for you, huh?" "Yes," Lily exclaimed excitedly. "That's all, Mrs. Liang," Gray uttered when he saw the woman turning to her. So Mrs. Liang rang up the order before looking back to Gray and Lily. There were no customers since it was still early for dinner. "Why is Lily the only one buying food?" "Well, it'll be out later." "Oh," Mrs. Liang raised a curious brow. "A date? See, I told you it's a date, brother." Lily gasped again, beaming. Gray let out a laugh and waved them off. "Not really. Just dinner with someone, that's all." You say that now." Mrs. Liang chuckled and shook her head before winking at Lily, who giggled knowingly. But who knows, right? Her closet door was wide open, hangers twisted in different directions. Dresses, skirts, jackets, and tops were everywhere on her bed, on the floor, even draped over the back of her chair. She had already changed outfits 4 times, and now, as the clock came closer to 7, her heart could only beat faster. "What am I even doing?" she muttered under her breath, running her fingers through her hair in frustration. "It's just dinner, a normal one. It's not even a date," she scolded herself. She had been to dinners before, plenty of them, some with important CEOs, their children, and others with charity organizers. She had worn heels and practiced her smiles in the mirror. She knew how to talk, how to charm, how to nod politely when someone went on about their success. But this was different. And that scared her, because for the first time, she wasn't dressing up to represent the Lancaster name. She wasn't picking the most expensive shoes or the brand with the best logo. She was standing in her room, struggling over what to wear, simply because she wanted to look nice for Gray. She held up another dress in front of the mirror, a soft beige one with simple sleeves and a square neckline. It was pretty. It was not too formal and not too casual. Maybe this one was safe. However, a second after, Chloe let out a small groan before tossing it on the bed again. Then she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She was already wearing makeup, her lips were red and her cheeks were pink. Her hair was neatly curled, draped down her shoulder. "Why am I acting like this?" she asked her reflection. "You're a Chloe Lancaster. You've handled galas and press conferences. Get it together." But the moment she looked back at the dress on the bed, her heart fluttered again. She bit her lip and turned to her closet once more, this time calmer. If she was going to dinner with Gray, she wanted to look like herself, not the version people expected her to be, just Chloe. Chloe stood in front of her closet one last time, her eyes scanning the remaining pieces of clothes she hadn't tossed onto the bed. Her gaze landed on a black dress hanging quietly near the corner. It was simple, a fitted dress with short sleeves, with a modest neckline, and a soft fabric that hugged her body perfectly, just enough to show her shape. It was one of her older clothes that she used to wear all the time. Yeah, let's just get this. Without overthinking it again, Chloe pulled it off the hanger and slipped it on. It fit just right. She looked in the mirror, smoothing the fabric down gently. It was the first time in a while she wanted to look pretty. She sighed and continued on dressing up, putting on a shoe and some accessories. At exactly 7 p.m., one of Lancaster's family maids answered the door, and standing outside was Gray. Gray looked as if he had just walked out of a fashion show. He wore a clean, dark olive button-up shirt tucked into black slacks. A silver watch gleamed on his wrist, and a soft brown coat slung casually over one arm. His hair had been combed neatly for once, with just enough of a messy touch to make it look natural. He looked sharper than usual. It was all thanks to Lily. Before leaving the house, Gray had tried on 3 different outfits and was ready to walk out in his usual jeans and shirt combo. But Lily, she blocked the door like a gatekeeper. "No, brother," she said firmly while his arms crossed. "Would you not going out looking like that?" She huffed and puffed her cheeks. "I don't know who you're going out with tonight, but you can't wear that." Gray blinked, halfway through tying his sneakers. "Lily, it's just dinner," and I said no, brother. Lily pointed to the closet. "Go and change now." Gray tried to protest, but he quickly realized arguing with Lily was pointless. It was like trying to win a fight with a brick wall. He knew he wouldn't win. And so, after 30 minutes of chaos, Lily finally gave him a nod of approval. She was even the one to open the door of their apartment to push him out. "Now you look good, brother," Lily said with her hands on her hips like a proud stylist. "Hi, is Chloe there?" The maid smiled politely at Gray's question, stepping aside from the door to let him in. "Yes, sir, Miss Chloe is on her way down," she said softly, bowing her head slightly. "You may wait in the front hall." Gray nodded with a small smile. "Thanks." Gray stepped inside and waited in the front hall of the estate. He stood there for a moment, shifting slightly in place with his hands in his pockets. He waited there patiently until he heard soft footsteps descending the stairs. Gray turned his head and his breath caught for a second. Chloe walked down slowly, one hand brushing along the railing, her other holding a small black purse at her side. The moment she stepped into view, Gray saw her. She looked simple, and it made her look even more beautiful than he had seen before. Chloe saw him at the bottom of the stairs, and her steps slowed ever so slightly. Her eyes widened for a brief second when she realized what he was wearing. She expected him to show up in his usual laid-back clothes, but this she wasn't ready for it. They used one of the Lancaster family's cars partly because Gray didn't own one, but mostly because Chloe's security was still a top priority. She wasn't allowed to go anywhere without any of her assigned guards lurking on the side. It was understandable, especially with how rich her family was. The restaurant was nestled in a quiet corner of the city. It wasn't well known. Instead, it was a modest, medium-sized restaurant. It wasn't expensive or cheap. Gray had once worked there years ago, scrubbing dishes in the back kitchen. The owners would sometimes offer him free food and allow him to take some leftovers from the kitchen, knowing his current state. The food there had always been incredible. Rich flavors, handmade pasta, and sauces simmered for hours by the best chefs, so he never understood why the place never took off. Maybe it was the location, maybe poor marketing, or maybe it was because people just overlooked it as it doesn't come with shiny signs and wintergrammable interior. "Let's go, Chloe." Gray offered his arm to Chloe. Chloe looked hesitant. It wasn't a place that she usually went to. Chloe looked up at the building again. The sign above the door was old, almost a little faded. The windows weren't lined with crystal or gold trim. There was also no valet or no host in a suit. But then she looked at Gray. He stood patiently beside her, still offering his arm as if he were waiting patiently. She let out a deep breath and smiled. "Okay," she said softly. "Let's go. Maybe it's not bad to try this." Gray led her to the entrance of the restaurant. As they stepped inside, the shift in the atmosphere was immediate. The air was filled with the scent of roasted garlic, fresh bread, and tomato sauce that had been simmering for hours. Soft jazz played from the corner speakers, and the lighting was warm. A middle-aged man behind the counter looked up from a stack of menus and did a double look. "Is that Gray?" His face lit up when he realized that it was really him. He was about to greet Gray when he noticed that he was with someone, and that someone was a girl. "He must be on a date. I shouldn't bother him." The man stood up a little straighter and smoothed down his apron. When the two approached him, he quickly stepped out from behind the counter with 2 menus in hand. "Good evening, Mom and sir," he said, keeping it professional, but his smile stretched a little too wide. "Table for 2, he gazed at Gray for a second and wiggled his brows as if saying that he recognized his presence. Gray couldn't help but laugh in his mind. However, instead of greeting the man, he nodded politely as if he didn't know him. "Yes, this way, please." Lorenzo led them toward a table by the window, then paused just before setting down the menus. He leaned in slightly, dropping his voice like he was about to share a secret. "Not to be weird," he said, "but you look familiar. Aren't you the one who bought food here and fed like 8 homeless kids last winter with nothing but your last money?" Gray blinked. "What the heck is this guy talking about?" However, Chloe turned her head in surprise. "You did that?" "No, yes, Mom. Your date really did that. We were so touched at that time, that's why we can't forget his face. He must be just shy, that's why he was denying it." Chloe turned her head fully toward Gray, her eyes wide with surprise. "Whoa, I didn't know that about you." Gray let out a quiet sigh through his nose and slowly turned his head toward Lorenzo, shooting him a sideways glare. But Lorenzo only smiled wider in response. He gave Gray a playful wink, clearly proud of himself, as if saying, "Come on, I just gave you some bonus points. You're welcome." With Chloe still staring at him, clearly impressed and more than a little intrigued, Gray rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Yeah, he finally muttered. I guess I did. You guess you did. Chloe blinked before frowning. I mean, it wasn't a big deal, he added quickly, trying not to look at her too long. But Chloe wasn't letting it go that easily. She leaned forward a little, her smile was soft and bright. I didn't know you were like that. You always act like you don't care about things. Yeah, Gray shrugged. I don't like making a big show of it. From behind them, Lorenzo cleared his throat dramatically, trying to stop his laughter from escaping his lips. Ehem, would you like still or sparkling water for the table still for me? Gray looked over his shoulder slowly. How about you, Chloe, still for me too? Chloe answered with a smile on her face. Excellent choice, Mom. And let me just say, Lorenzo added with a grin as he backed away, some heroes wear hoodies, some don't wear anything, and some are just in front of you. Gray rolled his eyes as Lorenzo disappeared, and Chloe let out a laugh. You know, I think I like this place already. You're just saying that because the staff won't shut up about me. No, she said, still smiling. I am saying it because I'm learning new things about someone I thought I had already figured out. And that's a good thing. Gray raised an eyebrow. It is, she said honestly before letting out another round of laughter. For a moment, the noise of the restaurant faded into the background. The warmth of the lighting bounced off the wood-paneled walls, and soft jazz continued to hum from the corner speakers. Chloe looked at him with something gentler in her gaze, like she was seeing Gray in a new light and liking what she saw. Gray shifted in his seat, but he didn't look away. Before Gray could say something, Lorenzo returned with their drinks and a small bread basket, complete with extra butter. Compliments of the house, he said, placing it down with exaggerated flair, for our local legend. Gray loudly sighed while Chloe tried not to laugh. He grabbed a slice and buttered it up. Chloe picked up a piece too, still grinning. This bread is good, she said after taking a bite. The bread was soft and warm. It was one of the best breads she had in a restaurant. Yup, told you. Their food is nice here, so just order what you want later on, Gray muttered, trying to keep his gaze on her. Avoiding her gaze, yeah, Chloe glanced at the menu. I think this is the first time I've eaten somewhere that doesn't have at least one truffle dish that costs $1,000, she said, half joking. That's tragic. Gray looked up with a smile. I guess you'd have to do it with other dishes. I guess so, she laughed. I'll survive. Lorenzo returned a few minutes after with a pen and notepad in hand, though the grin on his face hadn't faded. Are you ready to order what's good here? Chloe glanced at Gray. Everything, he said. Then, after a beat, but if you're asking for a real answer, then get the short rib tagliatelle. They slow cook it in red wine and bone broth for hours. Trust me. She turned to Lorenzo. I'll have that. An excellent choice, Mom. Lorenzo looked at Gray expectantly. Same for me. 2 tagliatelle coming up. He scribbled, then winked again at Gray before walking off. After a few minutes of waiting, the short rib tagliatelle arrived steaming hot, the aroma deep and savory. Chloe closed her eyes for a second, whiffing the smell of it. Her stomach grumbled in hunger. I know you're hungry. Let's eat, then we can order some desserts later, Gray muttered. Chloe silently nodded. Her gaze was glued to the food in front of her. She slowly held a fork and took a bite. Oh my God, she whispered, her eyes widening for a fraction. You weren't kidding. I told you. The food is really nice here. Gray chuckled, already digging into his own plate. Yeah. I guess it's better than I expected. The conversation continued as they ate. They talked about music, books, business, and some of their own personal experiences. Chloe was talkative. She talked about everything, anything. Gray was surprised at it. He didn't realize that Chloe could talk that much, though he was thankful since with it, he laughed more than he expected to. He thought that night would be awkward, but it was going on smoothly. What was more was when they were talking about business, Chloe shared a few of her insights. She may not be active right now, but she still knows a few things. She didn't meddle with her family's business because she didn't want to, not because she couldn't. She was a Lancaster. Business talks and meetings were a shared topic every time her family ate together. That was the norm. It was what they were good at. From behind the counter, Lorenzo watched it all like a proud friend who'd pulled off the perfect setup. He leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. All right, let's see what they'd do next. Lorenzo waited, but nothing happened. For the past hour, the two continued to talk, just talking. Is Gray's game not that good? Lorenzo narrowed his eyes. How come there was no improvement other than talking? What about hugs, kisses, taking pictures? No, he can't let that happen. He'd be the best wingman in the world. Just wait, Gray. A few moments later, Lorenzo strolled toward them again. There was a notepad in hand like he was doing the most natural thing in the world. When Gray realized it, what's he doing now? He uttered in a whisper. Hi, I'm just checking in. Lorenzo chirped, his voice bright. How's the food, the service, the ambience, the mood, the temperature of the butter? Chloe let out a soft laugh at the sudden surge of questions. She was in a good mood. Everything's great, thank you. We don't usually do this, Lorenzo said, lowering his voice slightly as if sharing an insider tip, but this wine is on the house tonight. Chef's pick, only for our VIPs. He placed the wine down with a flourish. Oh wow, Chloe said. What's the occasion? Ah yes, Lorenzo snapped his fingers. A tiny favor. We just need a picture of you two, for social media. a fun promo thing. You know, happy customers, great food, that sort of thing. That's actually a good promo idea. Chloe raised a brow. Wait a second, Gray narrowed his eyes, his suspicion deepening. Come on, it's just a picture, Chloe said lightly. We already look good anyway. Lorenzo gave a victorious grin, then shot a secret wink at Gray, who looked like he might choke on his wine. Pay for the wine later, he mouthed silently before quickly turning to Chloe again. Where should we stand? Chloe gently patted her mouth against the napkin. Oh no, you two have to sit next to each other, Lorenzo said, already rearranging chairs. We want that cozy date night at our hidden gem vibe. Wow, you really thought of that, SHH. Lorenzo shooed him. It's a good promotion, sir. Right, Mom? Well, I guess so. Chloe laughed and walked over to the seat beside Gray, sitting down so close their shoulders touched together. She looked up at him with a bright smile. Is this okay? She asked. Yeah, it's fine. Gray pressed his lips together and nodded. Damn, I am so smart. They look so good together. Lorenzo pulled out his phone. All right, look here, 1-2. Just before the shutter clicked, Chloe leaned in and placed a soft kiss on Gray's cheek. Hug. Gray froze, his brain short-circuited. Click, click. Damn, Lorenzo blinked before grinning. That was perfect. He announced like he had just captured a shot worthy of a magazine cover. It was absolutely perfect. He silently celebrated. On the other hand, Gray sat motionless. His cheek tingled from the... Slowly, he turned his head to Chloe, his eyes wide. What was that? He stammered. Chloe looked completely unbothered, still smiling as she reached for her wine. What? It's good for the promo. It sells the whole date night vibe, right? She said playfully, echoing Lorenzo's earlier words. Exactly, Lorenzo added, already backing away as he flicked through the pictures. Romance, pasta, and perfectly lit ambience. I should have charged for this shoot. Be thankful that it's free. I see then, he mumbled in a low voice. Gray sighed and shook his head in disbelief. Gray watched as Lorenzo disappeared toward the counter again, a satisfied grin on his face. It was obvious how the man was enjoying it. Soon after, Lorenzo returned to them, now carrying 2 elegant glasses filled with red wine. This is the wine as promised, he said with a wink as he set the glasses down. Enjoy, you two deserve it. Gray muttered a quiet thanks, then picked up his fork. Chloe did the same. They resumed eating, but the air had shifted slightly to a little awkward. Gray ate in silence, but his thoughts were miles away. The kiss lingered on his mind. The kiss wasn't even dramatic or intense. It was just a small, soft kiss on the cheek, but it had thrown him off more than he cared to admit. He wasn't new to that affection. He had some experience in that area, but it had been a while. Since his parents' death, he deburied himself in work and responsibility. He felt that having fun was a luxury he couldn't afford or didn't deserve. Chloe, on the other hand, was thinking about the same thing. She didn't really know why she kissed him. It just happened. In that moment, with the cozy lighting and the warmth between them, it felt right. Her thoughts had taken over her. Her instincts, too. But was it wrong she was single? She knew Gray was single, too, so she felt that it was fine. And honestly, she was interested in Gray. At first, her interest was purely surface level. It started when they first saw Gray as he paid for his food using a card from a private bank known for only giving accounts to the wealthy or exceptionally elite. That surely caught her attention. She thought that it would soon fade, but then it stayed. And now, watching him quietly eat across from her, she could admit it. Maybe it wasn't just interest, maybe she was starting to like him. The two continued their meal quietly, the occasional clink of cutlery the only sound. Eventually, Chloe leaned back with a soft sigh. That food was really good, she said. Yeah, Gray nodded, putting his utensils down. It always is here. Should we get something sweet? Chloe scanned the dessert menu briefly. Up to you, Gray said. Then let's share something. I'll pick, she said with a grin. Gray only smirked and nodded. Chloe ordered a tiramisu and soon after excused herself. I'll go to the bathroom real quick. Sure, Gray replied. I'll wait here. As Chloe walked away, Gray leaned back slightly on the chair, the moment finally giving him some breathing space. Then, as if waiting for the opportunity since earlier, Lorenzo quickly appeared on his side. The man was grinning like a smug devil. What was that? Gray said flatly, eyeing him from the side. I'm helping you, bro, Lorenzo said, plopping into the empty seat across from him for a moment. Helping me do what exactly? Gray rolled his eyes. Come on, man, I see the way she looks at you. And don't even lie, you were blushing like a high school kid when she kissed you. I wasn't. Gray began, then groaned, dragging a hand down his face. Lorenzo leaned back, more serious now. I'm just giving you a nudge. I've known you for years, Gray. You've buried yourself in work ever since, well, you know. Gray's gaze dropped at that. You worked here 4 years ago, Lorenzo continued. You came in fresh, quiet, and a little angry at life. But you were solid, man. Best coworker I ever had. I only worked for a year, Gray murmured. Yeah. Because you got a better offer, and I was proud of you then, too. Lorenzo smiled. But you can't just keep grinding forever, man. People need more than work. Get laid and do some amazing things. You deserve a little something else. Gray didn't respond right away. He just stared down at the nearly empty table, swirling the wine in his glass. I don't even know if she sees me that way. She kissed you, dude, on the cheek with intent. You're insufferable. Gray finally cracked a small laugh. I am your friend. You're not, they both chuckled. For a moment it was just like old times. All right, I'll get your dessert ready, and don't screw this up. Then Lorenzo stood and stretched. As he walked away, Gray stared in the direction Chloe had gone. Chloe returned moments later, her makeup lightly retouched now. She eased back into her seat just as Lorenzo returned with the dessert in his hand. For the happy couple. Gray shot him a look, but Lorenzo had already vanished back to the kitchen. The tiramisu sat between them, its layers of mascarpone and espresso-soaked sponge tempting even in the dim lighting. This looks good, Chloe said with a grin as she picked up her spoon. They do, Gray chuckled under his breath as they shared bites of the dessert. The awkwardness that had lingered earlier was now mostly dissolved. Like earlier, they both continued to talk, laughing and sharing life stories. Eventually, the tiramisu disappeared, and with it, the last drop of their wine. Gray called for the bill before quietly slipping his card to pay. Hey, she started. Don't, he said, not unkindly. Let me, since I invited you to one. She narrowed her eyes at him in playful suspicion. If you insist, then. Gray quickly paid for their food. $359 has been deducted from your balance. $17.95 has been refunded. The two quickly left the restaurant afterward. Gray also gave Lorenzo a huge tip that the man happily accepted. He even had the courage to say good luck while stepping out the door. Outside, the evening had already cooled down. The air was cold and the soft glow from the restaurant windows cast gentle shadows on the pavement. Chloe's car and driver was already waiting on the side. I can go home by myself now, Chloe. It's also getting late, and we still have a session tomorrow. Instead of answering, Chloe faced Gray instead. Her expression was more open than it had been all evening. I had a good time tonight, she said before smiling widely. Me too. Gray met her eyes. There was a moment of quietness between them. However, after a few seconds, Chloe's lips curled into a small, deliberate smile. I know this is too soon, but Chloe pressed her lips together and stared at Gray's eyes. Her heart was beating out loud. Do you want to stay with me tonight? I would just like to inform you that I will be setting this story to premium on Friday. I hope you continue to support it. Also, thanks to those who dropped some golden tickets into the novel. Mark 4727, Greenfightin, Nicture 321, Solark 18, Taoist 3 CZBZF. I appreciate it, guys. For a second, the world around him seemed to be frozen. The sounds of the city dimmed and the glow from the streetlights blurred. Chloe's words lingered in the air as it is to his mind. Do you want to stay with me tonight? His first reaction was surprise. He hadn't expected that, not from her, not tonight. But her expression was honest, her gaze as it looked at him was steady. There wasn't anything coy or teasing about it. She wasn't playing around. Chloe meant her words. It'd be a lie to say it doesn't sound good, Gray thought. He was a man. He had needs too. It'd been a long time since someone had looked at him like that, made an offer like that. Chloe was beautiful, charming, and tonight, she had made him laugh more than he had in months. The idea of ending the night wrapped in warmth, closeness, maybe even pleasure, it was tempting. He was human. But even so, no, he wasn't that man. He wouldn't let his desires steer the wheel when it came to someone he respected, especially not her. Gray's lips parted, but no words came out immediately. He looked down and exhaled softly. After a few seconds, he looked up again and met her gaze, his expression gentler this time. Chloe, he said slowly, his words were nothing but a trail. What her smile faltered just a little. He rubbed the back of his neck. I won't lie and say I didn't think about it. You're smart, you're beautiful, and I like being around you. Tonight was he paused, meeting her gaze again, a really good night. Chloe waited, but her breath had gone shallow. The answer she wanted wasn't coming just yet, and she felt that it won't. But I'm going to say no. Why? Her eyes widened. Gray hesitated a little bit. Because I respect you. She blinked. I don't want to do that to you, not like this. It's too fast, Chloe. We're still figuring things out. And if something happens tonight, I don't want it to be something you wake up regretting. Chloe didn't speak. She was too stunned to form words to answer Gray. You deserve better than a heat-of-the-moment decision. You deserve someone who doesn't just take advantage of a nice night and some wine, and I'm not gonna be that guy. Gray continued. His voice was calm but firm. Chloe's cheeks flushed. She looked away, her hand brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, embarrassed. She hadn't expected rejection, especially not like this. Not after how well their night had gone, but beneath her embarrassment, something bloomed inside her. There was warmth and respect, a kind of quiet admiration that made her heart squeeze in the best way. She looked back at him, her eyes looked softer now. You're not like the others, huh? Probably not. Gray chuckled once gently. Chloe smiled and chuckled, but it wasn't in a flirtatious way. Instead, it was grateful. Thank you, she said quietly. For what? Gray tilted his head. For not being the guy I assumed you might be, she said before shrugging her shoulder, and for saying no. Weirdly enough, I think that meant more to me than a yes would have. Gray chuckled. I'll see you tomorrow, then Gray asked. Yeah, tomorrow. Chloe nodded. He gave her a small smile, then turned and started walking away, hands tucked into his pockets. As Chloe watched him go, her heart felt lighter. It was not because she got what she wanted, but because she saw something real in someone she didn't expect. She opened the car door and slid into the backseat, still thinking about that moment, about that man. And this time her smile didn't fade. Chloe closed the door behind her and leaned back against the leather seat. She exhaled softly. "Let's go," she said to the driver gently. "Yes, miss," the man replied, pulling the car away from the curb smoothly. As the car drove off on the street, Chloe couldn't help but stare out the window. She could see her faint reflection in the glass. Her fingers absently played with the hem of her dress. She can't help but think of Gray's words over and over again, settling deeper each time. She didn't know why it stayed with her so much. Maybe because she wasn't used to being told no. Maybe because she wasn't used to someone thinking about her, instead of what they could get from her. After a while, she turned her head toward the front. "Have you talked to him?" she asked, her voice breaking the silence. The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror, his eyebrows raising slightly in recognition. "Mr. Gray, yes, miss, we always have a conversation every time I pick him up from the subdivision's gate," he said. "What did you think of him?" Chloe asked. Her voice was casual, but her eyes were focused. "He's a good man, miss," the driver said without hesitation. He was polite, quiet, and kind too. Chloe's lips parted slightly, surprised. "I see. Do you know why he's working with us?" Chloe asked quietly, realizing that it was a question she forgot to ask him earlier. "I think he mentioned once that he was working not only for himself alone. Miss, he's supporting his younger sister. She's still in school, I believe." Chloe looked out the window, silent. She already knew that. "Oh right, he once told me, miss, that he has to make it since no one else will do it for him. That time, I can really say that he was a good man. He never complains." "I see," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She turned her gaze back to the window with deeper thoughts. Maybe that was what made him different, and maybe it was time she stopped avoiding certain things in her life too. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, then opened them again, this time with a hint of resolve. "Does my dad have a meeting tomorrow morning?" None. Miss Chloe nodded and sighed. "I should meet with my dad tomorrow," she said softly. Their interaction wouldn't end today. Early in the morning, the grand house was already awake with housekeepers moving quietly. Chloe didn't sleep. Well, she did, but it felt so short. Her thoughts were occupied by Gray the whole night. And now, early in the morning, Chloe was already standing outside the door of her father's study. She took a deep breath as she brushed her fingers against her phone. She just sent a message to Gray asking if they could move their session an hour later. Afterward, Chloe's gaze returned to the door. She took a deep breath before gently knocking. "Come in," her dad's voice echoed from inside. Chloe opened the door and stepped in. Her father, dressed in his usual tailored navy suit, was already seated behind his massive desk. Jonathan was already starting to read the morning reports. The large window behind him bathed the room in warm light. Jonathan glanced up, his brows arching in surprise at the sight of his youngest daughter. "Chloe," Jonathan leaned back slightly. "You're up early. What brought you here again?" "Huh, yeah, Dad. Good morning." Chloe smiled at Jonathan before kissing him on the cheeks as a way to greet him. "I came here because I wanted to talk to you." "What's on your mind?" Little one. Jonathan closed the report in front of him and gave her his full attention. It was so rare that Chloe got to visit him in his office. Chloe stood beside Jonathan for a second before she slowly sat into the chair across from him. Her posture wasn't casual like what she normally had when talking to her father. Instead, she was sitting straight, looking at him with a rare seriousness that immediately made Jonathan take her words seriously. "It seems like my youngest daughter came here for business again," Jonathan thought as he eyed her carefully. "Dad, I was wondering if it's okay for me to be more involved in the business," she said. Her words were low and almost a whisper. For a moment, silence fell over the room. Jonathan blinked once, twice, and then thrice as if making sure he heard her right. "You want to get involved in the company?" he repeated as if he was also doubting what he had heard. "Yes," Chloe nodded before pressing her lips together. She already knew that her dad might be confused right now, and she was ready to answer all of his questions. Jonathan sat back with an unreadable look forming in his eyes. "Of course it's okay, Chloe," he said after a moment of silence. "In fact, I've been waiting for the day you'd say that." His voice softened just a little. "But why the change of heart? Why all of a sudden?" Chloe paused and sighed. She could have said something vague like it was time, or that she wanted to challenge herself, but that wouldn't be honest. She didn't want to fool her dad, especially when he was nothing but a good and supportive dad to them. So instead, she told him the truth. "You know that I really don't want to be involved in our business right how I want to just have fun." Chloe let out a deep sigh. "Someone made me realize that I shouldn't take advantage of those, that I also need to work hard for myself." Jonathan tilted his head slightly. "Someone?" He frowned. Suddenly, he became curious about who this someone was. Jonathan leaned back slowly in his chair, his eyes narrowing with his thought. His fingers tapped gently against the armrest. "Someone?" Huh, he murmured again. Chloe gave him a small nod but didn't elaborate on it. "Not yet." Jonathan looked at her for a long moment. There was a deep curiosity lingering in his eyes, but not only that, there was also caution. His father's instinct was clicking into place. He exhaled and rubbed his chin. Well, I won't lie, this is so sudden, and you've never exactly been shy about saying how much you didn't want anything to do with the family business, he said, a half-smile curling at the edge of his lips. I know, Dad, Chloe admitted quietly. I've said a lot of things. I meant them at the time, but I think that was just me trying to run away from pressure, from expectation. I thought if I didn't care, I couldn't disappoint anyone. Jonathan's eyes softened at that. He leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the desk now. You won't disappoint me, my child. Chloe smiled sweetly when she heard the sincerity in Jonathan's voice. She knew that, but she was still scared back then. Are you sure about this? Yes, Dad. If you really want to step in, Chloe, then you're welcome to, but I want you to understand something. It won't be easy. You're going to have to earn your place, not as my daughter, but as someone your colleagues can respect. Y'all start low. Learn things from the ground up. I won't be handing you everything so easily. I wouldn't want it handed to me anyway, Chloe said firmly. Jonathan smiled. He was proud, amused, and a little surprised all at once. Well, damn, he said with a quiet chuckle. Looks like I've been underestimating my little girl. Chloe laughed softly, the tension easing from her shoulders. I'm serious about this, Dad, she said. I am ready. I believe you, Jonathan nodded. I'll have Peter and Marie work on a preliminary mentorship schedule. Y'all shadow a few teams for the next few weeks. After that, we'll talk about what direction you want to take. Thank you, Dad, Chloe said genuinely. But he said, his eyes narrowing just a touch, before we wrap up, this someone who inspired you. Who is he? Chloe froze for a second, just long enough to catch Jonathan's full attention. Her gaze flicked away for a moment. She bit her lip, uncertain if she will answer. Chloe scratched the back of her head. Jonathan watched her quietly. Chloe, he said gently but firmly, you brought him up. If this person was important enough to change your mind about something you've been set on for years, then I think it's fair to ask. Chloe let out a soft sigh. It's my new tutor. Gray. Jonathan blinked. Gray, she nodded slowly, still a little hesitant. Jonathan leaned back again, processing the name. He had heard of his name from Emily, and he was sure of it. Let me meet him. They have been studying for an hour since he arrived. The two sat across from each other in the study room. They were at the table where Chloe's books and notebooks were scattered around. There was also her open laptop and highlighters lined up in color-coded rows. Chloe looked so determined to study for today that it surprised Gray. It was fine, Chloe answered with a small smile playing on her lips. She went to her university's website and showed Gray her scores for her last few exams. Gray took them, his eyes scanning the page carefully. There was a noticeable improvement across the score list. It was nothing dramatic, but it was getting so much better. The gaps were closing, and her consistency was there. Gray nodded, setting the paper down. You're improving, not just in one subject either. It's across the board, he said in awe. Yeah, I've been reading the lessons we've had so far. Chloe folded her hands on the table and showed a confident smile on her face. Yeah, I can tell, he said. The improvement isn't from last-minute cramming. This kind of progress only comes from discipline. Yeah, I've been trying. Chloe looked at him, then gave a small nod. He didn't smile or offer any praise for the sake of it. Instead, he leaned back slightly and added, if you maintain this pace for the next 2 weeks, you'll hit your targets, Chloe. That's what I'm aiming for, she said softly. Gray studied her for a second longer, then glanced at the schedule they'd planned for the week. Just as he was about to speak again, Chloe interrupted him. By the way, she said, closing her notebook. About the schedule, Gray looked up at her, slightly frowning when he heard the uncertainty in her voice. I'll need to adjust our sessions going forward, maybe move them around a bit. Why, he blinked. She hesitated only for a moment. Then her eyes met his directly. I decided to start learning about our family business, Chloe said, pressing her lips together. I'm going to start learning how it works. My dad's letting me in. For a few seconds, Gray said nothing. Oh, then he leaned forward slowly, brows pulled together slightly. You're serious about it now? Yeah, I told him this morning. Chloe nodded before pouting her lips. Is it bad? The seriousness in Gray's face softened as he laughed. Of course not, it's actually good. I was just surprised. Chloe pouted even more with his words. Stop teasing me, Gray, she rolled her eyes. Gray laughed even more before nodding. All right, don't worry, he said. Well, adjust the schedule accordingly. Just let me know the hours. Thanks. Chloe smiled. Chloe glanced at Gray, chewing lightly on the cap of her pen. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she set the pen down and looked at him with a cautious expression. Oh, and one more thing, she said with a smile, but not a kind smile. It almost looked like a cautious smile. Gray, who had just reopened his notebook, looked up again. My dad wants to meet you. Chloe dropped the words like a bomb. Silence. Dead silence. Gray stared at her, completely frozen in his ear. The color visibly drained from his face. He said, blinking. Wait, what? Chloe couldn't help it. She burst into laughter at his reaction. You look like I just told you Ray getting arrested. Are you kidding me right now? Gray asked, his eyes wide and his voice laced with disbelief. Your dad, Jonathan Lancaster, wants to meet me. Meet me? Chloe grinned and nodded as if confirming everything he said. Yup. Gray stared at her again, this time clearly rattled. He leaned back in his seat, his hand running through his hair as if he were physically trying to steady himself. Why does he want to meet me, he asked. Did I do something wrong? Was I too strict? Did I push you too hard with calculus? Was it that one test I gave you last week? I swear that was just for prep. Relax, Chloe said, giggling. He's not mad, he just got curious. I told him you were the one who made me think seriously about taking responsibility for our company, and I guess he wants to see the guy who had that kind of effect on his daughter. That makes it worse. Gray hissed. You told him that what the fuck? Chloe shrugged playfully. Well, you kind of did, and he's curious, so he asked. Gray stared down at the table, the nerves clearly sinking in. He was usually strong-willed and determined, but not in these kinds of things. God, I didn't sign up for this. I signed up to tutor, not to face a billionaire tycoon who could snap me in half with a single look. Chloe laughed again and then stood up from her chair. It's fine, she said with a teasing lilt. My dad doesn't bite. Gray looked up at her with a deadpan stare. You're not sure about that. You're his daughter and I am a nobody. That only made Chloe burst out laughing once more. She covered her mouth as she tried to stifle it, but even if she tried so hard she couldn't contain them. And right then, as if summoned by the universe itself, there was a soft knock on the study's door, followed by its soft opening. Hello, may I talk to you too? Just then, Jonathan Lancaster stepped inside. Gray froze. He just completely froze, speaking of it. Chloe turned to the door with a bright smile. Dad. Jonathan stepped in with a composed and pleasant expression. He glanced at Gray once. He was calm, observant, and unreadable before giving a faint nod. You must be Gray. I'll leave you two alone. Try not to scare him too much, Dad. No promises, little one. Jonathan showed a slight smile to Chloe before his full attention shifted to Gray. Chloe winked at Gray. Y'all be fine, Gray. Gray just looked at her in disbelief. Really, he thought inside. With a playful smirk on her face, Chloe walked past her father. She gave Gray a big thumbs up as if encouraging him before gently closing the door behind her. When Chloe left, the study room became quiet, so quiet that Gray could hear his own breathing. Oh, fuck. Gray silently cursed in his mind. This wasn't the interaction that he was hoping to have with the head of the Lancaster family. Gray sat unmoving. His back was straight. His posture looked so tight and formal. He could feel the air growing heavy despite how calm the room was. Jonathan stepped further into the room. His strides were slow and small. He made his way to the seat in front of Gray. It was Chloe's seat earlier. He slowly sat there, clasping his hands on the table as if he was in a meeting. There was only pure silence between them. Are you nervous? Jonathan asked, breaking the silence between them. His voice was calm, almost too calm. Gray swallowed and nodded once, choosing honesty over pretending to be tough, a little. It's not every day I get summoned by someone like you, sir. Jonathan chuckled faintly at the word summoned, though his expression remained unreadable. That's understandable, he uttered, followed by a short nod. Another moment of silence fell between them. Then, Jonathan leaned in slightly, studying Gray subtly. So tell me more about yourself, he said. Your life, your family. What do you do outside of tutoring my daughter? Gray took a breath, squaring his shoulders. He continued to held onto Jonathan's gaze. It was a conversation that he knew he wouldn't be able to dodge or sugarcoat. They must have run a background check on him already. The only thing he could do now was answer plainly and honestly. My name's Gray. I quit school years ago and mostly work now, he slowly began, his voice steady, though a touch of caution lingered in his tone. I used to do physical work, anything that you could think of. Dishwashing, waiter, cleaner, factory worker. Gray held his head up high. There was no embarrassment on his voice as he named the jobs he had taken over the years. On the other hand, Jonathan remained silent. He just nodded slowly, as if encouraging him to continue. I don't have parents, Gray said. They passed away a few years ago. It was an accident. There was a brief pause in his voice. He didn't elaborate on how or when. He didn't need to. I have a younger sister. She's 10. Her name's Lily, Gray added, his voice softening a little at the mention of his little sir. I've been taking care of her ever since. She depends on me now, that's why I am working for us. Jonathan's eyes narrowed slightly, not in judgment, but with a deeper level of attention when Gray talked about his only remaining family. So it's just the two of you? Gray nodded. Yes, sir. I work part-time and study on my own when I can. I used to do 3 jobs in the past, but shit happened, that's why I'm here. I'm really thankful to your eldest daughter for giving me this opportunity. There was no pity in Jonathan's gaze, only a quiet evaluation. He didn't speak immediately, which made Gray instinctively straighten up even more. Is he satisfied with my answer now? He frowned, but still continued to put a neutral expression on his face. I see, Jonathan said eventually, leaning back a bit in his seat. He looked a little satisfied with the answer. That's a lot of weight for someone your age, he pointed out, noting the hardship that Gray experienced. For a moment, it reminded him of his younger days. He also used to work a lot of jobs just to be able to afford to live. That was also the reason why he couldn't feel pity for the man. Instead, he liked how courageous he was. He commends his hard work. Gray didn't deny it. He simply nodded once. Yes, sir, it is, but I've got no choice. I want her to have better. For a few seconds, Jonathan said nothing. The silence wasn't cold anymore. It was just heavy and thoughtful. Then, without warning, Jonathan's expression changed. The sharp line of his mouth softened. His shoulders relaxed. And then he smiled. Jonathan Lancaster just smiled. Before Gray could even react, Jonathan reached out and gave him a solid pat on the arm. "You're a good man, Gray," he said with unexpected warmth. "I didn't expect this, but I'm glad I asked." Gray blinked, stunned at the shift of personality. Thank you," Sir Jonathan chuckled out loud, finding Gray's expression funny. He knew that some finds him scary, but honestly he couldn't understand those. As far as he knows, he was kind. "Don't look so confused, Gray. I'm not as terrifying as the people make me out to be. I'm kind and chill, you know," Jonathan uttered with a smile still lingering on his face. Gray didn't quite believe that, but he stayed quiet. "I'm just happy," Jonathan continued. "Chloe told me it was you who made her start thinking seriously about her role in the company. That kind of influence, it's rare. She's finally stepping up, and that means everything to me." The smile on Jonathan's face widened even more. "I didn't do anything special, sir. She made those choices on her own." Gray scratched the back of his head, a little awkward. "No," Jonathan said firmly, as if he wanted Gray to believe him instead. "She had people talk to her all her life. Business partners, her mom, her sister, me, but none of us ever got through to her the way you did. Do you know how big that was?" Jonathan leaned forward, clasping his hands again as if he was looking at an angel in front of him. And that angel seemed to be Gray. "I'm grateful, Gray, sincerely." Gray didn't quite know what to say. He nodded again, quietly overwhelmed. "What do you want in return?" Gray Jonathan's eyes glinted with amusement. "Money, land, a business of your own," he said casually, like offering lunch options. "Just name it, and I'll give it to you. Money, it was the quickest way to get rich. Land, finally, he'd have something under his name, a security that could never be repossessed. A ready-made business, it was a shortcut most people could only dream of." Gray exhaled through his nose, his eyes dropping to the polished desk. It would be so easy to grab the first option and run, he thought. But easy had never been his path, and shortcuts usually came with strings he couldn't afford. Gray knew that one day, he'd be able to achieve those three with the help of his system. So what he wanted now was something that the system might not be able to give to him. Gray slowly lifted his gaze, meeting Jonathan's expectant look. "Sir, that's generous," he began slowly, though a small smile was already playing on his lips. A genuine and kind smile. "But could I ask for something different?" Jonathan's brows rose, intrigued by it. "Different how?" Someday, Gray paused for a moment, searching for the right words. "Someday I might come to you with something important. I don't know what it is yet, I can't really say. But when that day comes, I'd like to ask for you to hear me out and lend a hand. That would mean more to me than anything right now." For a second, Jonathan simply stared at Gray, the usual sharp glint in his eyes softening into genuine surprise. Then a deep, rolling laugh escaped his lips. "Well, I'll be damned," he said, shaking his head in obvious delight. "Here I am, offering you whatever you want, and instead you ask for my support." Jonathan found it amusing. "That's all I want." Gray managed a small, sheepish smile. Jonathan sighed and clasped his hands together on top of the desk. He'd entertained hundreds of meetings in their house, executives angling for bonuses, business partners asking for money, even distant relatives hoping to borrow a slice of the Lancaster fortune. Every one of them could list their price in dollars or deeds within 30 seconds if he asked them. But this kid, how come he was different? He wanted a promise instead of material things. There was no greed in his eyes, just quiet confidence, as though he trusted he'd earn the rest on his own. He didn't know if Gray was stupid or just confident, but still there was something rare there. Jonathan watched Gray as he sat perfectly still. "Ambition without entitlement," Jonathan mused. "That's new." Jonathan let out a deep sigh, a thoughtful hum rumbling in his chest. Chloe had been right. Maybe Gray Adams really was different. Jonathan smiled and cleared his throat before extending his hand, this time with renewed respect. "All right, y'all have that promise, Gray. When you call for me, I'll answer. I'll do anything in my power if you ask for my help." Relief flickered across Gray's face. He shook the offered hand firmly. "Thank you, sir." But Jonathan added, holding onto the handshake for another minute. "What you asked might not come so soon," so instead Jonathan let go of Gray's hand and called his assistant on the telephone. The two spoke in a language that Gray didn't understand. When the call dropped, Jonathan just gave him a meaningful smile. After a few minutes, a brisk knock sounded, and the door of the study room opened to reveal a sharply dressed middle-aged woman carrying a slim leather portfolio. "Mr. Lancaster," she said, giving Jonathan a respectful nod before turning to Gray with a polite smile. "These are the papers you requested, sir." "Thank you, Irene," Jonathan replied. She placed the portfolio in front of Gray, then left the room without another word, leaving the two men alone once more. Gray glanced at the folder, then up at Jonathan, brow furrowing. "What's this? Go ahead," Jonathan urged Gray, gesturing for him to open it. With careful fingers, Gray unfastened the clasp of the folder. Inside lay several tidy stacks of documents titled deeds, transfer forms, a concise financial summary, and on top, a one-page overview stamped with the logo Land Grow Market Riverside branch. It's a neighborhood grocery, Jonathan explained, reading the confusion on Gray's face. It has a modest footprint, steady revenue, good foot traffic, and plenty of opportunity if someone gave its full attention unto it. What will I do with this? Sir Gray frowned. On the second page, you'd see the terms. 40% equity and full managing rights, Jonathan smiled. I am giving that to you, but my holding in the company remains. That means you have access to our supply network and accounting support. You can run it yourself, hire a manager, or sell your stake later if you'd rather fund another venture. He spread his hands. Your call. Gray's mouth opened then closed again. Was this really happening quickly? Gray flipped to the terms page, half expecting the words to be a lie. But nope, there it was in black ink. Transfer of 40 equity to Gray ADAMS effective immediately. What the he stopped himself before he could even curse. His gaze landed back to Jonathan. Mr. Lancaster, this is too much. You're handing me a business like it's takeout. Wealth loses its point if you're afraid to deploy it, Gray. Jonathan chuckled. Gray dragged a hand through his hair. So this is how the 1% say thank you. I don't even have a background with managing a store. He blurted, half laughing, half panicking. You understand how unreal this feels, right? Jonathan's eyes twinkled before he let out a loud laughter. Instead of answering, he stood up and fixed the way his suit was folded. That's not my problem anymore, Gray. Chloe will give you the number of a trusted director of our company to help you start, Jonathan answered as if what Gray said was no problem. So good luck, Gray. I want to see how y'all run this store. Bruce, snoo stacks, Mark 4727. I'd also like to say thank you again to Mark 4727 for dropping another gift. I appreciate it, guys, not at all in his life. Ding, new mission unlocked. A translucent notification window appeared right in front of him. Mission, read the contract given to you and familiarize yourself with its content. Time limit, 3 days reward, +1 influence, +2, 0 wealth. Gray blinked, staring at the screen. Then he let out a short, breathless laugh. Of course, he muttered. Of course you show up now. The system had been quiet for a few days. He'd almost begun to wonder why, but it seemed like the system had just been waiting for something to happen in his life. I get handed a grocery store, and the first thing you want me to do is read the contract, he said aloud, glancing at the folder beside him on the seat. Yeah, that's understandable. But still 2-0 just to read. Oh well, money was still money. You're really pushing me to become a businessman now. Gray shook his head and leaned back against the cab's seat, grinning faintly. The city lights outside the car began to bloom. Silently, Gray watched people walk on the street. Students, vendors, tired employees, and laughing couples. There was a different kind of atmosphere in the air, one he hadn't noticed before. Maybe it was always there, but he wasn't just paying attention to the people around him. By the time the cab pulled in front of their apartment building, Gray immediately paid and stepped out of it. He walked with the folder in his hand. Back in the apartment, Gray closed the door behind him with a quiet. He went to check on Lily and saw her in the living room, watching a kids' princess show. Lily was curled up on the couch with a blanket draped over her small frame. Her eyes were glued to the bright princess movie playing on the TV. The sound of cheerful characters filled the room. Lily, Gray called out for her attention. Brother. Lily turned when she heard her name being called. Her face lit up the moment she saw him. You're home. Hey, Lily, Gray said, his tone softening instantly. He set the folder down on the kitchen counter and crossed the room to ruffle her hair gently. How's school? Are you behaving today? I even finished my homework before the show started. Lily giggled and nodded. Smart girl, he smiled, then glanced toward the door of his room. His body ached from the day's stress. Even if it hadn't been physical, the mental load was enough to knock him over. I am gonna lie down for a bit, he said, stretching his arms over his head and yawning. I just need to rest. I'll come out later to cook us some dinner. Okay, just knock on my door if you need anything. Sure, brother, Lily said, her eyes already drifting back to the screen. Then, almost as an afterthought, she turned back to him. Can we have stir-fry tonight, brother, with eggs, you and your eggs? Yeah, we can do that. Gray chuckled. Yay. She beamed, then turned back fully to the show, humming along with the theme song. Gray gave her one last glance, his smile staying on his lips. No matter how crazy the day had been, he liked what happened to him. It seemed like Chloe was the reason for all of this. Gray took the contract from the counter and walked to his room. He pushed open the door, kicked off his shoes, and let himself fall onto his bed with a soft grunt. He stared up at the ceiling, letting his body sink into the mattress, the weight of the day finally beginning to lift from his shoulders. A grocery store. He still couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Everything had happened so fast, from meeting Jonathan to the folder now sitting on his side. Gray closed his eyes for a while, just letting his thoughts wander. The hum of the television from the living room reached his ears faintly. For a moment he just lay there, but a moment after, he remembered the mission in his mind. Gray sat up with a quiet sigh and rubbed his face. 3 days, that was the duration of his mission. However, he didn't like waiting for so long, especially since he was also curious what the contract says. He just realized that he had signed this document without reading anything at all. Damn, that was bad. I should be careful next time. He shook his head and vowed to remember that crucial thing next time. All right, let's read this thing. As soon as Gray said that, he opened the folder. It was thick, with countless paper inside. The first page was printed cleanly and professionally. Land Grow Market Riverside Branch Contract Summary and Transfer Agreement Transfer of 40 Equity to Gray ADAMS effective immediately. Gray blinked and leaned back slightly. Yeah, this is real shit. The next page shows the signed agreement between him and Jonathan. The next pages talk about the content of their agreement. Managing rights according to the agreement, Gray had the authority to hire and fire staff, handle operational decisions, propose changes to inventory and pricing, and make day-to-day business choices without requiring prior approval from the majority stakeholder, Jonathan Lancaster. Gray's fingers lightly tapped on his pillows as he read further, absorbing every clause, every term. There were a few conditions, like monthly reporting, basic financial accountability, and restrictions on liquidating assets without notice. Jonathan had told him earlier he could run the store, hire a manager, or even sell his shares later if he wanted. But why would he let that kind of opportunity slip by? He'd be a fool to sell his stake now. Gray knew one thing for sure: this grocery store wasn't just some reward. Jonathan had given it to him because at least in some small way he trusted him, and Gray wasn't stupid enough to break that trust. In business, trust was everything. Gray drew in a deep breath and slowly let it out. All right then, he murmured. Let's learn how to run a store. It was Wednesday, his supposed to be a rest day, but it seemed like he won't be able to rest for today and for the rest of his days. Gray found himself outside. He was seated in a small cafe just a few blocks away from their apartment. It was not one of the cheap cafes he usually went to. Instead, he sat inside a cafe located on the High Street. High Street was a business central district located in the heart of the Riverside district. It was a place where everything looked polished, overpriced, and a little out of reach. Designer shops lined the sidewalks and tall high-rise buildings filled the area. Most importantly, aesthetic cafes were everywhere. The coffee here costs more than a full meal back in his own neighborhood. Gray sat by the window. He was inside Coastal Cafe, one of the most renowned cafes in the street. A halfway finished iced latte was in front of him. He used to tell himself he'd never step foot in a place like this. High Street was too expensive, too far out of reach for him. But now look at him, casually sipping a cup of an overpriced coffee. Well, it was not that he came here for the coffee. Instead, he was waiting for someone. He was waiting for the person Jonathan had mentioned yesterday. The director who was supposed to help him get started. Chloe had given the guy's contact details yesterday before leaving, saying it was someone whom they personally trusted. When he sent a message yesterday, introducing himself and his intention, the director replied to him in the speed of light as if he were expecting a message from him. At the end, they agreed to meet, thinking that it would be easier and more efficient for the two of them. Gray leaned back in the chair, his eyes flicking toward the door. They agreed to meet at 10 in the morning. Currently, it was just 9:55. Gray let out a sigh, glancing at the clock. He wasn't nervous, but he was alert. Let's see who you are, he muttered under his breath. As if it was a sign, the bell above the door made a sound, signaling that a new customer had just arrived. A foreign man who looked like he was in late 20s stepped into the cafe. He had the look of someone who didn't just belong in High Street. He moved as if he were used to entering overpriced places like this one. He was wearing black slacks and a neatly pressed white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up just past the elbows. A slate gray blazer was draped casually over his arm. The man's black hair was slicked back, and a pair of thin-framed glasses sat on his nose, giving him a sharp and composed look. Is this him? Gray raised a brow. He watched the man as he briefly scanned the room. There was a slight pause when their eyes met. It was just long enough to confirm they both knew who they were here for. The man walked over to Gray's direction, his step steady and confident. Good morning, sir. Are you Gray Adams? The man respectfully asked, his voice smooth and direct. Gray stood up and offered a hand. Yes, that's me. The man shook it firmly. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Marcus Choi. Good morning, Sir Choi. Gray nodded. Thanks for agreeing to meet me. Of course, sir. It's a pleasure, Marcus said with a polite smile. I've been expecting your message. The CEO personally informed me that you'd be reaching out to me yesterday. Marcus sat down across from Gray, setting his blazer neatly over the back of the chair. A server came over, and Marcus ordered a black coffee without looking at the menu. As the server walked away, silence settled between them for a brief moment. Marcus leaned back slightly in his chair, observing Gray with quiet interest. Before anything else, Marcus began, I want to formally introduce myself again. I am Marcus Choi, the Director of Operations. I oversee several divisions under Lancaster Group, but as of yesterday, I've been assigned to provide you with full support for your transition into business. Oh, I see. Gray nodded once. I appreciate it. Mr. Jonathan Lancaster himself gave me this assignment. He asked me to assist you with anything you might need in getting started, from understanding operations to staff coordination, financial systems, all of it. He'll also be on call as needed. Marcus continued explaining. That sounds like a lot. Gray blinked. It is, but that's the nature of business. Marcus smiled before letting out a light chuckle. Outside, Marcus' voice remained calm and professional, but on the inside, Marcus was quietly looking at Gray. This man, Marcus analyzed him. He looked simple and plain. He had no signs of old money or any kind of flashy background. His clothes also don't have any brand. Marcus glanced briefly at the half-finished iced latte on the table, then at the way Gray sat. He noticed that he was relaxed, casual, but alert. He doesn't act like someone used to this world. But if Jonathan Lancaster was personally backing him, then he must be something else entirely. They must be close. No one gets this kind of opportunity otherwise, Marcus concluded in his mind. Well, I'd like to inform you now that I don't have any background in business aside from my studies. Gray directly informed the man, thinking it was necessary. I'm aware you're not from a business background, Mr. Adams, he said aloud. That was perfectly fine. Everyone starts somewhere. What matters is that you're here now. I just want you to know that Lancaster doesn't trust people that easily. Gray gave a short laugh. You make it sound like I am some big shot. Marcus just smiled at Gray before he reached into the inner pocket of his blazer and pulled out a sleek black folder, placing it carefully on the table between them. This has all the essential information about the store. This includes staff names, store logistics, suppliers, and sales history. They are a summarized version for easier reading. I thought you might prefer that over digging through full reports on day one. Gray nodded slowly, looking at the folder. Thanks, that'll help. You're welcome. Marcus folded his hands, pausing for a moment before asking, so if you don't mind me asking, what are your thoughts about managing the store? Do you plan to be active with day-to-day operations? I am still figuring it out, but I'm not planning to just sit back and do nothing. Gray met his gaze. Marcus gave a small nod. That's interesting, he thought. At least he doesn't sound like someone planning to run away from the responsibility. He'll just have to see how he will do in the future. He skimmed quickly at the folder, but never really gave his full attention to it. Marcus gave a small nod, as if expecting the question. Yes, sir. Well, for starters, he said, the store itself is running at a stable pace. It was not particularly strong, but not weak either. It's been operating quietly for a year now since Lancaster Group acquired it. Okay, it has moderate revenue, consistent foot traffic, and loyal customers. However, it's been like that for a while. There were no expansions, no marketing pushes. Jonathan wanted to keep it as it is. Why? Gray asked, his forehead creasing slightly. Marcus folded his hands over the table, his tone calm and informative. Lancaster Group doesn't normally run in grocery chains, he began. Our core divisions are in construction and development. We handle major infrastructure projects, high-rise residential complexes, and urban planning initiatives. That's where the company started. Gray listened to it attentively, nodding slowly. But over the years, Lancaster expanded, Marcus continued. We now have a hospitality arm, 2 resorts, business hotels, that sort of thing, mostly in coastal and tourist-heavy areas. We have a few projects abroad as well, but our base remains here. And the grocery? Gray prompted. Marcus gave a short, almost amused breath. That was incidental. A year ago, Lancaster Group acquired a mid-sized real estate firm. Part of the deal included several miscellaneous assets that came with their portfolio: small rental spaces, a couple of franchise leases, and, well, this neighborhood grocery. So you don't have an interest in it? Gray raised a brow. Exactly, sir. At the time, there wasn't much reason to sell it off. It was making enough to keep itself afloat and didn't require much oversight. Jonathan instructed the operations team to just let it run with minimal interference. And now he's handing it to me. Gray leaned back in his chair. Well, that makes sense. Marcus nodded once again. Yes, sir. Our CEO said he wanted someone he trusts to have it. He said that in the right hands, even a modest business can grow. Gray exhaled slowly, not entirely sure what to say to that. He looked down at the folder again, his thoughts briefly wandering. He had never imagined being handed something like this. Well, sir, there's one more thing. Marcus smiled at Gray. I'll be coordinating with the current store staff and arranging a handover meeting for you to formalize the contract. It won't be anything too formal, just an internal session so you can meet the people you'll be working with and get a sense of the place. That works. Gray nodded slowly, though on the inside he couldn't help but be uneasy. Damn, this shit is getting too real. Gray silently thought. I'll also prepare a schedule for you, sir. I understand that you're still unfamiliar with everything, so I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. It will be just enough to familiarize you with the systems and workflows in place. All right, Gray said. He didn't realize that handling a business was as complicated as this. It was far different from all those theories he taught Chloe. Marcus checked his watch briefly, then looked back at Gray. If you're free, sir, I think it's best we head over to the store today. So soon Gray blinked. He was surprised by the sudden proposal. He first expected that he would do paperwork, meetings, and maybe a tour in a few days, but not today. Still, for some reason, his heart stirred at the thought. A quiet thrill crept into his chest. Yes, sir, Marcus replied with an even tone. It's better to see the place early, so you can have a frame of reference as we move forward. It will also help you once you read the content of that folder. And don't worry, it won't take long. Well, I don't have any plans, so sure. Why not? Gray leaned back in his seat, exhaling slowly. Marcus gave a quick nod and stood up smoothly. Let me lead the way, sir. It's not far, just a short drive. Please follow me. Gray rose from his seat, grabbing the folder on the table. The iced latte he never finished sat abandoned as they left the cafe together. Outside, the high street was alive with people in formal attire walking around, and just outside the cafe was a sleek and black sedan that was parked. Marcus clicked the key on his hand, and the doors unlocked with a soft beep. Gray hesitated for a second, but when Marcus asked him to follow, he quickly moved his feet. He got inside the passenger seat and settled there as Marcus started the engine, pulling smoothly out of the parking space and onto the road. They drove in silence for a few minutes, moving past the tall buildings of High Street and into a quieter part of Riverside. It wasn't long before Marcus slowed the car and turned into a modest side street, and there it was. Gray stared outside through the windshield, words caught in his throat. In front of him stood the store. It wasn't small. Clearly not like what he imagined. It had a clean, wide facade with glass panel windows that revealed the neatly arranged interior. There was a green and white sign that hung above the automatic doors. It was simple but modern. On the side, there was a dedicated parking area that was almost full of parked cars. There was also a delivery bay where the supplies were dropped off. It was not a small grocery store. It was a proper grocery. No, a big one. It was not a full-on supermarket, but it was far larger than Gray had pictured in his head. Damn, Marcus glanced at him when he heard the curse. Is there a problem? Sir Gray didn't answer right away. He stepped out of the car slowly, still taking it all in. His feet moved on their own as he walked a few steps closer. This is it? He asked, almost in disbelief. Yes, sir, Marcus replied, stepping up beside him. This is your store. Mark 4727, Brendan Drouant, Sapith, Cesar Montemayor, Jocko Pierre. I'd also like to say thank you again to Mark 4727 for dropping another gift. I appreciate it. You guys are the best. He was cautious, curious, and completely unprepared for what was about to come. Marcus continued to stay in front. He led Gray inside the store, making sure to explain everything they saw. He filled Gray with all the information he thought was necessary to know. As they reached the door, the automatic panels slid open with a soft whir, and a wave of cool air-conditioned air met Gray's face. Damn, it's so cold here, Gray thought as the chill brushed over his skin, waking up his senses. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by the faint scent of fresh produce and warm bread. The interior was brightly lit, the floor clean and polished, and there was music playing on the speakers, creating a calm atmosphere. Against the music, footsteps, casual conversation, and the sound of carts being pushed also surfaced. Marcus slowed his pace just enough for Gray to catch up. He then began speaking in his usual respectful tone. This is the entrance zone, sir. The layout was adjusted about 8 months ago to follow a flow model. The customers could go to the produce and perishables first, then dry goods, and finally household and specialty items in the back. I see. Gray abruptly nodded. To his right, a wide section of fruits and vegetables stretched in neat rows. Each display was arranged with surprising care. There was a range of selections to choose from, and each fruit was polished and stacked in near-perfect pyramids. The rows were separated by kinds of leafy greens, fruits, and root vegetables. There was also a chalkboard-style sign on the side that read, "Fresh from local farms." Marcus gestured toward the section. The grocery store sources most of its produce from nearby provinces. They're from smallholder farms that are family-run. The store has built direct relationships with a few co-ops. It's one of the reasons the customers here are so loyal. The freshness of our produce is hard to beat. Oh, Gray blinked, surprised. I didn't expect that. It's a quiet strength of the store. It might not be advertised, but those customers who tried have said it. Marcus offered a slight nod. The two moved along, passing the fresh goods section. Beyond it was a bakery counter warmly lit from within. Trays of bread, pastries, and cakes were neatly arranged. Some were still steaming slightly under the glass. A woman behind the counter, probably in her 40s, offered a polite smile and a small nod to both of them. This is handled by a local supplier as well, Marcus explained. They bake off-site at dawn and deliver twice a week. The sourdough and the cheese rolls are the best sellers. Gray gave a nod of approval, the smell already making him hungry. To the left, a small cafe corner sat tucked into the store's layout. 4 round tables were neatly spaced, and a young barista worked quietly behind a modest espresso machine. A few students hunched over their laptops, while 2 young kids with their nannies sat eating cookies at another table. They added this small cafe 2 years ago, before Lancaster acquired the place, Marcus said. It was a gamble at the time, but it paid off. Some customers come in just for the coffee and stay to shop. It was also a corner for the customers' children if they ever got hungry or just wanted to take a break. Gray's eyes wandered across the space, taking in how natural everything felt. Nothing looked corporate or forced. Even the chairs had a kind of warm look. They were wooden seats with smooth scuff marks that hinted it was used daily. They treated this like more than just a store, he said softly. Marcus nodded. Yes, sir. It was built with intention. The previous owner, before Lancaster Group, was a retired daycare teacher who wanted to create a space that served the neighborhood. She didn't want it to just sell goods, but also provide comfort to the customers. Now I understand, Gray said, looking around again. He noticed how the customers moved through the aisles with ease, occasionally greeting the staff with familiarity. It seemed like the customers had been going into the store every time. This place, he murmured. It's quietly exceptional. Yes, sir, Marcus showed a small smile. Now let's continue. They continued walking deeper into the store, passing shelves of pantry staples and snack aisles where products were organized with care. While they were going around, they kept pointing things out, as if he wanted Gray to see everything. Where the POS system was located, how deliveries were scheduled, which supplies usually sell out fast, which employees took initiative, and where they could improve things. By the time they reached the staff entrance at the back, Gray's head was spinning a little, not from stress, but because moving around while taking in lots of words was quite stressful. Still, he was beginning to understand everything. How many staff are there, he asked. 55 currently, Marcus replied. There is 1 store manager, 2 shift managers, 1 assistant manager, several part-timers, and a whole lot of full-time employees who've been here since before the acquisition. They've kept the place running with consistency. There's very minimal turnover. I see Gray's eyes landed on employees in green aprons who moved through the store with ease. There were some that was stocking shelves and assisting customers. There was even 1 young man who helped an elderly lady find a specific brand of tea. Y'all meet them all soon, Marcus added. They were told a new owner was coming, but they don't know much about you yet. Gray huffed a quiet breath, a mix of disbelief and pressure weighing on his chest. That's quite a pressure, Gray muttered. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to feel honored or overwhelmed. Probably both. They continued walking slowly, passing the refrigerated section and a row of locally sourced products labeled homegrown picks. Every corner of the store reflected care and love for the customers. As they rounded in the final aisle, Marcus gestured toward a glass door marked staff only. Back office is through there, he said. There's nothing fancy, but it's where inventory is managed, deliveries are logged, and daily reports are filed. Y'all probably be spending time there once we go over the systems. Gray followed his gaze, then looked around again. This was his now. So when's that handover meeting again, he asked, lips tugging into the faintest of smirks. Marcus smiled, recognizing the tone. I can arrange it in 2 days if you're ready. Gray took a breath, then nodded. Yeah, let's do it. He was carrying a bunch of folders. Their weight was heavy on his arms. Yesterday, he took home a single folder that contained his agreement with Jonathan Lancaster. However, now he had a stack of them. They were neatly arranged and color-coded thanks to Marcus. These were files about the grocery store's operations, summaries of past quarterly sales, inventory logs, supplier lists, staff rosters, maintenance schedules, and a simple handbook of the store's procedures and rules. Marcus had handed all of them just before they parted ways that late afternoon. Marcus told him that he should familiarize himself with everything before the handover in 2 days. It seemed impossible, but Gray agreed to it. He had to. He needed to understand what he was getting into, and Marcus was right on one thing. Reading this stuff beforehand could save him from 100 awkward questions later. With a tired sigh, Gray nudged the door open and stepped inside. The living room was quiet except for the occasional muffled noise from Lily's room. She was probably still working on her assignments or playing some games. Gray dropped the folders gently on the kitchen table, rubbing the back of his neck as he stared at them. Hey, there's too much, but first he needs to accomplish his mission. He still hadn't finished reading the contract. The system had given him 3 days to complete the task, but it was better for him to do it as soon as possible. He could have finished it yesterday, but the wall of formal text made him sleepy. Halfway through the file, his sense slowly dulled until he found himself closing his eyes and passing out. But not tonight. Tonight, he'd finish it. Gray stood in front of the kitchen table for a minute, then turned and headed toward the hallway. He paused in front of Lily's door. It was slightly open, the warm light spilling out into the dim hallway. Quietly, he peeked inside to just check on her. Lily was at her desk, her head bent over a worksheet. Lily had her brows furrowed in concentration as she scribbled something down with her pencil. A pair of earbuds hung loosely around her neck, and her feet swayed gently under the chair. Gray watched for a few seconds, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He gave a quiet nod, choosing not to disturb her. Good. She's occupied. She'll come out once she's done with her homework. Turning back to the kitchen, Gray rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He wasn't in the mood to make anything complicated, but he still had to cook dinner for himself and his sister. He opened the fridge, pulled out the leftover stir-fried pork from yesterday, then reached for the vegetables he bought earlier this week. They were frozen carrots and broccoli. He opened their bag, then quickly chopped the broccoli into smaller bite size. The steamer was already on the counter, and he set it up without thinking. While the vegetables steamed, he scooped out some uncooked rice and let it cook on the stove. A few minutes later, he mixed the reheated pork with the freshly steamed broccoli and carrots, tossed in a bit of sesame oil and soy sauce, and gave it a quick stir. It was nothing fancy, but it was already a good dinner for the two of them. He arranged the food neatly on a plate and set it on the table. Then he prepared a second plate that was smaller for Lily. He placed it across from his own, covered it with a lid to keep it warm, and filled her cup with water. With the preparations for dinner done, Gray wiped his hands and took a long breath. There was one thing left to do. He turned away from the kitchen and made his way to his room. He was carrying the folders in his hand. Gray entered his room and closed the door behind him with a quiet click. He was so tempted to lie down, but he didn't. He knew himself too well. If he let his back touch the mattress of his bed, even for a second, the rest of his night would be over. The folders would stay unread, and his mission would stay unfinished. So instead, he went straight to his desk. Gray placed the folders beside him before reaching for the contract. It was the first on his list. He pulled it open and flipped to the page where he had left off. He'd already gone through the first half last night. The sections covered the ownership terms, managing rights, and Jonathan's holding share. Now came the second half, the one filled with all the things that were easier to skip but impossible to ignore. He adjusted his chair and started reading. The last half of the contract was more technical than the first, but Gray pushed through. Financial oversight. The contract states that Gray could manage the store's daily operations, but there was a limit. He was allowed to approve additional expenses up to $20 a month. Anything more he'd need approval from Lancaster Group. Not bad, Gray thought. Monthly reporting. This one was expected. He had to submit a report every month with sales performance, expenses, staffing updates, and any notable incidents. There was even a built-in template provided for him. Non-compete clause. In this clause, it talks about how he couldn't own or open another grocery store within a 5-kilometer radius for 2 years. This was supposed to protect the grocery sales. Termination and transfer. In here, it said he ever wanted out, he could do it, but he needed to inform Lancaster Group about it. He can sell his shares since it was his own. However, the managing rights should be returned to the Lancaster Group, as it was only given to him. Well, it makes sense. Who would want a random person to suddenly just manage your business? And the final clause was the confidentiality clause. This part was clear as day. Any internal information, such as finances, suppliers, vendor deals, and staff records, was confidential. Leaking anything would land him in legal trouble. After that, there was one more page of paper. It was a short but formal note. This agreement reflects the trust and intention of both parties to ensure the smooth operation and long-term sustainability of the Riverside branch. At the bottom, the signatures of Jonathan and Gray appeared. I am finally finished. The mission window blinked to life before him. Mission complete. +1 influence gained. +2, 0 has been added to your wealth. A faint smile curved on his lips. Finally, it was done. Now on to the rest. He was up awake, and surprisingly, he was energetic as ever. Maybe it was because of the adrenaline of a new venture that awaited him. For the first time in a while, he was actually looking forward to something. Gray glanced at the clock on his bed. It was still early, and he still had a few minutes to spare, but he went out of his room anyway and prepared a good breakfast for himself and Lily. Lily still hasn't learned that he got a new job. On top of that, it was his own. He'd inform her once everything was in place, as he didn't want any complications. Gray stood in the kitchen. He was flipping slices of ham on a pan while waiting for the bread to be toasted on another. The faint hiss of oil and the scent of toasted bread with butter filled the air. Gray glanced at the clock again. It was still early, so Lily wouldn't be up for a few more minutes. Good. He liked having this kind of silence. He couldn't lie. As much as he loved his sister and enjoyed being around her, he also craved some time alone for himself. With his one hand still on the spatula, Gray turned around and leaned back against the kitchen counter. System, show me my stats. The familiar blue window opened instantly before his eyes. Name: Gray Adams. Age: 20. Status: struggling. 40. Wealth: 1714. 46 plus 21, 928 power, 2 influence, 5 skills, basic negotiation passive, slightly improves chances of earning more through bargains, hard labor active, increases strength and endurance in physical work. Giga confidence passive, you are no longer easily shaken by insults, mockery, or pressure. Instead, you find them funny, as if it were just a big joke. Gray's eyes landed on his wealth. 17, 14, 46 in total and 21, 928 gained from his investments. Wait, what the he blinked. That means his investment in Velmoratech rose even higher. That's a 213 return. A smile appeared on Gray's gaze. It was not bad at all. He didn't hear any more news about Velmoratech. As far as he could remember, since their partnership with Lancaster Group, they had gone silent. There were no press releases and no announcements, but still, their stock price kept on rising. It was the Lancasters' effect. Gray smirked. Guess I really got lucky with that one. Still, he wasn't done yet. A soft chime reminded him of his ongoing mission. You still have one mission pending, host. Mission Basic Investor Path. Make 5 investment, 15 accumulate 100, 0 in wealth. Reward, +1 influence, +1 power. Golden Fingers passive, a rare investor-type skill that passively enhances all future investments for the host. Even with no special insight or timing, your investments will begin to perform better than average, consistently growing over time. Gray stared at the mission screen. Oh right, I still need to make 4 investments. He sighed and shook his head. He still had a long way to go. For now, didn't have much time to think about it. Not when there's still a handover meeting tomorrow and he has still some files to read. However, once that was out of the way, he'd dive back into it. Yup. I'll deal with this later, he muttered, dismissing the screen. Gray turned back to the stove, flipping the last slice of ham onto a plate. The bread was also done. He placed more butter on it, added some ketchup. Stacked the ham between the slices and added a soft scrambled egg on top. He prepared a second plate for Lily, cutting the sandwich into smaller halves and adding a little ketchup on the side, just how she liked it. He poured 2 glasses of milk and set everything on the table. Once everything was in place, Gray walked toward Lily's room and knocked on her door gently. Lily, wake up. Breakfast's ready. There was a groggy sound from inside. Okay, Gray chuckled softly and walked back to the kitchen to give her a few more minutes. By the time she came out, Lily was yawning and rubbing her eyes. Mornin', brother, she mumbled as she took her seat. Morning. Eat up, he said, gently patting her head. They ate together before returning to his room to shower and get changed. He packed a few review notes and the handwritten exercises he prepared for Chloe into his bag. Then he double-checked the kitchen, making sure Lily was also done too. You got everything for school, he asked. Yeah, Lily replied with a mouthful of bread. Gray smiled. Good. Let's go now, okay. With that, Gray grabbed his bag and Lily's bag. He slipped on his shoes and together they stepped out the door. Gray took Lily to school first. They took a bus and walked just a few blocks away. They talked casually along the way, mostly about what Lily would be doing today and if she was still friends with that friend of hers. After dropping her off at the school gate and watching her disappear into the building with her friend, Gray pulled out his phone and booked a cab. 40 minutes later, he was standing at the entrance of the subdivision. Just like the past few days, the same black car rolled up to the gate to pick him up. The driver gave him a small nod from the front seat. Gray got in after greeting the driver. The two casually talked on the way to Lancaster's mansion, and when they became quiet, Minnie sighed and looked outside. Maybe I should think about buying a car soon, he thought. Thank you to those who dropped some golden tickets into the novel. Mathos 2 Gary Hastings 217 Zier Lordoff Naps Loxus Cloud Pierce R. I'd also like to say thank you to Frawl C4 dropping some gifts. I appreciate it, guys. Miss Chloe is already waiting in the study, sir. Thanks, Gray replied, stepping inside. He walked down on the familiar hallway. Despite the size of the house, he no longer felt out of place. Maybe because he'd already gotten used to it after. When he entered the study, Chloe was already seated by the window. There was a notebook open in front of her and a pen twirling between her fingers. She looked up the moment she heard the door and smiled. "You're on time," she said. "Have I ever been late?" Gray raised an eyebrow. "No," she chuckled. Gray laughed with her as he set his bag down. He pulled up a chair in front of the table. "Come on now, Chloe. Let's get started." He smiled as he motioned for the vacant seat in front of him. Chloe rolled her eyes but didn't argue. Instead, she stood up and went to take her seat. They quickly became serious, falling into their usual atmosphere when studying. As usual, Gray explained a few things, went over to Chloe's lesson, and then assigned some exercises for her to follow. Teaching Chloe was easy. She was smart, and she didn't complain even once. The mood between them was also light, with a few talking and jokes between the lessons. "Did you get to rest at all last night?" Chloe asked as she gazed up at him while answering something. She has heard that Gray was beginning to read a few files from the grocery that he got. She heard it when her father answered a call in the middle of dinner yesterday. Barely, Gray admitted. I still had some reading to do. Chloe tilted her head. Some more files, yup. 2 more files with 20-something pages of it. Good thing you survived that. Chloe laughed. She knew the pain of reading all those documents. I know, right? I was also surprised. Gray muttered, which made them both laugh. They went quiet for a while after that, focusing on the work. Minnie started organizing the papers he brought while Chloe finished answering the problems given to her. After half an hour, Chloe put down her pen. I am done so fast. Gray raised a brow as he took the paper in front of Chloe, checking to see if her answers were right. Yup, Chloe confidently nodded. So the store. What do you think now that you've seen everything? Gray leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling for a second. I think it's bigger than I expected. I feel like it's getting real now. Are you nervous about tomorrow? Chloe smiled. More like I don't know what to expect, Gray said before sighing. I'm trying to process everything, but I'm also kinda excited. I am happy. The smile on Chloe's face widened further. I know it may seem fast or weird, but I think you earned it. You're not, I don't know. You're not like everyone else around here. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Gray gave her a sideways glance. Maybe. The two of them smiled before letting out another round of laughter. By the time the session wrapped up, it was already 3 p.m. Chloe packed her books, then turned to Gray before he could stand. Good luck with the handover meeting tomorrow, she said, slinging her bag over her shoulder. I'll be there, with my dad. Gray blinked. Of course. Chloe showed a teasing smile. I want to see how you do. Gray laughed, shaking his head. No pressure, hun, none at all, she replied sweetly as she walked to the door. Try not to embarrass yourself. Thanks for the encouragement, Gray called after her with a dry smile. Once she was gone, Gray exhaled quietly. With a soft shake of his head, Gray grabbed his things and made his way out of the Lancaster estate. He exchanged polite goodbyes with the household staff as usual, and the same car from earlier took him back out through the tall gates of the subdivision. In there, he booked a cab. The ride home was quiet. He suddenly felt tired, maybe because of the lack of sleep that he had the other night. Gray rested his head lightly against the window. He watched the people as they did their own things. After an hour, they reached their apartment building. Gray stepped out of the cab and paid the fare, then adjusted his bag over his shoulder as he approached the front steps of the building. However, before he could even take a step, he noticed something. There was a black paper bag just at the side of the step. It seemed like it was just delivered a minute ago, since it was still there. Gray slowed down, frowning. He was about to ignore it when he caught a glimpse of the name that was written on the side. To Gray. Where did this come from? Gray looked confused as he crouched slightly to get the back, and when he opened them, his brows furrowed even more. There was a box inside the paper bag from the brand, Lanford and Holt. It was a brand that he recognized. After all, it was a popular, high-end clothing brand known for men's formal wear. He'd seen their ads online before. They sell tailored suits and tuxedos at elite-level prices. Where will I use this? Gray opened the box with care. What greeted him was a full black suit that was perfectly folded with no creases. Beneath it was a charcoal gray dress shirt and a matching tie that was still wrapped in plastic. He checked the box again for a card or note, but there was nothing. There was no name from the sender and even no message. Seriously, he muttered, turning the box slightly as if wishing that something will fall out, but there was nothing. Did Chloe send this, or maybe Marcus? He mumbled to himself, but Marcus would have mentioned it. Chloe too. He doubted either of them would be this subtle. Then a thought crossed his mind. Is it Emily? He squinted at the suit again before letting out a sigh. Well, whoever sent it, he picked the box up properly and tucked it under his arm. I guess I'm wearing this for tomorrow. Gray had a good sleep. He went to bed early in the morning just to prepare for today's event. It was already 11 in the morning. Lily left more than an hour ago for school. She looked so happy, even waving and bouncing up and down as she left on her own. And now, Gray was left alone in their apartment. The clock was ticking in the kitchen louder than usual. Gray let out a sigh. Today was the day. Finally, the day. He was informed yesterday that the handover meeting would take place after lunch. The store would only operate in the morning and would be closed for the rest of the day. They even informed the customers early in the morning today that they would only operate for half of the day. Marcus handled everything that was needed. Gray didn't even need to worry or help. Marcus made sure that he oversaw everything, making sure that the handover meeting would be a success. Marcus said that all he needed to do was learn the files and show up for the meeting later on. Gray had read everything. He read every folder and document that Marcus gave to him. He went through sales reports, staff details, maintenance requests, and even feedback from customers over the past few months. Gray was confident in himself. He was well prepared. However, aside from the technical aspects, he also needed to prepare one more thing: his appearance. It might sound shallow to some, but Gray knew that appearance plays a factor. He had seen it enough, especially after working in different fields where he could see and interact with people. How you looked mattered a lot. Appearance wasn't just about looking good. It was about presence. It was the first thing people noticed when you walked into a room: your posture, your clothes, and the way you carried yourself. They were like silent statements that speak who you are without even uttering a word. If he walked into that meeting in jeans, a plain shirt, and scuffed sneakers, the staff wouldn't take him seriously. Heck, he might not even be allowed inside. I really wonder who gave that suit, Gray thought before walking back to his room. In his bed was the open box. The black suit inside was still untouched. Even now, Gray still wasn't sure who sent it. He thought that Chloe or Emily would message him yesterday, but they didn't. Took his time getting dressed. The charcoal gray shirt slipped on smoothly. The blazer rested perfectly on his shoulders. Oh well, he'll eventually know it. Gray sighed and took the clothes out of the box. He carefully laid everything on the bed before taking a shower and dressing up afterwards. He took his time getting dressed since he wasn't used to dressing up in formal outfits. Gray was surprised when he realized that the clothes perfectly fit him. The charcoal gray shirt slipped on smoothly on his body, and the outer blazer rested well on his shoulders. Damn, I look divine. Gray muttered out loud when he saw himself in the mirror. He looked clean and expensive. Gray reached for the bottle of perfume he bought last night. It was expensive. The scent was clean and earthy. He sprayed once on his wrist and sprayed more on his collar. I should make my purchase worth it by using this perfume every day. Gray stood straight and took a long breath. He met his own yes on the mirror and nodded to himself. All right, I'm ready. Gray gave himself one last look in the mirror, then stepped away from it with a small exhale. He wasn't done just yet. From the top drawer of his nightstand, he pulled out a simple silver watch, one that he got for so long, it can be considered an artifact. Gray read an article last night titled 5 Small Things That Make You Look More Professional. In the article, wearing a good watch was one of them. I can't believe I am doing all of this, he muttered as he clasped it around his wrist. With time to spare, Gray headed back to the kitchen. He didn't want to go into the meeting on an empty stomach. He wasn't sure how long it would last, and the last thing he wanted to happen was his stomach growling halfway through introductions. Gray just made a light snack, just toast with peanut butter and a banana on the side. It wasn't much, but it would do the trick. As he ate, he opened his phone and reviewed the small self-introduction he drafted the night before. It was just something quick to say if he needed it. A few lines about who he was, what his role would be, and how he looked forward to working with everyone. It sounded cheesy when he read it out loud, but he figured the intention mattered more than the delivery. Afterward, he spent a few minutes sitting on the couch, letting his body rest. The weight of the suit on his shoulders felt strange but not uncomfortable. When the clock on the wall struck 1:00 p.m., Gray's phone buzzed. It was a message from Marcus. A car is waiting outside to pick you up. Take your time, sir. Finally, I've been waiting for so long. As soon as he read the message, Gray stood up, slid his phone into his pocket, and straightened his sleeves. Gray stood up, slid the phone into his pocket, and straightened his sleeves. He won't be carrying anything, aside from himself and his confidence. Gray quickly stepped out and headed downstairs. As soon as he left the building, he froze. Parked outside their apartment's building was a car. It was a sleek black sports car that was shining under the afternoon sun. The car looked like something out of a luxury car magazine. He has seen a couple of cars like that, but not one this close. Gray didn't even know the brand, only that the wheels alone would probably cost more than his monthly rent. Before he could process it, the driver's side door opened and a man stepped out. The man was dressed in a clean black suit. His posture was straight and polished. He walked around the front of the car and stopped in front of Gray to bow lightly. Good afternoon, sir. I am Daniel, your assigned driver for today, the man uttered respectfully. Right, Gray blinked. Daniel didn't speak much unless he was spoken to, and Gray was too focused to say much. Gray stared out the window. The familiar streets that he usually passed were slowly replaced by cleaner and more polished ones. After minutes, the buildings got taller, and the sidewalks became busier with people walking in peace. Gray was waiting for the car to turn in the same direction as they had taken when they went 2 days ago. However, they weren't even near when the car slowed down. Gray looked up to see a tall glass building towering above them, his brows instantly furrowed. What he muttered under his breath. The car came to a smooth stop in front of the main entrance. The building's front sign gleamed under the daylight. Lancaster Group. Gray blinked. I thought we were going to the grocery store, he said as he turned his head to Daniel, confused. Daniel simply offered a polite nod as he stepped out and opened the door for Gray. No, sir. Today's handover meeting will be held here, he said. The grocery's administrative office is located on the 5th floor of the Lancaster Group building. It shares the floor with another medium-sized business that the group acquired some time ago. Gray stepped out slowly, still staring up at the building. So I won't be working in the store. Daniel folded his hands behind his back. The office at the store is reserved for the on-site manager. But your position, sir, as the CEO is based here. This will be your working office going forward. Gray was silent for a second. WTF, seriously, he muttered under his breath. Why was I not told this? It was also a sudden announcement, sir. I believe the CEO wished to surprise you. I apologize if I revealed it too early." Daniel offered an apologetic bow. Gray glanced at the entrance of the building, then back at Daniel, before letting out a short breath. "It's fine," he said, shaking his head with a dry chuckle. "Honestly, I'd rather find out now than walk unprepared," Gray uttered, but on the inside he had just become more nervous. He thought that it would be a small meeting with the employees of the grocery store. He didn't know that it would be held in the building, most especially the building of Lancaster's group. The building before him was massive. Gray tilted his head back slightly, eyes scanning the glass structure that reached into the sky. It wasn't just tall, it was also elegant. The sleek blue-tinted windows stretched across nearly 30 floors. He had seen buildings like this before on TV or in magazines, but never this close, and never with the thought that he will go inside. Daniel informed him that this was the main office of the Lancaster Group. While the company had branches and offices scattered across the country, this one was their largest office so far. "Shall we go inside, sir?" "Yeah, let's go." Gray sighed and followed Daniel toward the main doors. As they approached, the massive glass panels slid open automatically with a soft. The air that greeted him was cold, and the smell was fresh and clean inside. Everything looked like it belonged to another world. The lobby's ceiling was high, at least 3 floors tall. The lobby was brightly lit. The walls were colored cream and white, and art pieces hung on every side. On the side, there was a wide reception desk wherein 4 attendants in uniform stood behind. They greeted people with professional smiles. The people who were walking in the lobby also looked serious and professional. Gray instinctively adjusted his posture, standing perfectly straight. Ding! A chime echoed inside his mind. Gray blinked at it as he saw a translucent screen appearing right before his eyes. New mission unlocked. Mission: impress the board with your personality. Reward: +3 influence, +5 wealth. Penalty: influence. Wait, there's a penalty now, Gray muttered under his breath, barely moving his lips. "This is for your own good, host," the system's voice replied in his mind. "Remember that first impressions matter. Please impress the board with your personality. Good luck." Gray let out a slow exhale, shaking his head in disbelief. "You're a really unbelievable, but still," he accepted the mission. Not like he had a choice. With his thoughts swirling in his mind, Gray continued following Daniel. Soon enough, they arrived at the row of elevators on the far right side of the lobby. Daniel reached out and tapped his access card against a scanner, and one of the elevator doors opened smoothly. "We're going to that 15th floor, sir," Daniel said as they stepped inside. When the door closed, Daniel pressed the button and the door closed. The ride up was quick, and when the doors slid open, Gray was immediately greeted by a sleek hallway lined with frosted glass. The 15th floor was different. The lighting was cooler here, and the atmosphere felt more serious. This floor wasn't for regular work. Instead, it was intended for meetings. Near the entrance of the floor, there were multiple wall-mounted digital display screens. Each one lists the occupied meeting rooms and the agenda for the room. It was done in an organized manner. Daniel checked one of the screens, then turned to Gray with a nod. "This way, sir." Gray wasn't even done reading when he followed. They reached the far end of the hall where a long matte black door stood. A small digital plaque on the wall read, "Conference Room 15C, Riverside Branch, handover." Daniel stepped forward and gave a sharp knock. They waited for a few seconds before the door opened widely. "Oh fuck," Gray can't help but curse in his mind. It was really getting real now. "You may go inside, sir." Daniel gestured subtly for him to go in. Gray took a deep breath and nodded. Shit, after cursing one more time, he squared his shoulders and gathered all his confidence and courage. "All right, I can do this." The moment Gray stepped inside, Everett turned to him. Executives, managers, staff in suits, and even the whole Lancaster family were there. The room was large and modern. There was a long table in the center, screens on the far wall, and refreshments set discreetly in the corner. But all Gray could feel at that moment was the weight of their gaze. All eyes were on him, but he managed to stand tall. The corner of his lips rose to a faint smile. "Good afternoon, everyone," he greeted everyone with a calm voice. "I am Gray Adams." And then slowly, one by one, some of the people inside offered nods. Others gave brief smiles or simply watched, observing with unreadable expressions on their face. Gray didn't let it bother him. He was actually fine, feeling as if his nervousness had suddenly vanished. He walked toward the nearest open seat beside Marcus, who stood up slightly to greet him with a small nod. "You're right on time, sir," Marcus said quietly, then gestured toward the chair beside him. Gray nodded and took the seat without hesitation. Across the long table sat the board members involved in overseeing Lancaster Group's local investments and business operations. Some of them were older, suited men with sleek watches and neutral expressions. Others looked comparably younger, maybe in their late 30s, and at the head of the table sat Jonathan Lancaster. Gray met his gaze briefly. Jonathan gave a small smile and an approving nod as if assuring Gray that he was doing just fine. When Gray turned his gaze again, he was met with Chloe's proud smile. She didn't say anything, she just smiled at him. Gray returned it briefly before the two of them shifted their focus to Marcus, who had just stood up to finally begin the meeting. "Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for making time today," Marcus formally began. "As you're all aware, we're here to officially carry out the handover of the Riverside branch. The business has been operational for over a year under Lancaster Group's management, and as of today, it will be formally transferred under the oversight of Mr. Gray Adams." Gray sat up straighter as the attention slowly turned to him again. "Before we proceed to the documentation and formalities," Marcus continued, "we'd like to invite Mr. Adams to give a brief introduction." Gray's heart thudded once in his chest. "I can do this." He inhaled through his nose and stood slowly. Even if his heart was beating fast, surprisingly, his fingers didn't tremble and his knees didn't shake. He was nervous, yes, but it was more to himself than the others. He just wasn't used to speaking to the crowd. "Good afternoon, everyone." Once again, Gray greeted everyone in a solemn voice. "My name is Gray Adams," he said, looking around the room calmly. "I've worked different jobs since I was 16. Truth to be told, his opportunity wasn't something I expected. Instead, it was a sudden venture." He paused. A few people leaned forward slightly as if intrigued by what he said. "I didn't come from a business background aside from a few years of my study," Gray continued. His voice was steady and low. "Let's just say that we didn't have much opportunity, so I did what I could to get by." His eyes scanned the room, meeting a few gazes. "I'm not sharing this to earn sympathy or make excuses," he said, "but I want you to understand one thing. I know what it feels like to be at the bottom." There was a brief silence in the room as he said those words. Even the ones with unreadable expressions seemed to be listening a little closer now. "I know what it's like to worry about bills, to walk into rooms like this and feel like you don't belong. But right now, I am here because someone believed in me." Gray glanced toward Jonathan briefly, then back at the room. "And since I've been given this chance, I intend to prove myself worthy of it. I may not have the experience you all do, but I'm willing to learn. I'm not here to work, but I'm here to build something that lasts." He took a slow breath and smiled. "That's all. Thank you." He turned to Marcus and nodded at him before returning to his seat. For a while, the room was silent again. And then soft whispers, approving nods, and one or two faint claps from the side of the room sounded. Many of the people in the room were in Gray's position once. Despite their suits and composed appearances now, most of them weren't born into wealth or privilege. They were self-made men and women who had clawed their way into the industry, building their reputations with the help of Jonathan. It was one of Jonathan's life visions, to help as many as he can succeed. And so, when Gray spoke, there was an unspoken thread of understanding that passed through the room. What Gray had said wasn't just words. It was something several of them had once lived and experienced. And because of that, their silence became quiet nods of approval. Some of the members exchanged brief glances with each other, almost as if they didn't expect someone like Gray to speak with that kind of sincerity. Among all of them, Gray was probably the youngest. When the formalities resumed, Marcus began going over the transfer procedures and necessary signatories. It didn't take long. Soon after, the floor was open for the board to share their own sentiments and opinions. "If I may," one of the older board members raised their hand to get everyone's attention. "Mr. Adams, I appreciate your words, but may I ask, what's your understanding of the current state of the Riverside branch's profit margin over the past 3 quarters?" The question made the other members nod. It was important for them to know if Gray had an idea of what he was about to run. In Gray, he didn't flinch at the question at all. "Thank you for the question, sir," he replied smoothly. "Based on the reports, the sales in Q1 reflected a minor loss of 2-1 due to transitional staffing and a delayed supplier contract. Q2 made up for that with a 5-4 gain, largely from marketing adjustments and a revised product strategy. The third quarter sat at a 3-8 increase in profit margin. Currently, the projections show that we might be able to further increase that margin due to seasonal demand and the completed logistics upgrade." It seems like he read the reports. "This is good." A low hum of approval voiced from the other members. "It seems like you're knowledgeable enough, Mr. Gray." The same board member smiled before simply leaning back in his chair. After that, another one raised his hand too. "Mr. Adams, what are your initial plans for expansion?" one of the board members asked, his pen tapping lightly against his notepad. "I don't plan on expanding just yet," he said clearly. "Not until the foundation of the branch is solid." Gray smiled. "My goal right now is to improve the Riverside branch. I want it to be one of the best groceries in the city, not the biggest, but the most trusted. The kind of place that people can go back to not just because it's closed, but because they actually want to." Some of the board members exchanged glances. Others nodded faintly. "To do that, I believe we need to focus on customer experience, product quality, and operational consistency," Gray continued. "Well, look at optimizing our shelf space, highlighting local produce, improving our store layout, and training staff to deliver better service. If we can make the Riverside branch a standard of excellence, expansion will come naturally later. His voice remained composed. More questions were asked, and Gray continued answering everything. Marcus glanced sideways at Gray, a faint hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Even Jonathan gave a subtle nod of approval. All of them looked impressed as Gray flawlessly answered each question. He didn't set any unrealistic goals. Instead, he focused on what they could realistically do now and in the future months. Good job, host. Ding. Mission complete. +3 influence gained. +5 0 has been added to your wealth. He kept his composure, giving only a small blink as the text disappeared again just as fast as it appeared. But inside, he was quietly relieved. It seemed like he had impressed them with his answers. He was glad that his hard work for the past few days had been paid off. Good, he thought. That's one less thing to worry about. The meeting continued for another 30 minutes. Some of the board members gave suggestions based on their own experience, while others asked minor follow-up questions about operations and leadership approach. Gray answered them calmly, not pretending to know what he didn't, but promising that he'd learn what he needed. That alone earned him more points in their eyes. Gray showed that he wasn't arrogant, but he wasn't timid either. At the end of it all, Marcus closed his folder and stood again. "Thank you, everyone, for your presence today," he said. "As of this moment, the Riverside branch's management is officially under Mr. Gray Adams. We will proceed with the internal handover of systems and responsibilities over the next few days. If there are no further concerns, this concludes our meeting." People began to shift in their seats, a soft murmur spreading across the room. Some stood, others began gathering their materials, and a few came over to shake Gray's hand personally. "Well done, Mr. Adams. Looking forward to working with you. You handled yourself well." Gray nodded, smiling and shaking their hands one by one. He didn't try to remember all their names just yet. It was impossible. There were too many, but he took mental notes of the ones who looked like they had a high position in the company. He would learn them all eventually. After a while, most of the board had exited the room, leaving only a few people behind. Jonathan remained seated, talking briefly to one of the senior members at the end of the table. Marcus turned to Gray with a small nod of approval. "You did good, sir." "Thanks," Gray said under his breath, finally allowing himself to relax a little. His shoulders dropped slightly, and he let out a slow breath he didn't realize he was holding in. He looked over to Chloe, who had stayed near her father during the meeting. She gave him a discreet thumbs up with a proud smile. Gray smiled back at her, and just like that, it was over. The meeting that had kept him up late at night was finally done, and he survived it. No, he didn't just survive it. He did well. The first step had been taken, and now Gray Adams was no longer just someone trying to make ends meet, someone who was working just to pass by. Now he was someone with a title, someone with a business. As Gray stood by the table, still collecting himself, he heard Jonathan's chair scrape softly against the floor. The older man approached him with calm and steady steps. It was amusing how his presence commanded respect even without saying a word. Behind him was Chloe, who was walking with her arms crossed loosely. She was still smiling with quiet pride. Jonathan stopped in front of Gray and gave him a single approving nod. "Well done, Gray," he said. His voice was low but firm. "You held on your own." Gray straightened his posture unconsciously. "Thank you, sir. You don't need to call me that anymore," Jonathan said with a brief chuckle. "Not after today." Gray blinked. Then Jonathan, he was unsure what to call him now. "That works," the man replied with a faint smile. "You've made a good first impression in front of the board. That's no small feat, especially in front of people who've been in this industry longer than you've been alive." I just answered as honestly as I could. I didn't want to pretend like I had all the answers. Gray let out a quiet breath. I was also surprised that it worked. "That's exactly why it worked," Jonathan said. "People can smell bullshit from a mile away, especially when it comes to business. You spoke like a man who knows where he is and where he wants to go." Chloe stepped forward then, lightly bumping Gray's arm with her elbow. "I told you, didn't I?" she said. "You did great." Gray glanced at her, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Thanks." Jonathan gave one last nod before slipping his hands into his pockets. "Marcus will walk you through the next few steps. You won't be alone in this. You've earned my support. Now earn the rest of theirs. I can't help you with that." "I will, Jonathan." Gray nodded again, more firmly this time. "Thank you for this opportunity." "No problem." With that, Jonathan turned and walked toward the door, exchanging a few more words with a few lingering executives before stepping out. On the other hand, Chloe stayed behind. She smiled sweetly at Jonathan. "See, told you it'd be here," she said. "You really enjoy being right." Gray chuckled extremely, she replied with a grin. Then her tone softened. "But seriously, Gray, I am proud of you." He looked at her, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, so he just gave her a quiet nod of thanks. "By the way, was it you?" Gray asked casually, remembering the gift he had gotten yesterday. Chloe blinked. "What do you mean the suit?" Gray said, giving a small tug at his sleeve. "The one I wore today. It just showed up in front of my door yesterday. There was no name, so I just wondered. That wasn't me." Chloe tilted her head, genuinely surprised. Really? Gray raised a brow. Really, she said. I would have written something like, from your favorite student if it were me. Gray stared at her for a second, trying to read her expression, but Chloe didn't look like she was joking. Huh, he looked away, his lips pressing into a thin line. Weird. Wait, someone sent you a designer suit anonymously. Chloe leaned in a little. Are you sure it wasn't Emily? I thought about that, but I don't know. Gray shook his head. There was no message. Okay, now I'm curious too. Chloe narrowed her eyes, clearly intrigued. Forget it, Gray muttered, brushing it off. It's probably nothing. Chloe didn't push further, but her expression looked like she'd be thinking about it long after he left the room. Still, Chloe smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes like before. Whoever sent it, she had a good taste. Gray shrugged his shoulder, but he couldn't hide the small smile tugging at his lips. Thanks, I guess. He was just about to slip off his shoes when a voice called out from the living room. Brother. Gray looked up just in time to see Lily rushing toward him with wide eyes. She stopped a few feet away and stared. Her jaw opened when she saw Gray's look. Whoa, brother, you look so good. Where did you go? Gray blinked, then laughed softly under his breath. You think so? Are you kidding me? Lily circled him like she was judging his whole life. This is the first time I've seen you in a suit. You even used a perfume. Are you getting married, brother? Stupid. Gray flicked Lily's forehead. Your brother had a new work. Okay, Lily's eyes widened even more. Really? Gray nodded once. Yeah, it's a big one. Wow. She stepped forward, her expression softening. That's so cool. I'm so proud of you, brother. She threw her arms around him in a quick, tight hug, catching him off guard. Gray blinked, then smiled as he patted her gently on the back. Thanks, Lily. I knew you'd get something awesome eventually, brother, Lily said as she pulled away. So what kind of job is it? Gray hesitated, scratching the back of his neck. Just a simple grocery job. Lily gasped, eyes lighting up with an unexpected kind of enthusiasm. Oh, you never had a job like that before, brother. She said, practically bouncing on her feet. Like with uniforms and price tags and customers and everything. Gray chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck again. Maybe, he said, keeping his tone casual. I've never had a job like this before, didn't I? He smiled at Lily. Yes, brother, it was true. He just didn't mention the part where he now technically owned the place instead of being a regular worker. That's so cool, brother. Lily beamed as she continued to think of it. Do you get to eat the leftover bread at the end of the day? Brother, what kind of fantasy grocery job are you imagining? Lily. Gray snorted as he shook his head. He found Lily unbelievable. All she could think of was food. Lily giggled, and for a moment it was like the weight of the day lifted completely off his chest. She turned toward the dining table and picked something up. Oh, right. Brother, the landlord came by earlier, she said, handing him a folded envelope. He left this. It's the rent for the past 2 months. Do you have enough money for it? Lily pressed her lips together. There was a slight hesitation in her voice when she asked the question. She knew about their current state, so a small worry rose on her chest, even though she tried to sound casual. Gray took the envelope and looked down at it for a second. Then slowly he smiled. It was playful, almost smugly, as he reached out to ruffle her hair. Oh, Lily, he said, tucking the envelope under his arm. Your brother has more than enough. She blinked. Really? Lily's eyes squinted as she looked suspiciously. She looked as if she wasn't believing anything that Gray was saying. Yes, more than enough, he repeated with a nod. Don't worry about it. Then that's good, brother. Lily puffed her cheeks and nodded. There was still slight doubt on her heart, but he chose to believe Gray. She knew that just like in the past, he would always find a way for the two of them. However, when Lily remembered something, her hands fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. She became silent for a moment before glancing up at Gray once again. Also, brother, my teacher reminded me about the balance for my tuition today, she said. Her voice was quieter than before. She said they need it to be paid soon. Gray looked at her. He immediately noticed the uncertainty in Lily's eyes. Just like in the past, she would feel bad whenever she spoke of her tuition. However, just like in the past, he would always reassure Lily that it was fine. He wasn't able to finish his studies, so he hoped that Lily would be able to finish hers. All the thing he couldn't do in the past, he wished that Lily may be able to do it now. He wished that she could enjoy her childhood and grow up as a good person. All right, Lily, Gray nodded and smiled. I'll pay it tomorrow. Really? Lily's eyes widened. We want to ask them to give us some extra time. Brother, yes, Lily. Gray replied simply, resting the envelope on the counter as he leaned slightly toward her. From now on, we won't need to worry about money. All right, just tell your brother what needs to be paid and I will pay it. A second of silence surrounded them. Then slowly Lily smiled. It was soft and bright, a kind of smile that could also make you smile. Thank you, brother. All of a sudden, Lily muttered, almost like a whisper. Her voice carried more weight than the words themselves. It was quiet but genuine. Her words were filled with so much sincerity. Gray felt something tugging gently in his chest. His smile grew and he nodded. Anything for you, Lily. Lily grinned, her shoulders loosening. Then, like a switch had been flipped, she turned around and dashed off toward the living room. All right, brother, I am finishing Barbie, don't come bother me. She called out without looking back. Gray laughed under his breath, watching her as she ran back onto the couch. Lily didn't even bother double glancing at him. She just resumed the movie like none of that conversation had happened. He stayed by the door for a moment longer, just watching Lily at a distance. He smiled and shook his head in disbelief. That stupid is really unbelievable laughter escaped from his lips. Hard labor active. Increases strength and endurance in physical work. Giga confidence passive. You are no longer easily shaken by insults, mockery, or pressure. Instead, you find them funny, as if it were just a big joke. Early in the morning, Gray was already up. He was sitting at the edge of his bed as the morning sunlight crept lazily on the open curtain of his window. He de-slept early yesterday, so he also woke up early today. It was also a good thing since he had things to do, to pay for all the things he needed to pay. But first, he had to ask something from the system just to make sure. System, Gray said out loud, rubbing the back of his neck. How do I even withdraw the money you gave me? Do I just withdraw it? Or something a familiar chime echoed in his head. You can withdraw it like normal host. All system funds are seamlessly merged into the card that the system gave you. That means you had your account in the bank that you can access anytime. Oh, that's convenient. Gray blinked. Of course, host. Right, Gray muttered with a dry chuckle. You're making this way too easy. After talking to the system, Gray stood up and stretched his arms overhead. Afterward, he began getting ready. He just wore a simple black hoodie and jeans for today. It was nothing too fancy. For today, he wasn't heading to a meeting. Instead, he will go to Lancaster's estate for his tutoring session with Chloe. But before that, he should finish his errands first. The bank transfer was quick. He paid the remaining balance for Lily's tuition online. It was 4-0 straight to the school's account. A confirmation message popped up on his screen seconds later. He stared at it for a while, feeling an odd warmth in his chest. In the past, he would scramble and do whatever he could just to pay Lily's tuition. But look at him now, paying it with ease. After doing that, he headed downstairs and withdrew some more cash. He had been using his last pay for the past weeks when he needed physical money. He still had a few hundred, but it wouldn't be enough for their 2 months' worth of rent. After withdrawing the money, Gray took a short walk around the side of the building toward the small office on the lower ground floor. He wanted to go to the landlord's office. The landlord's office was tucked neatly behind the front stairwell. Unlike most parts of the buildings, the office was actually nice. The windows were clean, the walls freshly painted, and a new digital clock hung above the desk like it was proud to be there. There was also a small air purifier that hummed softly in the corner. However, even with all that, Gray never liked coming here. It wasn't the office itself. It was the man inside it. Gray sighed and opened the door. He didn't even need to knock. The door was already cracked open, like the landlord had been waiting inside. Ah, the man said the moment Gray stepped in. His voice was familiar. It was dry, loud, and annoying. Didn't think I'd see you this soon, Gray. Must be a miracle. Gray didn't say anything. He just reached into his hoodie pocket and pulled out the envelope with the rent money. As far back as he could remember, this man had always tried to humiliate him. Making comments when he was late in payment, asking questions loud enough for the neighbors to hear of how poor he was. Back then, Gray used to feel like a kid getting scolded in front of the whole class. He would feel ashamed and guilty. It was to the point that there were days when he would tire himself working just to pay rent on time because he didn't want to get embarrassed in front of others. Tusk. Is this even 2 months' worth of rent? The landlord asked, already reaching across the table like he didn't expect Gray to have it. Are you going to plead now that you only have little money? Gray handed it over without a word. He just raised his brows and watched as the landlord counted the bills slowly. It was as if the man was counting to make sure there were less money. Wow, an exact 2,400. The landlord muttered, his voice laced with mock surprise. He leaned back on his cheap faux leather chair, the kind that creaked if you leaned on it too much. He looked up at Gray with a crooked grin. Did you rob a bank or something, Gray? Or maybe someone finally decided to pity you in the past? Those words would have made his ears burn. But now he couldn't even feel the shame anymore. No guilt, no embarrassment, just mild annoyance at the man. Gray used to do everything. He can take side gigs that paid less than minimum wage and lie awake at night wondering if the man in front of him would start shouting at him again if he didn't pay on time. He did everything he can to avoid scenes like this. Now, as he stood here in a plain hoodie, holding his silence, all he could think was, why the hell did I put up with this for years? Yes, Gray said simply. How? The landlord raised an eyebrow, confused on the answer. That's our full payment for 2 months, Gray said. Count it again if you want. The landlord stared at him, lips twisting. Tusk, make sure it's full again next month, he said, his tone sharp and threatening. You're lucky I pity you. If not, I would have kicked you out already. Gray gave a faint smile, not the kind that begged, but the kind that said he was done playing this game. No need, he said coolly, slipping his hands into his hoodie pocket. Well, be moving out next month. The landlord froze. What? Gray met his eyes directly this time. Take that as my last payment. Please also prepare our deposit in 3 weeks. Well, move out by that time. Lancaster Estate. At 10 in the morning, the Lancaster family was sitting together in the dining table. Jonathan sat at the head as always, flipping through a paper quietly while sipping his hot coffee. He wasn't as busy as he was in the past weeks. On the right side of him, Chloe was eating a piece of bread. She was silent and was focusing on eating. It was the same with Emily, who was also eating her own share of the meal for their brunch. The three of them were doing their own things when suddenly, Jonathan folded the newspaper that he was reading and set it down. That boy Gray, he said after a second of silence. He handled himself well yesterday. Chloe looked up immediately at the mention of Gray's name. She nodded, her lips curving into a small smile. He did. Jonathan nodded once thoughtfully. He wasn't showy, but I didn't expect him to be that good. Chloe glanced at her father, a bit of surprise flickering in her eyes. Jonathan wasn't one to offer praise easily, especially not twice in a row. He also didn't pretend to know everything. Jonathan continued, picking up his cup of coffee again but not drinking it yet. He stared into the steam for a second before going on. But he knew what was important. He was also able to read the reports, understand the numbers. That's rare. Emily kept her eyes on her plate, quietly slicing into her scrambled eggs, but Chloe could tell she was listening. Father, he was my tutor. Of course, he would know that. If not, then what have I been learning from him all this time? Chloe reasoned out. I know, I was just pointing it out. Jonathan set the cup down again. After that, he went back to reading the newspaper again. On the other hand, Chloe's eyes turned to Emily instead. Sister, why didn't you come yesterday? She asked casually, reaching for another piece of toast. I thought you'd show up. Emily looked up at Chloe. I was busy. Chloe tilted her head, watching her. That's unfortunate, sister. Gray was nice. That's good, Emily replied as she put down her utensils on the table. Did you tell him that it was your suggestion to hold the ceremony at the company office? Chloe blinked and was frozen for a second. How did you know that? Sister Emily gave a faint smile as she reached for her glass of water, her expression unreadable. Marcus mentioned it, she said, taking a sip. Did you forget that he was also working under me? He said it was your idea. Chloe blinked once more, then slowly sat back in her chair. Oh, right. She looked away, a little caught off guard. Well, yeah, I thought it'd be good for Gray. The board's there anyway, and the environment's more formal. It would help him make a better first impression and help him build a connection with others. Emily nodded slowly, her fingers lightly tapping against her glass. You know, she added after a moment, a small grocery-like that should be independent. Technically, there's no real need to bring it into the main office. Emily sighed and folded her hands neatly on the table. That's why you shouldn't mix business and personal interests, Chloe, she said, her voice still calm but firmer now. It might have worked out this time, but not everyone will see it that way. You're a Lancaster. You need to be careful about how your intentions come across. Chloe's shoulders stiffened slightly, but she didn't argue. Instead, she lowered her gaze and nodded once. Yes, sister. Emily watched her for a moment longer, then returned her focus to her plate. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, she added, voice softer now. Just be mindful next time. I will, Chloe said quietly. Emily took another bite of her toast, and a small second of silence hung between them. Chloe poked at the edge of her bread with her fork for a moment before glancing back at her sister. Sister, how have you been these past few days? Chloe asked, her tone gentler now. It's been a few days since she last saw Emily. Emily didn't look up immediately. She took her time chewing, dabbing her mouth with a napkin before replying. Busy as usual, she said, finally meeting Chloe's gaze. 2 departments are being restructured. We're moving forward with some changes in procurement, too. Jonathan gave a quiet grunt, clearly listening even as he flipped through another page of his paper. Chloe nodded. That sounds exhausting. It is, Emily admitted, but that's how it goes. The higher you climb, the more responsibilities wait at the top. Chloe tilted her head thoughtfully. Do you ever think about slowing down? Emily raised an eyebrow, amused. Slowing down, yeah, not quitting or anything. Just Chloe trailed off, struggling to find the right word. Breathing a little more. I breathed just fine, Chloe, Emily said, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. Chloe laughed lightly at that. Okay, fair, but still, I don't think I'm wired for slowing down, Emily said. Not yet, at least. Maybe when I'm older. Like father. Jonathan, still behind his paper, scoffed at that. I'm not that old. Chloe laughed again, the moment lightening further. She watched her sister for a second, her smile lingering before curiosity pulled her back to something she hadn't forgotten. Oh, right, sister, she asked suddenly, setting down her fork. Were you the one who sent the suit to Gray? Emily blinked, caught off guard. What the suit? Chloe repeated. Gray got a designer suit the day before the handover. No note, no name. He wore it to the meeting. It looked like something from Lanford and Holt. Emily tilted her head slightly, a thoughtful expression passing over her face. No, she said after a pause. I didn't send anything. You didn't? Chloe's brows furrowed. I didn't, Emily confirmed. Why would I? I've barely spoken to him. Chloe nodded slowly. Thoughtfully, you really don't know who sent it? Emily asked, her voice more curious now. Nope. Chloe leaned back in her seat, arms crossed. Did you send it? Father Emily turned to Jonathan. No, Jonathan's forehead creased. Why would I do that so, if not me, and not you? Then who sent it? I would like to say thank you to all the readers who have dropped golden tickets and gifts into the novel. Gary Anderson 7206, Oliver 1901, Alvaro 17, Sky Hunter 23, Heavid 050. Thank you also to all the silent readers who have been buying privs and unlocking chapters. I really appreciated all of you. The maid greeted him at the door and said Chloe was already in the study. It was just the same as usual. When Gray stepped inside the study, he found Chloe seated by the table. Her hair was tied up in a loose bun, showing her flawless skin as she flipped through her notes with an unbothered look on her face. "You're early, Gray," Chloe said without looking up. "I could say the same about you," Gray replied, setting his bag down. "Yeah, I wasn't doing anything today, so I came here early instead." Chloe grinned. Gray pulled out a chair and sat across from her. He didn't say anything at first. Instead, he reached into his bag and pulled out a stack of review sheets. "How are your grades looking?" he asked after a second, casually flipping to the second page of the review sheet that he got. Chloe shrugged her shoulders, but it was a light one. It was not like the ones she gave when she was still struggling. "Better," she said with a smile lacing her lips. "Much better. The last 3 quizzes were all above 90. Gray gave her a slight nod, clearly pleased. "That's what I wanted to hear." A small notification popped up before Gray's eyes just then. Ding. Mission update mission. Get Chloe Lancaster's grades up. Objective. Help Chloe achieve a 20 improvement in her overall academic performance within 1 month. Reward. +2 influence 1 fully furnished condo unit with a city view. Remaining time, 14 days progress. 17. Gray stared at the floating screen for a second, then dismissed it quickly. He was close to accomplishing the mission. Just 3% left, and the condo was within his reach. And that 3 would be fulfilled only if Chloe did well in her upcoming midterm exams. That will be next week. So that meant no slacking off for him and also for Chloe. "All right," Gray said, tapping the desk lightly to get her attention. "Well, start with calculus and move on to business theories." "We'll be busy, so no complaints." "Okay, well, do that for 3 hours straight." Chloe groaned. "Yup." Gray chuckled. "Y'all survive. I'm not so sure too bad. Midterms are in a week. We're not playing around anymore." Chloe rolled her eyes but didn't argue. She opened her notebook and grabbed a pen. As they started the session, Gray was stricter than usual. He corrected her faster, didn't let her slide with vague answers, and made her redo every question she hesitated on. At one point, Chloe gave him a look that said, "Are you serious?" Gray simply replied with, "Dead serious." He knew he had to push her. If she passed with good grades next week, not only would she help him accomplish his mission, but it would also be a huge step for her. After the session ended mid-afternoon, Gray stepped out into the estate's garden for a little breather. Chloe invited him for a quick snack, and while it was still being prepared, he excused himself first. Gray was alone in the garden. He was looking at the greenery all around. The wind was soft, brushing against the trees in the distance. Gray tucked his hands into his pockets and tilted his head slightly toward the sky. His eyes narrowed against the soft light through the clouds. The Lancaster estate was really beautiful. He had no words to describe it, other than the word perfect. For a second, he almost forgot where he was. Everything was silent when suddenly he heard the soft click of heels behind him. Gray turned his head just in time to see a familiar figure approaching from the side path. The girl walked with grace and ease. It was someone he hadn't seen in quite a while now. "Emily," Gray said, blinking as he straightened up his back. Emily looked just as elegant as ever. She wore a fitted white blouse tucked into high-waisted beige slacks, her long dark hair falling smoothly over her shoulder. She paused when she saw him, and for a moment she looked surprised to see Gray. Slowly, a small smile appeared on Emily's face. "Well," she said, "I didn't expect to run into you here." "Me too," Gray offered her a polite nod. "I was just taking a short break after the session." Emily stepped closer, her eyes subtly scanning him. "It's been a while," she said. "It has," Gray admitted and then let out a small breath. "You look well, so do you." Her gaze flicked to the garden behind him. "You like our garden?" "Yup." Gray chuckled under his breath. "It's nice here." Emily smiled softly this time. "Chloe said you've been helping her a lot," Emily said, her voice lighter now. "She's doing better in school." "That's good." "Yeah," Gray nodded. "She's been putting in the effort. It's easy to teach someone who actually wants to learn." "Still," Emily added, tilting her head. "It's been, what, a week since the last time we really talked?" "Yeah, something like that." Gray looked at her and nodded once. Emily folded her arms loosely over her chest, her expression unreadable for a moment. Then she glanced back toward the house. "Well," she said, eyes meeting his again, "I'm glad to see you, Gray." He gave her a small smile. "Me too." Emily didn't say anything for a moment. She just stood there, her gaze softening as she looked at him a little longer. "I heard about the Riverside branch," she said after a quiet beat. "Oh," Emily nodded and chuckled. "Congratulations, Gray. That's not a small thing." Gray blinked, caught off guard for a second. "Thanks," he said. "It still feels kind of surreal, to be honest." I imagine it would, Emily replied. Owning a business at your age isn't exactly normal, especially not with that kind of backing. Yeah, Gray said with a chuckle. Right now, it's just reading files and making sure I don't mess anything up. Marcus said y'all be officially starting next Monday, but y'all be handling prep work this week. Emily nodded once. Yup, Gray sighed. He said I need to learn everything on my own. Emily laughed under her breath. Gray shook his head. He's giving me a bunch of files this week. There were recent reports, vendor lists, floor layouts, operations manuals, basically everything that he didn't give me last time. Good luck, Emily chuckled even more. Don't die. Gray laughed even more at what she said. Don't worry, I won't. The breeze was cooler now, hinting that evening was near. When he left their house, he was carrying nothing but the review sheets that were now with Chloe. However, now he was carrying a lot of bags, not with files to be reviewed, but rather with snacks, drinks, and groceries. On the way home from the Lancaster estate, he made a short stop at the nearby supermarket. He didn't buy a lot, just food enough for a week, some household items, and of course, a bag of chips and 2 medium-sized tubs of ice cream. He also threw in a few candy bars and drinks that he knew Lily liked. It wasn't often they got to enjoy these little things, but tonight they would. It was Friday, after all. He didn't have a tutoring job tomorrow, and Lily didn't have school. And with the coming days likely to be busier, especially with the grocery branch and Chloe's midterm, he wanted to relax for a little. Gray planned to have a simple movie night with Lily, like they used to do when they still had time. Gray carefully balanced the bags in both of his arms as he climbed the stairs to their apartment. When he opened the door, Lily was curled up on the couch, flipping through a book with a sleepy look in her eyes. I'm home, Lily, Gray called out casually as he closed the door with his foot. Lily looked up tiredly. Welcome. Before she could continue her words, her eyes widened when she saw what Gray was carrying. Wait, what's that, brother? She tilted her head at the bags in his hands, and her eyes immediately sparkled. Gray grinned and set them down on the table. Just supplies, he answered. We're having a movie night. A movie night, really. Lily sprang up from the couch like she'd been recharged. The tiredness in her eyes immediately vanished. Are you serious? Your brother never jokes, Lily, Gray uttered as he started unpacking the things he had bought. I even got the sour cream chips you like, and your favorite chocolate ice cream. Lily quickly ran to Gray's side. She peeked into the bags and immediately jumped in excitement. Oh my God, you bought 2 flavors. Of course, Gray said as he shook his head. You always eat half of mine anyway. Heh. Lily just smiled. Gray shook his head again before laughing. Go pick the movie. I'll heat up dinner first. Sure, brother. Lily came running back to the couch. She took the remote control and started searching for movies that they could watch. Gray started heating up dinner. 20 minutes later, they were both sitting in the living room with plates on their laps. On their small TV, a simple comedy was playing. Their dinner for tonight was simple. It was just rice and marinated chicken that he bought pre-cooked. To add some nutrients, he steamed some broccoli and carrots. Their dinner might be simple, but they both ate it with a bright smile on their faces like it was a full-course meal. As the movie went on, their laughter filled the room. Lily kept poking fun at Gray whenever the main character did something stupid, saying things like, "That's totally you, brother, or you'd fall for that trick too." Gray would groan and throw a pillow at her. I am smarter than that, Lily. After their dinner, they moved on to the ice cream not long after. Gray only got a few spoonfuls before Lily claimed his tub. You're unbelievable, he said as she hugged both ice creams close like a dragon guarding her treasure. You love me, she said, grinning through a mouthful of rocky road. I'll think about it. It was these quiet and ordinary moments that Gray cherished the most. Sometime close to midnight, while the second movie played, Lily's head began to droop against his shoulder. Her breathing slowed, and her ice cream was now placed on her knees, close to falling. Gray sighed and gently took the bowl from her and set it aside. He pulled the blanket over her and let her rest there. He reached for his phone, mostly out of habit. He wanted to see how much time had passed. However, he was surprised to see a new message on his home screen. The message notification blinked softly at the top of Gray's screen. It was from an unknown number. Who would be texting me this late? Gray frowned slightly. He unlocked his phone and opened the message. Unknown number. Hello. Sorry for sending a message so late. Is this Gray? This is the old man you saved. Gray stared at the text for a second, his thumb hovering midair. He looked confused for a second as he read the text once again. The old man, and then he realized what it meant. It was the man he had helped weeks ago. Gray had nearly forgotten about that moment. He exhaled before slowly typing back a reply. Gray, yes, this is Gray. He hit send and waited. It was already night, so he wasn't expecting a reply. However, a second later, he saw another message from the same number. Unknown number, I am glad. I've been looking for a way to reach you for a while. Gray raised an eyebrow when another message appeared after. I owe you more than I can say. If you have time, I'd like to see you. I'd like to thank you properly. Do you have any free time next week? Gray blinked at the message. Gray, yup, I have. He didn't know what to expect from this conversation. A reply came faster this time. Unknown number, good. If you're free on Wednesday, then let's meet. I'll text you the address by next week. Gray shrugged his shoulders and nodded to himself. Gray, okay. I'll be there, he agreed to it since the old man sounded eager. However, he was confused about how he got his number. Are you still not done? I am already hungry. Gray let out a breath as Lily's voice echoed from the outside. You can eat without me, Lily, he uttered and sighed, leaning back in his chair as he massaged the side of his temple. Aki. After hearing Lily's answer, he heard her footsteps move away, followed by the sound of a spoon clinking against a plate. He had already cooked lunch earlier, so he wasn't worried that there was no food to eat. Gray problematically sighed. He looked ahead and stared to what was in front of him. In front of him was the fourth binder Marcus had sent over. He'd been at it since morning, barely getting up except to drink water and stretch every once in a while. His eyes scanned the page filled with supplier pricing history and seasonal demand shifts. Most of it wasn't new, but the sheer volume of it was overwhelming. Still, he read every line. Even if it took all day, it was still better than juggling different jobs for a fraction of the pay. This was something that belonged to him now, so it was just right for him to learn everything properly. Gray glanced at the clock. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. He hadn't realized how fast the day was moving. It was already Sunday. Yesterday, all he did was the same. Read and read and read. Why are these unending? Gray sighed as he leaned forward. He flipped to the next page, only to encounter more lines of words. He had never remembered himself studying this much even when he was still in school. Still, he pushed through it all until the late afternoon, highlighting and making notes as if he were preparing for an exam, and in a way, he was. Monday would be his first official day as the CEO of the Riverside branch. Damn, I can't believe I'm a fucking CEO now. He might be a CEO, but his fortune was still far away from that. He still needs to work even harder, and the first step of that was to do his job right. He had big plans for the grocery. He wanted to expand it, put on more branches, make it one of the biggest grocery stores you could find in the whole country. But before any of that could happen, he needed to know what he was doing. It wasn't just about showing up and giving orders. It was about understanding every part of how business works where the losses happened, how to prevent them, and more importantly, how to grow what he had been given. Gray leaned back in his chair and rubbed his face with both hands. Gray chuckled dryly to himself. Still, he couldn't say he hated it. It was tiring, yeah, but different from the exhaustion that came from taking 5 shifts a week at different places, barely making rent. After a quick break and a glass of cold water to wake him up, Gray returned to his seat. He told himself he'd finish just one more binder today. The last one was about competitor research, their pricing, product variety, and customer reviews. He took a pen and began to jot notes in the margins. Better layout ideas, brands that customers preferred, and common complaints. He was getting the hang of it. Once the sun began to dip lower in the sky, Gray finally stretched his arms overhead and stood up. His legs were sore, his back was stiff, but he'd done it. Half of his Sunday had been productive, and the other half now he could spend it as he liked. After dinner, Gray moved to his desk and opened up his laptop. It was old, but it was still working. He opened up the trading site that he uses and looked at his current investment. Velmora Tech Holdings, 30,238, 90. The number had risen again. There were dips here and there, especially with the tech market being as unstable as it was, but Velmora always bounced back stronger than before. Gray clicked into the graphs, analyzing the recent trend. There were some whispers online about a possible product launch soon. That would explain the spike in investor activity. It's still doing good, he muttered, fingers tapping lightly on the edge of the trackpad. I don't think this one would fall soon, so I still need to keep my investment. System, give me the latest update of the mission again. Ding. Mission, grow your wealth objective. Reach a total profit of 100, 0 through investments. Progress, 30,238. 9,100, 0 remaining businesses to invest in. 4, let's sell half of my stocks to fund the others, he said under his breath. He entered the amount, reviewed the market price, and clicked confirm sale. A loading bar appeared for a moment, then a soft chime confirmed the transaction. Order completed. 15,101, 45 available in funds. Gray leaned back inside. He transferred the funds into his investment wallet. With that, he was ready to begin scouting his next opportunity. For more to go, he muttered with a small, determined smile. Velmora had done well, but if he wanted to reach that 100K profit margin, he'd need more income sources. He started reading through industry news, filtering through article after article. Local startups, growing food brands, online delivery systems, anything that showed promise without being overhyped. Gray scrolled through his tabs, eyes flicking between charts, headlines, and company profiles. He'd been reading for nearly an hour now, slowly narrowing down his choices. The system didn't tell him what to invest in, it only gave him a goal. That meant everything else was up to him. It sounded hard and he was still uncertain, but sometimes he just had to trust himself and his knowledge. Gray continued searching for more. He didn't even care if the night was getting deeper. After one more hour, finally, Gray took his eyes off the screen. He sighed and nodded, glancing over at his list one last time. All right, let's do this. His eyes were tired and his back ached a little from leaning over his laptop all evening, but he finally felt like he was making progress. After hours of reading through financial articles, business reports, and stock history charts, he had narrowed his list down to 4 companies. Each one had its own strengths and risks. Each one, if he was right, could help him reach that 100-0 goal. He took a breath and clicked into the first tab. NextGene Diagnostics. This one was a gamble, but a smart one. NextGene Diagnostics was a small biotech company in the southern provinces. Their focus portable medical devices that could quickly detect diseases like infections or viruses. These devices were affordable, fast, and easy to use even in small, rural towns with little access to hospitals. Gray had read an article earlier that week. NextGene had already tested their product in 3 remote towns, and the results were promising. So promising, in fact, that the government stepped in and gave them funding to keep going. That kind of support wasn't easy to get, so it already speaks of one thing. They might be small, Gray said, clicking through their investment page, but they've got a good cause and backing. That's already a strong start. NextGene wasn't a public company, yet he couldn't just buy their stocks on the market like most others. Instead, they were offering private shares in what was called a Series B round. That meant they had already passed the early idea stage, had a working product, and now needed more money to grow big. This kind of investing came with more risk. If the company failed, Gray could lose his money, but if they succeeded, the profits could be much, much higher than normal. 6-0 confirmed. He knew that it was the high-risk, high-reward play, so for his next investments, he would go for something safer. For his next investment, Gray glanced at his list and hovered over a name that everyone knew, Boodle. They were a giant in the tech world. They were famous for their search engine, AI software, and cloud services. Schools, offices, and even government agencies use their tools every day. They were on top of the game. However, recently their stock had taken a hit. There had been drama in their upper management. There were some executive changes. As a result, their stock dropped 18. But the company itself, it was still solid. Gray studied the price graph again. The stock was low now, but it looked like it had started to climb back already. That meant this might be the perfect time to buy. He needed to buy it before it returns to its usual value. He opened the trading panel and input his amount. 500 confirmed. For his third investment, Gray looked at Atlas Innovations. If Boodle was the king of software, Atlas was the king of hardware. They were known for their phones, tablets, and smartwatches. Every year, people camped outside stores just to get their newest device. It was a brand with power. It was a brand that associates people with luxury, but they had recently missed their earnings target. Factories overseas had hit production delays, and shipments to several countries, especially in Asia, had been held up. That led to disappointed investors and a 12 drop in their stock price. Gray looked at the numbers and shook his head. They've been through worse. They'll bounce back. That made it worth the risk. 2-0 confirmed. Last on Gray's list was StraightestNet. They weren't flashy like Atlas or Boodle, but they were essential. StraightestNet was an internet infrastructure, the behind-the-scenes networks that kept everyone connected. With so many people working and studying online now, their business was growing fast. They had also been working on a government partnership to expand affordable broadband into more remote regions. But recently, that deal hit a delay. Investors didn't like delays, so the stock dipped lower than normal. Gray smirked as he read the report. The deal wasn't canceled, just pushed back, but the dip in stock price meant he could buy in cheaper before it went back up. This one's sure to rise. 500 confirmed. With that, Gray leaned back in his chair. He was finally done. In a night, he made 4 investments. That was 4 chances for him to earn. He had gone with a mix. There was 1 risky startup, and 3 more established companies that had temporarily lost value but still had solid futures. He opened the system window again for him to check. Mission: grow your wealth objective. Reach a total profit of 100-0 through investments. Progress: 30-238. 90-100-0 remaining businesses to invest in. 0 status. Active. Gray rubbed his eyes, finally feeling the weight of the day settle onto his shoulders. He was tired, but a good kind of tired. He stood up and walked toward the window of his room. The city was still alive, and the sound of cars passed by below. He let out a sigh and shook his head. Today was so tiring. His head was starting to ache, and he knew that he needed to rest soon if he wanted to be in good condition for tomorrow. Just then, his phone buzzed on the table. It was a reminder for tomorrow's 7:00 a.m. staff meeting at the Riverside branch. Tomorrow, he'd finally go to the grocery store and inspect it while the store was running. Gray smiled a little. He was stepping into a new week, now with a new title, new responsibilities, and new hopes. and somehow, despite all of it, he wasn't nervous. Not like he used to be. Maybe it was the system's influence, or maybe he was just growing into this new version of himself. Gray sighed again before returning to his desk. All I have to do now, he said to himself, his voice was calm and sure, is wait for my investments to grow. And maybe, just maybe, get a little lucky. His alarm buzzed at 5:30 am. But he was already half awake by the time it rang. There was a strange mixture of nerves and excitement in his chest as he sat up and stretched. Today was his first official day as CEO. He stepped into the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, and stared at himself in the mirror. His hair was slightly messy, and his eyes were a little puffy from the late-night research, but underneath that he was ready. After a quick shower, he dressed in one of the few formal outfits he owned, a white dress shirt, navy slacks, and a charcoal blazer. It wasn't flashy, but it was clean and looked presentable. Still, Gray made a mental note as he adjusted his sleeves. I need to buy more clothes like this. He only had 3 proper dress shirts in total and 2 pairs of slacks. If he was going to do this job every day, his wardrobe wouldn't last the week. He was just tightening the last button of his cuff when his phone buzzed. Daniel, I am already outside, sir. Take your time as needed. Gray, all right. Gray grabbed his bag, double-checked that he had everything he needed, and quietly stepped out. Lily was still asleep in her room, curled under a blanket. He didn't want to wake her up, so before leaving, he left a note on the fridge. He had also prepared a sandwich yesterday for Lily's breakfast. He just instructed Lily to reheat it in the microwave. After all of that, he finally stepped outside and spotted the familiar black car parked by the curb. Daniel stood beside the driver's door, checking his watch. The man was dressed in his usual black suit. It seemed like even drivers in the company had to dress formal. Good morning, Daniel. Gray walked up to him and gave a small nod. Good morning, sir, Daniel replied with a polite bow of his head. He opened the rear passenger door for him. I hope you slept well, sir. Gray chuckled lightly as he stepped into the car. If reading 5 binders and dreaming about spreadsheets counts as sleeping well, then yeah, I slept like a baby. Daniel let out a quiet laugh as he closed the door behind him and circled back to the driver's seat. The car pulled smoothly away from the curb and into the streets. The sun had just started to rise, casting a soft golden light through the buildings. It wasn't rush hour yet, so the roads were still quiet. Outside, bakeries were just beginning to open, and joggers passed by on the sidewalks in hoodies and headphones. Inside the car, it was peaceful. Gray leaned back slightly in the seat and glanced out the window. You look sharp today, sir, Daniel said as they turned onto a main road. Gray blinked, then gave a sheepish smile. Thanks, though I should probably get more clothes. I don't think I can recycle this blazer more than twice a week without people noticing. Daniel smiled faintly in the rearview mirror. If I may say so, first impressions are important, but after that, how you carry yourself matters more than what you wear. I'll try to remember that, Gray said, adjusting his collar a bit. They drove in comfortable silence for another 30 minutes until they finally pulled up in front of the Riverside branch. Gray's eyes drifted up to the modest building. This is it, sir, Daniel said, parking the car smoothly at the parking lot. Gray nodded once and reached for the door handle. He exhaled slowly, then he opened the door and stepped out. I'll wait here, sir. Good luck. Thanks, Gray uttered before walking. Marcus was already waiting near the entrance with a clipboard in his. He wore a navy suit today with his tie knotted cleanly at the neck. Good morning, Mr. Adams, Marcus greeted with a firm nod. You're just right on time. Good morning, Gray replied, walking up beside him. Are the staff all here? Not all, but they're beginning to arrive, Marcus said, glancing at his watch. It just hit 7 in the morning, but I suggest we start with introductions already in the break room. That sounds good to me. As they entered the store together, Gray felt his heart beating faster in his chest. He could feel excitement, nervousness, and anticipation all together in his mind. The door to the break room opened with a gentle push, and Gray stepped in behind Marcus. The room was modest in size. The floor tiles were clean, though a little scuffed near the corners. The lighting overhead was warm and soft, which Gray appreciated. There was a small kitchenette tucked to one side with a coffee maker, a microwave, and a battered refrigerator covered in faded sticky notes and a few old magnet souvenirs. 3 round tables filled the center of the room, each surrounded by a few metal chairs. There were only about 24 seats total, and even then, some looked a little wobbly. A few employees had already taken their seats, chatting in low voices while sipping from styrofoam cups. There were also others standing by the doorway, stretching or checking their phones, waiting for things to begin. Gray gave the room a quick look, taking it all in. It was decent, but just decent. This was where employees spent their breaks, where they relaxed, recharged, and yet it looked more like a storage corner than a place meant to give people rest. There were also not enough seats and no proper space for longer breaks. Mentally, he took a note of it. This needs to be better, he nodded. After experiencing working in different fields, he knew better than anyone what employees need to work better. I'd deal with this later. For now, it was time to meet the people who would be working under him. As Marcus stepped forward to call for attention, the employees quieted down and turned their eyes to Gray. There were about 20 of them in the room now, all wearing the same company uniform. They have their polos, a pair of black pants, and name tags on the side of their chest. There was a mixture of older and younger faces, men and women, all waiting to see who their new boss was. Gray inhaled quietly through his nose and stepped forward. "Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning, everyone," Gray began, his voice steady but not loud as they walked into the middle of the room. All eyes were on him, curious gaze, wondering looks, questioning stares. "I'm Gray Adams, and starting today, I'll be managing the Riverside branch." A few people exchanged glances. Some gave polite nods. Others leaned in, getting more curious. "I won't take up too much of your time," he continued with a kind smile. "I know you all have a lot to do this morning before the store opens." Gray paused for a moment, letting his eyes scan the room. He met others' eyes staring at them. He knew that in their minds they had a lot of questions. One of it, most probably, was what to expect from him. "I'm not here to change things up overnight," Gray said. "This branch has been running long before I came along. You all know how this place works better than I do." A whisper of agreement moved through the room. He could feel some of the tension beginning to ease. With that being said, Gray smiled slightly. "My job is to help this place run better. And I can't do that without getting to know all of you and understanding what works and what doesn't." Another round of whispers echoed. As Gray was talking, more people were coming into the room. "I'm not the kind of person who hides behind an office door," Gray added. "If something's wrong, tell me. If something can be improved, I want to hear it. I'm open to hearing anything as long as it would help this store." That seemed to strike the employees. Several people smiled now. One of the younger employees whispered something to the person next to her, and they both chuckled quietly. "I'm looking forward to working with all of you," Gray said, finishing his words simply. "Thank you for having me." A light round of clapping followed. Gray nodded once more and stepped aside. He looked around and could see the hope in people's eyes. It put his heart at ease. Marcus, who was ever efficient, stepped forward again. "We'll begin with department introductions and a brief tour before the store opens. Mr. Adams will be shadowing operations for half of the day, so feel free to approach him directly if you'd like to share any insights." The employees nodded in understanding. He looked at Gray. "Shall we, Mr. Adams?" Gray gave a small nod. "Lead the way." As they exited the break room and began making their rounds, one of the staff members, a tall guy in a stockroom uniform, leaned toward another and whispered to his coworker. "He seems all right." The other abruptly nodded. "Yeah, he's better than Oi. You too." A sharp voice cut through their whispering. The two employees stiffened immediately as the store's manager stepped forward from the back. He was a middle-aged man in his late 40s, dressed in the standard company uniform but with a manager's badge clipped prominently to his chest. His name tag read, Mr. Will. From a glance, Mr. Will looked friendly enough. His smile was wide, and his eyes had that soft droop that made him look approachable. But there was a certain edge in his tone when he called out the two. "What are you chatting about back there?" he asked, still smiling as he walked past them. "The CEO's talking. Follow properly. This isn't break time." "Why, yes, sir," both workers replied in sync, straightening up their backs. Their eyes looked wary. Mr. Will gave them a nod, then turned toward Gray, the smile on his face even widening. "Mr. Adams," he said, bowing slightly, "it's an honor to have you here. I must say it's a breath of fresh air to finally have someone with your credentials leading this branch." Credentials? Gray blinked. As far as he could remember, he didn't have any of that. Thank you. I still have a lot to learn, though." Of course," Mr. Will said quickly, walking slightly ahead now as if he were the one to lead the group. "But I can already tell you're a natural. The way you spoke earlier, it was very inspiring. The staff will love you, I hope so." Gray gave a small, polite smile. He didn't really know what to say to that. Compliments were nice, but the way they were being said felt excessive. As they continued through the aisles, Mr. Will continued chatting nonstop. "I've been with Riverside for 3 years now, sir," Mr. Will said, clasping his hands behind his back as he walked a step ahead of Gray and Marcus. "You know, I managed the floor, trained half the current staff myself. The employees here respect me a lot. Y'all see, if there's anything worth knowing about this store, I know it." Gray gave a nod, the corners of his mouth tightening politely. "That's good to hear." "Oh, they love me," Mr. Will went on, laughing softly as if he was just talking to himself. "Anytime someone's got a problem, I am the first one they go to. Even the vendors, there's not a single supplier that walks through that loading dock I don't recognize." "I see," Gray muttered, trying his best not to sound too dry. Mr. Will didn't catch it and just continued on talking. In fact, he added with a proud little puff of his chest, "If you ever need help figuring things out like the systems, staffing, deliveries, don't hesitate to ask me. I'm basically the backbone here. If you've got orders, I'll get them done." Heh heh. Gray kept his expression still. Inside, though, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sure, Gray said with a faint smile, trying to look as professional as he was. "Thank you for your efforts. I'll keep that in mind." "How?" This is how easy it is to butter the rich. Mr. Will grinned even wider at that, clearly mistaking Gray's polite tone. Yes, sir. If you have any questions at all, Mr. Will continued. His voice was low but persistent. Just ask me. Gray gave another small nod, already thinking of a way to get a little space. In that case, a small idea crossed his mind. Can you check the back for me? Just make sure the rest of the employees are following us closely. I want everyone to be part of the walkthrough. Mr. Will blinked, surprised for a second. See how fast he was to depend on me? He quickly nodded. Of course. Right away, Mr. Adams, he said, turning on his heel with sharp enthusiasm. As the man walked briskly toward the back of the line, Gray let out the smallest breath of relief. Damn, he got a lot to say, doesn't he? By 800A. The store opened its doors to the public. Customers began to shop inside, and the staff went smoothly into their routines. Gray, meanwhile, was led to a small office tucked near the back of the store. This was originally intended for the branch head, Marcus explained as they approached the door. You can use this as your working space when you're here. But when Gray stepped inside, he was met with a surprise. The office wasn't empty, especially the desk. It was cluttered with personal items, an open bag of chips, a mug with the best guy printed in red, and several pens scattered across papers. A new-looking office chair sat behind the desk, and behind that, a coat hung loosely on the back. Gray blinked. What is this? He frowned. This at the right time, a voice sounded behind them. It was the annoying voice that he kept hearing since earlier. Mr. Will followed them closely from behind. As he faced Gray and Marcus, he let out a nervous chuckle. Right. I should have told you earlier, sir. I've been using this office for a while. You have? Gray asked, turning halfway to face him. Yeah, Mr. Will nodded, walking in without invitation. He was trying to mask his nervousness by appearing confident. He must have liked me since I kept buttering him up earlier, right, since no one was occupying it before, sir, and I've got a lot on my plate. Like paperwork, scheduling, vendor calls, you know how it is. I just figured it made sense to use the space. Gray took a breath, then gave a short nod. That's all right. I'm only here for half the day anyway. Exactly. No problem at all, Mr. Will said with a smile far too wide. See, I'm right. Good thing I know how to read this guy. I should just act sorry and timid. I'm sure he'll let me go. I can't afford to lose this office. Go sit, sir. Make yourself at home. My office is your office, heh. Your office? Gray raised a brow internally. Though out loud he just said thanks. I appreciate it. I'll go do a round outside first, sir. Hee. I'll make sure the staff's staying sharp, Mr. Will added, already heading out. Let me know if you need anything. As the guy left, Gray exhaled slowly and sat down. Are you just letting him keep your office? Sir Marcus' forehead creased. He was standing still on the side, surprised at what he had witnessed. Marcus almost felt guilty. From the start, they don't really know what's happening in the grocery store. They relied on reports and results. Sometimes, a few executives would visit to check the place, but they never found anything wrong. Since they hadn't heard of any complaints, they thought everything was going well. However, now that he'd seen it firsthand, Marcus didn't know what to think. Mr. Will's presence in the office, the way he casually claimed ownership over something not his, the excuses Marcus was beginning to question how much he actually knew about what went on inside the store. Maybe we've been too hands-off, he thought grimly. Maybe we were too focused on numbers that we thought everything was going well. As if sensing Marcus' worries, Gray leaned back in the chair and smiled. Yup, let's keep it like this. Sir Marcus blinked in disbelief. I mean the office, Gray clarified. Let him think it's still his for now. You're not going to take it back? Marcus asked, confused at it. This office is yours, Mr. Adams. I know, Gray chuckled, but if I make a move now, I'll just alert him. He'll start hiding things, being more careful, and I don't want that, not until I know exactly what's going on in the management here. Marcus' eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? Sir Gray gestured lightly toward the door. Did you not notice how the employees looked around? While Marcus became silent for a moment, thinking back. He had been too focused earlier, so he wasn't really able to look at their surroundings. When Gray noticed the uncertainty in Marcus' eyes, he smiled and explained what he had noticed. The employees looked terrified, Gray uttered. They almost feel awkward being around him. I know for sure that that's not how it should be. You can respect a superior and be a little intimidated. But that was something else. There was fear in their eyes. Marcus opened his mouth but said nothing. Some wouldn't even meet his eyes. Gray continued to explain his observations, and when they did, it looked forced. It was like they were acting polite but just wanted to be left alone. Now that Marcus thought about it, he realized Gray was right, completely right. The employees earlier were silent, almost tensed. It wasn't like that when it was only them. It only started when the manager arrived. I didn't catch that, Marcus admitted honestly, almost feeling bad. It's fine, Gray chuckled. You wouldn't notice that if you haven't been in the same situation. There was a moment of silence between them, and then finally Marcus sighed and bowed his head. I apologize, sir. Gray gave a half-smile, his eyes still on the door. It's fine, that was everything in the past. Gray shrugged his shoulders before letting out a deep breath. With sorry still in his eyes, Marcus glanced at Gray. So what's the plan, sir? Can you schedule a secret meeting with the staffs? I don't want it to be known by Will. Make it in groups or batches. Come up with a believable reason. Just be careful if he had any underlings within the staff. Marcus immediately nodded. Will do, sir. Gray turned his gaze back to the table in front of him. They were messy, it almost disgusted him. For now, he said, let's observe. Quietly. I want to know what's really happening when no one's watching the place. He still had duties to attend to at the main office, so he couldn't stay longer. However, before he left, he assured Gray he'd start quietly planning those small meetings with the staff, and that he'd send updates by the end of the day. Just like that, Gray was left alone in the office. He didn't mind it at all. In fact, it was better this way. Fortunately, Will hadn't returned since he left earlier. Gray considered it a blessing. He didn't have the energy to deal with more fake flattery and those awkward teeth that he could see whenever the guy smiled. Finally, he had the time to breathe. A time to think. The office was quiet. All he could hear now were the muffled hums of customers moving through the aisles and the occasional ding of the cash registers. It was the usual sound you would hear in a grocery store. Gray sat alone at the desk, his eyes looking at the clutter around him. There was a stale bag of chips, stacks of unfiled paperwork, and some promotional leaflets that were clearly outdated. The mug labeled was still there too, half full with something that might have once been coffee. He didn't want to touch Will's things. It was partially out of respect, but mostly because he didn't trust the guy. So he simply cleared a corner of the desk and set his own notebook down. The space was small, but it was enough for him to work. Flipping through the folder Marcus had left with him, Gray read over the current operations structure. It included staffing schedules and employees' names. He had already read through half of it the night before, but now he was reading more carefully. At the same time, he opened a fresh page in his notebook and began writing a list of things he had to do. Things to improve immediately: staff room upgrade. The break room was too cramped, too dim, not enough chairs, not enough space. He remembered that clearly from earlier inventory audit. He'd also noticed that there were some inconsistencies in the earlier report's numbers that didn't quite match up, especially regarding restock schedules and surplus items. It was so small that it was often overlooked. Feedback system. He wanted to install a new company system, a system where the staff could speak freely without fear of being reported or judged. Fair rotation. He saw the schedule for the month. Some employees had been pulling 6-day shifts back to back. That wasn't sustainable. He didn't know if it was the employee's request or not, but he got to look at it. He underlined each point carefully. Gray sighed afterward. Time flew so fast that it was already 11 in the morning. He only had 1 hour left before he had to leave. He sighed under his breath and capped his pen. He leaned back in the chair, realizing that he had been writing for nearly an hour straight. His list was getting longer by the minute, and his brain was already 3 steps ahead, visualizing how he wanted things to run. All right, I gotta be ready now. Before he left, he figured he should at least take a quick walk around the store, check on the staff's interaction with the customers, and see things for himself while everyone was now working. With it, Gray began organizing his materials. He gathered the folders Marcus had left behind, stacked them neatly, and tucked his notebook between them. He was just about to get up when something caught the corner of his eye. It was a paper. A paper was half sticking out from under of the cabinet beside the desk. Gray frowned. He stood up and walked over, crouching slightly to reach for it. It was folded awkwardly, like it had slipped or been shoved behind other files. There was a layer of dust clinging to one corner. He didn't want to be nosy, but thinking that it might be a company file, he pulled it out and flipped it open. The heading read, Staff Facilities Inventory Internal Use Only Date Filed. January 2. Gray's brows drew together. January. It was already September. That meant this document was from months ago. Curious at it, he took it back to the desk. He also sat down and started flipping through the pages. Item after item was listed. Beside each, there was a box labeled Delivered and another labeled Installed. Ergonomic chairs X30, delivered heavy checkmark. Installed heavy checkmark lounge sofa X2, delivered heavy checkmark. Installed heavy checkmark full coffee bar setup, delivered heavy checkmark. Installed heavy checkmark employee lockers X10, delivered heavy checkmark. Installed heavy checkmark mounted 50 smart TV, delivered heavy checkmark. Installed heavy checkmark mini fridge X2, delivered heavy checkmark. Installed heavy checkmark water dispenser, delivered heavy checkmark. Installed heavy checkmark. Gray stared at the page, then his eyes narrowed. What the he muttered. His fingers ran down the sheet again, as if thinking that maybe he was reading it wrong. But no, every single item had a checkmark. That means every item that was listed on the page should be in the staff room. Everything except none of it was actually there. He sat up straighter, the back of his neck tensing from anger. There's no TV, no fridge, no sofa, not even a fucking water dispenser. His voice was low but laced with disbelief. He'd been in that break room less than 5 hours ago. If even one of these items were there, he would have noticed. But there was nothing, just old chairs, a scratched-up table, and a microwave that looked overused by employees. He flipped to the next page. There was a sign-off section. The name at the bottom was written in sharp handwriting, and on top of it was the man's signature. Willa Morris, store manager. Gray slowly leaned back in his chair, the document still in his hand. So that was it. He didn't want to jump to conclusions. Not yet, not without hard proof. But this looked a lot like fraud, and if it wasn't, then it was some serious mismanagement. Either way, it needed to be addressed. Gray tapped the paper lightly against the desk as he thought. His eyes were cold now. He carefully folded the document and slid it right between the files in his notebook. All right, then, he muttered under his breath. Now we're getting somewhere. Gray's mood, which had been calm and composed earlier, now turned sour. It brought him back to sad memories. Memories of his life when he was still scrambling for work. Memories of when he thought about killing himself because he got fired without a reason. That situation was no different from the situation right now. Gray stood up slowly from the chair. He grabbed the folder, placed it under his arms, and stepped out of the office without uttering a single word. The fluorescent lights of the back hallway flickered slightly overhead as he walked, his shoes tapping against the tiled floor. Once he pushed through the double doors into the main store, he paused at the edge of the aisle, letting his eyes wander around. Customers moved in and out the rows of shelves, some comparing prices, others loading up baskets with the day's necessities. The staff also moved around, stocking items, assisting shoppers, and standing by the checkout counters. Then his eyes were directed to the man with a bulging stomach at the side. Will wasn't doing anything but sitting idly, even using his phone. Gray's expression was unreadable. I got some cleaning to do, he muttered to himself. Gray just stood by the door. He didn't approach anyone directly. He just continued to simply observe. In silence, he started walking around, trying to blend in with the crowd. Wherever he stood, he kept a quiet eye on how things were running. He wasn't looking for mistakes. Instead, he was trying to see how the place ran. Then, as he passed near the front of the store, his gaze caught on someone. A janitor wearing a faded blue uniform was pushing a dust mop slowly down the tiled floor. He was an older man, maybe in his late 50s. His back was slightly hunched, and his movements were slow but experienced. The janitor paused when he noticed that someone was looking at him. His eyes widened a little when he recognized from who it was. "Oh, sir," he said quickly, straightening his back a bit. "Good morning, sir. I didn't see you there. What brings you out on the floor?" The corner of Gray's lips rose into a small smile. "I'm just taking a look around." The janitor smiled, still holding his mop. "Ah, right, first day and all that. You've been here a while." Gray glanced at the floor, then back up at the man. "Nearly 7 years," the janitor replied proudly, "since the store was opened. Back then, the freezer aisle still used to leak every Tuesday." "Sounds like you've seen it all." Gray chuckled softly. "Pretty much," the man said, nodding. "Do you mind if I ask something off the record?" The janitor blinked, then shrugged. "Off the record, sure, sir." Gray leaned lightly against a nearby pillar. His voice dropped just slightly. "How's the management been running this place?" The janitor let out a long, tired breath. It looked as if he had a lot to say, but nothing at the same time. "Oh," he muttered, glancing over his shoulder as if to make sure no one was listening. "It's all right. I mean, the job gets done. Shelves are stocked, and we get customers." But the man shook his head. "But it's just that people don't rarely anymore," the old man uttered as if saying a secret to Gray. With the answer, Gray can't help but frown. "What do you mean, Tusk?" The old man shook his head as if disappointed that Gray didn't get what he meant. "You know, the employees come in and do their work, and then they leave. You can tell everyone's walking on eggshells, especially when Mr. Will's around." Gray remained silent on the side, letting the man continue. "You know, when the guy was still not here, me and the others used to joke around and, eat together during breaks. We also help each other out when it got bus. But now we can't do that anymore." "What do you mean, not anymore?" "Isn't that basic knowledge you can't possibly work without talking to others, especially in your line of work? That's illegal." Tusk, the old man shook his head again. "You don't get it. We don't have a choice. Anyone who speaks up gets threatened with a pay cut or worse, losing their job. Oh yeah, ever since Will started, he acted like he owned the place." The janitor's grip on his mop tightened slightly. "I don't have anything personal against the guy since I don't really talk to him, but he talks big game. He always acts like he's the one running everything. He also takes credit for things he didn't do and blames others when stuff goes wrong." Gray's jaw tightened. He didn't speak right away. Instead, his eyes drifted toward the side aisle again, where Will was still slouched in the chair near the customer service desk, scrolling casually on his phone like he was not at work. Everything the janitor had said lined up too well with what Gray had already seen. "Has anyone ever tried reporting him?" He turned back to the janitor, his voice low. The janitor laughed out loud as if Gray was saying a joke, to whom most of the upper management only visits once in a while. They see the sales numbers and hear we'll talk all smooth, so they think the store's doing great. There's no one to report it to. Not without getting in trouble. Gray's grip on the folder under his arm tightened. Thank you for telling me, he said quietly. What's your name? Name's Henry, sir. Henry Silvo. Well, Henry, Gray said, offering his hand, I appreciate your honesty. And just so you know, things are going to change. Henry blinked, surprised at the handshake. Don't worry about it. Ding, new mission unlocked. The system chimed as soon as Gray said the words. Mission, put your business back in order. Objective, find more evidence of the management's misconduct. Fire all the people involved. Time limit, 14 days reward, +3 power, +3 influence, +5, wealth bonus reward, employees trust. Once accomplished, a new mission will automatically trigger. The moment the clock hit noon, he left the grocery store as he intended. He didn't bother saying goodbye to anyone, except to the janitor that he had been talking to for the last 15 minutes. I'll get going now then, Henry. No problem, sir. Please visit us again soon. Gray smiled kindly at the man before he quietly exited the store through the main entrance. The guard who was guarding the front entrance also greeted him goodbye. Outside, the sun had already climbed up higher into the sky. Gray covered his forehead with his hands as he tried to remember where the car was parked. After searching for a few seconds, he finally saw it. However, what surprised him was when he realized that Daniel was standing beside the car as if waiting for him. He quickly sighed and walked over to him. Don't tell me you've been waiting here for hours. He frowned as he mentally counted how many hours he'd spent inside. Daniel smiled slightly and shook his head. No, sir, I returned to the company after I dropped you off this morning. I only just arrived again about 10 minutes ago. Oh, Gray nodded, becoming relieved. Good, that would have made me feel guilty. Daniel walked over and opened the door for him. Where are we going, sir? The Lancaster estate, Gray replied, rubbing his temple. I've still got tutoring to do, of course, sir. With that, Daniel quickly hopped into the driver's seat and started the car's engine. After waiting for a few seconds, he pulled away from the grocery lot smoothly and drove off to the Lancaster estate. The afternoon at the Lancaster estate passed like a breeze. For a few hours, Gray switched roles. He was no longer the CEO of the grocery. Instead, he was Gray again, Chloe's private tutor. They reviewed her previous tests, tackled a few new math problems, and went over the materials Gray had left her with over the weekend. To his relief, Chloe had studied more than expected. Her answers were quicker. Her focus was also better. It also surprised Gray. Chloe was never as serious as this in their previous sessions. Maybe she wants to ace this exam. That put an ease on Gray's mind. At this rate, he knew for sure that Chloe would be able to do it. After all, Chloe was smart. She just needs a little push. And that push comes from him, by 4 p.m. The session ended. Gray gave final reminders to Chloe. For the rest of the week, they wouldn't be meeting since that was Chloe's exam days. Still, he gave her the reviewers that she would need and repeatedly told her that if she had questions, then don't hesitate to call him. Chloe looked like he was listening to him, so that was hopefully a good sign. Daniel patiently waited for him at the estate. The maids provided him with tea and snacks to relieve himself. Are you done now? Sir Gray nodded and smiled. Yup, let's go back now. Daniel quickly stood up and nodded. Just like earlier, he led the way for the two of them. When they were out, they gave a simple thank you to the maid who made sure they were safe outside. And just like that, they drove to Gray's apartment. It took them half an hour before the car parked just right outside the building. Thanks again, Daniel, Gray said as he stepped out of the car. The afternoon sun was now slowly disappearing into the sky. No problem at all, sir. Daniel nodded from behind the wheel. Have a good rest. I'll try, Gray muttered and smiled before turning around and walking inside. When Gray stepped into their apartment, he was immediately greeted by Lily, who looked as if she was waiting for him since earlier. Lily's eyes brightened when he saw Gray by the door. Brother. She exclaimed out loud before running into him. Why do you look tired, brother? Gray dropped his bag by the door and exhaled deeply. I am Lily, he said, kicking off his shoes. Don't ask why. Okay. Lily blinked, then grinned as she chuckled. Good. Lily followed Gray as he stepped further into their apartment, her eyes trailing over his outfit with a puzzled look. Why are you wearing a suit, brother? She asked, tilting her head to the side as she continued to follow Gray from baying. Shouldn't you be wearing, like, a uniform or something like a name tag? Gray chuckled as he slumped onto the edge of the couch, loosening the top button of his shirt and removing his vest. It's because your brother isn't a regular employee, Lily. Oh, Lily said, her eyes widening in realization. She clapped her hands together like she had just cracked a code. I get it now, you're a manager. Gray laughed softly and nodded. Close enough. Lily grinned proudly at herself, then plopped down beside him. Congrats, brother. Thanks, little one. Gray glanced at the clock on the wall and rubbed his eyes. Hey, wake me up in 2 hours. All right, our dinner might be a little late today. It's fine, brother, Lily replied, already reaching for the TV remote to watch a movie. She doesn't have any homework to do today, so she was free all day. I also just ate a sandwich anyway. don't worry. Gray leaned over and patted her head gently. Good girl. Now let your older brother rest, okay? Don't be too loud when you're watching comedy. Lily pouted but still nodded. Yes, brother, I understand. Good. Gray stood up slowly and started walking toward his room. The moment he turned his back to her, the smile slipped from his face like a mask falling away. Damn, he muttered under his breath, his shoulders drooping. I'm tired. He didn't even need dinner right now. He just needed to close his eyes and let his body stop moving. His eyes blinked open slowly, adjusting to the soft glow that filled the room. He lay there for a moment, not quite sure what day or time it was, but as he realized that, he almost jumped out of his bed. He quickly grabbed his phone and looked at the screen, his eyes shot wide open. 503A. Shit, he sat up abruptly, his voice hoarse from sleep. Did I just sleep through the night? He rubbed his face, trying to recall his memories. The last thing he remembered was telling Lily to wake him up after 2 hours. Then he went to his room, changed clothes, and immediately lay down. He was only supposed to nap, not rest like this. A wave of guilt hit him instantly. What did Lily eat for dinner? He muttered as he threw off the blanket and stepped into his slippers. He rushed out into the living room. The apartment was quiet now, with only the lamp in their living room open to give light. What he immediately greeted him was the sight on the table. On their dining table, there were 2 empty plates and a glass with water still in it. Over by the sink, another plate had been watered out. However, crumbs were still scattered near the edge of the counter. Gray walked closer and looked at it. From the look of it, it seemed like Lily had just reheated some of the leftovers from the past few days. There was also a used sandwich wrapper by the edge of the sink, one of the backup sandwiches he kept stocked in the fridge. He sighed, his shoulders loosening slightly. She just ate a sandwich, he murmured, placing a hand on the back of his neck. Good thing we still have that. Still, it bothered him a bit. Gray opened the refrigerator door and peeked inside. There were a few items left, some vegetables, a few eggs, and on the middle shelf, 2 neatly packed sandwiches in cling wrap, the ones he had made over the weekend for quick access to eat. I need to make more of these, he said to himself, his eyes still on the shelf. I can't tell how many more nights I'll end up passing out like that. He closed the fridge gently, then leaned against the counter, exhaling. But what really lingered in his mind wasn't just the missed dinner. It was Lily, that girl. By the looks of it. She didn't wake him up. Of course she didn't. Gray chuckled quietly to himself, a mix of amusement and guilt. If we're talking about Lily, he murmured, shaking his head, that little troublemaker probably just looked at me, shrugged and said, let him sleep. Because if there was one thing Lily was good at aside from devouring food, it was being completely unstoppable when she set her mind to something. So he doesn't believe that he just slept through the night when Lily was there. That little fool, he chuckled and shook his head. I guess I should get more sleep. My office hours are not until 8 in the morning. Gray let out a long breath as he pushed off the counter. His body still ached from yesterday's exhaustion, and now that the initial panic was over, the weight of sleep was returning fast. I guess I should get more sleep, he muttered to himself, glancing at the clock. My office hours aren't until 8 anyway. Without another word, he shuffled back toward his room, pausing by Lily's door to peek in. She was fast asleep, curled under the blanket with her arm hanging off the side of the bed. The sight made him smile quietly. Unstoppable, huh? He whispered before slowly closing the door again. He returned to his room, sank back into the bed, and pulled the covers up with a sigh. And just like that, within seconds, he drifted off to sleep again. The next time he woke up, the sun was fully up. He looked at the time, and just like earlier, his eyes widened when he saw it. Oh shit, it was already 7:15. At the same time, a message from Daniel appeared on his screen. Daniel, I'm already downstairs, sir. Shit, Gray ran to the bathroom in the speed of light. He took a shower, so quick that it didn't feel one. Afterward, he quickly changed. He threw on one of his few formal outfits again and stepped out of the apartment. As expected, Daniel was waiting downstairs in the black company car, leaning casually against the hood with his usual composed posture. Morning, Daniel, Gray said with a smile on his face. He was calm as if he didn't run out of their apartment earlier just to be on time. Good morning, sir, Daniel nodded. Did you sleep better, ha? Gray gave him a tired chuckle. Too well, actually. That's good, sir. Gray unsurely smiled at Daniel, opened the door for him. Damn, is he a robot? Gray almost thought about it. Daniel sounded too formal and also looked so formal. Just like yesterday, the ride on the road was smooth and quiet. About 30 minutes later, the car pulled into the company parking lot outside the main building. Daniel parked near the executive entrance and stepped out first. As Gray followed him out, Daniel pulled something from his coat's pocket. It was a slim black card with a small silver logo on the back. Here, sir, he respectfully said, handing it over to Gray. This is your access keycard. It'll get you inside the main building, your assigned floors, and your personal office. Gray took it and studied the surface. My own office, huh? Yes, sir. It's standard for department heads, executives, and people under the company. Mr. Marcus made sure everything was arranged yesterday. I see Daniel led him through the main glass doors of the main building, nodding to the security personnel as they passed. They went inside using the access card and took a private elevator up to the 10th floor. When the doors slid open, Daniel walked out first. They walked for a few more, stopping by other offices too, before they settled on the last door in the hallway. Gray stepped forward. Just past a glass divider, he found a modern office space with his name already labeled on the frosted glass door. Gray ADAMS CEO, this is more than I expected. Gray blinked in disbelief. Welcome to your office, sir. Daniel smiled lightly. Gray paused at the doorway for a second, quietly taking it in. The frosted glass had a clean, professional finish. His name on it was etched in silver lettering that caught the light just slightly when he moved. It was surreal. Just weeks ago, he was juggling jobs just to pay rent. Now he had a door with his name on it. Daniel stepped aside, giving him the space to enter first. Gray continued and pushed the door open. The office was sleek and modest, just the way he liked it. The walls were painted in soft gray, with one large window along the far side, letting in plenty of natural light. A thick set of blinds was tucked neatly above, ready to be pulled down if he wanted to. The floor was tiled. In the middle of it, there was a long wooden desk sitting near the window. It looked new and clean. There was nothing on it except for a new laptop, a desktop monitor, and a few organizers on the side that were still empty. To the right of the room, there was a small seating area with a low coffee table and 2 cushioned chairs. On the other side, there was a built-in cabinet with a small espresso machine on top and shelves that held files, folders, and a few neatly arranged company binders. There was even a small potted plant on the desk, probably just added for a little design. Gray stepped in further and set his bag down on the desk. He then turned slowly in place, letting himself adjust to the space. Not bad, he muttered under his breath. No, it's actually too good. Daniel stood by the door. If you need anything, sir. Like extra supplies, furniture changes, or anything, just let me know. Mr. Marcus asked me to take care of it. It's fine for now, Gray nodded slowly. Thanks, Daniel. All right, sir. I will excuse myself first. Okay. As soon as Daniel left, Gray sat down in the leather chair behind the desk. It was surprisingly comfortable. It was one of the best chairs he had sat on. Just by the feel of it, he could already know that the chair was expensive enough. The whole cost of the furniture in his office must have exceeded his own net worth. He should be careful. Gray leaned back slightly on the chair. His back touched the soft backrest. Damn, this is the feels of the rich, he muttered, before his eyes turned to the laptop in front of him that was already powered on. It was still on the lock screen, and besides, it was a post-it paper containing the details of the account for his own account in the office. He reached for the post-it and peeled it off carefully, scanning the neatly written login credentials. The handwriting was sharp and clean. It seemed like it was from Marcus. Gray typed them in immediately to the laptop's keyboard. The screen loaded with a quiet hum, revealing the dashboard of the company's internal system. It was neatly organized, with several tabs along the top: store performance, employee management, financial reports, internal messages, vendor logs, and a few flagged under urgent review. Gray tilted his head slightly as he stared at the dashboard. There's a feature like this, he muttered, half amused, half annoyed. Then why the hell did I have to read everything one by one? He leaned back in his chair and let out a breath, realization dawning in him slowly soon after. Yeah, it must have been for me to learn the hard way, he said under his breath, so I'd remember it better. He chuckled dryly and ran a hand through his hair. What a smart move, Marcus. I'll give you that. He had no complaints either way since it was just right for him to know everything. Gray closed the laptop gently and stood up. He wandered away from the desk, letting his feet carry him around the office slowly. Now that he wasn't focused on the screen, he could actually appreciate the space for what it was. Everything was just peaceful. This office was, without a doubt, far nicer than the one back at the grocery store. There was more room to breathe, a proper chair that didn't creak, a desk that wasn't cluttered with someone else's junk. Still, no matter how nice it was here, Gray's thoughts kept drifting back to that tiny office in the back of the grocery. He felt like it was his responsibility to correct whatever was happening there for the past months, and with Henry's story, it seemed like the store had been running like that for a while. Gray's expression slowly shifted. Uneasiness surged on his heart. He couldn't relax. Not fully, not while that guy was still managing the staff at Riverside. Now that I've got access to the company system, Gray's fingers tapped lightly against the edge of the coffee table. I should take advantage of it. If he was going to clean up that branch, he needed to start from the top. He needed to know more that was happening, and while waiting for Marcus to set up the meeting with the other employees, then he also needed to move on his own. So where will I start? Gray frowned. Maybe it was time to learn exactly who Will Morris was and his background on the company. Gray turned back to the desk and opened the laptop again. The screen lit up quickly, still on the dashboard. He navigated to the Employee Management tab and opened the search bar. He typed in the name that he wanted to know about, Will Morris after typing, he hit enter. Sapith, Benka, Jesse Rasola, Mark 4727, Etern. Thank you for dropping golden tickets. I really appreciate it. Gray leaned in slightly as a profile popped up. Will Morris store manager, Riverside branch tenure, 3 years and 8 months status, active employment type, internal transfer previous position, assistant, central region education, business management no degree 2 years incomplete references on file, 1 referrer, executive director Leonard Morris. Gray's eyes narrowed. Leonard Morris, he murmured. He clicked into the reference section, and there it was in plain text. Relationship to referrer. Nephew. Gray stared at the screen for a long moment, letting that sink in. So that was it. Will wasn't hired for his qualifications. He wasn't promoted because he was capable or experienced. Instead, he was picked because he had a relationship with someone on top. That explains a lot, Gray muttered, fingers slowly curling into a fist on the desk. It explained the confidence, the entitlement that Will had, the sense of ownership he had over that office space. And most of all, it explained how he managed to run the branch so poorly without anyone from upper management batting an eye. Because if your uncle is sitting on the board, who's going to report you? Gray leaned back in his chair, his jaw clenched. He knew this kind of thing happened in big companies. Nepotism, politics, connections. However, if he got the job through connections, then wasn't it just basic human decency to at least do the job well instead of protecting the staff or improving the branch? He let things rot. He ruled by intimidation and laziness, sat in his position like it was a throne he didn't have to earn. And the people who suffered for it were the ones who showed up every day, worked hard, and just wanted to do their jobs. Gray exhaled slowly and closed the file. But he wasn't done yet. His fingers hovered over the keyboard again, this time typing a new name into the search bar. Leonard Morris. If this man had been high enough to pull strings and plant his nephew into a managerial role, then Gray needed to know who exactly he was dealing with. The search results loaded quickly. Leonard Morris, former executive director, Central Division tenure, 11 years, 4 months status, terminated date of termination, April 5 months ago. Reason: breach of conduct, internal audit findings, abuse of company resources, final disciplinary action. Dismissed without severance. Gray blinked at the screen, then slowly sat back. So Leonard Morris had already been fired, and without severance payment that only happened when the company had undeniable proof of serious misconduct. Corruption, Gray muttered. So it runs in the family. It painted the entire picture clearly now. Leonard must secured Will's position before he got exposed. Gray leaned forward again and stared at the screen. The pieces were falling into place. This was no longer just a matter of poor leadership. It was a leftover stain from someone else's corruption. All right then, Gray said under his breath, as a small smile appeared on his face. No more hiding behind your uncle, little boy. He clicked back to the main dashboard and opened a new tab. It was time to start preparing for a very different kind of cleanup. Gray's fingers tapped steadily against the keyboard as he pulled up more documents, diving into performance reports, payroll logs, vendor transactions, and maintenance requests from the Riverside branch over the past 2 years. It was quite tedious, but Gray didn't mind the work. He wanted to do this right. He couldn't accuse Will of anything without concrete proof. If there was any misuse of budget, manipulation of records, or fraudulent sign-offs, it had to be documented. And now that he had full access to the company, there was no better time to dig than now. Hour after hour, Gray combed through the files. Gray's fingers moved steadily across the keyboard as he dug deeper into the system's records. The goal was simple. It's to find proof, something solid that would expose what Will had been doing behind the scenes. But as the hours ticked by, the more frustrated Gray became. Will was messy in person, but when it came to paperwork, the guy was careful, too careful. Each file Gray opened was well formatted, time-stamped properly, and signed off cleanly. The logs matched the reports. The budgets didn't show any obvious gaps. It was almost too neat. Gray muttered under his breath. He's good at cleaning up after himself. Still, Gray didn't stop. He kept looking. Eventually, he did find a few things, but they were just small inconsistencies that stood out only because he was reading everything so closely. There were unnecessary maintenance calls from a third-party contractor, and the charge rates were almost double the average. The notes were vague too, like emergency repair, cooling unit inspection, or safety check. Worse of it was that he found out that there was a recurring monthly entry labeled under employee welfare supplies. It was marked as delivered, paid, and completed. Damn, it seems like I'll have a hard time here. Gray leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly, tapping the pen in his hand against his desk. All the things he found weren't enough. They weren't the kind of things that would get someone fired. At best, Will would just say sorry for his carelessness. At worst, he'd blame it on someone. He knows how to cover his tracks, Gray muttered, eyes narrowing at the screen. But he's not perfect. He clicked through a few more files and bookmarked the things he found odd. Then he opened a new document and began organizing everything he'd found so far into bullet points. Tomorrow, he'd bring it to Marcus. Maybe the guy would have a better idea of where to look next, or how to pressure the right people into uncovering more. I didn't know that it would be this hard. Gray shook his head in disappointment. Mission reminder. Mission, put your business back in order. Objective, find more evidence of the management's misconduct. Fire all the people involved. Time left. 13 days, Gray sighed. Let's hope I can do this. He'd been staring at spreadsheets in his laptop all morning, and his brain was starting to feel like mashed potatoes. All right, he muttered, pushing the laptop away slightly from his face. It's finally break time. He stood up and walked toward the window of his 10th floor office. The city stretched out in front of him. He looked there for a few minutes before making some coffee and sitting back again. System notification. Investment update available. Gray stood up a little as the holographic screen appeared in front of him again. Mission, grow your wealth progress, 32,353, 10,100, 0 remaining businesses to invest in, 0 status. Active. Gray raised an eyebrow. They were rising already for a moment. He got excited over it. How much did it rise? 3708. 2. Host. I see. Gray nodded. He opened his phone and looked at the broker app. He coughed. Breakdown of portfolio gains. Velmora Tech, +1, 860. Next Gene Diagnostics, +16, 10 + 0, 27. Boodle Inc. +10, 0 + 0, 29. Atlas Innovations, +200, 0 + 10. Stratus Net, +29, 0 + 0. 64. Gray blinked as the numbers settled on his phone screen. Velmora's doing all the work, he muttered and sighed. Still, the lines on the graph for the other investments had been steadily growing. It seemed like he needed to monitor this as frequently as he could. Gray stared at the numbers on his screen for a few more seconds, then finally shut the broker app and set the phone down with a quiet sigh. Well, at least they're moving, he muttered. Velmore was doing most, while the rest were crawling slowly and steady. As long as it remains like that, then it's fine. With that out of the way, Gray finally sighed. Now it's time for lunch. He looked at the time on his phone. It was already past 1:00 p.m. He hadn't thought about where to eat, and he didn't exactly know any good places around the building either. He considered ordering something, but just then a thought crossed his mind. Don't buildings like this usually have cafeterias? That's a good one. I should try that. A small smile appeared on Gray's face. Cafeteria food was the best because it was cheap in price and was also good. Cafeteria is on the 3rd floor, right? Gray recalled his memories. Yeah, that's what I saw in the elevator. He quickly stood up and grabbed his phone and wallet and stepped out of the office. As he passed by the hallway, he noticed that the other offices had their lights off. It seemed like everyone had gone to eat lunch except for him. Gray took the elevator 7 floors down, following the small signs that led to the company cafeteria. When the elevator doors opened, he was surprised by what he saw. The cafeteria wasn't a small lounge or just a room. Instead, it was huge. It was pretty massive. It was practically the size of the entire 3rd floor. The floor had tall ceilings, wide windows, and an open layout that felt more like a modern food court than a simple dining hall. The smell of the food hit him first. Freshly baked bread, grilled meat, and even the sweetness of fruit and pastries drifted through the air. There were dozens of food stations arranged in neat lines at the side. There were Asian cuisine, Western-style dishes, vegetarian meals, fresh juices, soups, pasta bars, and even a dessert section. Employees came and went with trays in hand, chatting casually as they found seats. Everything was clean, spacious, and brightly lit. Gray stepped toward the nearest counter, almost awkwardly. How do I pay?" he asked the lady at the counter. The woman blinked, then smiled. "Oh, are you new? There's no charge. All meals are free for employees. Just grab a tray and enjoy." Wait, what? Gray paused, almost in the state of confusion. "Company benefit," she added, already scooping rice into a plate for the person behind him. "It's part of your perks." He blinked, still a bit stunned. Still, with the people in front of him moving forward, he had to take a step forward too. Even if he was still in a state of confusion, Gray still grabbed a tray and got himself a plate of grilled chicken, steamed vegetables, and a bowl of soup. He also took a cup of Coke and sat at an empty table near the window. It's been an hour since lunch started, yet there were still a lot of people eating in the cafeteria. Gray started eating. The first bite in the food sent him to heaven. It was a whole amen. Damn, this food is fire. Gray couldn't help but curse in his mind. He didn't know if the food was just really nice or the fact that it was free made it more delicious. Still, the food was good, really fucking good. Good companies like this are really different, he thought as he ate. As he chewed, he quietly watched the room. People were relaxed. They were smiling, and a few groups of people were chatting as they ate. After finishing his meal, he brought the tray to the return station and headed back up to his office. He was really full that he felt like sleeping. The moment he stepped back to his office, his laptop screen was already filled with a few flagged notifications. Back to it, he muttered, sitting down and pulling the reports that Marcus just forwarded to him. Most were standard updates like supply tracking, incoming restock logs, and internal memos, but one message caught his eye. Subject: upcoming supplier meeting, Riverside branch date, tomorrow 1:00 p.m. Location: Coastal Restaurant, Conference Room 2B. Attendees: Mr. John Smith, branch manager of Wessel, California; Mr. Gray Adams, CEO of Goody's Grocery. Gray's eyebrows lifted slightly. Apparently, the Riverside branch had been ordering more products lately because of the higher demand and an increase in customers for the past few months. Because of it, the company was finally in a position to renegotiate the prices for some of its products. Even a few cents off per product, Gray knew that if it was multiplied across dozens of items and thousands of units, it could save the store thousands each quarter. And this was Gray's first work as the CEO. All right then, Gray leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly. Let's see what I can do. The next day, Gray arrived at the office just past 7:30 a.m. It was earlier than usual, but he wanted enough time to settle things before the supplier meeting later that afternoon. Once inside his office, he took a few sips of coffee and got to work. Marcus had already sent a list of documents and talking points he'd need for the meeting. He was really thankful to the man for guiding him in this one. Based on what Marcus told him, he needed to prepare 5 documents. The first one was a purchase volume reports. It was to show how much the store had been ordering in the past 3 to 6 months. The idea was to prove that volume had significantly increased to justify the negotiation for lower unit prices. The second one was a projected sales forecast. It was a document to show that the increase in volume of orders wasn't just for a one-time spike, but will be consistent in the future. The third one was a competitor pricing analysis. It was a document that will show the comparison of similar product prices offered by rival stores. It was to give Gray more leverage in discussions. The fourth one was a proposed terms sheet. That was already done since Marcus already drafted a preliminary list of revised rates and delivery conditions they wanted from the supplier, leaving some wiggle room for negotiation. Now it was up to Gray to play with that. And of course the last one, it was an internal evaluation that showed the supplier's past performance. It was things like delivery speed, product quality, and service issues. Gray could use this either as a last card, depending on how the conversation went. Just my second day of office and I am already filled with paperwork, Gray sighed in defeat as he slumped on his office chair. As he stayed there, he recalled the line that Marcus told them: stick to the facts, Gray, but still, be firm and respectful. I should remember that. Gray let out another sigh. After resting for a few seconds, he straightened his back and went to work again. However, by 10:00 a.m., Gray packed up the documents. So where am I supposed to go again? Gray unlocked his phone and scrolled through his messages, looking for the one he received yesterday night. It didn't take long for him to find it. Old man, hello Gray, please meet me tomorrow at Coastal View Cafe back patio, 10:30 a.m. Oh right, he muttered before putting the screen off. Coastal View Cafe. He stepped into the hallway and messaged Daniel. Gray, can you drive me to Coastal View Cafe? A moment later, his phone buzzed. Daniel, of course sir. I'll be waiting at the front in 5. Gray made his way down with the folder in his hand. The talk with the old man might be long, so he was better prepared than sorry. Because of it, Gray was also dressed in his best formal wear. By the time he exited the lobby, Daniel was already parked at the entrance. Gray got into the car, placed the folder on his lap, and gave Daniel a short nod. Let's go. The drive to the cafe was quiet. The streets were calm for a weekday morning. As the ride went on, Gray couldn't help but think about what the meeting would be about. It was just too sudden. He wondered what the old man wanted to say. And more than that, he wondered what kind of person he really was. The last time they met, Gray had saved the man from being hit by a reckless driver crossing an intersection. The old man looked completely ordinary by then, with modest clothes, plain sneakers, and a kind but weathered face. Back then, they didn't even introduce each other's names, and now here they were having a proper meeting. When they finally arrived at the Coastal View Cafe, Gray stepped out and took in a quick look at the restaurant. The restaurant obviously had a theme, which was sea. It was obvious because they mostly used blue and sand colors. Gray straightened his blazer and made his way inside. The staff greeted him politely as he asked for the back patio. Back patio, please. It seemed like the waitress immediately got him. This way, sir, one of the waiters gestured. Gray followed the girl. He was calm and casual, not thinking too much about it. However, that quickly dropped when he stepped through the patio doors. That's when he paused. The old man was already seated at a private corner table by the railing looking outside, but he wasn't alone. Sitting beside him was another man. The man looked much younger, maybe in his mid-30s. He was dressed in a tailored navy suit and polished shoes. His posture was sharp, his face was also unreadable. Even the old man, who had looked so plain during their first meeting, was now dressed in an elegant three-piece suit. His white hair was neatly combed, and a gold watch glinted on his wrist as he held his glass of water. Gray blinked slowly. This was nothing like what he expected. The old man looked up just as Gray stepped into view, and instantly his expression brightened. "What is this?" Gray cleared his throat and slowly continued to approach the table, eyes narrowing slightly. "Hello, Gray." The man called, his voice carrying easily across the patio. He stood up from his chair with surprising energy for his age. His eyes crinkled with joy. "There you are, my boy." Gray immediately stopped in his tracks. The old man turned excitedly to the suited man beside him. "Doesn't he look good? I told you he would. What do you think of me? He's nice, isn't he?" The assistant gave Gray a polite nod and a small smile but said nothing. Meanwhile, Gray just stood there, utterly confused. "What the fuck is happening?" he thought. Blinking, the old man motioned for Gray to come closer with both hands. He was practically glowing with delight. Come, sit down," he said, pulling out the chair across from him. For a moment, he didn't seem like an old guy. "Don't just stand there, Gray. You're making me feel old." Gray hesitated for a moment. He was still mildly stunned. For a second, he kept glancing between the suited man and the old man before he cautiously stepped forward until he arrived in front of them. Even if he was still weirded out, he still took a seat. The old man smiled warmly at Gray. "I am so glad you came, Gray. I've been looking forward to this all week." Gray adjusted his blazer. His lips curled into a small smile. "You said you wanted to thank me properly, sir, but I didn't expect this." Gray gestured vaguely at the elegant setup. With only them on the patio, he knew that it was just reserved for the three of them. "Ah yes, where are my manners?" The old man chuckled, as if feeling bad for what he had done. "This man right here is Edward. He is my assistant. He keeps things running for me." Edward bowed his head politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Adams." Gray offered a nod, still unsure of what this meeting was turning into. Likewise, he answered, his voice momentarily trailing off. Before there could be silence between them, the old man clapped his hands suddenly. His eyes were still gleaming with adoration. "Now, Gray, tell me, are you single?" Gray stared at him. What single?" The old man repeated his word very seriously. "Are you dating anyone?" Gray blinked. He sat back slightly in the chair and shook his head. "No." The old man's grin widened. "Oh, that's perfect, absolutely perfect." Gray frowned. "Wait, hold on." He raised a hand, his voice slightly becoming cautious. "Why are you asking me that, sir?" The old man chuckled again. His voice and mood were lighter this time. "Because I like you, Gray. You're kind and also good-looking." Gray narrowed his eyes slightly, not following. He remained silent as he let the man continue his words. "I told my granddaughter all about you," the old man continued, completely unbothered by Gray's confused face, "about how you jumped in to help me that day. You didn't even hesitate. You didn't ask for anything in return. Do you know how rare that is? No need to thank me for that, sir. I didn't do it to impress anyone." "I know." The old man nodded sincerely. "That's what makes it even better. So are you be willing to meet her?" Gray froze. "Meet your granddaughter?" "Yes." The old man smiled proudly. "She's a smart girl. She's beautiful, too. She knows 4 languages, manages her own charity, and doesn't waste time with men who only care about themselves. But you, I think, shed like you." Gray opened his mouth, then closed it. "Don't tell me." He cleared his throat and stared at the man. "Sir," he began slowly, "are you trying to set me up with your granddaughter?" "I am not trying, I am," the man said, beaming. He wasn't even an ounce embarrassed by it, "and I'm very serious." "Why?" Gray asked, completely in disbelief. Who in their right mind would set up their granddaughter with someone like him, a stranger? They don't even know each other personally. Heck, he didn't even know the old man's name. "Because you saved my life. And I know that's not enough reason to throw my granddaughter at you, but I've met a lot of men in my lifetime, Gray. Most of them are trash, but you're not like that," the old man said, his tone softening a little bit as he explained it. Truth be told, ever since the day he was saved, the old man had done everything he could to find out who his savior was. It hadn't been easy, as no one in the area seemed to know Gray. He also left without giving his name or contact number. His men had to ask around the neighborhood and search through dead ends just to track him down. It took time, but he was determined. So now that they were finally sitting across from each other, the old man wasn't about to waste the opportunity. Gray stared at the old man, trying to find a polite way to say what the hell is happening right now. The old man leaned back, giving Gray a little space. "I'm not forcing anything to you, Gray, don't worry. I just want you two to have lunch sometime. That's all." "Lunch then?" As if suddenly remembering something important, the old man blinked and sat up straighter. "Ah, that's right. How rude of me." He turned slightly toward Gray and chuckled. "You don't even know my name. Do you no wonder you're hesitant. You must think I'm just a weird old man. I mean, it did cross my mind." Gray raised an eyebrow slightly. "Forgive me," the man said, placing a hand over his chest. "Let me properly introduce myself." He extended his other hand across the table. "My name is Conrad Everett." Gray stared at the man for a second. Then suddenly his head lit up. He remembered the same familiar name. Don't tell me, Ureo, you know me. Conrad's eyes widened in amusement. He was looking at Gray as if he was watching some entertainment show. Who wouldn't? Gray made a face. Conrad Everett wasn't just any name. It was the name of a known legend in the business world. Gray had read about him. He also had seen his name in articles, magazines, and business journals. The Everett Group was one of the largest privately owned conglomerates in the country, with holdings in real estate, logistics, energy, and luxury retail. Their influence couldn't only be felt domestically, but also globally. The Lancaster family was already powerful and respected. But Conrad Everett, that was a different kind of rich, the kind who can shop for months without getting poor, the kind who didn't experience any hardship in life, the kind that can buy a whole city if they're bored, the kind that can buy you if they want. Setting me up with your granddaughter, yeah, Conrad grinned before nodding. I'm just a man who believes in gratitude and a little matchmaking. Gray stared at him. And you don't think this is a little much maybe, the old man admitted. But I'm old, Gray. I also want to watch my granddaughter be happy. Don't you pity this old man? Gray frowned slightly, unsure of what to say. But before he could respond, something clicked in his head. The name Conrad Everett wasn't unfamiliar. And the more he thought about it, the more he began to remember something from years ago. It was a headline of a tragedy. His eyes slowly widened when it hit him. Years ago, a devastating car accident shocked the whole country. It was a high-speed collision on a rainy highway. Conrad Everett's only daughter and her husband, who were both prominent figures in the business industry, had died on the spot. It was one of those tragedies that were too sudden. Fortunately, Conrad's granddaughter had been staying with him at the time. If she hadn't, who knew what might have happened to the entire family because of it? A slight pity surged in Gray's here. He became more unsure of what to say. I know I'm asking too much, Gray. Conrad took a slow sip from his glass of water. His eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless. It was as if he remembered the accident, just as the way Gray remembered them. Maybe this is too much. Maybe I'm being selfish. His eyes met Gray's. But when I saw you that day, I saw a kind of man I'd be proud to have around my granddaughter. That's all I want, Gray, someone good. Gray let out a slow breath. Conrad let out another heavy sigh, this time even more dramatic than the last. He looked down at his water like it held the meaning of life itself. You know, Gray, he said, his voice quieter now, almost trembling, she's all I have left. Gray blinked. My granddaughter, Conrad continued on. After my daughter and her husband died, she became my everything, the only thing that makes waking up in the morning worth it. I don't ask much from life anymore, just that she's happy, that she's safe, that she finds someone good. He paused and looked up at Gray. His eyes looked sad. They were filled with tears that it was almost heartbreaking to see. You don't have to love her or impress me, just one lunch, that's all I ask. If it doesn't work out, I won't bother you again. Gray stared at the man. Honestly, the guy looked so pitiful. And despite how ridiculous the situation was, just one lunch, right? Gray asked warily. Conrad nodded slowly, like it physically pained him to ask more. Gray let out a long sigh, running a hand through his hair. Fine, he muttered. One lunch. After all, what could go wrong with just one lunch? Right in a split second, Conrad's entire expression changed. The gloom in his face vanished almost instantly. His back straightened, and the life in his eyes came back. Wonderful. He clapped his hands together. That's what I wanted to hear. Gray's eye twitched. Don't tell me I got scammed by an old man. Conrad turned to Edward, looking smug. Didn't I tell you he'd say yes? Edward just sighed and shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. Then, with a huge grin on his face, Conrad looked back at Gray. And lucky you, I already called her. Wait, what? Gray's eyes widened almost immediately. She should be arriving soon. Wait, what do you mean soon? Gray leaned forward, voice rising in disbelief. You said one lunch, so why not now? Conrad just smiled, his eyes twinkling. Gray slumped back in his seat, exhaling through his nose. Unbelievable, he muttered under his breath. I really got played. Conrad just laughed out loud, not denying the allegations that Gray uttered. The three of them became silent after a while. Conrad and Edward talked about something that Gray couldn't quite understand because the two were just whispering. However, after a few minutes, the silence was broken when the door leading to the patio suddenly opened. Gray didn't notice it at first. It wasn't until Conrad sat up straighter in his seat, his grin returning in his face as a second passed by. There she is, Gray, Conrad uttered as he pointed in front. His voice was laced with so much pride. Gray sighed and turned his head slowly. His breathing hitched when he saw a young woman step onto the patio. She had a quiet and composed expression on her face, like she was used to being watched. Her hair was blonde. It was loosely tied behind her back, while a few loose strands of it fell in front of her face. She wore a cream blouse that was tucked neatly into her tailored trousers. It was the kind of outfit that looked expensive even without trying. The woman had long legs, her skin was smooth, and her eyes looked sharp but kind. Her heels clicked softly against the tiled floor. Her steps were steady, and she kept her head up high as she walked. She was graceful. Gray blinked. Of course she's gorgeous. Conrad waved his hand over. Now he looked like a fool in front of his grandkid. My dear, come, come, this is Gray. The man that I told you about. The woman's eyes flickered to Gray. Suddenly she smiled, a kind and wide smile. In an odd situation, Gray just smiled back. So this is his granddaughter. How he couldn't lie, she was beautiful. Too beautiful. But more than that, there was something unreadable in her face. On the other hand, Conrad was still smiling like a proud matchmaker. Why don't you sit down and get to know each other, he said, already waving at the waiter to bring another glass of water and a menu. Gray sighed under his breath. Here we go, I am Selina. She pulled out the chair across from him and sat down with a quiet, graceful ease. Gray blinked at the name, surprised at how soft it sounded. It suited her somehow. I'm Gray, he replied, offering a faint smile. It's nice to meet you. Beside them, Conrad looked like he was about to burst with joy. The man was absolutely beaming. He nudged Edward with his elbow like a kid watching his favorite movie unfold in real time. Selina glanced sideways at her grandfather with a look that clearly said, please behave. Conrad only raised both brows in innocent defiance. So Selina said, turning back to Gray, you're the one who saved him. Gray rubbed the back of his neck before shrugging his shoulder. I didn't really do much. I just pulled him out of the way, from a truck. Well, yeah, but anyone would've done it. Selina tilted her head slightly, studying him. Not everyone would. Most people these days would take out their phones and record instead. Gray couldn't argue with that. That's what happened back then, after all. Gray just shrugged his shoulders again, not wanting to discuss it any further. That made her laugh. However, that threw Gray off more than it should. He looked at her again. She wasn't what he expected at all. He thought that she would be spoiled because she was the only living kin of Conrad, but it seemed like that wasn't the case. If anything, she looked like she found the whole situation funny. But she was still being kind and respectful. So your grandfather does this often, Gray asked, glancing sideways at Conrad, who was now pretending to read the menu like he wasn't eavesdropping on every single word they were saying. Selina chuckled softly before shaking his head. No, this is definitely a first. Gray raised an eyebrow. Seriously, oh yeah. He's been talking about some mysterious guy who saved his life for days, but I didn't think he'd go this far. Gray leaned back slightly in his chair, exhaling. I'm guessing you got dragged into this too. Kind of, Selina said with a wry smile. He asked me to lunch. I just didn't know it would be an ambush date. Gray laughed under his breath. Somehow he could feel his body slowly relaxing as they got into a conversation. Great, so we're both victims. Yup, she grinned. Looks like it. As they were talking, a waiter arrived just then and placed a new menu in front of her. She thanked him politely, then flipped it open without missing a second. Do you like seafood, she asked, glancing up. Gray blinked. Yeah, I do. Good, because I am starving. Gray looked at her, then at the menu, and then back at Conrad, who was doing his best to look completely innocent as he sipped from his glass. Gray sighed again and leaned forward to look at the menu. Well, he did say one lunch, and honestly it wasn't looking all that bad. Selina scanned the menu quickly like she already knew what she wanted. Meanwhile, Gray was still pretending to read when all he could actually focus on was the fact that he was sitting across from a beautiful woman because an old man tricked him into it. She didn't seem awkward, though. In fact, she looked more comfortable than he felt. I recommend the grilled sea bass, Selina said without looking up at Gray. She was just casually talking at him as if she was used to it. It's light, but filling. And it doesn't leave you smelling like you fought the ocean barehanded. Gray chuckled. It seemed like you've been eating that a lot. Yup, she met his eyes briefly, then smiled again. Trust me. He wasn't sure if it was the way she said it or just the natural confidence she carried, but he found himself closing the menu without a second thought. Then I'll try it, he said. Well, see if your recommendation holds up. Good, she teased as she set her own menu down. Their drinks arrived soon after. Conrad, of course, was already halfway through his second glass of wine. He was humming under his breath as if showing how good his mood was for today. Edward, on the other hand, sat still in dignified silence for the most of it. After a few minutes, he finally leaned over and whispered something into Conrad's ear. Oh, right, Conrad said almost instantly as he placed his wine glass down with a soft clink. Gray, Selina, I have a meeting downtown in 10 minutes. Wait, you're leaving? Gray blinked. He squinted his eyes, almost suspicious of it. Conrad nodded, already rising from his chair. I'm an old man with a busy schedule, you know. Even Selina raised an eyebrow in confusion. I thought you said you were free all day. Conrad waved his hand dismissively. My dear, you know your grandpa. He's so focused on his business. And I remember we have a board meeting today. You know, I'm afraid they'd be lost without me. Selina made a face at her grandpa's words. She didn't believe anything he was saying. When Conrad realized it, he excused himself once again. He looked as if he was rushing to go out of the restaurant with Edward. Then, as he passed behind Gray, he leaned in with a whisper. Take your time, she's worth it. You're unbelievable. Gray stared at him blankly. And you're welcome. With that, Conrad patted his shoulder twice, motioned for Edward to follow him, and disappeared through the patio door like an innocent man. Silence followed after the old man's exit. Selina let out a soft sigh and rested her chin on one hand. Well, she said, glancing at Gray again. Looks like we've been officially abandoned. More like your grandpa left us for a reason. Selina laughed again, and Gray couldn't help but chuckle along. It wasn't the lunch he planned, but it wasn't bad either. So, Mr. Gray, since we're both stuck here having lunch, then we might as well make the most of it, right? Gray raised an eyebrow, amused by her reaction. He didn't even see the girl panic or looked uncomfortable for once. You're awfully calm about being set up. I've known my grandfather long enough to know he never plays fair, she said with a shrug. I'm sure he'd stop once he get what he wants. Gray chuckled. That's good then. Yes, so just wait a little longer and he won't bother you anymore. I doubt that, but sure. Gray shook his head in disbelief. Because of what Gray said, the two of them fell into laughter. The two continued to talk for a few minutes before the waiter returned to take their orders. Selina grilled the sea bass she recommended, and Gray followed suit. As the waiter left, Selina looked at him again. However, this time her gaze was filled with more curiosity than before. So she began, resting her elbow on the table. Aside from saving Kai grandfather, what do you actually do? Gray glanced down at his drink before answering. I run a grocery store. A grocery store? Her eyes lit up with interest. That's more interesting than I expected. He tilted his head. How so? His brow rose up, intrigued by it. Well, it's rare. Most guys my age either want to be in finance or tech or trying to build the next big app, she said with a teasing smile. It's my first time meeting someone with a grocery store. That's one way to look at it. Gray laughed under his breath. Is it your own business? Not exactly. Gray shook his head as his fingers tapped on the table. It was given to me. It's a long story. Selina didn't press any further when she realized how reluctant Gray sounded. Instead, she nodded slowly. The corner of her lips curled upwards. It's still impressive. You don't know that yet. Oh, I know for sure, she teased out loud, even wiggling her brows. Gray couldn't help but laugh at the woman's antics. She was so different from what he imagined. Adding to that, he didn't know that they would have a good and smooth conversation like this one. Their interaction might be a sudden one, but it has been a good time for the both of them. He didn't know if they were just lucky or maybe it was also because the two of them did not find anything serious about the setup. Their food arrived not long after. The waiter served them a perfectly grilled fish plated on top of roasted vegetables, drizzled with lemon butter sauce. The moment Selina took her first bite, she gave him a pointed look. Well, she asked, even if her mouth was still half full. Gray tried his own and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The moment he took a bite, the food just melted in his mouth while the different flavors bursted. Okay, I'll admit, it's good. I told you. Selina leaned back smugly. A smile crossed on her lips as she continued eating. Gray looked at her again. He was still eating, but her gaze seemed to not leave her. There was something easy about her. It was like she wasn't trying to impress him, but was effortlessly doing it anyway. She was sharp, but not arrogant. She was poised, but not stiff. She was beautiful, but not just that. For a moment, Gray forgot this whole thing started as a setup. The two continued eating, the conversation shifting naturally between them. They talked about food, travel, her work with charity, his rough mornings at the grocery store, and even laughed about how weirdly smooth Conrad had orchestrated the whole meeting. Just like that, time passed quicker than Gray expected. Before long, their plates were nearly empty, and Selina had finished her second drink. Gray leaned forward, a small smile tugging at the edge of his lips. So what happens now? Do we tell your grandfather this was a disaster? Selina smirked. Depends. On what if you're planning to ask me to lunch again, she said casually, picking up her water glass. Gray paused for a second, a little caught off guard. Then he smiled. A real one, I might. Selina lifted her glass toward him. Then let's not call it a disaster just yet. He tapped his glass lightly against hers. Deal. As they finished their meal, the sun was already a little higher in the sky. The conversation between them had softened now. There was also no more awkwardness, just two people chatting like they know each other for months. Selina reached into her bag and pulled out her phone. So do I get to text you sometime, or is this a one lunch stand? Gray let out a breath of a laugh. He pulled out his own phone with a smirk. Here, let's trade. They exchanged numbers quickly. There was no dramatic hesitation. It was just a simple exchange, smooth and easy. Gray checked the time and suddenly the relaxed air around him tightened a bit. All right, I actually have a meeting in about an hour. Selina blinked, then nodded. Oh sure, no problem. Gray stood and grabbed his blazer from the back of his chair, straightening it quickly. Thanks for going along with this. She looked up at him and smiled. Thanks for not running the moment you saw me. You too, Gray laughed. I'll go now. Gray gave her a final nod before heading toward the patio's exit. Selina watched him go with that same unreadable smile she wore when she first arrived. As Gray stepped out of the cafe, the warm sun hit his face. He breathed in deeply, walking toward the car that Daniel had parked just across the street. Not bad, Gray muttered to himself, the faintest smile tugging at the edge of his lips. That really wasn't bad at all. but the moment he opened the car door and sat inside, reality snapped back in. Oh shit, the supplier meeting. His smile dropped almost instantly. Focus, Gray, you've got a negotiation to win. Everything all right? Sir Gray settled back into the seat and let out a breath. Yeah, just had lunch. Daniel didn't comment. He simply gave a short nod and started the car. As the engine hummed quietly beneath them, Gray leaned his head back and closed his eyes for a moment. The conversation with Selina lingered longer in his thoughts than he expected. Her voice, her laugh, and the way she carried herself all replayed in the back of his mind. One lunch, he couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle, but it didn't last long. The moment the car made a turn and he spotted the city skyline again, his eyes snapped open. Right, this wasn't the time to be thinking about a girl. Gray sat up straighter and reached for the folder sitting beside him on the seat. He flipped through the page's purchase reports, competitor pricing, sales forecast. Everything he needed for this meeting was here. Gray tapped his finger lightly against the folder. No distractions, he muttered under his breath. Focus up, time to lock in. Daniel, Gray uttered after a minute. He sat upright, his tone more grounded now. Let's head to the restaurant this early. I want a minute to review things before we get there. Understood, sir. Daniel adjusted the turn signal and shifted lanes smoothly. As the city passed by outside the window, Gray opened the file and started scanning through the highlighted notes again. Numbers, names, contract clauses. He took them all in page by page. Surprisingly, the restaurant where the meeting was scheduled wasn't far. It was just 15 minutes away from Coastal Cafe. Daniel pulled up in front of the restaurant, and a high-end place with glass walls greeted them. Gray stepped out with the folder tucked under his arm. He took one last deep breath and straightened his blazer. It was just 1:45, so he still had a few minutes left before the meeting starts. Still, it was better to be early so he could get comfortable around. Hello, sir, do you have any reservation? A young woman in a red uniform greeted him. For Gray Adams. Gray kindly answered. As if the name rang a bell to her, the waitress bowed her head immediately. Mr. Adams, this way, please. Gray followed her through the quiet restaurant until they reached a private conference room labeled 2B. The staff held the door open for him. Inside, the room was clean and neat. A long table stretched across the space, with a pitcher of water and neatly placed glasses in the middle. The view of the street could be seen through the wall of windows behind them. There, 2 men were already seated at the far end of the table. The first was someone Gray recognized from the file. It was Mr. John Smith, the branch manager of the Wessel, California Supplier Company. The one he was supposed to meet, John looked to be in his early 40s. He had grayish hair, thick glasses, and a well-fitted gray suit. He had a calm and calculating expression on his face that became evident as he glanced up from his tablet. The second was a younger man, probably in his late 20s. His ID tag on the side of his clothes read Aaron Lee, Procurement Assistant. He was busy adjusting some documents, looking a little nervous. It's probably his first time too, Gray uttered. John stood up the moment Gray entered. Mr. Adams, he said, extending a hand. His voice was polite as he greeted Gray. It's a pleasure to meet you. Gray shook it firmly. Thank you for meeting with me, John. I've heard good things about you. No, he didn't. Gray didn't even know the man except when he searched his name on the internet. That's always good to hear. John gestured to the seat across from him. Shall we? Sure. Gray sat down and pulled out his file, sliding it onto the table. Aaron gave a small smile and a nod, still avoiding eye contact. Meanwhile, John leaned back slightly in his seat, folding his hands over his tablet. I'll admit, John started, we were a little surprised when the meeting was requested so suddenly. But if your branch has seen the kind of growth Marcus hinted at, then I can understand why. Yes, Gray nodded once. Riverside's numbers have changed. We've had a solid increase in customer flow these past few months, and our weekly inventory turnover is up by almost 20% compared to last quarter. John raised an eyebrow. That's a lot in a short amount of time. Gray didn't flinch. It is, which is why we're looking to revise our current terms. I've brought some numbers to support the request. He opened the file and slid the purchase volume report across the table. John took it and scanned it quickly. His eyes didn't show much emotion, but his fingers did pause briefly at one point. And these are verified by your internal tracking system, yes. Everything's backed up through our sales logs. I've included data from the last 6 months, along with a projection for the next 2 quarters. John flipped to the next page. It was the projected sales forecast. His expression remained unreadable, but he nodded slightly as he went through it. And your price adjustment proposal, he asked. Gray handed him the proposed terms sheet, and for the next minute no one spoke. The only sounds were the faint rustling of papers and the soft hum of the air conditioner. It seemed like John was reading everything to make sure. After a few minutes, John leaned back in his chair finally. He glanced up and frowned, his brows meeting together. You're asking for a 4 drop in base unit price for essentials and a 2 discount on bundled goods. Yes, Gray nodded. We also want to order more products. It's good for you too. And you've done a competitor pricing check. Gray slid forward the third document. It was a competitor pricing analysis. John skimmed through it, then passed it to Aaron without a word. And finally Gray tapped the final document still in his folder. An internal evaluation of your service so far. It's good. You've been reliable, but there were a few flagged issues like deliveries and mislabeled shipments. I didn't want to bring them up, but I am prepared if needed. John looked up at him, his eyes sharper now. He looked like a man in a battlefield. I see Marcus wasn't bluffing when he said you'd come prepared. Give me 24 hours. I'll have my team review the documents. If the numbers hold up, I'll send a revised draft for approval. That's fair, Gray replied. He let out a sigh and nodded. That's a better response than no. At least I got a chance, he thought as he continued to show a formal smile on his face. Aaron, who was still seated to the side, began collecting the pages John had looked through. His hands moved quickly, his eyes flicking between the pages and Gray like he wanted to ask something but knew better than to interrupt. John stretched his arms slightly and loosened the top button of his collar. The formal look in his posture was finally relaxing. The meeting had gone well and there was no time wasted. Now that their agenda was done, the atmosphere in the private room also became lighter. I'll admit, John said as he sat back down, this time with less formality, it's not every day I walk into a meeting expecting a basic review and end up getting hit with a full-scale negotiation file. Gray gave a short laugh. Sorry if that caught you off guard. No, John chuckled as he waved his hand dismissively. It's actually a pleasant surprise. I heard that you're still new, but I didn't expect you to be this prepared. It's really nice looking at it, I appreciate that, Gray said. He pulled his chair in slightly, settling more comfortably. I'm still new and not that experienced, so I figured I'd better not come to this meeting half-ready. That's good. At least you're learning, aren't you? John let out a soft chuckle. Yeah, I'm also surprised at how smooth our conversation went. Gray smiled a little. So how are you finding it? Is it nice or challenging? Gray shook his head. Definitely challenging, he answered, followed by a soft sigh. John smiled at that, nodding. Well, you handled it well. If your branch keeps up this trajectory, I don't doubt we'll be seeing more of each other. That's the plan. Gray paused, then added, and honestly I'm hoping we can build something steady, a good working relationship. John gave him a knowing look. Well, see, but I'm also looking forward to it. That's good, Gray said. It's a partnership at the end of the day. Glad we're on the same page. John turned his head slightly. Oh right, I want to introduce someone to you. Aaron. The younger man flinched like he'd just been caught daydreaming. He quickly straightened up and looked at them. This is Aaron, John said, motioning toward the younger man. He's working under me for now. It's part of a training rotation. Aaron quickly gave a bow. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Adams. Just Gray is fine, he said, offering a hand. Aaron shook it, still looking slightly tense. His grip was firm, but Gray could still feel the tension in his fingers. You don't need to be nervous, Gray said casually, offering him a reassuring smile. We're just talking. Thank you, sir, Aaron replied quickly. Then, realizing his mistake, he corrected himself. I mean, thank you, Gray. John chuckled under his breath. He's still new, been with us just under 2 months. No worries, Gray replied easily. I'm also new. Yes, Gray, Aaron uttered, still nervous but was trying his best to not show it. That made both Gray and John laugh. Well, then I guess we're all learning together, John said with a grin. Anyway, I don't know about you two, but I haven't eaten yet. I was in another meeting this morning, so I skipped lunch. Oh, Gray blinked. You want to order something? Yes, let's order, John nodded, already reaching for the small menu card by the side of the table. Let's keep the conversation going over some food. We might as well enjoy the rest of the time. Gray nodded. However, on the inside, he was immediately regretting it. Shit, I just had lunch. A full one too, he thought grimly, picturing the grilled sea bass and roasted vegetables that were still sitting happily in his stomach. Sure, sounds great. Still, he smiled politely, even though on the inside he was crying. Knowing how important this was, he couldn't exactly say no. John waved a waiter over, and soon they were placing orders. Aaron quietly asked for a simple pasta dish, while John went for steak and salad. Gray, unsure of what wouldn't push him over the edge, settled on a bowl of clam chowder, just something small. Are you just ordering soup? John frowned when he saw it. Yeah, why don't be shy, Gray. I know that our meeting took a time. Don't worry, it's my treat. Gray was about to say no when John personally ordered for him. 2 orders for the steak, please. No need for it, John. I'm foo. It's fine, Gray. I insist. Don't worry. Medium rare for the 2 of us. John motioned to the waiter, leaving Gray speechless on the side. Fuck. Gray kept his polite smile plastered on as the waiter scribbled down the order and left the room, but inside he was dying. What the hell, I should've just ordered coffee, he thought, staring blankly at the water glass in front of him. He didn't know what was worse, the idea of offending John by refusing a free steak or dying slowly at the table trying to eat a second full lunch while his stomach was already near capacity. I should just had half the damn fish. Why did I finish the plate? I even ate a dessert. He shifted in his seat slightly, loosening his tie just a little. He also patted his stomach secretly. Across the table, John seemed relaxed now. He was scrolling through something on his phone while making a casual remark to Aaron about an upcoming trade show next month. Meanwhile, Aaron was nodding seriously like his life depended on understanding it. Gray, on the other hand, was mentally preparing himself for war. All right, okay, worst case scenario. I'll just eat half the steak and pretend I'm pacing myself. That's reasonable, right? That's a thing people do. He glanced at his phone briefly and pretended to check something, but in reality, he was giving himself a silent pep talk. Focus, Gray, you can get through this, just chew slow. After a few minutes, the door opened again, and the smell of grilled meat hit the air. When he saw the steak, his eyes widened at how massive they were. God help me. The meat was thick and perfectly seared. It was resting in a pool of red wine reduction sauce with buttery mashed potatoes on the side. His stomach gave a warning twitch. I'm going to die here. This is how I go, in a conference room over a second lunch. Still, Gray lifted his fork and knife, cutting into the meat with calm expression. He took small bites, spacing them out, nodding along as John continued talking about supplier networks and price strategy. Thankfully, John didn't seem to notice or care that Gray was only poking at his food more than actually eating it. Halfway through the meal, Gray finally worked up the courage, because if he didn't know what would happen to him. By the way, I actually had lunch before this, he said casually, lifting his water glass to hide his expression. I apologize. I didn't expect we'd be eating again. John blinked, then let out a low laugh. Oh, you should said something earlier. I didn't want to be rude. John waved it off. His face was crumpled, finding Gray amusing and funny at the same time. He didn't know if he had to pity Gray because he barely touched his food or laughed at him. You're not, don't worry. I just thought it'd be nice to talk outside of business since we still had some time. You held your own during the meeting. That's already a good sign. Outside of business, think of us as just friends. Thanks, I appreciate that. Gray smiled, this time more genuinely. After that, the atmosphere around them lightened further. Their conversation drifted into business again, but more casually as John shared a few personal stories about his early days. He shared how he also had mistakes in the past and what he learned from them. He offered Gray some simple but direct advice. Just remember, Gray, always know the numbers better than the people you're buying from. Never promise what you can't afford to lose. Gray took that to heart, and before it came long, their lunch came to a close. John wiped his mouth with a napkin and glanced at his watch. I'll get the team on those numbers after I go back to the company, he said as he stood. We'll be in touch. I'm looking forward to it, Gray answered as he stood up with him. Aaron bowed again with a polite smile. Thank you for today, Gray. No, thank you both. Gray extended his hand again, and they shook it once more. Then with a few more quick goodbyes, Gray finally stepped out of the restaurant. He made it about 5 steps from the door before he loosened his tie again and exhaled hard. God, he muttered, patting his stomach. That steak almost ended me. But despite the food overload, he couldn't deny it. Things had gone well. His meeting with John had turned out better than he initially expected. It was not just professionally, but in terms of connection, too. The guy looked intimidating but kind, and Gray felt like he'd taken a step forward in the right direction. So yeah, today was a win. Good job, Gray, he muttered to himself. Gray got back into the car feeling like he needed to nap for a week and walk it off at the same time. Daniel glanced back from the driver's seat, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. How did it go? Sir Gray let out a quiet groan and dropped his head against the headrest. Great, really great. Also, I've never been more full in my life. It seemed like Mr. John invited you to eat. Daniel chuckled under his breath. Should I drive slow so you don't burst, Sir? Oh, please. Daniel smiled. He silently started the car and drove off. The ride back to the office was silent. Because of it, the food coma was slowly creeping in, but Gray kept himself alert by scrolling through his phone. Finally, when they pulled up to the company building, Gray stepped out and made his way back to his office. His pace was slower than usual, but it was because he was really feeling lazy now. Gray took the elevator to his floor and walked straight into his office. He was about to call Marcus when he saw that he was Marcus already there. Marcus was sitting at the small lounge on his office. Sir, Marcus glanced up the moment he saw him. You're back, yeah. Thankfully I survived, Gray muttered, tossing his blazer over the back of the chair. I take it that the meeting went well, yeah, Gray nodded, pulling out the seat across from him and sitting down with a sigh. John's sharp but not a pain. He took everything I brought seriously and said, he'll have a revised draft ready within a day, so fingers crossed. Marcus gave a short nod. That sounds promising. It was. Gray leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. He was chill too. After the numbers talk was over, he gave me some advice. I could say that he's a good man. Marcus gave a slight smile. That's nice, sir. They sat in silence for a few seconds before Gray let out a sigh. By the way, he said, quieter now, there's something else I wanted your opinion on. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Go on. It's about Will. Marcus didn't respond right away. He just leaned back slowly and folded his arms, signaling that whatever it is, he was ready to listen. I've been looking into the past reports. The numbers looked clean, but there were some noticeable suspicious transactions. They are named after maintenance costs and vague labels like employee welfare. It was nothing big, but it was frequent. Gray continued. Marcus' expression didn't change, but his eyes sharpened. "And what are you thinking of doing?" Sir Marcus asked. "I want him out eventually, but I want to do it right. That's why I'm asking you." Marcus Gray's plain and firm voice trailed off for a moment. "How do I do this?" He didn't rush the answer. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees as he looked at Gray across the short distance between them. "Well," Marcus said. His voice was low but certain. "The first thing is you keep gathering everything, even the smallest anomalies. Consistency in patterns is what gets someone caught, not just one big mistake." Gray nodded slowly, listening. He was still slumped back in his chair, but his gaze had sharpened as he listened to his words. "You also document everything," Marcus continued. "Transaction times, dates, even the vendors he works with. If something smells off, well, trace it. You build a report that HR and legal can't ignore, even if it's just policy violations." Gray exhaled through his nose, processing it all. "Right, but," Marcus said with his tone shifting a little, "if you come up dry, if you can't find anything solid that was worth looking at." Gray looked at him then. "What happens?" Marcus held his gaze. "Then you make one." Gray blinked. "You mean fake it?" "No," Marcus replied calmly. "I mean you create an opportunity. Give him enough room and pressure that he walks into a mistake himself." Gray sat up a little straighter now, eyes narrowing slightly. "You put something in front of him that looks like a loophole," Marcus went on, "like an easy win, something that's tempting enough to push him into crossing a line, like a test." Gray muttered under his breath. "Exactly," Marcus nodded once. "Let him believe he's in control. If he bites, then we catch it. If he doesn't, then that means your perception of him is wrong. You can also just fire him and say that we're changing the whole management." Gray sat in silence for a moment. He didn't speak, he didn't even blink. He just stared at the table in front of him, tapping a finger against the wood frame of it. The idea, it sat with him. Gray leaned forward again as he exhaled through his nose. "Create an opportunity," he repeated quietly. Marcus didn't interrupt him as he thought of it. He just sat still, letting Gray think, letting the suggestion sink in. Gray wasn't someone reckless. He didn't like playing dirty, at least, not unless the situation called for it. But this wasn't just about some petty workplace drama. This was about the future of the branch he'd just taken over, the people who worked under it, the store Jonathan left in his care. It was about accountability, about respect, about control. "I don't want to fire a man without proof," Gray said finally. His voice was quiet but deliberate. "Even if I'm 99% sure he's doing something shady, I don't want to walk in and kick him out just because I can." He looked up at Marcus then. "Because if I do that, then what's the difference between me and every other asshole boss?" Marcus nodded once slowly. "I understand." He looked amused at how Gray answered. For a moment he forgot that Gray was just new to this. "I want it clean," Gray continued, "not for show, but because if I am going to run this place right, I need to know I am not guessing things. I want people to trust the system. Even if they don't like me, they need to know I'm fair." His fingers paused on the table. His shoulders were tight, but his gaze didn't waver. That said, he hesitated. "If Will really is the kind of person I think he is, if he's been draining funds, stealing companies' resources, and covering his tracks like it's nothing," his voice dropped lower, "then yeah, I want him gone." Gray's expression hardened. "But if not, then I'd apologize for my actions." He glanced back at Marcus. "Still, maybe you're right. If I can't find any proof, then I guess that's the only way." Gray sighed and abruptly nodded. "I'll make sure he digs his own grave if ever." Marcus didn't say anything, but his respect for Gray deepened visibly in that moment. "All right," Gray let out another sigh, and the smile on his face returned. "I'll review the next round of reports tonight. Let's keep this quiet between the two of us for now." Marcus stood with him. "I understood, sir. All right, you may go." Marcus gave a final nod before turning for the door. The door clicked softly behind him as he left. Just like that, Gray was alone again. He leaned back in his chair and let out a deep breath. His eyes wandered to the ceiling for a second, then to the folder that was still sitting on the corner of his desk. For the next few hours, Gray buried himself in work. He went through weekly sales figures, reviewed maintenance receipts, checked employee shifts, and cross-referenced vendor invoices. By the time he looked up again, it was already 5. Gray stretched his arms over his head and stood. His back cracked, and he rolled his neck out, sighing. He gathered the reports he needed to take home, shut his laptop, and slung his blazer over his shoulder. "Time to go," he muttered as he turned off everything in his office before leaving. On their floor, the halls were quieter now. The offices next to him was mostly empty except for a few staff still wrapping up. Gray gave them a small nod as he passed, then took the elevator down to the lobby where Daniel was already waiting with the car. The ride back to the apartment was quiet. The sky outside had started to dim. He didn't even realize that they were already in the destination because his mind was filled with thoughts. "We're here, sir." "Oh, thanks, Daniel." Daniel parked as usual, and Gray went out with his bag slung over his shoulder. "See you tomorrow. Have a good night, sir." Gray gave a short wave and headed toward the elevator. But just as he reached the door, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He thought that it was a message from work, but it wasn't. Instead, the message was from Selena. His eyes immediately flicked down to read it. "Selena, hey, I just wanted to say I had a good time today. Your expression when my grandfather ambushed you was priceless. Selena, hope we can hang out again sometime without the setup this time." Gray stared at the screen for a second. His lips tugged up slightly. "Oh," he muttered under his breath. She sent a message. It was short and simple, but something about it lingered in his mind. Maybe it was the fact that she messaged first, or the way she phrased it like they were already familiar. Either way, it brought back flashes to what happened earlier. For a moment, Gray remembered her smile, the way she raised an eyebrow at him, and the way SH smiled. "Oh." He let out a breath and tapped out a reply with his thumb. "Gray, I had a good time too. Thanks for not running away the second you saw me. Hopefully we can meet soon too." He hit send, then paused. For him, his message was nice and simple. There was no malice in his words, and his intention was only of pure friendship. After sending the message, he pocketed his phone again. He proceeded to their apartment's building and took an elevator. He was quiet the whole time. Gray's body felt heavy. His eyes were also tired, yet he wasn't done for the day just yet. He still has a little sister to take care of. When Gray opened the door to his apartment, the scent of their home hit his nose. He might be tired, but the familiarity of it made him comfortable. A small smile appeared on Gray's face. As soon as he closed the door behind him, he heard it, a sound of steps coming into his direction. "Brother," Gray looked up and saw her. Lily was poking her head out of the hallway with a piece of tomato still in her mouth. "Oh, you're home early, brother." Lily muttered, but there was a huge smile over her lips as she said those words. "Lily, it's closed to 6. I've been going home at the same time for days," Gray said as he dropped his keys into the tray by the door. "It's still early, brother," she repeated, then disappeared right back to the dining area where she was eating some snacks. "You're eating tomatoes again?" "Yes, brother." Weirdly enough, Lily likes tomatoes. She eats it as if it was a piece of apple. For Lily, raw tomatoes was the best. For Gray, it was just disgusting. Who in their right minds would even bite from a whole tomato? Only Lily. Still, he can't judge. It seemed like they were just weird in their own ways. He can't particularly say he was normal when he got a system. "Did you enjoy school today?" Lily Gray set his bag down and walked to the fridge, grabbing a bottle of water. He took a few slow gulps before leaning back against the counter, eyes flicking toward Lily, who kept on eating. "Yes, brother." Lily smiled widely. Gray gave a small nod as he watched Lily chew through yet another tomato like it was candy. He didn't understand it, and he probably never would, but then again, there were a lot of things he didn't understand about his little sister. "Did anything fun happen today?" he asked, twisting open a new bottle of soda and taking a long sip from it to relieve his dry throat. Lily perked up immediately. She nodded like an excited kid. We started practicing for the talent show next week." Gray raised an eyebrow. "Talent show? What talent show?" "Yes." She grinned and smiled widely. "I'm going to sing. Ms. Yoon said I had a nice voice." Gray blinked. "You're singing?" "Yes, brother." Lily gave a confident nod, then dramatically cupped both hands to her chest like a diva. "I'm going to be the star." Gray chuckled, leaning an elbow on the counter. "Just don't sing here at full volume again." "My ears almost fell off last time." She stuck out her tongue at him but was clearly enjoying the teasing. "What do you want for dinner?" Lily Gray asked, turning toward the pantry. "Do you want to order or do you want your order to cook, brother?" Lily said immediately. "It's been so long since we ate together." That made Gray pause. He turned back and saw her looking at him with those wide eyes and that tiny smile she always gave when she was genuinely happy. "All right," he said with a small nod. "Your brother will cook it is." Quickly, he rolled up his sleeves and began pulling things from the fridge. It was nothing fancy. It was just some marinated beef he bought from the store, greens, eggs, and leftover rice he could turn into fried rice. Lily practically bounced around the kitchen as he cooked. At the same time, he set up plates and utensils for them. By the time everything was plated, she was already sitting and humming to herself. Here, Gray set down a steaming bowl in front of her. Beef stir-fry and egg fried rice, hot and fresh. Yay. She cheered. "Thank you, brother." They both sat down, and for a while the only sound in the room was the clinking of cutlery and their quiet chewing. It was simple, warm, and oddly comforting. "You're a really good cook," Brother Lily said through a mouthful of food. "You always say that when you're hungry," Gray replied with a snort. Lily laughed out loud. As they ate, they talked a little more about school, classmates, and some random show Lily was obsessed with. But after they finished eating and cleaning up together, Gray finally stood and stretched his arms. "I'm going to change," he said, grabbing the water bottle from the table. "Don't fall asleep on the couch again. I want." She replied quickly, I'm going to finish my math worksheet first. Gray gave her a small wave and headed to his room. He took off his blazer, kicked off his shoes, and sat at the edge of the bed with a long, low sigh. The day had felt endless, but strangely, it didn't feel bad. It was just full. He reached for his phone to set it on the nightstand, but as he glanced at the screen, a thought flickered on his mind. Chloe. His brow furrowed slightly as he remembered. Right, her exam was today. All right, Gray gave a small nod. Thank you. He stepped inside, taking in the familiar interior of their house. He sighed as he looked around. Gray didn't come here today just for a visit. Yesterday, he messaged Chloe about her exams. Chloe said that she was nervous, but she thought she did well. Still, she was scared to know her grades. Because of it, the two of them agreed to meet today even if Gray still had work to do at the office. After all, it was just a quick meet-up. Chloe wanted them to check the results together. Her midterm exam scores would be released around 11, and for some reason, she insisted he should be there when she opened them. So now here he was, walking through one of the fanciest properties he'd ever stepped foot in, with his hands in his pockets and his stomach weirdly tight. It wasn't like it was his exam. But still, this one is important. It was more important than the negotiation yesterday, because the result of this exam would dictate if Gray would succeed his mission or not, and he was very fucking nervous. Fuck, why is my palms sweaty? Gray uttered in his mind. He didn't even feel nervous yesterday when he was talking to John. I'll lead the way, sir. Sure. Gray followed the maid down a long hallway that opened to the main garden. Sunlight spilled across the white-tiled floor, and the faint sound of a fountain echoed from the outside. As soon as the doors opened, the scent of fresh flowers hit him. The air was warm and clean, with a breeze that moved through the trees gently, and there she was. Chloe was seated in the far corner of the garden, under a wrought-iron gazebo. Her phone was resting on the table beside her, and a cup of tea that was already half-finished was in her hand. Chloe wore a simple cream blouse and a long pleated skirt. It was simple, but somehow she still looked put together. Her long dark hair was pulled into a low ponytail that swayed when she turned her head. She noticed him almost immediately. "You're here, Gray," Chloe said. Her expression was calm, but the corner of her lips twitched with something that looked like excitement. "I am." Gray raised an eyebrow as he nodded. "You sound surprised. I thought you'd come last minute." Chloe sighed and the smile on her lips immediately dropped. "I am so nervous." Now it was time for Gray to laugh. He chuckled lightly and tilted his head on the side. "Did the grades come out yet?" He walked over and took the seat across from her. "Nope." Chloe shook her head, "but it should be in any minute now. I've been refreshing the site every 10 seconds. Gray glanced at her phone. There was still 5 minutes. "Calm down first." "I'm calm," she said too quickly. "You're not." "I'm composed." "You're gripping that teacup like it insulted your entire family." Chloe glanced down at her hand. She was, in fact, strangling the teacup. "Fine, maybe I'm a little nervous." Gray leaned back into his seat, his one arm resting along the edge of the chair. "Y'all be fine," he said while watching her. "You studied. You didn't cut corners. I know your efforts and your hard work," he said gently, as if trying to ease her mind. Chloe narrowed her eyes at him, but her mouth twitched again. She pouted and sighed. "You're really bad at comforting people. You know that." "Not trying to comfort you. I'm just stating facts." They chatted for a few more minutes while the clock ticked closer to 11. Chloe tried to act like she wasn't watching the time, but Gray could see her glance at her phone every 20 seconds. Her fingers kept drumming on the table, and she sipped her tea like it was the only thing holding her together. "Relax," Gray said at one point, his voice low and amused. "You're fidgeting like someone on trial." "I feel like I am," Chloe muttered. Then, almost on cue, the phone on the table lit up. 11:00 a.m. Chloe stiffened. She stared at the screen like she was scared of the time. "Oh no," she whispered. "It's time." Gray raised an eyebrow. "You're acting like someone just texted you a death sentence." "I can't check it." "What I can't," Chloe said quickly, shoving the phone away like it was cursed. "You do it." Gray stared at her. "You want me to check your grades? I can't handle it." She exclaimed out loud, burying her face in her hands. "Please, just if I failed, tell me gently. Or lie. Lie until I'm emotionally stable enough to handle the truth." Gray snorted. "You're so dramatic. I'm serious." All right, he said, trying not to laugh as he reached for her laptop instead. "Give it here." She pushed the device toward him with both hands like she was surrendering it to fate. Gray opened the screen, typed in the login she had already left ready, and navigated to the results page. He refreshed, then blinked. The grades were there. And they weren't just okay, they were high. Her grade had jumped up significantly. Gray stared at the screen for a second longer, his lips pressing into a thin line. Internally, he was celebrating. Hell yes, but on the outside, "Oh no," he muttered. His voice was low and almost regretful. Chloe immediately sat up straight. "Is it bad?" she asked, voice rising. I knew it. I shouldn't have relaxed." Gray chuckled under his breath, still pretending to look grim. He tilted his head and sighed dramatically. "I mean," he drawled, "it's not the worst." Chloe's eyes narrowed. Are you making fun of me? I would never, Gray said, suppressing a smirk. You're a menace. Gray quickly turned the screen toward her without a word. Chloe's eyes dropped to it, then it widened. She leaned forward, scanning the numbers again as if she couldn't believe them. Her mouth opened slightly. Then again. Then I passed. She said it like she didn't trust herself. I passed. Suddenly, she stood up from her chair. And before Gray could react, Chloe walked over and threw her arms around him in a full-body hug, nearly knocking him back into the chair. Her arms were wrapped around his shoulders, and her head had buried itself against the side of his neck. It caught Gray completely off guard. He froze in place for a moment, his arms slightly hovering like he didn't know what to do with them. Then slowly, he rested his hand against her back. It was not quite a full embrace, but enough that she wouldn't fall over. Chloe was warm and light. As they hugged, Gray could feel Chloe shaking a little from how hard she was feeling happy. I really passed, Chloe mumbled again, her voice soft and muffled. I didn't think I could do it. Gray opened his mouth to say something, but instead a familiar chime echoed in his head. Ding, mission cleared. Gray blinked. +2 influence gained. You have been awarded a 1 fully furnished condo unit with a city view. Oh shit, Gray blinked slowly, his brain lagging behind. A condo unit. A literal condo unit. It's finally done. Before he could recover, another message followed. Please call the system once you are ready to receive your reward, host. His hand twitched slightly against Chloe's back. Holy crap, I actually cleared it, he thought. Internally, Gray was already screaming and punching the air. On the outside, his face barely twitched. He was trying to calm his composure. Play it cool, he told himself. There's a human being hugging you. Don't start smiling like an idiot right now. I passed, Chloe whispered again, her arms squeezing him tighter for a moment before she finally let go. Gray exhaled quietly as she stepped back, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with relief. She looked like she was about to cry, but from joy this time. However, when she realized what she had done, Chloe's eyes widened. Her cheeks reddened even more. Suddenly, Chloe was embarrassed. Sorry, Chloe said with her head lowered down. Her one hand suddenly rose, landing on the end of her hair. She played with it lightly as she sat back down. I was just filled with emotion. I wasn't expecting it. I thought my hard work for the last month would just be in vain. I didn't know that I would actually get a good grade. One of my highest after years. It's fine, Chloe, Gray said with a shrug. Instead of making her feel bad, he instead smiled at her. I'm also happy about it. See, I told you that you would pull it off. Chloe looked at him, her brows twitching together slightly. You really weren't worried, were you? I was, he admitted, tapping his fingers against the side of the chair. But not because I didn't think you'd pass. Then what, because you'd be insufferable if you didn't, he said jokingly. Chloe gave him a deadpan look. Gray tilted his head, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. And also because I wanted you to succeed. Genuinely, he added. Chloe blinked at him, then turned away quickly. You're such a pain sometimes, she uttered, but she smiled. Gray leaned back again, glancing out toward the sunlit garden. Somehow the day felt lighter now, and not just because of the system notification or the condo unit he'd just secured out of nowhere, but because Chloe really did it. The two of them worked hard and it paid off. Congratulations, Gray said again, softer this time. Chloe looked at him again. Thanks. Chloe leaned back in her seat, finally letting out a long and shaky breath. Her shoulders dropped, and her fingers lightly drummed against the side of her teacup again. This time it was not from anxiety, but because she couldn't stop smiling. I should treat you next time, she said suddenly, looking over at Gray, for helping me. I mean it, Gray blinked, then smirked. A free meal, yes, she rolled her eyes with a small grin. That's how people say thank you, Gray. Well, he shrugged, resting an arm on the side of the chair. Who am I to say no to that? Chloe gave a small laugh, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. They sat in the garden for a few more minutes, the breeze rustling quietly through the leaves around them. Neither of them said much. There wasn't really a need to. The silence was nice. It was very comfortable. But eventually, Gray checked his watch. It was nearing noon, which meant he needed to go back to the company soon because John's decision would soon be revealed to them. By the way, Chloe, I should get going already, Gray said as he stood, brushing off his pants. I've still got some work waiting for me in the company. Chloe's expression fell just a little, but she gave him a nod. After a few seconds, she smiled widely. Right, you're not just Gray anymore. Yeah, Gray chuckled at it. As he reached for his bag, he glanced over his shoulder to see her one last time. See you next week. Then Chloe stood as well. Her smile widened even more as she nodded. Yup, for our last session. Yeah, Gray gave a short nod, a half smile lingering on his lips. Let's make it count. Chloe didn't answer right away. She simply looked at him. There was an unreadable expression on her eyes that flickered for a moment. I'll look forward to it. Then she smiled again. I'll get going now then. Goodbye, Chloe said softly, her voice quieter now. Gray gave her a small nod. Take care, Chloe. Then without another word, he turned and walked down the garden path. The same maid from earlier was already waiting near the front. She gave Gray a polite bow and held the door open as he exited the estate. Just outside the gate, Daniel stood by the car, checking his watch. When he spotted Gray, he straightened up and ran to him quickly. "Sir," Daniel called out as Gray approached. His voice sounded a little urgent. "I got a call from Sir Marcus." "What is it?" Gray raised an eyebrow as he stepped into the passenger seat. "Mr. John has already decided. They're waiting for you at the company now to inform you about his decision." Oh shit, equal. I would like to say thank you to all the readers who have dropped golden tickets and gifts into the novel for the past few days. Brandon Briscoe, Snoostacks, Oliver 1901, Reading Dowpeak, Brassinger, Simon Fletcher, Jesse Rasola, Benka, Fluffog, Sapith, Fatinamor, Gray Hastings 217, Mark 4727, Kitsune 1127, Ghouls 1337, Lizadal DK, Chaos Alpha Omega. For all Seiston, I really appreciate it. They're already waiting for you at the company now. Gray's brows twitched. He checked the time. 11:40. And their company, it was a solid 30-minute drive away, even without traffic. Damn, why was it too sudden? "Let's go," Gray said quickly, already pulling open the car door and sliding into the seat. And Daniel, "Yes, sir, drive fast but not reckless." Daniel nodded once and pulled into the road without hesitation. The moment they went onto the main street, Gray leaned back in his seat, eyes fixed on the road, but his mind was spinning. His fingers tapped restlessly on the armrest. This was it. John had made his decision, and now they were waiting for him to hear it. Gray let out a slow breath, trying to keep his thoughts in check. The meeting with John yesterday went well. It was better than he expected. But still, deals like this, they weren't over until papers were signed. He knew better than to count anything as a win too early. Gray didn't want to look too eager, but he didn't want to look too tense either. Keep it cool, he told himself. Just act calm, he repeatedly reminded himself. More than 30 minutes later, they finally arrived at the company. Fortunately, there weren't any traffic. As Daniel pulled into the building's main entrance, Gray sat up straighter and adjusted his blazer. He gave himself one last glance in the car mirror and nodded. "Thanks, Daniel. I'll message you once I'm going home." "Yes, sir." Gray stepped out of the car and made his way into the lobby. His footsteps echoed slightly against the polished floors. The front desk staff gave him a nod, and without needing to ask, one of them called the elevator for him. Gray was rushing. His steps were quicker than they used to be, and after a few more minutes, he arrived at their floor. The doors of the elevator opened with a soft ding, and he walked again to his main office. When he arrived, Gray immediately spotted them. Marcus was waiting just inside his office. The two were talking over the side, seated at the small lounge setup that he had. Mugs were laid out on the table in front of them. The moment Gray stepped inside, he immediately approached them with a polite nod. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said as he reached them. "I had a prior meeting this morning that ran longer than expected." John chuckled lightly, brushing it off. "No need to apologize, Gray. I understand that my presence was sudden. I was nearby for another appointment and figured I'd drop in rather than send an email for my decision." "No problem, John. I appreciate your visit." Gray smiled at him. He gave Marcus a quick nod as he sat on his chair. "Shall we?" He smiled at them as he gestured to the two-seat in front of his table. The three of them took their seats, John at one end and Marcus on the other side. Gray kept his face calm as the two made themselves comfortable, but inside his heart was beating out loud. Every breath he had felt heavier than usual. John leaned forward slightly, resting his hands on the folder in front of him. "Well," he began, "I'll get straight to the point." "Sure." Gray watched him closely. "We reviewed everything. Cross-checked the numbers, projections, and service reports. My team had questions, but your proposal held up." Gray didn't speak. He just nodded slowly, listening to every word that John was saying. "And so," John continued, "we're moving forward with the revised agreement." Gray's jaw tensed briefly. For a moment his breathing hitched, but he quickly recovered from it. "I got it," he exclaimed loudly in his mind. The corner of Gray's lips slowly rose to the side. "I'm glad to hear that," he uttered, showing that he was happy but making it not that obvious. John pulled out a folder from his briefcase and opened it. "Here's the updated contract. It was just like what we agreed upon. The price adjustments are already reflected there. The bundled product changes are also included. Logistics team will be updated to match your next cycle. Thank you." Gray quickly took the contract. He read the clauses that he needed to. John gave him enough time to finish it. Seemed like everything was there. Gray uttered in his mind as the smile on his lips widened even more. "Everything is clear." Gray eyed John quickly. "I think we can move forward with the signing of this." John smiled at his response. "Great. Let's proceed with the signing then." Gray gave a small nod. "Perfect." He quickly reached for the pen on his desk, uncapped it, and signed his name neatly across the bottom of the agreement. There was a small but satisfying sound as the pen glided over the paper. Finally, their deal was done. On the side, Marcus, who had remained silent for most of the exchange, leaned slightly forward to glance at the page. There was no expression on his face, but Gray knew Marcus was paying close attention to them. After Gray, John signed his side next, his pen looping over the line with practiced ease. Afterward, he flipped the folder closed and slid one copy over to Marcus. "That's done then," John said, sitting back with a relaxed breath. "Well, send a digital copy to your office by the end of the day, and you should expect the updated shipment schedule by early next week." "Sounds good," Gray replied. "Well, be ready." John glanced toward Marcus, then back at Gray. "I look forward to this partnership," he said with a nod. "I think we're off to a strong start." Gray's expression eased just a little more. "Yes," he replied. "So do I." For the first time since stepping into the room, the tension in Gray's chest finally eased. Now the only thing left to do for today is get that condo. The door clicked shut behind as they left, leaving Gray alone at last. Silence settled in the room for a second before Gray loudly sighed. Finally, he had his own time now. Gray sat back in his chair, his one hand resting against the polished surface of his desk. As silence continued to surround him, the smile on his face lingered. He just finished the deal, and now all that was left for him to do was get his reward. Fortunately, he didn't have any pending works left, so he was free to do anything he wanted. Gray leaned back a little more on his chair before he let out another long breath. Then, as if he was just waiting for the right moment, he murmured under his breath, "All right, system, I am ready. How do I get that reward?" For a second, there was only quietness. Then ding, the host has initiated the reward collection. Pending reward, one fully furnished condo unit with a city view. Preparing reward 102546. Why is it taking so long? Gray frowned. He started to get impatient because of his overwhelming excitement. 5769. As the number continued to rise, his heart started to beat even louder. Each beat hammered in his chest. His palms started to get cold and sweaty, and the smile on his face just widened each passing second. 99-100. Ding. The legal ownership documents have now been issued in your name, host. Gray raised an eyebrow. "Wait, what do you mean?" Before Gray could continue his words, a sudden flash of light blinked across the surface of his desk. His eyes widened even more. There, right in front of him, a thick envelope just suddenly appeared. What the fuck? He was in great disbelief. "That's the land title, host. Please look at it to confirm." Okay. Gray hesitated for a little. Slowly, he reached forward and pulled the folder closer to him. He untied the string that was holding it together and peeked inside. The first document bore his name at the top in large, bold letters, a land title agreement. His name printed clearly, a full property listing beneath it. It looked real, too real. "Damn, you're kidding," he muttered, but he knew better that it wasn't a joke. Gray quickly pulled out the papers inside. He quickly scanned everything line by line, section by section. A minute later, and he suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed out loud as if he was turning crazy. The sound of it echoed in his room. Holy shit! After recovering, he can't help but curse. Inside the folder was the official contract of the property. His name was there, along with the property information, ownership details, and a certificate title. Everything looked legit. It even had a registered number and a stamped notary page, confirming that everything went into legal process. How he didn't know about it. All he could say was it was thanks to the motherfucking system. "Thanks, system," he said out loud, with a smile on his face. His eyes continued to stare at the documents as if they were the most precious thing in the world to him. "You're welcome, host. But what do I do with this? Please visit the partnered firm tomorrow morning to finalize the ownership registration, host. You would see it at the second page in the folder. Simply present that land title to one of the on-site agents and your ID. They've been notified already. Everything else will be handled for you." I see. Gray stared down at the envelope in his hands. A condo, just like that. 5 minutes ago, he didn't have anything to his name but this company, but now he got himself a condo. Gray slowly leaned back again and chuckled under his breath. "You know, system," he muttered, "sometimes you feel like a really illegal lottery." The system said nothing back. "Are you not allowed to reply when I just talk to you casually?" Gray frowned when the system continued to ignore him. "Are you ignoring me?" "Yes, host." Gray's lips parted at the direct answer. Why suddenly talking to the system was entertaining. It was something he hadn't done before. "No reason, host. I just don't feel like replying." "You're just lazy?" Gray asked, stunned. "Correct." Gray let out a breathy laugh, almost in disbelief. "Why are you lazy? Aren't you some high-functioning, virtual AI or something? Why do you have so many questions?" "Host, because you're weird." "And you too, host." Gray groaned and slouched back in his chair. "God, you're worse than Lily. You're welcome." He shook his head with a grin, one hand rubbing his temple. "System, you're funny. I like you now." "You." Gray burst into laughter. Deciding to not bother the system anymore, Gray glanced back down at the folder and flipped past the title page. He started skimming the details again. Earlier, he wasn't able to comprehend anything aside from his name. Now that he wasn't that super excited compared to earlier, he could now read everything more clearly. Gray found out that the property was from a well-known real estate agency, Elysian Properties Limited. Wait, Elysian? Even if he wasn't into properties, he had heard of them. Elysian Properties was one of the most well-known real estate agencies in the country, not for being cheap but for being good. They had a reputation for developing upscale properties in prime locations, city centers, commercial hubs, scenic riverside blocks, even private towers. They were the kind of firm that popped up in headlines with words like luxury, elegant, and award-winning design. And most importantly, they were known for selling high-end units at surprisingly fair deals. Gray raised an eyebrow as he continued reading. Why would the system give me a unit from this agency? His eyes narrowed with suspicion, but his fingers kept flipping through the pages. Then on the third page, he found the line he'd been looking for. Property location, Unit 1804, Tower C, Rosewood Residences, West Arcadia District. He read it once, then twice. Gray slowly sat up straighter in his chair, the back of the folder still open in his hand. Why does that sound familiar? His eyes scanned the words again. West Arcadia District. Rosewood Residences. The name poked at something in the back of his memory. Then something clicked, and Gray froze. Oh, what the fuck? Gray just sat there, staring at the document like it had personally insulted his sense of reality. Rosewood Residences, West Arcadia District. The words echoed in his mind. Gray slowly lowered the folder to the desk, his eyes still glued to the line. His mind went quiet for a second, not because he didn't understand it, but because he did. West Arcadia wasn't just any district. It was the district. It was the kind of place where penthouse lights never went off, where imported sports cars idled in private garages, and where the streets were cleaner than most hospitals. It was a polished and luxurious neighborhood, where every inch of concrete cost like gold. And Rosewood Residences, that name wasn't unfamiliar either. It was one of those buildings that was featured in magazines, drone-shot apartment tour on social media, and conversations between people who couldn't afford to breathe near its lobby. That condo building was known for its private elevator access, sky lounges, and concierge services that made five-star hotels look like one-star hotels. Gray blinked again, slower this time. No way. Celebrities lived there. Retired CEOs, business tycoons, old money people. The kind who wore suits that cost more than cars. The kind of people who don't look at price tags because they buy items that don't have them. He remembered hearing once that a unit there easily went for hundreds of millions. And now he looked down at the envelope in front of him. He had one. Just what the fuck? Gray leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling like it would offer him some divine explanation. But nothing came. No answers, no reasoning. He pinched the bridge of his nose and laughed quietly. I thought I was just gonna get a decent one, he muttered. But no, I got a rich guy starter pack. The system, of course, didn't say a word, and honestly that made it worse. Because he had a lot to say to the system. Gray didn't know how long he sat there in silence processing it all. Even as he closed the folder and packed everything neatly back into the envelope, his mind kept circling back to one thing. How the hell did this happen? Sure, he'd been hoping for a reward. He even expected something impressive from the system. But this was a whole new level. A luxury condo in that area, it didn't make sense. But apparently, that's just how the system works. By the time Gray got back to the apartment, the sun had already started to set. Sky outside the window was bathed in a soft orange hue, and the city lights were just beginning to flicker on. He was still trying to make sense of everything when he walked through the door. The second he stepped inside, Lily poked her head out from the kitchen. "Brother," she called, "you seem to be in a good mood." Gray blinked at her voice, then laughed a little as he pulled off his shoes from his feet. "I am," he said honestly, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. It was a good day. Lily eyed him suspiciously. "You're smiling too much, brother. Did something weird happen? Define weird." Gray grinned playfully as he set his bag down on the floor. Lily shook her head and puffed her cheeks. "I don't know, brother. Maybe you won something." Gray chuckled under his breath. He already bought dinner for the two of them since he was too lazy to cook. "You're not exactly wrong," he answered playfully that made Lily pout her lips. "Whatever, brother." Lily playfully rolled her eyes, but a smile lingered on her face as she saw the food that Gray had bought. "Let's eat," she exclaimed out loud that made Gray laugh. "We will, stupid. Help your brother first." Okay, Lily quickly helped him. The two of them moved around the kitchen like usual, chatting idly about school, food, and how Lily's music teacher was making her practice a new song for the upcoming talent show that she will join. Eventually, they sat down and started eating. Gray had bought something simple. It was just rice with glazed chicken, buttered vegetables, and miso soup. After a few minutes, the two started everything. "Hey, Lily." Gray took a bite, then glanced at her across the table. She answered with a mouth full of rice. "What do you think about moving out of here?" Lily blinked. Gray set his fork down and looked at her, just out of curiosity. "If we didn't live in this apartment anymore, if we moved to another place, would that be okay with you?" Lily chewed slower, her eyes narrowing like she was trying to see if he was joking. "Move? Why would we move, brother? Can you not pay rent anymore?" "Of course not, Lily." Gray chuckled and shook his head. Lily tilted her head. "It depends, brother. Where would we move to? How about something nicer?" Gray smiled sheepishly. "You mean like with more rooms?" Lily squinted. "Maybe. And clean elevators, definitely." And no neighbors yelling at midnight, especially that. Lily sat back with her arms crossed. She was thinking it over like she was negotiating a deal. Gray found her adorable that he couldn't help but laugh a little as he waited for the answer. I guess that doesn't sound bad, brother. Good to know. Then Gray wiggled his brows as if hinting something to Lily. Brother, wait, why are you asking this? Lily suddenly asked, setting down her spoon. Did something happen? Gray paused for a second, then sighed and leaned back in his chair. Let's keep this a secret, he started, trying to think fast. But I kind of got a condo today. Lily froze. You what? I got a condo, Gray repeated. Lily blinked slowly. Like a real one, like the kind people live in. Yes, Lily, he said with a smile on his face. Your brother got an actual condo unit. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How? Since when do you have condo money? I don't, Gray said quickly. It wasn't something I bought. Then how? Lily frowned, confused at how her brother can have a condo without buying one. Gray hesitated for half a second before making up a lie that wasn't too far from the truth. He didn't want to lie to Lily, but he also can't just say where it came from. Let's just say your brother got it from work, he smiled. A really generous person gave it to me as a reward. Lily stared at him. She paused for a second before her eyes brightened. Really, brother? She loudly asked, almost not believing it. Yes, yes, Gray chuckled once more as he repeatedly nodded his head. When are we moving out, brother? Gray smiled and laughed even more. Let's move out in 3 days, shall we? It was Friday, and aside from a few follow-ups on yesterday's deal, there wasn't much left to do on his schedule. Most of the important work that he had was already wrapped up. Aside from that, he needed a little time to breathe. Besides, today was Friday. He was sure that people were either winding down or trying to finish everything fast so they could clock out early. He figured no one would miss him for a few hours. Still, he sent Marcus a message before he left just to inform him. Gray, hey, I'm taking half day. There's nothing urgent pending in my office, but call me if something comes up. Marcus responded not even 2 minutes later. Marcus, understood, sir. Enjoy your time. And just like that, Gray was free. Honestly, this was the kind of thing he hadn't realized he liked until recently. Now that he was a boss and not a worker, he just realized that his time revolved around him now. He didn't need to explain himself to some uptight manager. He didn't have to be nervous about being late or leaving early. He can work as he pleases as long as he does what needs to be done. It was a nice feeling. A weird one, sure, but it was nice. Very, very nice. And today, his plan was simple. Take care of the condo paperwork and do what the system told him to do yesterday. Gray also realizes that most offices would be closed over the weekend. If he didn't settle this today, he'd have to wait until Monday, and he doesn't have that much patience to wait. I couldn't wait to see it, Gray muttered under his breath as a sheepish smile appeared on his lips. He was dying to see the condo in person. After getting the reply, Gray quickly got ready. He called for Daniel, and the two of them drove to the location. Gray was wearing a clean button-down shirt and black slacks. His coat was pressed, and his shoes were polished. The property documents were also tucked neatly into a folder under his arm as he stepped out. Do you want to go with me inside? Daniel. Gray turned his head to the man. It's fine, sir. I'll just wait here. Daniel shook his head from the driver's seat. Oh, all right. Gray abruptly nodded his head. I'll try my best to be fast then. It's fine, sir. No problem. Daniel smiled kindly to him. Gray smiled back but didn't say anything further. He closed the door and let out a sigh. What a nice weather, he muttered as a small smile played on his lips. The sky was pale and cloudless, as if telling Gray that it would be a good day today. After a second, Gray walked into the building that matched the address the system had given him. The real estate company was in a moderate-sized building. It wasn't huge, but it was also not that small. The glass door slid open automatically as he reached the entrance. Inside, a young woman at the front desk looked up from her monitor. She blinked, then quickly stood. Ah, hello, sir. The woman greeted politely. She quickly scanned Gray's outfit with her eyes. When she noticed that Gray was in formal clothes, she straightened her posture instantly. How may I help you, Sir? Gray gave the woman a polite smile as he stepped up to the front desk. He opened the folder tucked under his arm and gently placed it on the counter. Hi, he said. I bought a unit under your firm yesterday. I'm here to finish the registration and I wanted to check the place out in person if that's possible. The receptionist blinked once, then looked at him like she misheard. You bought a unit, she repeated slowly. Yesterday, yeah, Gray nodded. She looked at the documents he had placed on the counter, eyes scanning the name and property ID on the front page. Her expression shifted quickly. She blinked again, this time in quick realization. Ah, Sir Gray, she said quickly. Of course, please give me just one moment. The woman looked anxious as she reached for the phone beside her. Oh no, I didn't know that the person in front of me is a high-profile client. The woman thought as she pressed her lips together. Just give me a minute, sir. The woman turned to Gray. An apologetic smile was placed on her lips. Sure, take your time. Gray nodded. He quickly noticed how the woman panicked in front of him. She looked quite scared when the person she was calling took time to answer. A few seconds passed and the girl's face brightened. Thank God, the woman breathed out in relief. Miss Hana, he's here, yes, that's him, yes, the one from yesterday. Rosewood Residences, I'll send him up now. She put the phone down and straightened her jacket. There was a different tone in her voice now. It was more polished and careful than earlier. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. One of our senior agents, Miss Hana, will meet you upstairs and assist you directly, she said. If you'd like, I'll escort you to the elevator now. That's fine. Thank you, Gray replied, slightly amused. As they walked, she hesitated for a second, then turned her head toward him with a polite smile. If I may ask, sir, she began carefully, did you really bought the condo? Without looking at it, Gray paused and glanced at her, an eyebrow slightly raised. Yup, it was not him who bought it. I see. The woman blinked again, clearly trying to hide her shock. You know, that's quite rare, sir. In fact, it might be a first for us. The property was fully paid and processed in less than half a day. Most of our clients take days or even weeks to make a decision. That's why we were all surprised yesterday when we received a sudden call. Gray let out a small chuckle, brushing it off like it was nothing. Yeah, it was kind of a sudden buy. Ah, she nodded slowly. Rich people are just weird, aren't they? The receptionist turned to him, gave him a polite nod as the doors opened. Thank you, Gray said again as he stepped inside. The receptionist quickly pressed the button and smiled at Gray before bowing her head briefly as the doors slid shut quietly. As soon as he was left alone, Gray exhaled. He looked down at the documents in his hand again and couldn't help but grin. It still felt surreal. As the elevator ascended, a weird mix of excitement and disbelief stirred in his chest. After a few seconds, the doors opened again with a soft ding, revealing a warmly lit floor with a wide reception lounge. The space was modern and classy, with just enough gold trim and neutral tones to let people know this agency catered to very expensive tastes. Gray stepped out of the elevator. Almost immediately, a woman in her late 20s approached him. She had shoulder-length black hair and wore a tailored black suit with a subtle name tag pinned to the chest. Mr. Gray, she asked. Her smile was wide but warm. Yup, that's me, Gray nodded. I'm Hana from the client relations team. I'll be assisting you today, she said, offering a handshake. Gray took it. Nice to meet you. We were honestly surprised, sir, Hana said as she began walking with him to the rest of the floor. Yesterday, we were just processing files when we received a call and saw a full payment come in for a property in Rosewood Residences. There were no visits and no inquiries. It was just very sudden. Gray scratched his cheek. Yeah, it was kind of a last-minute thing. He had to answer the same thing as he did to the receptionist earlier. I figured it out, sir, Hana laughed softly. But still, it's our first time handling something like that. Well, I guess you can say I trust fast, Gray said with a half shrug. That must be nice, Hana smiled again. But I do appreciate you coming in today, sir. Do you have any questions about the property? That's why you visited us. I remember that we already sent every files needed to you yesterday after confirming your purchase. Gray shook his head lightly. I have no questions about the papers. I just came to check if everything's in place and also to ask when I can move in. In his words, Hana brightened. Initially, she thought that Gray had changed his mind, that's why he was here. But it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. Of course, sir. You may move in any time at your convenience. She smiled with confidence. Here at Elysian, we value your time, especially knowing how precious it is to our clients. That's why we make sure everything is processed beforehand. The moment you signed and completed the ownership, the unit has already been secured and prepped for occupancy. Gray raised his eyebrows. That efficient, huh? Yes, sir, she nodded. And should you need assistance in moving your belongings, our concierge team can help with that too. It's part of the full-service package you received. You can give us a call a day prior and we'll handle the transportation and placement of your things in your new home. That's actually really great. Gray blinked and chuckled under his breath. I might take you up on that. Anytime, sir, we're open even on weekends, so you can schedule it at your convenience. Gray gave her a short nod, clearly impressed. That's good to know. Then would it be all right to see the unit now? Absolutely, sir. Hana gestured politely toward the side corridor. We've already arranged it. I can drive you there myself if you don't have a ride. I have my driver waiting downstairs, Gray replied as he glanced toward the lobby. Perfect then. If you want, sir, then I'll meet you at the lobby of the residence in just a few minutes. Sounds good, Gray gave her a courteous nod before turning back toward the elevator. The two of them boarded it. As he descended again, the same quiet anticipation began to build in his chest. There was a lot to take in. He could already feel it soon. He would be able to see the condo right before his eyes. Once back on the ground floor, Gray exited the building. Daniel was already waiting for him at the main entrance. He was standing by the car with a hand on the door. Let's head to the location I mentioned earlier, Gray said as he slid in. We'll be meeting the agent there. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, Hana's vehicle pulled in behind them. She gave a short wave through the windshield before stepping out with a folder in hand. Gray gave a small smile to the woman before going in the car. Daniel started to drive, following the woman as she drove in front of them. The real drive into Rosewood Residences only began once they passed through the towering security gate. Unlike other residential areas, this one had its own set of guards, not just one, but several. The first checkpoint scanned their IDs. The second asked for verification from the agency. The third simply nodded them through after receiving a radio confirmation. Gray didn't even have to say a word. Hana did all the talking for him. First-time visits tend to have more security, she explained as Gray got off the car. They just arrived in front of the building, but once your registration logs into the system, access will be automatic. I see, Gray murmured, glancing out to the scene in front of him. Damn, his words caught in his throat in an instant. What he saw was insane. The building in front of him was like something out of a movie. It was even more prestigious than the building that the Lancasters owned. The whole neighborhood was out of touch. The roads were pristine and every lamp post was perfectly symmetrical, every tree in bloom. The sidewalks also sparkled in cleanliness. Everything here looked curated and expensive. Hana stepped beside him, smiling lightly. "Welcome to your new home, Mr. Gray," the woman said out loud. Gray gave a short laugh, still trying to believe it. "Thanks," he answered, but his eyes were still left frozen on the building in front. It looked like a luxury hotel. There were bellboys at the door, people in suits checking in at a private desk in the lobby, and even an indoor waterfall on the far wall behind a seating area that looked like a private lounge. "I've seen some places," Gray whispered in the air, but the moment he stepped inside, the temperature dropped slightly to a cool, pleasant breeze. The marble floor under his shoes was so clean that it reflected the chandeliers above the ceiling. Hana was guiding him throughout their walk. "Welcome to Rosewood, Mr. Gray," she said with a light smile. "I hope you like the place." "I definitely do," Gray murmured as he adjusted himself to everything around him. They moved past the lobby and walked toward a private elevator. Hana swiped a card and keyed in a code. "Each floor has its own access," she explained, "so you won't be sharing an elevator with anyone, aside from the people you're sharing the floor with." Gray blinked. "That's a little excessive." Hana gave a soft laugh. "It's the standard here. Rosewood is known for privacy and exclusivity. In this building, each floor only has 2 units, and each one was far from each other to ensure privacy." I see. Gray reluctantly nodded his head. That must be the reason why this place was so expensive. After a second passed, the elevator opened silently in front of them. Gray stepped in first while Hana and Daniel followed him from behind. The doors closed and they began to ascend. The elevator moved in the speed of light. Gray just blinked, and suddenly they were already at the right floor. Damn, Gray was speechless. Just like earlier, Gray stepped out first. His eyes widened almost immediately. The floor itself was massive. It was way larger than what he expected from a residential building. The hallway was wide and sleek, lined with soft lights embedded into the ceiling and paintings along the walls. There were only 2 hallways visible, one stretching to the left and the other to the right. "As I've said earlier, there are only 2 units per floor," Hana said behind him, as if reading his thoughts. "Left and right. Your unit is on the right, sir." Gray slowly turned, following her as she walked beside him down the right wing. As they walked, he glanced over his shoulder once more. The other unit door was visible at the far end of the left hallway. It was a good distance away. It was not too far, but far enough that even if both doors were open at the same time, you wouldn't hear a thing. It really was private. Eventually, they stopped in front of a matte black door with a brushed gold handle and no visible lock or peephole. Hana stepped forward, pulled out a keycard, and tapped it gently against the sensor. A soft click followed before the door slowly opened inward with a whisper. Gray stepped in first, and just like that, "Holy shit," he muttered under his breath. The inside was nothing but insane. The entrance led into a spacious, open layout living room with high ceilings and full glass windows that stretched from floor to ceiling on the far side. Sunlight poured in on the glass walls, lighting every surface and giving the space a warm and almost unreal glow. A panoramic view of the West Arcadia skyline was framed perfectly in front of him. It was complete with the river in the distance and a peek at the city park below. "This is..." Gray stepped forward slowly, his eyes widening more. "The unit is 180 square meters, Hana explained, closing the door gently behind them. "There are 3 bedrooms, 3 full baths, a private study, and an open-concept living space. It comes fully furnished, and each piece was custom-selected for this model." Gray looked around. The furniture wasn't just expensive. It was also a masterpiece. They used muted grays and soft wood tones, sleek couches, warm lighting, and polished black finishes. It also includes central air, built-in speakers, floor heating, and blackout curtains installed into the walls. Hana gestured toward a panel near the entrance, "All controllable from here or through your phone." Gray didn't say anything as a response. He was just nodding, his brain was still absorbing everything. "If you follow me," Hana said gently, leading him through the hall on the side, "we have the master bedroom to your right. There's a full glass wall view, blackout curtains, private balcony access, and an ensuite bathroom with a double vanity, soaking tub, rainfall shower, and a smart toilet system." Hana opened the door to show what she was saying. When Gray saw it, he didn't even know what to say. The bedroom looked like it came out of a hotel catalog. The bed was king-sized. The walls were soft gray with a dark wood accent running along the edges. In the corner, a low-profile bookshelf and a reading lamp sat beside a lounge chair. The balcony was already cracked open slightly, letting in a faint breeze. "This is huge," he muttered. The whole master's bedroom was the same size as their current apartment. After that, they toured the other room of the house. Each one was impressively designed down to the small details. The other two rooms were sleek, simple, and beautifully made. The kitchen had quartz countertops, induction burners, a wine fridge, a hidden dishwasher, and a ceiling vent that disappeared when not in use. There was even a laundry room with 2 stacked machines, storage space, and a built-in folding station. And over here, Hana opened another door at the far end of the hallway. "Is your private access to the building's internal amenities?" Gray raised an eyebrow. "Private access." Hana stepped inside the corridor, revealing a polished hallway with fingerprint access on both ends. All Rosewood residents can access the upper floor through this passage. It leads to the Sky Amenities area: gym, lap pool, sauna, and rooftop garden. The access is separated per unit and only opens from the inside. "You won't have to go through the lobby to access it." Gray stared at her. "You're serious?" Hana smiled and chuckled. "Yup, I'm dead serious." She stepped aside so he could see the biometric scanner. Gray blinked slowly. He didn't even want to ask what kind of money went into this kind of design. It was excessive, but God, it was fucking nice. "We also have 247 concierge service, valet parking, and daily housekeeping options," Hana added, her voice calm and professional. "All utilities are included in the service charge, which has already been covered for the first 2 years under your contract." Gray was stunned silent, not because he didn't understand what she said, but because it felt so ridiculous. This wasn't a condo. This was a damn palace. He woke up early, stretched lazily on his bed because he dozed off there after staring at the condo contract for the 100th time since he arrived yesterday. Damn, he muttered into the quiet room. Every time he remembered that he now owned a luxury condo in West Arcadia, his chest tightened a little. After their meeting yesterday, Hana gave him everything he needed to move: the keys, the access cards, and she also helped him register his biometrics for the security. And best of it all, Lily didn't know anything yet. He smiled to himself. She was surely going to lose her mind. He hadn't told her about the condo tour yesterday. He figured it would be better if she saw it herself with her eyes, just like he did. "I can't wait to see her reaction," Gray mumbled with a grin as he sat up and rubbed his face. Still, setting that aside, he had another plan today. Since they were moving soon, they'd need to stock up the new place with essentials like groceries and cleaning items. And what better way to get all that than to drop by the grocery store, his grocery store, as a normal customer. "I have no driver today and also no fancy clothes," he muttered. "Let's see how the store's treating the customers." Gray quickly went to get dressed. He kept it casual. He was wearing just jeans, a fitted black tee, and his old sneakers. He looked very normal in his outfit. Once he was ready, he grabbed his phone, wallet, and checked the short list he made on his notes app. He even added some of Lily's weird tomato snack items on it because she would have nagged him otherwise. When it comes to food, Lily was crazy. Since it was still early in the morning, he headed out alone this time. He took the bus and rode until the drop-off station near the grocery. He walked for the rest of his journey after. While walking, Gray couldn't help but laugh on his own. From having a private elevator to riding a public bus in less than 24 hours, what a life. After a short ride and a brief walk through the neighborhood, Gray finally reached the grocery. He took a long breath before walking in. The familiar jingle above the sliding glass doors played softly, and the cool air inside hit his face. Gray scanned the interior with quiet eyes. The place was active but not packed. Still, there were already a few customers pushing carts and several staff moving around, restocking shelves and assisting people. "This is good," Gray nodded. It looked good and organized. No one was also slacking off. Gray smiled faintly. "All right," he muttered under his breath. "Let's see." He grabbed a cart and made his way down the first aisle like any regular customer. He started picking out things he knew they'd need on their first day at the condo, like dish soap, some snacks, bottled drinks, rice, basic condiments, and a small coffee press. Every so often, he passed a staff member who greeted him with the same polite energy they gave everyone else. No one recognized him. Good, that's what he wanted. He moved to the produce section next. His eyes scanned the rows until they landed on the one item that always made him sigh: tomatoes. Lily's favorite. He picked up a few firm, shiny ones and dropped them into a mesh bag before chuckling to himself. "I still don't get it," he muttered, "but whatever makes her happy." Gray continued shopping, quietly moving from aisle to aisle as he loaded his cart with more items. He got chips, instant ramen, sauces, and a few more cleaning supplies. He even tossed in a few fancy items he knew Lily would raise her eyebrows at but secretly enjoy. His cart was starting to look full, but not too much, just enough to stock a new kitchen. The store was doing well. Shelves were well stocked, and the layout was clean and easy to navigate. He could see 2 employees refilling the dairy section, both moving quickly and efficiently. It was nice. Honestly, it made him feel a little proud. But just as he turned the corner near the fresh meat section, something caught his attention. There was a commotion. It wasn't loud, but there was a noticeable change in the atmosphere. Several customers were looking toward one spot. Some were whispering. Others just slowed their carts down as they passed to see what was happening. Gray furrowed his brows. He followed the murmurs until he reached the corner of the aisle near the poultry display. I said, "Put it down." That's when he saw it. A young man who was barely in his 20s was standing awkwardly in front of a spilled pack of chicken on the floor. He looked disheveled, like he hadn't changed clothes in a while. His hair was messy and unwashed. His clothes hung off his frame, and his eyes were wide with embarrassment. His hands were still gripping the torn plastic handle of the ripped bag. In front of him stood another man, one that Gray recognized almost immediately. It was Will. "I don't care what happened," Will snapped, pointing a finger at the young man. "You think you can just walk in here dressed like that, stink up the aisle, and drop meat all over the floor? I didn't drop it on purpose," the boy said quietly, his voice shaking. "The bag broken, who's going to pay for that?" Will cut him off, sneering. The boy's hands trembled slightly, but his eyes stayed locked forward, refusing to back down. "I was going to pay. I brought money. I was just trying to." Will took a step forward. "Bullshit. I've seen your kind before. Come in, act all pitiful, make a mess, and expect someone else to clean up after you. You don't belong in a place like this." Gray's expression darkened. However, he didn't move. "Not yet. I'm going to call security," Will said sharply, already reaching for his walkie-talkie. "You want to pretend you're some lost little lamb? Fine. Somewhere else." The boy's eyes widened slightly, and his grip on the torn bag tightened. "I didn't steal anything," he said, voice shaking now. "I was going to pay. I have money." "Then go shop somewhere that wants you," Will spat back. "Not here, you stupid motherfucker." Gray's jaw tightened. He took a breath and stepped forward. "What's happening here?" Will didn't even glance back as he waved his hand. "It's nothing, just some bum trying to pretend like he belongs here. You don't need to." But then he turned and froze. Gray's face was calm, but his eyes were sharp. His tone was even, but the weight behind it was impossible to miss. "Mr. Gray," Will's voice cracked, his sudden dying in an instant. His eyes widened as he took a step back. Gray didn't answer him yet. Instead, he looked at the boy, then at the torn bag, then back at Will, and his expression became unreadable. "I repeat, what is happening here, sir?" He looked like he wanted to say something, but couldn't, not with the weight of Gray's gaze pinning him down. Will tried to open his mouth again to justify his actions. His posture stiffened as he tried to look presentable again in front of Gray. "There was a situation, sir. This young man dropped an item, and you were what." Gray's eyes narrowed. "I was handling it, sir." Will tried his best to show that he was calm. However, his hands twitched like he wanted to hide them behind his back. "I was just about to call security to what." Gray's voice cut in again. It was low but sharp. "Drag him out because a plastic bag broke." Will flinched at the intensity of Gray's voice. It was his first time being shouted at by someone, and it was definitely not a good feeling. The customers around them stayed silent, pretending not to watch, but their ears were clearly open. One woman clutched her child's shoulder and subtly moved a little closer. They were watching like it was some tense scene from a drama. Gray turned his eyes back to the young man, who looked frozen and was still in fear. There was a small scratch on his forearm, probably from when the chicken hit the floor. His shoes also looked wet, and some parts of the chicken were still lying there. As Gray watched him, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry. "You," Gray said gently this time. "What's your name?" "I am Rome," the boy answered, barely above a whisper. Gray nodded once. "Did you steal anything?" "Rome, no," Rome said quickly. His voice cracked a little. I had money. I was going to pay. The bag just broke. I didn't know it was that thin." Gray crouched down, picked up the torn plastic, and inspected it. Sure enough, it had a clean rip near the handle. It seemed like the bag was just damaged prior to it. He knew it could have happened to anyone. It was normal, and the mistake was on their part. Gray sighed and stood. He smiled at Rome to assure him that it was fine, before he looked again at Will. Now the smile on his face was slowly disappearing. "You judged him before even checking," Gray said flatly. "You humiliated him in front of strangers. You were going to call security over spilled chicken, and worse, you insulted him for how he looked." Will opened his mouth, but Gray held up a hand. The silence that followed was deafening. "I want you to take your break now," Gray said. His voice was low, but it was commanding. He was also surprised how the words just came out naturally on his own. "And when you're done, report to my office. Marcus will be waiting." Will's face went pale. His eyes widened as he repeatedly shook his head as if not willing to do it. "Sir, I don't talk anymore," Gray said simply. "You're a manager. I expected you to be more professional." He said those words with a big disappointment in his tone. Will clenched his jaw. Then, slowly, he gave a defeated nod and walked away. His steps were heavy and hurried that even the employees who were watching were surprised to see him that way. When he was gone, Gray turned to one of the nearby staff who had gone near them earlier. The staff originally intended to just look at what was happening. However, when she saw Gray, she stayed put on one side. "Can someone clean this up and get the gentleman a replacement?" "Yes, sir," the girl said quickly, already hurrying toward the cooked section. Gray looked back at the boy. "You still planning to pay?" he asked casually, but with a faint smile. Rome looked stunned for a moment. His eyes blinked slowly, like he was still processing what had just happened. Yeah," the man finally said. "I still plan to pay. He trailed off, glancing down at the chicken and then back up again. His face was filled with uncertainty, like he couldn't believe someone had stepped in for him. His grip on the crumpled plastic bag just tightened even more, almost like it was the only thing that was grounding him to the moment. Gray gave a small nod and smiled even more. "Good," he said casually, "but that's not needed anymore." Rome blinked. "What do you mean?" Gray smiled just slightly. "Take a cart," he said. "Fill it with everything you need. Food, essentials, whatever it is. The grocery store will cover it." He paused and nodded. "I'll personally cover it." Rome stared at him. His mouth opened, but no words came out for a full second. Then, very quietly, "Are you really sure?" Sir Gray could see how Rome's eyes were turning watery. His lips trembled, and he sniffed once before immediately wiping his nose with the back of his hand, as if he was thankful. He was trying to hold it together. But it was clear that no one had done something like this for him before. His shoulders shook slightly, and when he finally looked back up, his eyes were red. There were also a lone tear that fell on his cheeks. "Sir, I don't want to be a bother," Rome added quickly, his voice still unsure. "You're not," Gray replied simply. "In this grocery store, we value our customers, and if a mistake happens on our end, we make up for it. That's how it should be." For a second, no one said anything. Not even Rome, but then someone clapped, then another, and another. "Whoa, the owner of this place is cool. I didn't know I could be moved with such words. Young man, take anything you like. I'll pay for it. Yes, yes, don't be shy. Well, cover it." Just like that, a whole lot of people volunteered to be Rome's guarantor. Rome looked around, confused by the sound, but also overwhelmed by it. Gray just nodded again and smiled at the man. He didn't need to say anything else. Rome stood frozen in place for another second. Then he gave a deep bow. "Thank you, sir," he said, his voice shaking. "Really, thank you." Gray looked at him and smiled faintly. "No, thank you." As soon as Gray stepped outside the grocery store, he saw Marcus pulling up at the front in a black sedan. The man stepped out briskly, a familiar leather folder tucked under his arm, while his expression was unreadable as always. "Sir," Marcus greeted calmly the moment he approached. "Thanks for coming quickly," Gray uttered. He gave Marcus a quick smile before explaining some things. "We've got a situation." He gestured with his hand for Marcus to walk with him as they moved a short distance away from the store's entrance, where fewer people were around to overhear. Gray didn't waste time. "Will publicly humiliated a customer just now, a kid who clearly didn't have much. His plastic bag broke, the chicken fell, and Will accused him of theft on the spot. He didn't verify anything, didn't ask what happened. He was about to call security to throw him out." Marcus' brows twitched slightly at the rundown. He didn't speak yet, only listening carefully. Gray sighed and looked toward the store, his jaw clenched. He insulted the guy too, called him names, all because of how he looked. If I hadn't stepped in, he didn't finish the sentence. Instead, he looked at Marcus with a straight face. "So what do we do with it?" Gray asked plainly. "Is this enough to fire him or suspend him? What does the law say?" Marcus nodded slowly, his voice even. "Workplace discipline has to follow proper procedure," he said calmly. "But yes, if what you're saying is supported by witnesses or video footage and given your direct testimony, then it's more than enough to at least initiate a formal investigation and place him on immediate suspension." Gray nodded. That much he expected. "It may not be instant termination yet," Marcus continued, "but for severe misconduct and verbal harassment of a customer, it's grounds for either a final warning or dismissal, depending on the full report." "Good," Gray said with a quiet breath. "Well, do it properly then. Let's not give him a chance to twist the story." "Yes, sir," Marcus said firmly. "Shall we?" "Yeah." Gray turned toward the office building beside the store. He should be inside already. The two of them walked in silence down the side hallway that led to the upper offices. Inside Gray's private office, Will was already seated. He looked like a completely different person from earlier. Will's shoulders were now hunched, his hair slightly damp from sweat, and his face looked pale as if he hadn't taken a proper breath since being called up. The second he saw Gray and Marcus enter the room, he abruptly stood. "Sir," Gray raised a hand, not to silence him but to stop him from saying anything too early. "Sit down," he said. Will sat just as he was told to. Just like always, Will looked meek. Marcus moved to the side, calmly opening his folder. Gray hadn't sat down yet. He stood across the desk, his eyes locked on the man in front of him. "Let's make this clear," Gray began. "Everything you said and did earlier, was it accurate to what I saw?" Will opened his mouth. His throat bobbed. "Sir, I don't lie," Gray cut in. Will looked down, swallowed hard, and gave a shaky nod. "Yes, sir." Gray took a seat then. "We're going to file this properly," he said. "Marcus will start the internal report." You'll be placed on immediate unpaid suspension while the review is underway. Will looked up. Please, sir, I didn't mean you'll be given a chance to explain your side in full during the hearing, Marcus said, stepping in calmly. But this office has a zero-tolerance policy for public humiliation and discrimination of customers. Will's hands curled into fists on his lap. Gray's eyes were unreadable. We run this place to serve people. That includes all kinds of people. You forgot that today. Will's head lowered again. Gray sat back in his chair and sighed. You're in a position of responsibility. If you can't do better, you don't belong here. The silence that followed felt heavy. Marcus began quietly organizing the paperwork, and Will was now looking quiet and small, nothing like the prideful man that he was earlier. Gray said nothing more. He simply looked away and stared at the office window, trying to calm the frustration that still lingered in his chest. However, soon after, and he was celebrating in his mind, damn, this is nice. He laughed in secret. It was satisfying. For days, he desuspected Will of being a problem. He tried to look for evidence, but the man was too good at hiding things. That was not until now. No, I can't laugh yet. Gray firmly closed his eyes as he breathed in and out to stop his lips from smile. I gotta hold it in. This was it, finally, a clear incident with witnesses from people. And best of all, it happened right in front of him. Will had pulled the trigger on his own downfall, and Gray didn't even have to lift a finger. I wanted you gone, and you gave me a reason. Thanks for the assist, man. Gray slowly blinked, his jaw relaxing just a little as Marcus continued arranging the documents at the table. Letting Marcus handle the rest, Gray sat on the chair with a faint sigh. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the desk, Will was sitting stiffly with his fists clenched so tight that his knuckles were turning white. He was still staring down at the edge of the desk, but his thoughts, they were certainly not calm. This can't be happening. His jaw twitched. This fucking Gray is just new, just some glorified babysitter Jonathan brought in, and now he's acting like he owns the place. Will's stomach turned. This store, I've been here for years. I kept things running. People listened to me. Staff followed my orders. His fists tightened even more. And now I'm being suspended over some filthy street rat over chicken. His eye twitched as he stole a glance at Gray, who was sitting calmly in his chair. You want to play boss, Gray? Fine, but you're not getting rid of me that easily. The weekend had gone by too fast for him that he didn't even remember how it went, except for the incident at the grocery store. Because of the incident, Gray went into the office a little earlier than usual. As soon as Gray entered the building, Marcus was already waiting for him in front of his office. Like always, he was dressed sharp and his eyes looked as if they were on alert. Good morning. Good morning, Marcus. Gray nodded at the man. I'm sorry for calling you last Saturday. It's no problem. Jonathan also asked me to do some work, so I was also in the office anyway. Gray sighed. Is that so? He had been feeling bad over it since yesterday. It was the only time he realized that it was the weekend. It seemed like he needed to know more about the laws regarding the company's employees. He was far too clueless about them. Yes, Marcus replied, his tone still calm but brisk, but I assume you didn't call me here today to talk about Jonathan. Nope. Gray pushed the office door open and gestured inside. Come in, let's talk about Will. Marcus nodded and stepped in, already pulling a leather folder out from under his arm. Gray closed the door behind them and walked over to his desk, letting out a quiet breath as he sat into the chair. I want us to focus on the investigation, Gray said as he leaned forward. I've been thinking about it all weekend. That wasn't just some bad moment. It was humiliating, for the customer, for the store, for all of us. Marcus placed the folder on the desk and opened it cleanly. Inside was a set of printed documents already neatly arranged. I understand. That's why I started prepping yesterday. Gray gave him a glance. He was quite surprised. On a Sunday, I was bored yesterday, Marcus said plainly. I should have known. Gray chuckled once under his breath. Anyway, what are we looking at? Marcus gave a small nod, then started flipping through the folder. Let me explain the process. First, we start with formal documentation. We already have your first-hand account, which I've written into an official statement. The next step is to verify through physical evidence, CCTV footage, and witnesses. That would be quite easy. The CCTV clearly got that. Also, there's a lot of customers watching and there are some staff too, Gray said, sitting up straighter. Yes, I've already pulled the camera footage from the aisle and the corner display, Marcus confirmed. They clearly show the moment the customer dropped the item and Will's behavior after. I've also listed 7 individuals, 3 staff, 4 customers who were close enough to witness it. All of them will be invited to submit written statements today. Good, Gray said and nodded in understanding. Then once all statements are gathered and the evidence is reviewed, we issue a formal notice of administrative hearing to Will, Marcus explained. That gives him the opportunity to respond, as per labor laws. So we can't just fire him, Gray frowned slightly. Not immediately, Marcus said. Even if we think it's justified, we have to go through due process. That includes a formal hearing. It's a legal requirement under the labor code. Unless it qualifies as gross misconduct, immediate termination without hearing could be challenged. Gray let out a slow breath. And does this count as gross misconduct? Marcus paused for a second before answering. It depends on how the report frames it. But the way he treated the customer, verbal abuse, public humiliation, discriminatory remarks, it's serious. We just need to frame it clearly, backed by statements and footage. That way the case is strong. Gray sighed. He didn't know that firing would have to go through a lot of process. And how long until we get the result? I can wrap everything by Wednesday, Marcus said. By then, HR will prepare a final report. Once you sign off on it, the decision becomes official. Oh, all right, Gray gave a low whistle. Finally, a small smile was appearing on his lips. All right, I like that. It's fast enough. I'll begin collecting statements now then. After saying those words, Marcus stood up while still facing Gray. Will should also receive his notice before noon. Let me know when he does, Gray added, of course. All right, you may leave now. Marcus bowed his head for a moment and turned around to leave. However, before he could successfully exit, he paused near the door. Oh right, there's one more thing, sir. Gray looked up at Marcus. His brows formed a straight line while curiosity flickered on his eyes. Will's uncle, he's the previous owner's friend. He's not officially part of operations anymore, but he may try to meddle with this case. Gray didn't flinch. He just sighed and nodded. Marcus continued, his tone still calm but with a note of warning. I'll handle it if it happens. I just thought you should be aware in case he tries to contact you directly. Let him, Gray said simply. His voice was surprisingly calm and cool. I don't care who he is or who he used to know. This isn't about personal favors. It's about how we treat people in this company. Yes, sir. Marcus gave a small nod. I understood. Gray leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling for a second before muttering. I've worked in places where people like Will were protected just because they knew someone. I'm not running that kind of place. Good, Marcus said with a proud smile on his face. The employees would appreciate that, sir. Gray looked back at him and gave a small, tired smile. Thanks, Marcus. Let's make it clean. Marcus gave a final nod and stepped out, closing the door quietly behind him. Gray was left in silence after Marcus left. He exhaled and turned his chair slowly toward the window, the morning light catching on the corner of his desk. The weekend has just ended, yet there was already a lot of things that he needed to do. He couldn't do much since it was already planned beforehand. Gray called the real estate office yesterday to confirm with the moving service. Since he and Lily didn't own much, there wasn't much to coordinate, except for asking a few helpers to help them move and organize things. There were just a few pieces of furniture that they bought themselves, a couple of shelves, their clothes, some kitchenware. A few sealed boxes that held all the memories of their dead parents. It was stuff neither of them ever opened, but never had the heart to throw away either. Thankfully, aside from Marcus working on the investigation, nothing else in the office was urgent today. They were still waiting on statements anyway. It gave Gray the perfect window to slip out. He didn't even go out for a proper lunch. He just grabbed a sandwich on the cafeteria and ate it in the back seat while Daniel drove him home. Their apartment was already clean. They'd finished everything the day before. They vacuumed the floor, wiped the windows, and taped up all the boxes they will be carrying out neatly. Lily even labeled everything, just so Gray wouldn't mess it up. When Gray arrived, the living room looked a little hollow now. The furniture was still there, but their personal things were mostly gone. It was strange seeing it that way, especially since they lived in the place for years. Honestly, Gray felt a little sad. They had so much memory in the apartment, even if most of it was bad times. Still, it was the place that housed them for years. They were grateful for the place, but not for the owner. I wonder when they are arriving. Gray sat on the couch. He tapped his phone lightly and glanced at the clock. The movers were supposed to arrive soon. He stretched his legs out, looked around the room again, and chuckled. I wonder what they're gonna think when they see this place, he muttered. They're gonna think I gave the wrong address. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. Unknown number. Hello, sir, we're here outside. But are we at the right location? Gray smirked and stood up, typing back quickly. Gray, yup, I'll come down now. He walked toward the front door, gave one last look at the apartment, then stepped outside. The moving truck was parked by the side. It was a sleek black and silver model. The logo of Elysian Properties was printed discreetly on the side. 3 movers stood near the vehicle, all dressed in uniform black polos with name tags. Gray raised a hand as he approached. Hi, thanks for coming. One of the men looked up from his clipboard and gave a small bow. Good afternoon, Sir Gray. We just wanted to confirm again. This is the correct unit. Gray nodded, a little amused. Yeah, sorry. It's not exactly what you expected. The mover glanced at the building behind him before looking back at Gray. He smiled politely, but there was a softness in his eyes when he spoke. It's perfectly fine, sir. We've had clients like you before. Clients like me. Gray tilted his head. There's poor client like me, yes. Another mover chimed in with a gentle smile. We know that some families train their children to live humbly before stepping into a bigger life. It's not uncommon in upper circles. Living simply is part of their education. Gray blinked. What the movers just smiled again and nodded. They remained silent as if they already knew it, like they knew something that Gray didn't. Gray stared for a second, unsure whether to laugh or explain that they had no idea who he really was. But in the end, he just gave a short laugh and opened the door to let them in. "All right then," he muttered. "Let's get started." The movers followed Gray inside with quiet professionalism. The moment they stepped into the apartment, their footsteps slowed just slightly, taking in the place. It wasn't much, just a small two-bedroom rental with old tiles, thin walls, and sunlight peeking through sheer curtains. One of the movers gave a small nod as he looked around. "You're already neatly packed, sir. This should be a smooth move." "Thanks," Gray said, stepping aside so they could begin. "We tried to keep everything simple." The three of workers got to work quickly. There were no unnecessary talking and no wasted time. They moved with the kind of coordination that came from experience. One of them began stacking boxes by the doorway while the others carefully assessed the furniture. "You can leave the bookshelf," Gray said after a moment, gesturing to a cheap wooden frame near the wall. "We're not taking that one. It's too old." "Understood, sir," one of the movers replied, already marking it off on the checklist. It didn't take long for the team to fall into rhythm. The lighter boxes went out first. They were the items that has their clothes, kitchen items, and the smaller decor pieces Lily had insisted on keeping. After that, they moved the two armchairs, the dining table, and the compact fridge they'd saved up for years. It was still nice, so they could still use it. Gray stayed out of their way for the most part. He occasionally pointed to which boxes were fragile or which ones were Lily's, but mostly he just watched them quietly. His hands were in his pockets. He didn't realize how many memories were tied to all those items until he saw them being carried out. His throat tightened a little. He knew they were upgrading their life, moving on to something better, bigger, but it was still hard letting go of the place that held years of their silent battles and quiet nights. He didn't say anything, though. Just leaned against the doorframe and watched. As the final few items were brought out, one of the movers gently tapped on the half-sealed box in the corner. "This one too," Sir Gray glanced over. It was one of the boxes marked with Lily's handwriting. "Fragile MOMDADS stuff, yeah," he said quietly. "Please be careful with that one." The apartment stood almost empty now, right before his eyes. He didn't expect that the place would feel even quieter now. It was strange. There was no more dirt on the counter, no more shoes by the door. Even the echo inside felt different. He let out a breath, then locked the door behind him. He moved down afterward, intending to drop the keys to the owner's office down there. When he arrived, a familiar voice greeted him. "Well, well. So you're moving out?" Gray turned his head slightly. The owner stood a few feet behind him, his arms crossed while he leaned against the doorframe. His mouth curled into a smug little grin. "I bet you're moving into something even cheaper, aren't you?" he scoffed. "You probably found a smaller rat box to squeeze into for you and your sister." Gray didn't say anything. He just looked at the man. He was calm, unbothered. Then slowly he smiled. "Where's my deposit?" The caretaker blinked. What Gray tilted his head. "My deposit. It was $1,000, right?" he asked as if he was asking the obvious question. The caretaker clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. Yeah, but it'll take some time to process," he said dismissively, "unless you're desperate for the money." "Then maybe I'll think about it." Gray gave a small nod. He didn't care about it. Instead of feeling angry or annoyed, he smiled. A wide and genuine smile. "That's no problem," he said. "Just make sure to buy yourself some toothpaste and mouthwash with it." The caretaker's grin faded. Gray stepped forward, brushing past him with a calm look in his eyes. He put the keys down on the man's table before turning to him again. "Because all you talk is shit," he added casually, "and even your breath smells like it." The caretaker's face turned red in an instant. His voice shot up. You little shit." But Gray had already started to walk off, not bothering to hear the man's shout or even seeing his reaction. He didn't even turn around. Instead, he just slipped his phone into his pocket, kept walking toward the main entrance of the building. Time to pick up Lily. He muttered under his breath with a smile on his face. He felt satisfied knowing that the man must have been furious in his office right now. Now, it was time to get Lily. Gray asked Daniel to pick him up. He boarded the car without saying much. Daniel, as always, was already ready to drive off. The man gave him a polite nod through the rearview mirror. "All done," Sir Gray exhaled as he settled into the back seat. "Yeah, finally. Then we'll head over now. Yeah, let's go pick my sister up." With that, the engine hummed softly to life. The sleek black car pulled away from the old apartment building like it didn't belong there. As they rolled down the narrow street, a few neighbors glanced over curiously. The vehicle wasn't exactly subtle. It was a high-end model. The car was clean, glossy, and unmistakably expensive. The kind of car that made people nudge their friends and whisper, "Who's that?" Some of the stares lingered. A few eyes followed the car until it turned the corner, but Gray didn't care. He leaned his head against the seat and closed his eyes briefly, the ghost of a smile still playing on his lips. A few minutes later, they arrived at the school. Daniel pulled over near the front, just beside the main walkway. Gray glanced at the time. He was early. The school bell hadn't even rung yet. There were still a few minutes before the flood of students would start pouring out from the gate, so he waited. The car, parked at the side, didn't go unnoticed. A few parents walking by did double takes. Some slowed down just to look. There were even a couple of teachers nearby who exchanged quick glances, probably recognizing the car's brand and price tag. Gray noticed the looks, but he didn't react. He was used to being invisible before. Now he didn't need to explain himself. He was just here for Lily. His eyes stayed fixed on the school gate, waiting for the one person who mattered. And soon the bell rang. The doors swung open, and kids started coming out in groups. Backpacks bouncing, shoes stomping, and voices chattering over each other in high-pitched tones. Some waved at their parents while others started to walk home. Gray's gaze scanned through the crowd until he spotted her. He quickly left the car and went near her. Lily was still in her school uniform. Her ponytail was slightly messy, and her bag was half-zipped as usual. Lily, he called out, raising one of his hand in the air. Lily turned her head, blinked once, then hurried over. "Brother," she asked, staring at him like he looked suspicious. "Why are you here?" Gray chuckled and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Did you forget we're moving out today?" Lily blinked. "What we're moving?" he repeated. "Remember the new place I told you about?" Her eyes widened slightly. "Already like today? Yes." Gray nodded. "Come on, are you excited?" Lily didn't respond immediately. She looked down at her shoes for a second. "But our things, are we just going to leave them? We should get them first, brother." Gray blinked, then laughed under his breath. "Stupid. Of course I already took care of it." Lily looked at him suspiciously. "You did, of course. Even supervised everything." "Really?" Lily narrowed her eyes at him. "That fast? But don't you have work?" Gray straightened his back and held his chin high. "Don't you know your brother is amazing?" Lily snorted. "What a funny joke, brother." Gray laughed at her reaction. "Come on, let's go. The car's waiting." He turned around and led her to the street just around the corner. Lily followed behind, dragging her backpack slightly on the ground. But when they turned the corner and she saw the sleek black car parked, complete with a suited driver holding the rear door open, she stopped in her tracks. "Wait." Gray paused. He quickly turned to Lily to know if there's anything wrong. "Are we really riding?" That Lily pointed at the car. "Yeah," Gray replied casually. "Why are you sure?" she asked, blinking hard. "Want the owner get mad?" Gray let out a laugh, then gestured her forward. "No one's gonna get mad. Come on." Lily hesitated, just a little. Then she followed him to the car with small steps, eyeing it like it might suddenly disappear. As they got in, Daniel gave her a polite nod. "Good afternoon, Miss Lily." "Good afternoon," she said slowly, her voice small. Gray couldn't help but smirk at her reaction as she settled into the seat beside him. "You still think your brother's not amazing?" he teased. Lily didn't reply. She was too busy staring at the leather seat and the little screen in front of her. Her hands kept poking at the window button, then pulling it back up like she couldn't believe it worked so smoothly. She stayed that way for most of the ride. However, when the car made a final turn and the gates of Rosewood Residences came into view, Gray heard a loud gasp. "Brother," Lily whispered, peering out the window with wide eyes. "Is this?" "Yup," Gray said simply. "That's where we're moving." Seeing it, Lily became quiet, too quiet. She was speechless. It was not because she had nothing to say, but because she didn't know how to say anything. Her eyes were practically glued to the window. The car finally came to a stop under the shaded drop-off area. Daniel stepped out first and opened the door for them. Gray got out first, then turned to Lily, holding out a hand for her. She didn't take it right away. She was still staring at the marble flooring, the soft water sounds from a nearby decorative fountain, and the bellboy near the lobby holding a small golden tablet. "This is really where we're moving?" she asked again, just to be sure. Gray smiled. "Yes, Lily, come on." Lily finally stepped out of the car. She didn't say anything at first. She just stood there beside Gray, holding her bag tightly, as if she was afraid she might wake up any moment. A staff member approached them quickly, wearing the same Elysian Properties uniform as the movers earlier. "Sir Gray," he asked politely. "Yes, we finished setting up your unit a few minutes ago. Everything has been placed and arranged as per your instructions. Please let us know if you'd like anything changed." "Thank you," Gray nodded with a small smile. The staff bowed slightly and stepped aside, leading them in through the private lobby reserved for residents. Lily followed close behind, her shoes tapping softly against the polished floor. They entered the private elevator, and the staff swiped the card for them. "You'll be heading up to the floor, sir." The elevator ride was fast and smooth like before. Lily didn't even blink. Her hand was clutching Gray's sleeve the whole time. When the elevator doors slid open, the hallway greeted them with its soft lights. Gray led her to the right hallway, and there, just like before, was the matte black door with the brushed gold handle. He stepped forward, swiped the card, and pushed the door open. "Welcome home, Lily," he happily said to her. Lily stepped inside first, and then she froze. The entire unit was already set. All their belongings, the ones they brought from the apartment, had already been placed in the right places. The staff had even unboxed the kitchenware and lined it inside the drawers. Their bedsheets were laid out. The sofa had their old throw blanket folded over one side. The family boxes were safely stacked near the bookshelf, untouched and handled with care. The sleek modern furniture that came with the unit made everything look, but it still felt like home. It still felt like it was theirs. Lily walked slowly toward the living room. Her eyes scanned everything from the high ceiling to the glass windows that stretched from wall to wall. She didn't speak, not until she reached the window. There, with the whole skyline spread out in front of her, she turned her head back toward Gray. "Brother, yeah, this is really ours." Gray leaned against the doorframe, watching her closely from behind. He nodded and smiled at her. "All of it." Lily turned back to the window, and her reflection could be seen faintly in the glass. She didn't speak for a few seconds. "It's really big," Gray laughed. "I know. Do we get lost if we walk too far?" she asked, turning her head. Maybe. Gray shrugged. "I'll tie a bell to your shirt if I have to." Lily laughed softly, then ran straight toward one of the bedrooms like she couldn't stop herself anymore. "This one's mine." Gray smiled to himself, watching her disappear into the hallway. He looked around the unit again. The way everything was laid out, it was hard to believe they were living here now, but they were. The place didn't just look expensive, it looked like a dream. Gray stepped further inside, his footsteps slow and quiet against the hardwood floor. The sun could be seen through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It cast golden streaks across the living room. He walked past the hallway, checking the rooms one by one. Lily's voice echoed from the bedroom that she claimed. "Brother, there's even a drawer inside." "A drawer? Don't keep your chocolate in there." Gray chuckled. She popped her head out of the door and looked at Gray with pleading eyes. "Can I know?" Lily pouted in disappointment, but after a few seconds she disappeared again. Lily was clearly in a good mood. She was even humming to herself as she explored every corner of her new space. He could hear her opening cabinets and talking to herself in disbelief. Gray smiled at it. He stepped into his own room next. Everything had been placed neatly. His desk sat against the window. There was even a large bookshelf on the side, and in his own wardrobe his clothes were hung up. He sat down on the edge of the mattress. It was soft, too soft. He bounced a little like a kid trying to test it. "This is so good," he muttered. Gray slowly leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees, staring at the floor for a second. It was weird, feeling this much peace. Finally, they have a place, a quiet place. A place Lily could finally grow up in without worrying about whether they'd have enough to pay bills next month. He rubbed his face with his hands. God, it really happened. A few minutes later, Lily went into his room barefoot. Gray immediately glanced up at her. He smiled and motioned for Lily to sit beside him. "Do you like it, Lily?" he asked her. His voice was warm and loving. Lily smiled and hugged Gray from the side. His heart warmed up as he watched her. "Yes, brother, thank you. Thank you for everything." For the first time in a long time, they were finally okay. They spent the first hour just walking around, checking everything again, like they still couldn't believe everything was real. Lily opened every door to see what was inside every room. Gray tested the light switches, played with the built-in speakers, and even tried the touch panel that controlled the curtains. When the blackout curtains swept shut with a smooth hum, Lily gasped like magic had just happened. "It's like magic, brother." She whispered in the air, half in awe. "Don't press anything or else you would destroy it." "Lily," Gray joked around. For their first night in the condo, Lily begged for pizza, and Gray didn't even hesitate to agree to her. They sat cross-legged on the living room floor, using a fancy marble coffee table as their small dining table. "I feel like I shouldn't eat here, brother," Lily said, wiping her fingers with a tissue. Gray glanced at the expensive tabletop, then flicked her forehead. "Stupid, stop thinking about it. The place is ours." Lily heartily giggled before nodding her head. They talked while eating. Their topics were about the condo, the school, and how weird it felt not hearing their old upstairs neighbor stomp around anymore. Gray didn't even notice until Lily brought it up. "It's quiet here," she said, mouth full of crust. "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" Gray leaned back against the couch, looking up at the ceiling. "It's a good thing." Lily nodded like she agreed, then promptly fell asleep on the couch 30 minutes later, half wrapped in a blanket with the TV playing quietly in their background. Gray didn't even bother waking her. He just carried her to her room and tucked her in her bed. Then he stood at her doorway for a few minutes, watching her sleep. The city lights painted faint patterns on her ceiling from the massive windows. It was a heartwarming sight to look at. After a few minutes, he turned off the light, pulled the door softly shut, and made his way to his own room. When he lay down that night, the sheets smelled like fresh laundry and the pillow felt too soft, but he didn't complain. He just stared at the ceiling for a while, listening to the silence of their new life. And eventually, with a tired smile on his face, Gray closed his eyes and slept. The next morning, Gray got up early. He had some things to do in the office, so he had to leave before the sun even finished rising. He moved around the condo quietly, careful not to wake Lily as he got dressed and packed his things. The coffee machine purred softly in the background, filling the place with warmth and the faint scent of coffee beans. After a quick check of his bag, he picked up his keys and headed toward the door. But just before he could open it, Brother Gray turned his head. Lily was standing by the hallway in her pajamas. Her hair was a mess, and she was rubbing her one eye with the back of her hand. "Why are you leaving already?" she asked, her voice still groggy. "I have some things to do, Lily," Gray softly answered, walking toward her. "Go back to bed. You still have time before school." Lily shook her head. "I am awake now," she muttered. "But brother, how will I go to school?" Gray blinked. "What, there's no bus stop here," Lily said quietly, her voice turning smaller. "I don't know how to get there." Gray froze. Shit, he hadn't thought that far ahead. Back in their old place, the bus stop was just a few streets away. She could go on her own and she knew the route well. But here they were in the middle of a gated and secluded community. There were no bus stops, no subway access, and certainly no kids walking to school. His lips parted, but no words came out at first. Lily stood there, hugging herself as she looked up at him. Gray stepped forward and gently placed a hand on her head. "I'll figure it out," he said. "Okay, I'll call you in a few minutes, just wait for me." "Okay," Lily nodded slowly, trusting him. "Don't forget about it, I want." Gray gave her one last pat on the head before heading out. The elevator ride felt quiet, too quiet. He tapped his phone against his palm a few times before slipping it back into his pocket. By the time he got to the front of the building, Daniel had already pulled up in the car. "Good morning, sir," Daniel greeted as he opened the door. "Good morning," Daniel, Gray muttered, sliding into the back seat. They drove off smoothly, but Gray didn't stay quiet for long. "Daniel," he suddenly said. "Yes, sir." "Do you think," Gray leaned forward slightly, "do you think you can take Lily to school today?" Daniel's eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror, calm as always. "I know it's outside of your work," Gray added quickly, "and I swear it won't be permanent. I just forgot she doesn't have a way to get there." He tried to explain things to him. He knew he could only blame himself for his stupidity. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He was too busy and happy for the past few days that it slipped on his mind. There was a short silence that lingered in the car before Daniel slowly nodded. "Of course, sir, I can take her." Gray blinked. Really, he was almost in disbelief. "She's your sister," Daniel said simply, "and it's not a problem. Just send me the address and the time, and I'll take care of the rest, sir." Relief flooded Gray's chest. "Thanks," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Seriously, you saved me." He couldn't help but be thankful to the man. Daniel smiled faintly. "It's not the first time I've driven someone to school, sir." Gray leaned back in his seat and let out a breath. Problem solved. For now. Immediately after arriving, he stepped into his private workspace. He sat down at his desk as Marcus walked in, holding a fresh cup of coffee. "Morning, Marcus." Gray nodded at him, feeling a little appreciative. "Morning. I've compiled the statements and reviewed the footage," Marcus said. He placed the coffee and the folder in front of him. "Everything's here." "All right." Gray opened the folder and immediately looked at what was inside. In there, papers with timestamped screenshots from CCTV showing the dropped chicken, Will's aggressive stance, his tone toward Rome, and dozens of positions of shoppers who paused to watch. Printed witness statements from 7 individuals awaited their review as well. "I've also reached out to HR. Once we issue the administrative hearing notice to Will, they'll provide guidance on managing payroll and holiday benefits during suspension." Marcus continued. "Let's start with the statements." "Have the witnesses already submitted?" Gray tapped his pen thoughtfully. "Yes. 3 staff members, including the one who helped clean, and 4 nearby customers, all confirm the boy's bag broke unexpectedly, and that Will responded aggressively and publicly. No one contested that Rome attempted to pay." Gray nodded, scanning the paperwork. "That's good. Well, then let's finalize the report for the hearing notice by the end of the day. Hopefully we can serve it tomorrow." Marcus nodded. "I've drafted the notice already. It outlines the date, time, purpose of the hearing, and that Will is suspended until its outcome." "Good. We need the hearing scheduled for the end of the week," Gray said. "That gives us time to notify Will and HR." Marcus wrote a note in his folder. "Agreed." Gray leaned back. "And legally, will he be entitled to back pay for the suspension?" "Yes, if it's deemed unfair or if the hearing rules so," Marcus explained. "But given the evidence, I believe this will be classified as just cause. Well, defend the suspension as lawful." Gray nodded once. "All right, let's proceed with it." Marcus paused and then added, "You might want to prepare a short statement for staff about customer treatment and corporate values. This incident may raise questions." And that made Gray think for a little. "All right, I'll do that. I'll have that ready by lunch." Gray paused before letting out a small smile. "Thank you, Marcus." "No problem." Marcus straightened and nodded. "I'll deliver everything by afternoon." "All right." Gray watched Gray as he leave. After a moment of staring at the air, he leaned forward and began drafting the internal memo. He didn't know what he was doing, but he just proceeded with writing something. "We uphold respect and dignity for all customers. Any form of public humiliation or discrimination from the employees will be treated with utmost seriousness." It was just a brief office-wide email explaining zero-tolerance policy to employees. By 11:00 a.m., the hearing draft was ready. He forwarded it to Marcus for him to check if it was already all right. And when Marcus said that everything was fine, they submitted it to the company's HR after sending the report and memo. Gray slumped back in his chair and took a breath. It had been a long morning already. The internal memo had gone out cleanly, marked with a firm but polite tone. It stated the company's zero-tolerance stance on public harassment and reaffirmed the store's core values of professionalism and respect. The memo made no mention of names, but anyone who'd been at the store last weekend would know what it was about. "Now we wait," Gray muttered to himself. He leaned back, stared at the ceiling for a second, then slowly stood to stretch. The morning was finally done, but he still has some things to do. Grrr, Gray's stomach rumbled amidst the silence. Oh no, first things first, though, he had to eat lunch. In the heart of downtown Arcadia, a man in a long brown coat stepped into the busy marble lobby of Lancaster Group's main headquarters. His face was sharp, shaven, with graying hair slicked back in a tidy manner. His expression was cool and confident, with a slight twitch of irritation resting beneath his eyes. His shoes clicked softly against the floor as he walked past the front desk, not even bothering to look at the receptionist. "Excuse me, sir, this entrance is restricted," the woman at the front desk called out, standing halfway from her chair. The man didn't stop walking. "I have an appointment upstairs," he said casually, not even glancing at her. "Check with your executive office." The receptionist blinked, confused. "What's your nom?" Before she could finish, a younger employee in a pressed vest rounded the corner from the hallway and quickly waved her down. "It's all right," the younger man said, his tone low but hurried. He moved close to the receptionist and leaned in. "He's expected in the office. I'll escort him." She blinked in confusion, but seeing the staff badge on his chest, she hesitated, then nodded. The man in the brown coat gave a faint smirk and continued toward the elevators. The moment the doors closed behind them, his expression changed. He no longer looked polite. He looked pissed. "This was not supposed to happen," the man said under his breath. "That brat. He's just some charity case Jonathan brought in, wasn't he? And now he thinks he can run my nephew out of the company." The younger man beside him stayed silent. He knew better than to talk back to the man. The man was Leonard. Leonard's voice was sharp and cold. "We had a plan. I put Will in that store for a reason. And now some nobody thinks he can ruin everything." He clenched his jaw as the elevator continued climbing. "No," Leonard hissed. "I won't let him get kicked out. Not now. Not when we're just getting started." The elevator chimed. The doors opened to the executive floor. And Leonard stepped out with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Is your boss in the office?" "Yes, sir. He has been waiting for you." "Good," he said quietly, straightening his coat. "Let's remind them how this company used to be run." He had been staying in his place since Saturday. As he walked down the hallway leading to his office, his movements were slow. He couldn't help but look at every corner as if scared that he was being watched as he walked. His posture was also different. It was obvious that he was less confident. Still, there was cockiness in the way he walked. It was as if he knew, at the back of his mind, that he still had a way out of this problem. The door to the administrative office opened when he arrived. Will hovered at the entrance. His eyes scanned the office as if expecting someone else to be there. When he didn't see Gray, only Marcus, who was seated calmly behind the desk with a folder in hand. His shoulders dropped slightly. "Sir Marcus," Will muttered, stepping in slowly. Marcus didn't stand. He simply closed the folder in front of him and looked up. "You're here," Will nodded once. He hesitated a little near the doorway. There was a silent pause for him before he could fully step forward. The tone of Will's voice had become calmer, more careful and quieter. "I wanted to talk, sir. If you're not too busy." Marcus didn't answer right away. He simply gestured to the chair across from him. Will walked over and sat down slowly. He kept his eyes low for a moment, then looked up. "I've been thinking about what happened," he began. "And I realized I might have crossed a line that day." His voice was light, almost pitiful, like someone trying to sound remorseful for his actions. "I've worked here for a long time, sir," Will continued. "I admit I got carried away and I wasn't thinking clearly that day. It's not who I am, I swear. I was stressed and things got messy." Marcus watched him quietly, and the expression on his face was unreadable. "I never meant to embarrass the store, or the staff, or the customer." Will continued to over-explain his side. "I know I was out of line, but I want to make things right." He leaned forward slightly, hands resting together on his lap. "If there's anything I can do to fix it, anything to make up for what I did, I am willing to do it, sir." The office stayed quiet for a few seconds. Marcus finally spoke. "The investigation is complete," he said plainly. "Your hearing is scheduled for Friday morning. Until then, you are to remain on paid suspension." This he slid the folder toward Will is the formal notice. Will didn't touch it right away. His brows twitched. "Sir, with all due respect," he said slowly, "don't you think this is a little much? I already said I was sorry." "That's not the point," Marcus replied. "There were witnesses, Will, clear footage, verbal abuse, public humiliation. That's not a minor mistake, that's misconduct." Will was silent. Then he picked up the folder slowly, flipping it open. His eyes scanned the top of the page. He didn't say anything for a while, but when he finally spoke again, his tone was different. "I see," Will muttered. "So this is how it's going to be." Marcus remained silent. Will let out a short breath, no longer pretending to be as nice as he was. "I've worked in this place for years, sir," he said with his voice low. I handled problems, covered for others, did more than what I was paid for. Marcus' eyes stayed fixed on him. And now some outsider walks in and suddenly I am, the villain Will's voice cracked a little, but it wasn't from guilt. It was from anger. You really think this is fair? Sir Marcus finally leaned forward. As far as I am concerned, we're being fair. Will clenched his jaw. His hands were now gripping the edge of the folder tightly. He didn't yell. He didn't curse. But the look in his eyes said everything. Y'all regret this, he muttered under his breath. Marcus heard it, but didn't flinch. Instead, he closed his own notebook and stood. Read the documents. Prepare your statement. That's all he'll say for now. Will slowly stood as well. He gave a short bow. It was stiff, shallow, and insincere. Yes, sir. Then he turned and left the office without another word. Marcus remained in place as he watched the man go. He simply sat back down and reached for his phone. The line rang once before Gray answered on the other end. He received the notice already, Marcus said. Gray's voice came through the other line in an instant, and he played humble for about 2 minutes, then turned threatening. Well, Gray muttered. Let's move forward. Yes, sir, Marcus replied. He put the phone down, reached for the hearing documents once more, and quietly underlined the date at the top of the page. Friday. It was only 2 days away, and Marcus knew one thing for sure. With his threat, Will wasn't going to go down quietly. Will didn't go home. He didn't return to the store either. Instead, he sat in the cafe across the street with the hearing notice resting unopened in front of him like a threat. He didn't want to look at it. He already knew what it would say. It was real now, not just a warning. He knew that he could lose everything, all because of that one moment, that one fucking kid. Fuck that man's. He clenched his jaw and pressed his lips together. He could feel his hands shaking due to anger, and that bullshit of a boss Gray. Will gritted his teeth and rubbed his forehead. That smug bastard had planned it all, didn't he? He must have been waiting for Will to mess up, watching him. Setting him up. Gray hadn't even been here that long. Heck, he was here just for a week. And yet here he was writing memos, handing out policies, submitting reports like he'd been running the place for years. That fucking bastard. Will slammed his palm against the table, drawing a glance from the barista, but he didn't care. His phone buzzed on the table. He picked it up. A message from an unknown number. Unknown, sit tight. You're not alone in this. He won't be there long. We already called the man you encountered. Well, do everything for him to take back his statement. Will stared at the text. His heart calmed down just a little. A slow grin tugged at his lips. Right, he almost forgot. He had backup. Let's see how long you last, Gray, he thought to himself. You might be in charge now, but you don't know who you're up against. The soft whir of the AC filled the silence in his office. Outside his door, the sound of employees moving through their day carried on like any normal Wednesday. But for him, things weren't normal. Gray leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly. Marcus had sent the hearing notice to Will. That means it was official now. Everything was in place, and they just needed for the day to arrive. And yet, why was it that he couldn't relax? There was this nagging tightness in his chest, like something wasn't sitting right, as if something was about to happen, but he doesn't know what it was. He rubbed his face and muttered under his breath, "What now?" Ding. A familiar sound echoed in his ears, but it didn't come from the speakers. It came from inside his head. It was from the system. System alert. Warning. The host is advised to stay alert. Gray straightened in his seat immediately. A warning, he whispered. Warning for what? But the system didn't answer. Mission reminder. Mission, put your business back in order. Objective, find more evidence of the management's misconduct. Fire all the people involved. Remaining time, 5 days. Gray stared at the screen, his brow furrowed. 5 days, but that's still enough. But before he could even think about it, new urgent mission. Gray blinked hard. Urgent mission. Mission, protect the victim. Reward, +2 influence, +2 power, new skill. Eye of the Beholder, active skill. Allows the host to determine whether a person has good or bad intentions. Must be activated consciously. Using this skill drains the host's stamina. The longer it is used, the more exhausted the host becomes. Gray sat forward, his elbows resting on the desk. His heart was suddenly pounding. He read the mission again, then the reward. +2 influence, +2 power, new skill. Eye of the Beholder, he muttered, narrowing his eyes lightly. He skimmed the skill's description quickly. The ability to see someone's intentions. That sounded strong, incredibly useful even, especially in a place like this where he was constantly surrounded by people putting on masks. But then his eyes caught the rest. Active skill, drains stamina. The longer it's used, the more exhausted the host becomes. Gray let out a small breath. So there was a catch, of course there was. Still a new skill, and on top of that, more power and influence were not light rewards. That meant the mission was serious, really serious. Gray's fingers hovered near the table, then slowly curled into a loose fist. Then why this mission, he muttered, lowering his eyes back to the screen. Mission, protect the victim. Gray froze. Protect, he said aloud. Protect who? That's when it hit him. His eyes narrowed, the realization hitting like a punch to the gut. The boy, Gray whispered, Rome. The system wouldn't have sent this unless something was going to happen, something bad. Shit, Gray sat back again, one hand lifting to press against his forehead. It wasn't over yet. The hearing might be set, the investigation might be closed, but someone out there was still moving. Does that mean that someone was trying to silence the victim? Gray frowned. He knew that if those people succeeded, everything they'd worked for would fall apart. But doesn't that seem excessive still? He doesn't know how people in power do things. He doesn't know how they deal with enemies. Gray abruptly stood from his seat without thinking, pacing slightly in the small room. The windows behind him gave a clear view of the city skyline, but it was blurred out in his mind. His thoughts were racing now. The system wasn't always this specific, not unless it was serious. Gray turned back to his desk and picked up his phone, his fingers tightening around it. I can't let that happen. This wasn't just about Will anymore. It was something bigger. Gray knew what was on the line now. The victim's statement was critical, because if Rome retracted it, then things would get complicated. He knew that in internal investigations like these, a company can still proceed even if a victim retracts their statement, as long as there are other forms of evidence to support the case. However, he also knew that the absence of the victim's testimony may weaken the moral weight of the case in HR's eyes, especially in companies that are trying to avoid a public mess. He might be the CEO of the company now, but there are still other board members who will be involved in this case. He knew he couldn't just decide alone. Damn, I should have just fired him from the start, shouldn't I? Gray knew how these things would play out if they succeeded. They can make it seem like a misunderstanding. Make Will look guilty, but also not worth firing. If Rome withdrew, some in HR might argue to just issue a final warning and not termination. Gray's jaw tightened at the thought. No, I won't let that happen. Gray didn't waste another second. He snatched his phone from the desk and tapped Marcus' contact without hesitation. The phone barely rang twice before the line connected. Sir Marcus' voice came through, even and composed as always. I need Rome's address, Gray said quickly. There was a second of silence on the other end. Rome, Marcus asked, clearly confused. The customer from last weekend, yes, Gray said, already grabbing his jacket off the back of his chair. Do we have it? I believe the store has his contact details in the incident log, but Marcus' voice slowed, as if trying to catch up. May I ask why? I'll explain later, Gray said, his other hand already opening the office door. For now, I just need that address. And Marcus, yes, sir, come back to the company. Now, another pause, then the sound of paper shifting. Understood, I'm on my way. Gray didn't wait to end the call. He was already striding down the hallway, his mind moving faster than his feet. If something really was going to happen to Rome, he had no time to lose.